Stick with me, you and I are about to see a commoner knight named Lyon try to survive his elite academy. But Lyon faces a massive obstacle, in the form of a rival with a nearly identical name, Lyan. He has been at the academy for less than 3 years, but despite all his intense effort, Lyon has never once beaten him. Today is no exception, just another humiliating loss. This time, Lyon didn't even try to be serious. He is incredibly arrogant because nobody in this entire school dares to challenge him anymore. Only our main character refuses to quit. Lyon absolutely loathes his opponent's condescending attitude and that constant, mocking smirk. Driven by rage, he charges in for another round. But let's be real, this is a fight he simply cannot win. Even the students watching from the sidelines can see that Lyon is unable to land even a single scratch on him. The fact their names sound so similar is just another reason people compare them. Honestly, Lyon is jealous and wants everything his rival has. He wants it all, that golden hair, the family support, the talent, and most of all, that prestigious noble bloodline. He wonders if possessing those things would finally make his life a little bit easier for him to handle. But dreams are just dreams. Our unlucky hero has to face the bitter reality that he has nothing in this life but effort. And in this unfair world, sometimes pure effort just isn't enough to change anything at all. Suddenly, he remembers it's Lyon's birthday. Everyone is flocking to celebrate him at a massive party in the Royal Academy, and it's going to be a grand event. Seeing that scene only makes Lyon's blood boil even more. Exhausted from training, he tosses his sword aside and collapses on the ground, wondering if he should just give up right here. He feels like he's wasted 3 years here. Maybe skipping just 1 day of practice won't actually change his miserable fate. Frustrated and lost, he screams at the heavens, asking what the point of all his hard work even is in this life. He immediately feels childish for yelling at the sky, but right after he finishes his sentence, pay attention here, the universe actually answers back as a blinding pillar of light suddenly crashes down from the high clouds. Meanwhile, Lyon's party is in full swing. Kloe and Lyon are both visibly worried because they have no idea where Lyon went. After sitting there anxiously for a while, Kloe decides to leave the celebration and go find him herself. Her bold move makes it very clear which boy she truly cares about. Lyon obviously likes her, but he's already been rejected before he could even confess. Well, looks like you got turned down today, Your Highness. A seasoned voice calls out from the shadows behind him. That voice belongs to Knight Jubboth, a veteran warrior who witnessed the entire embarrassing scene. Based on how Jubboth speaks, Lyon's true identity is finally revealed, though he hates being addressed by his royal title of Highness. Don't call me that, Knight Jubboth. Even if it is just the two of us here. Hiding my identity becomes pointless if someone overhears. Besides, I don't feel like I have the right to be called by that royal title yet. Your noble blood will shine even brighter after this training. Happy 17th birthday to you, Your Highness. Jubboth keeps using the formal title just to annoy him while raising a glass in celebration of the occasion. Only 1 year remains until the ancient prophecy regarding this kingdom's royal family finally comes into effect. On the day a member of the great Kloe royal family comes of age, the current emperor's fearful watch will end as the people witness the rebirth of the legendary Saint King Roderick. As Jubboth speaks these grand words, Lyon knows he's being compared to a hero from 300 years ago, but he feels the knight is completely overrating his abilities. We will see next year, but there are 2 specific people I want by my side by then. Kloe has already mastered Tier 4 magic, and Lyon possesses a level of mental strength and effort that surpasses everyone else. I want them both on my side. Jubboth stays silent, thinking of the prophecy's phrasing that on the day the boy with the name of a lion reaches adulthood. Now, you and I might see where this is going. The name Lyon literally translates to lion. Back at the training ground, the blinding light finally begins to fade away. Lyon sees a legendary sword appearing before him. It speaks directly to his soul, asking him one simple question. Lyon, I ask you now, do you believe you are a worthy person? Faced with this impossible situation, the boy who felt abandoned by fate doesn't hesitate to reach out and grab the hilt of the blade. He believes opportunities should be fair. Still, he can't hide his shock at seeing a literal sword falling from the heaven after that blinding light. He has no idea what is happening. Suddenly, a strange and eerie voice echoes through the air. Awaken! Lyon is terrified, looking in every direction to find out who or what is actually speaking to him right now. And trust me, that voice doesn't actually belong to a human. Let's dive in. The owner of that voice is the sword right in front of him, asking if he is blind. Our main character is stuck in a loop of 100,000 questions. This situation makes zero sense. A glowing sword just appeared out of nowhere, looking like a miniature sun, and now it is actually speaking human language. Could it really be a sword? Lyon mutters to himself. It was just a wild guess, but somehow he nailed it. The voice booms back, confirming that yes, he is the one who summoned it, the one named Lyon. Words can't even describe his shock. The object right in front of him is a legendary blade, and apparently, he is the master who called it forth. Lyon is absolutely stunned by this revelation. How could a regular guy like him summon a sword that is only supposed to exist in ancient prophecies. It feels completely impossible. He always felt the world was unfair, that people who have everything just get more, while those with nothing lose what little they have. But he believes opportunities should be given out fairly. People who never try have no right to complain about life being unfair. Only those who have truly burned through their own lives deserve a real shot at greatness. The sword answers him. The blade explains that his struggle wasn't for nothing. His sheer determination actually reached the ears of the goddess of destiny herself. His hard work finally paid off. Now, the only question is whether Lyon believes he is worthy. After a moment of silence, he screams out with every bit of strength in his soul. The sword seems very pleased with his answer. It speaks again. Now pay attention here. The sword tells him to grab the hilt and prove his words are true. Lyon knows that taking hold of that hilt means carrying a massive burden, but he realizes this is his chance to finally change the course of his entire life. In that moment, Lyon's face flashes in his mind. That face is the perfect symbol of the unfair reality he has been forced to live through. But despite all that, Lyon has always remained persistent. He hasn't missed a single day of training and knows he is worthy of this burden. Up until now, no matter how hard he tried, the world only gave him mockery in return. He has to do his best to shatter this reality he refuses to accept. He won't let his choices and efforts turn into a pile of worthless garbage. Seeing the fierce determination in his eyes as he speaks, the sword asks him one more thing. Why exactly is he standing there in front of it? You asked if I was worthy? Well, I am going to prove my choices and my hard work actually mean something. Opportunities must be given fairly, Lyon says. It sounds a bit mechanical, but he just wants a fair shot. Shockingly, he decides to turn his back on this once-in-a-lifetime chance. He wants to prove that he can make it on his own, without relying on any outside help, not even from a legendary talking sword. You and I can see his integrity shining through right now. That is the #1 trait of a true hero, and the sword is absolutely loving it. It tells him to draw the blade, but Lyon remembers that only the chosen one from the prophecy can do that. The sword replies there is no prophecy, it is just its own will. His mind is strong enough that he won't bow down to noble blood or even a cruel fate. He showed pure will instead of greed for money or fame. It is those qualities that make him fit every single requirement to become a legendary hero. The sword gives him an answer that goes way beyond his imagination. Just like that, the blade itself has personally handpicked him. Since that's the case, Lyon has no reason to refuse anymore. With the sword urging him on, he finally finds the courage to pull it out. The massive surge of power makes his vision go completely blurry. Before he falls unconscious, he hears the sword speak one last time. My name is Elxid. I am the duplicate of the King's Blade, Rodrigo Kendias Elvina, and I will be the light of this era. Master Lyon, let's destroy evil together. Lyon falls into a deep sleep. In his dream, he catches a glimpse of the sword's actual human form. The sword seems to be talking to someone who is complaining that Elxid didn't choose the prince as its partner. It simply replies that a holy sword following a commoner would be a far more interesting sight to see. Regarding the prophecy, it wasn't actually broken. The prediction passed down through the Kloe royal family didn't mean it was strictly limited to a member of royalty. The prophecy only stated that on the day a boy named Lyon comes of age, the demon-slaying sword will finally descend to earth. It turns out Lyon's name is pronounced the same way. Plus, the prince didn't even meet the sword's high standards anyway. As for that guy, while the prince had both talent and fate, he lacked the necessary will, and his true potential hadn't even started to bloom yet. This new master might actually end up being even more incredible than the previous hero if he uses the legacy correctly. Alright, it is time for those bastards to pay their debts. So watch closely from heaven. Isn't that your job after all? Those are the final words Lyon hears from Elxid before he finally wakes up. He wakes up, soaked in sweat, feeling panicked, convinced that everything that just happened was nothing more than a dream. What do you and I make of that? Alright, you and I are about to see if a simple sword can change a nobody's life forever. Seeing that blade in the corner made Lyon realize last night was absolutely real. That glowing sword in such a trashy room created a massive contrast. Lyon's first reaction was pure panic mixed with a deep sense of despair. Only now did he realize how impulsive he had been to actually grab the thing and take it home. Before he could regret it, the sword spoke. Let me remind you, I am the opportunity you grabbed, but don't expect to be instant god tier just by owning me. You will face trials far harder than the power I give you. A great destiny usually means living a life that is either cruel or downright miserable. You might even have to sacrifice the woman you love or the friends you trust most to move forward. You chose this thorny path by wanting something more than a normal life. Lyon thought of Lyan and Kloe, but he knew this path was his destiny. That selfless mindset made the holy sword extremely satisfied with its new owner. It demanded he go to the training grounds immediately. It needed a test to see Lyon's current level before it could start teaching him anything. It was still dark before dawn, but Lyon was restless. The sword got annoyed because he kept stalling instead of just starting his practice. It wondered why he was acting so weird. not realizing how much a glowing holy sword stands out in a poor place like this. Normally, Lyon only uses wooden swords, but if anyone saw this blade, suddenly, the sword understood his worry. It realized being too flashy makes training difficult, but told Lyon not to worry. It would handle the problem itself. Now pay attention here, because his body is about to change. The sword turned into light, entered his palm, and left a wing mark on his arm. The sword explained that his hand is now the scabbard, letting him summon the blade whenever he needs it. Since its sole form is only visible to Lyon, he can be trained at any time or in any place he wants. Even while I am sleeping, Lyon asked. I can sleep with you while staying awake and alert, the sword replied. But we can't do much while you are totally knocked out, Elxid explained. Hearing this, Lyon burst out laughing and started teasing the sword. Well, you could at least be useful and stand guard while I sleep. That is blasphemy, Elxid snapped back. Enough nonsense, Elxid growled. Like I said before, it is time to show me what you can actually do with a blade. Now that they were getting closer, the real training began. The sword wanted to see his skills, but Lyon felt his level was way too low. Elxid spoke seriously. Lyon, what you have achieved in this environment is already very impressive, so do not be disappointed. What kind of master would scold their student for things they were never even taught to do in the first place? Lyon felt the sincerity in Elxid's words. This was not just some cheap comfort, it was the honest truth from a legend. Those words were more than encouragement. They were finally the recognition for all the hard work Lyon had put in alone. He regained his confidence and grabbed his sword. Then, Lyon showed off every single move he had practiced day after day. Suddenly, something felt completely different. Lyon realized something strange was happening to his body. I have done these moves 100,000 times, yet power is flowing into my hands just because someone finally trusts me. He was so focused on performing that he did not even realize Elxid was shouting for him to stop immediately. He thought he failed and felt embarrassed, but the sword told him that if he did not stop, the weapon in his hand would break. You saw that too, right? Lyon looked down and realized his wooden sword had already shattered into pieces. He was in total shock. He had no idea such incredible power was hidden deep inside of him this whole time. You used it without even noticing? Repeating the basics becomes powerful once you truly master them, the sword explained. Lyon still did not quite get what happened, but Elxid did not want to waste time explaining and decided to move on. It thought he was not ready yet. Your skills will not improve if you rely on power without a real reason. I will teach you until you are truly ready, Elxid said. Lyon felt a bit down knowing he could not use the power yet, but Elxid praised his basics as perfect and said it was finally time to learn how to move his body correctly. How to move my body? You are not going to teach me high-level swordsmanship? Lyon asked. Seeing his disappointment, Elxid had to explain things in a very annoyed and sharp tone. You think you can swing a blade without knowing how to move? Proper movement is the foundation of martial arts. Now we reach a new level. But first, a fitness test. Elxid ordered Lyon to start running for as long as he could. Run until I tell you to stop. And I might throw in some handstands or one-legged running while you are at it, Elxid added. Just thinking about that intense training, Lyon was already breaking out into a cold sweat just from the thought. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this crazy training pays off. Lyon is ready for anything to get stronger. Alright, you and I are about to see if our boy Lyon can survive the most brutal training session ever while pushing his body to the absolute limit. The Holy Sword watches every desperate move, seemingly satisfied with the chaotic masterpiece it is forcing Lyon to create. There is an old saying about late bloomers, and in Elxid's eyes, Lyon is the perfect vessel for greatness. To the sword, Lyon is like an empty vessel ready to be filled, and even if he only inherits a tiny fraction of the ancient hero's legendary skills and experience, he would still easily become a world-class sword saint. But after waiting 300 years for a successor, Elxid refuses to let him settle for just being ordinary. Elxid knows Lyon's potential is massive enough to take down a dragon without breaking a sweat. Even without knowing this world's demon king, the sword is certain that half its power would be more than enough. Lyon keeps running until the sun comes up, but there's no rest because he still has to head to class. Exhaustion hits him hard in the middle of a lecture, until the sword suddenly lets out a deafening shout. Lyon jumps up, claiming he's awake. Even though Elxid has already drained every ounce of his energy this morning, he tries his best to take notes, but his mind is a complete blank slate due to the sheer fatigue. Noticing his struggle, Elxid decides this is the perfect moment to start a different kind of training session. Lyon, by my standards, what do you think you're lacking? Lyon guesses it must be either his swordsmanship or his lack of aura. Now pay attention here. Elxid tells him he is dead wrong, because what he is actually missing is a proper pair of eyes, leaving Lyon completely confused since his vision has always been perfectly clear. As for the sword, it explains using another ancient proverb that lists eyes, feet, guts, and strength in order, meaning that the ability to observe is the single most important skill for any true warrior to master. Next comes footwork, then internal strength, though none of that matters if you can't actually see your opponent. Power is only useful when you can observe and move properly, so Lyon needs to start training his vision immediately. Lyon is totally confused by this, having never heard of anyone actually training their eyeballs before in his life. He wonders if it just means moving his eyes around constantly to make his vision sharper over time. He starts darting his eyes all over the classroom, looking like a complete lunatic to the students sitting nearby. Elxid promises to show him just how useless his vision has been from the very moment he was born. That one word useless hits Lyon hard, making him feel more tense than he's ever been before. He follows the sword's instructions, starting by looking straight ahead at the teacher standing at the front. He tries to memorize everything he sees in 10 seconds, focusing hard on the dark green board behind them. He notes the teacher's gray hair, blue eyes, and even the wooden pointer he's holding in his hand. Once the 10 seconds are up, Elxid tells him to close his eyes and prepare for the test. Can you believe that? The sword is already playing mind games, asking him how many lines were on the board. Lyon is stunned, since he was told to look at the teacher, not the random chalk lines behind him. He focused so much on the person that he completely missed the details on the board right in front. You don't remember, do you? Elxid asks with a tone that's dripping with pure arrogance and mockery. That board was right in your field of vision, yet you didn't process a single thing besides the teacher. 10 seconds of staring and you still have no clue what was actually there. Why is that? Lyon can't even argue back because the sword is absolutely right. He was blind to his own surroundings. As Elxid continues his lecture, Lyon starts to realize just how much information he's been missing his whole life. In reality, the human eye filters out way more information than you realize, and Elxid isn't sure if it's just a natural defense mechanism, but he rarely sees anyone who can actually utilize their full visual potential. Elxid demands that he try again, but with a much higher level of focus. He needs to capture everything while relaxing his gaze to take in a much wider field of view. From now on, Lyon looks so intense that his eyes seem ready to pop, scaring his classmate more than ever before. He doesn't even notice her reaction, pouring every bit of mental energy into completing Elxid's impossible task. He knew training with a holy sword wouldn't be easy, but he refuses to show even a hint of weakness. Alright, look at the empty space above the board for another 10 seconds. Elxid orders him once more. Stick with me because Lyon is about to realize that having eyes and actually seeing are two very different things. Let's dive in. She's seriously worried, because he looks like he's about to collapse right now. Once class wraps up, Lyon stumbles his way home, looking like a complete and total mess. His vision is blurring and his head feels ready to explode, but Elxid is actually satisfied with this first session. Your eyes are just dry from staring, plus you've unlocked a brand new trait that causes some initial pain. Honestly, it's really no different from how your muscles feel after a hard workout. Elxid compares it to muscle soreness after intense training to help Lyon understand what's happening to him. Sure, there are some differences since the brain doesn't feel pain directly, but the concept is basically the same. Instead of worrying about the ache, Elxid suggests that he should just focus on training even harder. And surprisingly, Lyon is actually fired up and ready for whatever hellish training comes next. On the way back, they keep practicing visual drills, like counting how many candles are on the hallway walls, or remembering if a student wore glasses, or checking if a light is on in a distant window. Basically, Elxid bombards him with every possible question during the entire walk back to the dormitory. This is the first time his eyes have worked this hard, leaving him clutching his face in exhaustion. Elxid tells him, "You deserve extra credit for not quitting today, but could I actually get a break if I asked?" Lyon asks hopefully, but Elxid's answer is a cold and brutal no. Now watch this part closely. It's been ages since he was pushed to his absolute limit like this. Elxid reads his mind and warns him that getting too comfortable just makes a warrior slow. If you keep using the same old drills, you'll eventually hit a wall and stop growing. The biggest issue is that your body finds easy ways to cope when routines become too repetitive. That's why you have to keep switching things up, like running on one leg or doing handstands while moving. At this moment, Lyon finally understands why Elxid has so many demands. She's targeting his underdeveloped nerves and muscles to reshape him. Think about a fisherman's balance or a hunter's tracking their bodies adapted to their specific lifestyles over time. Essentially, the goal of this training is to sharpen his strengths while fixing his major physical weaknesses. Elxid explains all this clearly, showing just how dedicated she is to this specific lesson plan. Lyon's big strength is his insane endurance and solid grasp of the basic, fundamental sword techniques. On the flip side, his movements are way too stiff because he's only ever practiced the basics his whole life. Flexibility? But what about real swordsmanship or mastering his aura? Lyon asks, but Elxid simply explains that swordsmanship is just the art of using the blade. Sure, it's powerful, but nobody is going to teach you top-tier skills just for being loyal. As for aura, don't forget that guy Lyon already used his to completely crush you in battle. Elxid really touches a nerve there, but it's a harsh truth that Lyon needs to hear. Besides, if a beginner like Lyon tried learning aura now, nobody would believe he could actually control it. Now, you and I can see where this is going. Aura will have to wait for later. Elxid knows Lyan is desperate to beat Lyan, and that hunger is his greatest motivation. She sees his burning determination. But for her, that's still not quite enough. Your body will always find the easy path if you keep doing the same thing over and over. But then, Elxid flashes a truly terrifying and inhuman smile that spells big trouble for him. Lyan immediately gets a really bad feeling about what's coming next. It looks like this legendary sword is preparing another demonic lesson plan just for him, to make sure his body doesn't get lazy. Starting tomorrow, things are getting much harder. Elxid decides she'll punish him for every single wrong answer to make sure he never forgets his mistakes. There's a very useful concept she calls operational conditioning. Trust me. You and I just witnessed a scary promise Lyan's about to face true hell. Alright, you and I are about to see if Lyon can survive the most brutal training arc yet. Mastering everything in a day or two is just impossible. And sooner or later, there will come a day when he has to endure hardship to grow. So it is better to let Elxid push him to the limit right now. This way, Lyon can even develop the healing abilities necessary to keep up with this intense pace. With his mind finally made up, the fear and anxiety from before completely vanish. Lyon is now fueled by pure determination. Pay attention here, because Elxid is about to introduce a penalty that is absolutely shocking, literally. Once he actually feels it for himself, Lyon realizes this training is no walk in the park. During his first punishment, he only lasts 5 seconds. It is his first time, so failing to endure it completely is only natural. Elxid tries to comfort him at first, but it is immediately followed by a chilling threat. The intensity will double if he makes the same mistake twice in a single session. He just needs to get it right. That sounds easy enough, but Lyon knows he is in for a long road of constant electrocution. He grips the bedsheets and hides his face so Elxid cannot see his expression. A legendary sword? He feels like calling it a demon sword is more accurate, since it is more evil than any devil. Early the next morning, as the sun rises, Lyon is already training under Elxid's watchful eye. After exhausting physical drills, he heads to class, where he continues to sharpen his observation skills during his studies. After finishing his classes and returning to the dorm, he continues his brutal physical conditioning through harsh exercises, such as performing handstand push-ups using only his fingertips. As time passes, Lyon's abilities begin to improve at an impressive rate. Now, he can easily handle any sudden, unexpected questions thrown his way by Elxid. Questions like how many pigeons are on the roof, which one flew first, or how many are perched on the open window. Sure, he still needs high concentration to see it all, but achieving this in just 1 month is incredible. Elxid seems satisfied, but refuses to overpraise him, simply stating that he has finally reached the bare minimum for a passing grade. Lyon is deeply moved. After a month of hellish work, he finally earned Elxid's recognition and a well-deserved break. But not even 3 seconds into his break, Lyon hears a voice that is both familiar and incredibly annoying calling out his name. Without even turning around, he already knows that voice belongs to Lyon. Lyon forces his cold poker face back on, turns around, and simply says it has been a long time. It really has been a while, since Lyon hasn't seen Lyan or spoken to Kloe once since this training began. Diving straight into training right after a meal, that is definitely Lyon's style. Lyon doesn't seem to have any bad intentions, he was just worried, but seeing Lyon in person puts him at ease. Lyon, on the other hand, is confused. He asks what exactly there was to worry about. Lyon finds a nearby tree to sit under and admits he was worried because Lyon hadn't challenged him in a month. He thought Lyon might have quit because of all the nasty rumors and criticism from others. You see that look in his eyes too, right? Seeing him now, Lyon knows that Lyon still has enough courage, even more than enough, to keep moving forward. Can you really tell? Lyon silently clenches his fist as Lyon flashes his trademark smile. Lyon says the faces of people who think they can't win look nothing like the expression on Lyon's face. One look was enough to know he wouldn't give up. Lyon just scoffs, asking if that is why he came all this way after lunch. Since he has confirmed everything, Lyon suggests it is time for him to leave. With a mocking smile, Lyon flat out tells his guest to get lost. Lyon complains that he is being too cold after not talking for so long. Lyon thinks Lyon is the annoying one. What could two guys possibly have to sit around and gossip about? It sounds like a hassle, but Lyon is determined to have a real conversation. He insists that just 10 minutes will be enough. Maybe his smile is just that persuasive, because Lyon finally agrees to sit down. As they sit side by side, the atmosphere turns heavy. Finally, Lyon speaks up with a hint of hesitation. He asks if Lyon has heard the rumors that he isn't actually a commoner. What rumors? It's not like he was trying very hard to hide it anyway. Lyon starts teasing him, asking if he should start using more formal language from now on. But Lyon isn't angry or even bothered. He didn't come here to argue or brag about his noble status. It takes a long moment before Lyon gathers enough courage to get to the main point with a serious tone. And trust me, you and I need to hear this. Lyon looks him in the eye, asking him to listen to his true words. All right. You and I are about to witness the moment these two rivals finally put everything on the line. Lyan drops the act because Lyan is serious. The prince asks again. Lyan nods. He knows Lyan could easily ignore these challenges without any blow to his reputation or status. Lyan does not even need his royal title to say no to anyone, including Lyan. He simply chooses not to pull that card. Yet, he keeps agreeing. Every single match they have ever had only happened because of Lyan's genuine kindness and patience. When it comes to Lyan, you could say he possesses nothing but the true and absolute generosity of a natural winner. Now pay attention, because the deal Lyan is about to offer is going to change their lives forever. It is a shocking proposal. Let's end this. One final duel, pure swordsmanship only. No more relying on our spirit swords like we usually do in practice. This time, we use real steel swords, not wood. If I win this match, you will officially become my vassal. That is my price. Lyan had already told Jubath his plan. He wants Lyon and Kloe to become his ultimate right and left hands in the future. This offer is a clear declaration of hierarchy. It sounds like a massive gamble, and Lyan wonders why Lyan trusts him to stay faithful without a contract. There is no magical binding between them. A verbal promise like this could be broken the second things go south for either side. Lyan says it depends on their character. But for now, he trusts Lyon's word because of his unwavering pride as a top soldier. He knows that no matter what happens, Lyan is the type of man who will always keep his promises to the very end. In this moment, Lyan suddenly feels their bond shifting. It is no longer just the simple, petty rivalry he once imagined in his head. He is ready to accept. But there is a catch. Lyan only laid out the conditions for his own victory so far. If Lyan loses, he serves Lyan. But what happens if the prince is the one who gets beaten into the dirt this time? Lyan asks with total confidence. Lyan freezes for 3 whole seconds. Clearly, he never even considered the possibility of losing it was simply an unthinkable scenario. Lyan quickly recovers his composure and smiles. Fine. If you actually manage to defeat me, he says with a cheerful grin on his face, I will give you anything you desire, as long as it does not threaten my family honor or my personal reputation. Secret sword techniques, mana cultivation methods, or even rare elixirs, you name it. This is an incredible opportunity for any young warrior. Even without the rewards, Lyan was already itching to test his progress against Lyan's overwhelming strength once again to see his growth. With prizes like these hanging over his head, there is simply no way he can refuse. He officially agrees to the duel with real swords. Let me know when you are ready. I need time to prepare the arena, so give me at least 3 days of notice. As Lyan walks away, the gears of fate begin to turn for these two teenagers, who share such incredibly similar names. One is Lyon, the hero chosen by a random twist of fate and the sharp edge of a legendary sword. The other is Lyan, the ambitious prince fighting to seize the throne. This is where their true battle finally begins. But the second Lyon is out of sight, Lyon's heart sinks. He was acting tough, but inside, he is absolutely terrified and shaking. Elxid stares forward with wide, worried eyes. What is with that look? Are you actually scared of him right now? You just talked down to that guy like a total boss, and now you are shaking? He asks Lyon with a loud voice. And yeah, I know what you are thinking, he is stronger. He just does not realize it yet. Lyon keeps his head down. Lyon slowly reaches his hand out. Last month's training was brutal beyond words, but despite all the pain and the hard work, he honestly does not feel like he has gotten any stronger. Elxid is left completely speechless by his lack of self-awareness. The spirit closes its eyes. You really do not see it, do you? You have already become an incredibly powerful warrior. Stop overthinking it. Lyon is still doubtful. Is that true? Sensing energy is a completely different beast compared to raw physical power. If you have never used it correctly, of course you won't feel the change yet. Just keep working hard. Lyon, you are heading to the physical strength test next, right? Caught off guard by the question, he stammers out a response. That is right. Elxid gives a wicked smirk. Well, you can look forward to it then. Something way beyond your imagination is about to happen soon. The spirit grins arrogantly. I wonder if you will still be talking like a weakling after this test is over. Lyon is left totally confused. Cut to the testing grounds, where a booming voice orders every student to fall into line. If you feel sick, speak up now. The rest of you, start warming your bodies up, Hemet says while checking his files. Lyon stands in line, thinking back. He was ranked 9th last time. No mana allowed here. It is a test of pure strength. The top spots always go to the nobles. They have access to secret strength elixirs and elite training from the day they are born. Rankings are usually fixed. What was Lyon's rank again? Elxid asks. Number 1. Trust me, you and I must see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see if pure hard work can actually beat raw talent. Elxid notes that while his opponent has not trained as much as Lyon, he is still leagues above the spoiled kids who only rely on their status. Lyon thinks to himself that even a short distance sprint means 2 laps around the field. Since each lap is 400 meters, he is going to have to run 800 meters in total. Last time, Lyon ran it in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Hearing that, Elxid asks for his current progress. Lyon shyly admits that he felt like he was dying just to hit 1 minute and 40 seconds. Elxid is shocked by the 20-second gap, realizing he cannot even compete with someone like Lyon yet. Elxid tells him not to worry about failing even if he tries his best. Things are different now because unlike before, Lyon finally has the legendary sword by his side to guide him. Hearing those words makes Lyon feel much more at ease. He nods and tells the spirit that he will put all of his trust into him for this race. With his sword ready, Lyon stands at the starting line alongside 3 other students. Helmwood raises the red flag and shouts for them to start, sending all 4 students charging forward instantly. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps erupts as one runner surges ahead of the pack. Lyon, who was watching from the sidelines, opens his eyes wide in total disbelief. Lyon is sprinting at an incredible speed, leaving a massive gap between himself and the other 3 runners. He tears through the track, firmly in the lead. Now watch this part closely. Lyon is about to shock everyone as he blazes past a student who was supposed to be the pacer. The girl timing the race stammers his name in pure shock. Lyon! Then she shouts the result, 1 minute and 29 seconds. Everyone watching breaks into a wild, surprised cheer. Helmwood walks over to the boy and calls his name quietly. Lyon. He asks if the boy has been practicing mana, but Lyon answers no while catching his breath. Helmwood reaches out and asks to check for himself, and Lyon cooperates by holding out his hand. Yes, sir. Immediately, Helmwood grips Lyon by the wrist, and a faint aura of energy begins to flow between them as he investigates the boy's body. Watching the teacher inspect him, Lyon starts to feel a sense of mounting anxiety. He realizes the teacher is checking his physical strength by injecting a tiny amount of mana into his system. If Lyon was actually using mana, he would be expelled immediately, but for now, he is safe. A moment later, Helmwood lets go and confirms the boy truly has no mana. But he is baffled by how much Lyon changed in just a few weeks and asks what kind of training he did. Lyon breathes a sigh of relief and tells the teacher he only performed simple exercises. He suggests that maybe he just had more time to rest than before. Helmwood checks his records and notes that Lyon's recent training volume has actually been unusually high. It seems his body has developed significantly after recovering from years of extreme physical overexertion. But then the teacher shakes his head, muttering that the progress still does not make any logical sense. Lyon ignores the mumbling and walks away, noticing that Lyon is staring at him with a sharp, suspicious glare. Unsure of what to think, Lyon asks Elxid what is going on with his rival. The spirit just smiles brightly and asks Lyon if everything happened exactly the way he predicted it would. I know what you are thinking. How did he get this fast? Lyon tells the spirit to stop laughing and explain. Elxid finally starts his lesson, asking Lyon where he thinks true physical power comes from. Lyon answers simply. It comes from the muscles, right? Elxid agrees but continues his explanation. He says most training methods in this world focus only on increasing the size or the density of a person's muscle fibers. But if you do not understand the relationship between the nerves and the muscles, then you have only mastered half of the equation. He asks if Lyon knows about the nervous system. Muscles have nerves, and the limit of the strength you can actually use depends entirely on how well developed those nerves are. This is why physical size does not always determine strength. It all comes down to the differences in each person's individual neuromuscular system. Lyon realizes this is a concept he has never heard of before as Elxid continues his deep explanation. He explains that muscle density is usually decided at birth with a clear limit on how many fibers you can grow. And Lyon was already reaching that natural limit. That is why Elxid focused on developing Lyon's nervous system instead. Lyon is confused, wondering how the spirit could have possibly trained his nerves without him knowing. He asks if the spirit did something to his body while he was asleep, since he never practiced anything like that. Elxid reveals the truth. All of that progress was actually the result of the agonizing punishments he made Lyon endure. Lyon is absolutely stunned and lets out a loud cry of shock. Elxid explains that those nerves had been dormant for 10 years, but Lyon managed to release that locked potential in a very short amount of time. He tells the boy that the only way to achieve that was through pain so intense it felt like his muscles were being torn apart by a sword. Lyon realizes the hellish pain he felt during training was actually his nervous system evolving. He angrily asks Elxid why he did not just tell him that from the very beginning. The spirit just laughs and says that doing so would have been unfair. Lyon can only stare back at him in complete disbelief. Elxid explains that if Lyon knew the reason for the pain beforehand, he never would have been able to focus as intensely as he did during yesterday's training session. It is a frustrating realization, but Lyon has to admit that the spirit's explanation makes perfect sense. Elxid acts incredibly proud of himself, telling the boy there is no need to thank him. He claims he is only doing his duty as a sword, and he is genuinely happy that everything has progressed so well after all this time. Lyon grits his teeth, thinking that this spirit is more of a devil than a hero's sword. He wonders if the legendary hero Roderick was actually a villain in disguise. But suddenly, a piercing scream from his classmates snaps him back to reality. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what is coming next. Alright. You and I are diving into a world where everyone is cheering for Lyon. He just broke his own record again. Lyon hears the crowd and just gives a cold smirk. He knows he is at the top of the food chain. Our main character, Lyon, can only glare back. He is ranked second now, but he still has not managed to surpass Lyon. Elxid speaks up from his side, pointing out that trying to beat a guy like that in 1 month is pretty crazy. He warns Lyon not to be too hasty. Lyon clenches his fist and admits he knows, even if it is frustrating. Watching Lyon get surrounded by fans, Lyon realizes he closed the gap from rank 9 to rank 2. He is getting closer. He is convinced he can win. No, he will win. As night falls, the two of them continue their secret talk inside. Lyon asks what their training plan is for tomorrow, and Elxid takes a moment to think before giving his answer. Since Lyon mastered visual memory, they are done with physical grinding. Now, it is time to focus entirely on gaining real combat experience. The goal is to take everything he has learned and start using it smoothly during a real high-stakes fight. Lyon is a bit hesitant because that is always easier said than done. Elxid is serious, they have to leave the academy grounds. Now watch this. Lyon practically begs for sword training, his eyes sparkling with hope as he looks at his master. Elxid shuts him down instantly. He told him to stop dreaming about swordsmanship until he is actually ready for it. You cannot use a blade without mastering aura first. Having basic skills is enough to reach a certain level for now. Techniques without aura are just swinging sticks. If your mind is red, even your ultimate move becomes useless after one try. Against a real pro, your own attack will just become the bait they use to finish you off. But Lyon still does not look very convinced. He just frowns and asks why that even matters so much. Elxid explains that a sword forged through long-term effort is truly powerful. He needs to focus on his inner strength first. He reminds Lyon of his last sprint. If his physical ability reaches that level again, he can actually stand against Lyon. But right now, what he really needs is more experience in a real, life-or-death battle. Lyon wonders where to find thugs to fight, remembering the 2 criminals who tried to threaten him in the past. Those guys demanded everything valuable he had, acting like typical bullies who thought he was an easy target. Lyon asks if there are slum thugs in this fancy academy, but Elxid just gives him a knowing look. You and I both know trouble is coming. The next day, Lyon is walking through the hallway, still thinking about the conversation he had with Elxid last night. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name. 3 students are standing on the stairs, asking if he is the commoner named Lyon. Looking at their badges, Lyon knows exactly who they are. They are all from wealthy, noble families with massive egos. 2 of them start shouting, insulted that a commoner took the rank 2 spot. They call him an impudent, arrogant brat. They immediately accuse him of cheating. They are convinced he played some trick to fool the instructors during the evaluation. Lyon does not want to deal with them at all. He just wants to get through his day without any drama. Whether it was 300 years ago or now, these nobles never change. He tells them to go talk to the faculty. That makes them even angrier. They scream at him for talking back, questioning how a commoner like him has any skills. They find it suspicious that someone who has not even sworn loyalty to a house is ranked so high. A student named Jeb smirks deviously, finally showing his true colors by asking what Lyon's family actually does for a living. Lyon steps back, feeling more confused by the second. He realizes that sometimes, words just do not work on people like this. These guys did not come here to talk. They came to bully him. Suddenly, a new voice calls out from above them. A stylish guy tells them not to get too excited, looking down at everyone with a very arrogant expression. He walks down, acting like he is being fair by saying that even a commoner is technically equal in this academy. Lyon looks over at him, sensing that this guy is much more dangerous than the other 3 combined. It is Elong. He suggests that as nobles, it is their duty to give Lyon a proper punishment for his behavior. The 3 lackeys immediately agree, praising Elong as the glory of the Burbama family. They are basically his fan club. Elxid just mocks them, laughing at the guy for being the leader of a group of absolute idiots. Lyon whispers the details. Elong is the second son of a countess, and he is a very big deal here. He was the one holding rank 2 until Lyon showed up and took it. I guess that is why he is so angry. He is the type of guy who will do anything to fight the top students, always acting superior to everyone else. Elong stands in Lyon's face, offering a fake apology for this meeting. And trust me, you and I are about to see a noble get a reality check. Alright, you and I are about to see how a zero-power underdog deals with a bunch of elitist bullies. Elong makes a formal proposal and reaches out, but Lyon is wise enough to demand the details first. The lackeys behind him start shouting about his insolence, but Elong quickly raises a hand to shut them up. Now pay attention, because here's the trap Elong is setting for our boy under the guise of a duel. Lyon stares him down, sweating as he realizes how dangerous it is just to be standing next to Elong. It seems like a fair deal, but Lyon notices he never mentioned banning aura, meaning they'll definitely use it. If he refuses now, Elmong will just label him a fraud who dared to trick the academy instructors. If he rejects the offer entirely, there's no telling what these guys will try to do to him next. They'll just find another way to ruin him. Lost in thought, Lyon suddenly glances back at his mysterious companion. Looking at his own cold, determined expression, Lyon thinks that a real hero would definitely have a way out. But then he grinds his teeth and scolds himself, asking if he's really pathetic enough to beg for help. Relying on a rival for a lifeline is a bigger insult than any provocation these bullies could ever throw. After a long moment of silence, Lyon finally takes a deep breath and gives his answer. Fine, let's do it. Elmong is surprised, but Lyon adds conditions. Instructor Helmuth must supervise, and he only fights one person daily. If I win, you must promise to never doubt my abilities or spread rumors about my power ever again. You're supposed to be a big shot, so you're generous enough to handle a simple deal like this, right? Elmong hesitates. Helmuth is the academy's demon instructor, and you can't get away with any tricks under him. But he eventually nods and accepts the terms. Fine then. I agree to your little conditions for this duel. In his head, Elmong doesn't care about the instructor. His only regret is not being able to finish Lyon. Back in the present, Lyon talks to Elxid about Elmong's true skills and how his combat instincts felt off. Elxid just laughs it off comfortably, making Lyon wonder if his companion is taking this way too lightly. He asks Elxid point blank, can someone without aura really stand a chance against those who can actually use it? Elxid hasn't fought aura users before, but then he lights up, offering to show him exactly how easy it is. Seeing that sudden confidence makes Lyon even more nervous. Wait, what are you planning to show me right now? Now, watch this. Elxid is about to reveal something that changes everything for us by opening a status screen. It lists his title as the hero who cannot use aura, currently at level 18 with some very specific skills. Sword Saint Novice, Rodrigue's Gaze, and Martial Artist Stage. Lyon's eyes widen as he reads the data. He looks at Elxid in shock, asking what all this information means. Elxid just smiles back at him playfully. This is your current level, and these are the stats for that arrogant brat Elmong, who is also level 18. He is a level 6 Sword Saint Novice and a level 3 Aura user, based on my personal standards. Lyon's jaw drops as he realizes Elmong is actually way weaker than he thought. Is he really that pathetic? As a Count's son, he should have had access to rare herbs and intense training since he was young. All that money and those hellish practice sessions were supposed to make him some kind of unstoppable elite monster. Elxid explains that herbs are useless if the body can't digest them, and hellish training isn't everything. Physical ability can only go so far when you aren't using your internal aura to boost your overall stats. Most people hit a wall at tier E99, but you can break through that wall with my help. Without aura, your body normally has a limit, but Elxid promises to push Lyon far beyond those natural boundaries. It all depends on your effort, but even without aura, you're already strong enough to handle these small fry. After listening to the long explanation, Lyon rubs his chin and asks for clarification on his physical growth potential. He decides to trust Elxid's plan. Fine, let's do it your way and show them what we can do. Lyon glares ahead, resolving to stop looking back and start aiming for the top from this moment on. I am definitely going to crush that guy, he thinks, remembering Elmong's smug and punchable face from earlier. Then he complains about his title as the hero who can't use aura, but Elxid just tells him to improve. The scene shifts to the academy hallway where flags line the walls, and Lyon hears a familiar, deep voice. And that's where we leave it, trust me. This duel under Instructor Helmuth's watch is going to be absolutely legendary. Stick with me before Lyon can even say a word. Helmuth beats him to the punch. You have changed so much after just one victory. I was ready to stop you if you tried anything reckless, but that clearly is not necessary. Right, Lyon? But Lyon is still confused, honestly telling his teacher that he has no clue what he is talking about right now. Helmuth just chuckles and turns away, calling him a cheeky brat. He tells Lyon to just trust his gut and follow his heart. Lyon is left scratching his head. Huh? Finally, Helmuth looks back with a sharp grin. I want you to teach those arrogant fools a lesson, got it? It seems the message has finally sunk in. Lyon gives a firm, quiet nod. He knows exactly what needs to be done. Helmuth leads the way into the arena as the crowd erupts in cheers. Lyon follows right behind, his eyes fixed on the battleground ahead. But as he steps onto the sand, a familiar, annoying voice cuts through the noise. You! How can a commoner like you dare make me wait? You have got some nerve. It is Jeff, standing there with a smug, mocking look. Lyon doesn't even give him a glance. He just turns to Helmuth and asks if they can start the match immediately. Now pay attention, this is where it gets real. Helmuth stands between them, declaring the duel official under his watchful eye, their own honor, and their personal promises. Jeff Hyrick, what do you hope to gain from this match? Helmuth asks him first. I want that commoner dog to confess his sins. Jeff snaps. Lyon's expression darkens. This guy really does not know when to quit. Then Helmuth turns to our main character. And you, Lyon? What are you looking to achieve today? Lyon just sighs. I just want them to stop bothering me. Helmuth claps his hands together. Good. Both of you, step forward. They take their stances, gripping their wooden training swords tight. The atmosphere is suddenly heavy with tension. Up in the stands, Kloe and the other students watch intensely. The whispers from the crowd are starting to grow louder. Even with wooden swords, channeling aura makes them just as deadly as steel. Everyone thinks Lyon is at a massive disadvantage. Elsie floats nearby, offering to show Lyon the guy's power stats just to be safe. But Lyon shuts her down. No need. I can handle this myself. No matter his stats, this guy is just another lackey. Lyon is not about to waste Elsie's energy on someone so insignificant. Suddenly, Jeff lunges. He swings his sword back and charges at Lyon with a wild scream, looking for a quick end. Lyon watches him closely, analyzing the move. It is a simple diagonal slash coming from the upper right. He tracks the trajectory perfectly. He readies his defense, expecting a feint, but then Lyon realizes something that completely shocks him. You see that too, right? Jeff is moving like he is stuck in slow motion in Lyon's eyes. As Jeff's blade comes down, Lyon effortlessly blocks it. Even Helmuth is stunned by how calm and precise Lyon's movements are. Elmong's gang is losing their minds. They never imagined Lyon could parry a blow like that without even breaking a sweat. Even Kloe is speechless. Jeff was the one attacking, but Lyon counters with a lightning-fast strike to the forehead, stopping him cold. It is not just the crowd, though even Lyon is caught off guard. He looks back, confused by his own reaction speed. Oh, that is it? The match is over? He was stunned, looking at Jeff falling to the ground completely motionless. Jeff groans on the ground, cursing under his breath. He scrambles back up, screaming that one lucky hit does not mean he has won. Again! Fight me again! Jeff bellows like a madman. But Helmuth's voice booms over the arena, cutting him off. Jeff Heinrich, you lost. I will not let you behave this inappropriately any longer. But then, Lyon speaks up. Fine, let's go again. Both Jeff and Helmuth freeze, staring at him in total disbelief. Jeff starts laughing, pointing a finger at Lyon. He thinks Lyon is just submitting to his noble status. Good, but I will not accept your apology. Elsie is fuming, though. She tells Lyon to absolutely crush him this time. Helmuth signals for the second round to begin. Start, he shouts, and the tension reaches a breaking point. Elsie reminds Lyon that since his new observation skill is active, Jeff makes for some perfect target practice. Show him that being finished in one hit was actually a mercy, she says. Lyon just smirks. All right then. Once again, Jeff charges like a bull, swinging his sword back for another heavy, desperate strike. Lyon stays calm, bracing himself, but suddenly, a cold, sharp light glints in his eyes, locked onto his target. He tracks everything, arms, legs, even the guy's eyes. It is all so slow, he can see the next move before it happens. Elsie watches it unfold, whispering that Lyon has completely mastered the flow of his opponent's movements. Jeff is going all out now, his blade even managing to graze a few strands of Lyon's hair as he swings. Watching Jeff's aura, Lyon smiles. You and I both know what is coming next. All right, stick with me, as Zepp starts flaring his aura and screaming at Lyon for constantly dodging his attacks like a coward. But Lyon stays calm, focusing on his defense, while Elxid notes that Hanta keeps attacking mindlessly, despite being a difficult opponent to handle. It is clear Hanta does not know how to control his own power, fighting like a complete rookie with zero combat experience. Lyon adds his own thoughts, realizing that even with aura, Hanta has a very clear limit to what he can do. There is the opening. He spots Zepp's legs beginning to tremble, his stance finally starting to crumble under the heavy pressure. Taking the opening, Lyon swings his blade and strikes Zepp directly in his thigh, forcing the guy to grit his teeth in agony. Zepp lets out a pained cry and immediately leaps backward to put some distance between them. Clutching his wounded leg, Zepp growls that Lyon is naive for not finishing him off when he had the perfect chance. He claims basic swordsmanship cannot defeat him, but then his eyes go wide as Lyon moves faster than he can ever react. Lyon lands a barrage of strikes before he can even blink, and Elxid asks how the fight is feeling so far. Lyon finishes the combo and says that a real opponent is the best way to master these high-level observation techniques. Beaten and bruised, Zepp collapses onto the ground and desperately crawls away, shouting that he surrenders the match right now. Helmwood steps forward and raises Lyon's hand high, loudly announcing to the crowd that Lyon is the official winner. While Kloe and the others celebrate the victory, Elmong's group is absolutely fuming at the result they just witnessed on the field. That night at the dorms, everyone is gossiping about the fight, asking if they saw how Lyon handled the academy bullies. Word spreads that Lyon absolutely wrecked Elmong's entire crew, and people are shocked by how terrifyingly good at fighting he is. The rumors say he took them on one by one until every single one of them ended up in the infirmary bed. Now only Elmong remains, and Elxid coldly mocks the group for being weak, despite their physical stats and swordsmanship being so poor. He wonders how people like that are even capable of using aura in the first place, given their lack of talent. Lyon mentions that today's fight will be different, and Elxid warns him to be extra careful now that he is facing Elong. Now, pay attention here. This is the moment you and I have been waiting for, as Lyon steps onto the arena. Elong is already there, his entire body radiating a heavy, oppressive aura that weighs down on everyone standing in the entire stadium. Elxid just laughs at the sight, saying the villain is finally showing his true face, and Lyon can only agree with him. Lyon knows that with aura, Elong is physically stronger, especially according to the status window that Elxid shared with him earlier today. His swordsmanship is only level 1, but his ultimate skill is the real threat that could end this fight in a second. It is something Roderick's observation technique cannot track, as Elong scoffs that he never expected he would actually have to fight. Lyon looks him in the eye and simply says that he knew this showdown was bound to happen eventually. His confidence is unshakable, and Elong's face immediately twists in rage as he hears those bold words from a commoner like Lyon. Watching from the stands, Lyon's allies are tense, but Lyon knows this is his perfect chance to finally take this guy down. He realizes that even with his high stats, he is still at a disadvantage without any aura to back up his strength. Lyon realizes that if Elong channels aura into his weapon, a regular wooden sword will stand no chance against him. He furrows his brow, knowing he has to make a life-or-death decision right now. He weighs his options, wondering if he should avoid a direct collision and treat this like a true life-or-death struggle. Watch closely, because as soon as Helmwood's shouts start, a deadly blast of energy shoots right past Lyon's head. A cut appears on his cheek instantly, and he realizes with absolute shock that his opponent is already using sword chi. Elong is already closing the distance, his blade aimed straight for Lyon's vitals with clear intent to kill him. Lightning crackles around the tip of the sword, and Lyon realizes their raw speeds are on completely different levels as he braces. He stares down his opponent, feeling the massive surge of fighting spirit and bloodlust coming from the man standing before him. Is this the true power of a count's bloodline? Elong just laughs, mocking his own subordinates for being so weak and pathetic. He thinks that by crushing an arrogant commoner, he can restore his reputation and prove his dominance over the students. He even offers to let Lyon become his lackey if he wants protection, acting as if he is doing him a favor. Lyon stays silent, ignoring the trash talk while remaining on high alert for the next move from this dangerous and powerful opponent. Elong keeps talking, claiming he might overlook Lyon's past mistakes, but Lyon does not wait for him to finish. He grips his sword and launches a sudden strike, forcing Elong to tilt his body and barely dodge the blade. They break apart, the sheer force of Lyon's swing leaving a visible ripple in the air between them as they reset. A fresh cut appears on Elong's cheek, and he wipes the blood away while cursing Lyon under his breath in pure hatred. He screams that Lyon is being arrogant just because of his trashy, low-level talent, but Lyon is not fazed at all. Lyon fires back with a provocation of his own, while Elxid floats there looking stunned after hearing his technique called trash talent. Trust me, you and I are about to see a spirit lose his mind after that insult to his legendary swordsmanship. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when you push a legend too far. Lyon calls out to Elxid, but the spirit is absolutely fuming. They say time changes everything, but even after 300 years, I am still being insulted by some random brat. Elxid snaps back. Lyon gets a bad feeling as Elxid's voice rings in his ear. Lyon, do you see that guy's perfect set of teeth? Elxid demands punishment for the insults his master suffered. If that jerk still has all his teeth after this fight is over, consider it your failure. This is not just a suggestion, it is a direct warning from Elxid himself. Lyon hardens his resolve. Defeating a couple of guys is not enough. He has to give this everything he has got. On the other side, Elong is stunned by the sudden shift in Lyon's intensity. Where is this spirit coming from? Lyon lunges forward to take the lead. The two clash in a brutal exchange of close-quarters combat, but this time, Elong is the one being pressured. A student in the stands watches in shock as Elong is pushed back. But the observers know this is not over yet. Lyon might be pushing the pace with pure acceleration, but Elmong's balance is clearly starting to crumble, as he explains. Lyon grits his teeth, frustrated that he cannot use mana. At this speed, without internal energy, he knows he is at a massive disadvantage. Elong is backed against the wall, shouting about Lyon's sheer persistence. He tells Lyon to stop enduring so pathetically and just give up, but Lyon shouts back that those words belong to him. Lyon's eyes begin to glow. What he lacks in speed and power, he will make up for with his eye technique. Pay attention to this part, it is where Lyon's true genius shines. By predicting afterimages and movements, he can finally turn the tide, faster, sharper, and wider. He swings his sword relentlessly until the enemy is locked in his sights, moving as if through water. Suddenly, both warriors clash their blades high in the air. Lyon's plan works, and he lets out a smirk. A frustrated Elong snarls, demanding to know if Lyon really has zero mana. Watching from the sidelines, Helmut is baffled. He still cannot sense a single drop of mana from Lyon. He can hardly believe Lyon has held his own against Elmong for this long, even though he is seeing it with his own eyes. Elmong suddenly laughs. He decides it is time to use his trump card against a nobody like Lyon. Lyon senses the danger immediately. Elmong pulls his sword back for a secret technique, the tip of the blade glowing silver. Lyon stares, trying to read the move. Is it a thrust or a slash? He realizes this move can be anything. He focuses his eye technique, refusing to blink for even a second. In an instant, Elmong charges forward with murderous intent. Lyon steps back, realizing he cannot fully dodge a direct thrust. He twists his body at the last second with everything he has. But it was a trap. The first move was just bait for an even deadlier follow-up attack. It is the Bourbon family's secret technique, the crescent thrust, aimed straight for the heart. Even with his quick reflexes, Lyon's ribs are hit. Nobody can keep fighting with shattered bones. I know what you are thinking. Is this the end for our hero? Elmong's blade gets closer as Lyon realizes his eyes aren't enough, but he grits his teeth and refuses to give in. He cannot lose here. Lyon plants his feet so hard the ground cracks. He leaps into the air just as Elmong's sword whistles past. Elmong looks up in pure shock. A split second later, a heavy blow crashes down right onto his shoulder. His eyes roll back from the pain. Somehow, Lyon has already repositioned himself right behind Elmong's back. Elmong gasps for air, clutching his left shoulder in agony while glaring back at the boy behind him. The crowd whispers. His left arm is ruined. Elmong is at a massive disadvantage now. It is not just the injury. His secret technique was completely countered. Elmong is exhausted, but he refuses to quit. He expects Lyon to press the advantage with a barrage of attacks. He realizes that Lyon's wooden sword is reaching its limit against his mana-infused strikes. If he can just shatter that sword, he can still win. He lunges forward with one last desperate strike, screaming at Lyon to die. But against such a reckless attack, Lyon parries effortlessly, sending Elmong's sword flying. The boy stands there frozen, unable to believe he was defeated so quickly. But Lyon is not done. In the next heartbeat, his sword swings upward, slamming directly into Elmong's chin. The impact is devastating. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You won't want to miss the fallout after a strike like that. Stick with me, you're about to see the moment an underdog becomes a legend. Helmwood raises Lyon's hand high, announcing him as the winner, while the crowd roars his name in pure excitement. Afterward, Elxid is just grinning like a proud teacher. You did great, kid. Now that arrogant jerk has been crushed. Lyon watches the crowd carry Elmong away and sighs. I wonder if his attitude will actually change now that he's tasted defeat. Since the duel conditions were like a solemn vow, my life at the academy should finally be peaceful. Elxid flies in front of him, admitting he's shocked. He didn't think Lyon would unlock the gate to Axel so quickly. Axel? Lyon is completely lost. Meanwhile, down on the training ground, Helmwood is busy picking up shattered teeth. 1, 2, 3. Man, this guy lost a lot of teeth. Lyon walks alone down the hallway, nursing his sore shoulder. As they walk, he asks Elxid about that hidden sword technique he managed to dodge with incredible speed. Elxid explains that there are moments when the body moves far faster than the conscious mind can even process. Especially in emergencies, reflexes will always beat out conscious intent. It's not just about raw speed. Lyon suddenly realizes the truth. Expert swordsmen move like that because they've mastered the power of aura. Elxid nods. That's only half right. Without using aura, your body shouldn't be able to handle it. Usually, super speed is impossible without aura, but somehow, you pulled it off before even starting your training. You only used it in your thighs, which is incomplete but still insane. It means you unconsciously pushed past your weak willpower to break your limits. Wait, didn't you say my body would break under the pressure? I feel fine. Is that because it was incomplete? Elxid gives a wicked little smile. Yeah, basically. If you used your whole body instead of just your legs, you'd literally turn inside out. Lyon's face goes pale. Then Elxid drops the bomb. I think it's time you start taking care of your body for the consequences. Now pay attention here, because this is where the price of power finally catches up to him. Suddenly, sparks of lightning erupt from Lyon's thighs. He screams in agony, collapsing as Elxid watches him roll on the floor. You should be glad the backlash is this small. Super speed isn't something a normal human can handle. Don't ever use it again until you've mastered aura. If you do, it'll be the last thing you ever do. Lyon grinds his teeth through the pain. Later, the sun shines over the academy dorms as he walks peacefully through the halls filled with students. Groups of students whisper as he passes. Lyon knows all eyes are on him, and he can hear exactly what they're saying. Rumors claim he was found by a legendary clan, or that he's a secret weapon raised deep within the palace. Others say he learned secret swordsmanship from a nameless master in the mountains. Lyon just lets out a tired sigh. It seems like those guys are spreading complete nonsense everywhere. Elxid laughs, figuring they're just making up excuses for why they lost. If they had any pride, they wouldn't have bothered me. But Elxid points out their noble pride is long gone. Elxid actually finds that pretty convincing. Good point. Let's pivot for a second. Look who's waiting for him. It's Kloe. Though nobody knows why she's here. Kloe gives him a soft smile. Hey Lyon. He freezes for a moment before stuttering out a greeting back. He asks why she isn't in alchemy class. Is she actually skipping school? She calls him an idiot, explaining the teacher is sick. I'd never skip class just to see you. She leans back on the bench with a mysterious smile. Something has changed about you, Lyon. You've been avoiding me lately, and then you start picking fights with nobles. Don't you realize how worried I've been about everything? Lyon is stunned into silence. He looks down at the ground, unable to find the words to answer her. His mind starts racing. How long has it been since they could just talk naturally like this? I think I finally understand. I know exactly how I feel about her. He remembers the awkwardness and the way his heart would race whenever Kloe was around. He recalls the jealousy he felt seeing others near her, and the crushing weight of his own insecurity that used to swallow him whole. His hands were always covered in dirt and scars, yet he never let go of his sword. He used to hate this world for not rewarding his hard work. Then he remembers the first time he met Elxid. You called for me, Lyon, and that's where we leave it with the chance for a hero to finally prove his worth. Alright, you and I are about to watch a legendary rivalry reach its boiling point. Kloe is rambling about rumors that Lyon found a god sword, which is why he has improved so fast. She talks and talks without getting a single reply, so she finally turns her head to look at him. To her shock, Lyon is actually crying. Tears are streaming down his face without stopping, and Kloe suddenly feels a wave of panic. She frantically asks him why he is crying out of nowhere. It is just a rumor, right? That god sword story is just weird talk, after all. But Lyon just answers that it is not about a god sword. Kloe is left completely stunned and confused. What? Lyon is still lost in his thoughts, thinking about how Elsie pulled him up from the deepest abyss, even if she was a bit blunt. Meanwhile, on the other side, Roderick is calmly eating crackers when he suddenly jumps up and shouts in surprise. Now pay attention, this is where the power scales start to break. Roderick yells at Lyon for leveling up out of nowhere while he was just trying to enjoy the atmosphere. A moment later, the bar ticks up even more. Even Elxid finds it a bit strange, though she only shows a little curiosity. Lyon realizes that if a hero is someone who saves the world, then his hero is Elxid. Suddenly, his eyes become incredibly firm and full of determination. He promises himself that he will become a hero worthy of his master's title and the high expectations Elxid has for him. He vows to honor the Sword Saint's legacy. Kloe, standing right beside him, can clearly see the massive change in Lyon's spirit. Roderick is still baffled, muttering that he has no clue what is happening. This kid was just talking to a girl and suddenly hit a new level. Elxid floats in the air, muttering that as someone born perfect, she does not really care about the reason behind his growth. She just notes that he is finally looking like he is worth training, letting out a very devious little smirk. That look on Elxid's face gives Lyon a sudden chill down his spine. Kloe looks at him with concern and calls his name. As night falls over the academy dorms, Lyon lies in bed with his hands behind his head, deep in thought about everything. He realizes he really has changed. He remembers Kloe telling him earlier that day that he has made huge progress, which caught him off guard. Kloe had turned back with a smile, explaining that he is no longer afraid and can now face anything with total calm. She said that even though he looks exactly like the old Lyon, he is somehow completely different now. One person was always looking up, but the other only looked straight ahead at his goal. After she finished speaking and started to walk away, Lyon stood there frozen. Kloe stopped once more and looked straight back at him. Her voice sounded a bit sad, as she said it would be great if he could talk to Lyon a few more times. She explained that none of them truly understand Lyon's feelings or are close to him. Lyon just replied that he would do what he could. Now, he is tossing and turning in bed, clutching his head because he simply cannot get any sleep. Lyon sighs to himself, mentally apologizing to Kloe, because he knows that talking is something he just cannot do right now. The next match will be the final showdown. Meanwhile, in another room, Lyon stands on the balcony, staring into the distance, firmly whispering the name, Lyon. The scene shifts to the next morning with the sun high in the sky. A training post is suddenly smashed into pieces by a powerful strike. Lyon holds his sword hilt, breathing heavily. The wooden blade he was just using has completely shattered from the force. Elxid's voice rings out, noting that a simple wooden sword was never going to last very long against that kind of power. Even though the technique is solid, it puts an insane amount of pressure and stress on the physical blade. Lyon looks at the broken wood and smiles, saying it only needs to work once. After all, a trump card is meant for a single use. Besides, he knows Lyon is a genius. If he uses the same move over and over, Lyon will definitely read his patterns and counter him. You and I saw this coming. Lyon is a straight-up monster. Elxid asks if he is scared after seeing the sheer gap in their status windows. Right then, a notification pops up on the screen, showing the full breakdown of his current power levels. Here is the data on Lyon. He is a swordsman born with elite talent and bloodlines. Level 25, Strength 140, Stamina 122, Agility 141, Aura 253. Skills include Mastered Basic Swordsmanship, Intermediate Swordsmanship Level 5, and Level 4 Mystic Sword Arts, plus Flash Step Level 2, Intermediate Aura User Level 1, and Tier 2 Natural Sword Sense. Lyon reads this and is completely stunned. An Intermediate Aura user can manifest sword intent and blast aura right out of their body. He is stronger than the instructors. Elxid explains that this is a level most swordsmen do not reach until they are 30, and he has already surpassed that limit. Lyon looks at the stats and realizes he might lose in power and speed, but he can still gain the edge in stamina. He is a terrifying opponent, but Lyon believes a win is still possible. Elxid likes that fire and promises to give him plenty of advice. She tells him to listen closely and use her tips as the foundation to defeat Lyon. Lyon starts to walk away but stops to ask a question. Elxid, if just a what if. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. If I lose, what then? Lyon asks, tilting his head. Stick with me, you and I are about to see the moment everything flips for Lyon. Lyon asks why. Elxid explains that this is all just a test. I told you before, compared to the sweet rewards, the trials you are going to face will be 1,000 times more brutal. Lyon is terrified. Does the first test have to be this brutal? He stammers. Do not just spring this on me out of nowhere. Elxid shrinks down and slowly responds. I just did that for the drama. But Lyon, this match? It is the turning point of your life. Win against Lyon, and I will explain everything. Once you hear my explanation, you will finally understand why I said all this. Lyon gulps, absorbing every word. He spends the entire day training relentlessly for the upcoming showdown that will decide his future. Dark clouds slowly roll in, swallowing the golden sunset that bathed the sky in light just a few moments ago. Rain begins to pour. Thunder rumbles loudly through the heavy clouds. The scene shifts to another room, where rain droplets cling to the window glass. There are currently 2 people inside the room. Lyon gazes outside while Jubud sits on the sofa. An unexpected result, he says. I knew they were not actually bad people, but I did not think he could beat Elmong. It seems they are discussing the result of the previous fight between Elmong and Lyon. Lyon turns his head. It seems you predicted all of this, Lord Jubud. I remember you saying you could not fully judge him. He bows his head. It has been 3 years, but for the right person, that time is nothing. Watch closely, this old man knows more than he lets on. He cannot use aura, yet he defeated the second son of the Duke. There is no reason to doubt his potential anymore. Lyon turns back. Lyon sent me a message today. He said that he is finally ready for whatever comes next. Jubud finally replies. Finally, Lyon interrupts, his aura flaring. Lord Jubud, I have one request to ask of you, he says, his energy filling the entire room. Lyon narrows his eyes with resolve. Lyon, I will win. You will definitely become my knight, no matter what happens today. An image of Kloe flashes through Lyon's mind as he thinks about his goal and what he must achieve. The rain continues to pour down without stopping. Lightning strikes as black clouds completely consume the heavy sky, turning everything into a dark landscape. Lyon walks alone through the stadium hallway. The sudden flashes of lightning are his only source of light in the darkness. Lyon looks at Elxid, a hint of fear in his voice. It seems like the heavens have already set the stage for this match. A hero of the sword is putting his entire future on the line. Even the heavens are stirred by this, right? Suddenly, Helmwood appears ahead. Lyon responds instinctively. It is unusually quiet today, is it not? He smiles, pointing to someone in the distance. Lyon requested this. Unlike his previous matches, he wanted no distractions this time around. He wants to focus entirely on the fight. Elxid mutters that this is quite different from Elmong's public humiliation tactics. Helmwood walks forward. There are no spectators for this fight, but there is a watcher. Lyon is confused. A watcher? Who? Elxid realizes the truth and says, Ah, I see now. Elxid, do you know who it is? You saw that reaction, right? Lyon is officially panicking because he knows it is Kloe. Lyon panics. Kloe? Why would she be here right now? It laughs. You do not get it. Lyon knows you like her. He is using this match to win her over completely. Kings and nations being destroyed over a woman is not exactly a rare story. It has happened throughout history many times before. Elxid remembers Lyon's arrogant face. If I win this match, he had said with absolute confidence, you will be my vassal. Lyon glares forward with such intensity that even Elxid feels the pressure. Lyon is not playing around. Lyon remembers sitting under a tree with Lyon. A one-on-one match with his rival is all he can think about. Lyon is incredibly confident, putting his heart and soul into this. Lyon has also worked tirelessly just to win this fight. If I lose, I am his vassal. That is a good reason to have Kloe witness the outcome of this duel. He is making it clear who is the ruler and who is the servant. Kloe watches everything from the stands. Lyon steps out from the shadows, his brow furrowed deeply. He did not care about Kloe's feelings or mine. But then, Lyon lets out a faint smile that is almost impossible to see. I always knew. Lyon is a true high noble. You can see it clearly just by looking into his eyes. Manipulating relationships and emotions, it is a dirty political skill. Is that what being a noble really means? It is disgusting. Lyon's anger grows. Elxid, floating behind him, sees his clenched fist and asks, "Are you angry?" Lyon gives a simple, one-word answer. Yes. Trust me, you and I are about to see him snap. Trust me. You and I are about to see a regular kid teach a royal fool a lesson he will never forget. A moment later, they are standing face to face in the arena, with Helmwood positioned right between them. Lyon smirks at Lyon. "You're late." Lyon just fires back. "You're early. Where is this witness you invited?" Lyon just chuckles softly. "That person is watching us from a private spot. It wouldn't be fair if you got distracted, right? I want no excuses when you lose." Lyon stares him down. Lyon just tilts his head and smiles. "Is that so? Let's go then." But Lyon suddenly raises his hand. "Wait, first things first." He pulls out a small vial and pours a single pill into his palm. Lyon tosses the pill into his mouth while staring Lyon down. Lyon asks, "What did you just eat?" Lyon just gives him a casual, mysterious smile and tilts his head. "An aura suppressor. Even if I say I won't use aura, it might leak out. If that happens, this match becomes a total disaster." Lyon's face tightens. He hands Lyon a training sword. "Fine. Then let's get this started." The two warriors back off, separated by a few meters, locking eyes with absolute, lethal focus. Lyon knows Lyon is deadly serious. Then, Helmwood's voice thunders across the grounds. "Begin. Now watch this." Their blades scream as Lyon immediately knocks Lyon's sword back, forcing him to retreat. Lyon's sword arm vibrates with numbing pain, but he grinds his teeth and refuses to let go. Lyon doesn't stop. He lunges forward with a flurry of lethal strikes, driving Lyon further into a corner. Lyon struggles to parry the blows. "I thought I was stronger, but I won't last 30 seconds like this." Right then, Lyon exhales a long, steady breath. It looks like he is preparing for something huge. Lyon thrusts forward with everything he has got. Lyon tenses up, barely catching the blow on his blade. The pressure is insane. His blade feels like a whip. He's on a totally different level from Elmong. In that exact moment, Lyon's eyes flash with a piercing green light, and Roderick's eye is active, but Lyon's movements are more blurred than anyone he has ever faced before. Stay calm. Lyon analyzes the flickers, relying on his battle experience to bridge the massive gap. You and I can see how intense this is. Even Duport is stunned, wondering if these are actually students. Even Helmwood is shocked. Their swordplay is top tier, even without using a single ounce of aura. The blades swing in a non-stop dance of steel, neither side pausing for even a single second. Lyon starts to grin. This guy is a total monster. This is exactly what I wanted. Lyon is equally impressed. "Lyon, when did you get this good?" Duport just watches, completely mesmerized. I knew Lyon was a beast, but I never expected Lyon to actually keep up with him. Now the tide turns. Lyon is the one being pushed back. Lyon finally sees the opening he needed. Lyon swings with massive force, forcing Lyon into a desperate high-speed spin just to dodge the hit. Crack! Lyon's chest plate is sliced open, and a lock of his hair drifts slowly to the ground. Lyon's eyes go wide with pure shock as he looks at his severed hair falling to the floor. He touches the cut ends of his hair, staring at Lyon with a brand new, terrifying intensity. Lyon takes a deep breath to reset. Lyon wonders why the last attacks felt weaker than the first. Is he trying to turn this into an endurance match? Lyon tries to read his opponent's true intent. His own breathing is heavy, but Lyon smirks. "What's the matter? Are you surprised by that?" Lyon grips his hilt tight, gasping for air while keeping his eyes locked firmly on the target. Lyon is just as exhausted, his gaze burning with a fierce, competitive fire that won't go out. Lyon swings again. Wear him down. Wait for a mistake. It is a strategy with zero margin for error. One slip up and the fight is over. Lyon tightens his grip, ready for the next deadly exchange. Lyon watches him closely. He'll do anything to win. Well, it is time to shatter that dream forever. If I don't break him now, he'll never back down. Lyon's movements suddenly begin to accelerate. Duport jumps in his seat. Super speed? An Imperial family technique? Shockwaves ripple through the entire arena. Stick around, because that forbidden skill pushes a body past human limits, and we're about to see the fallout. Alright. You and I are about to watch a guy with zero aura take on a literal genius. Lyon isn't backing down. He grits his teeth and pushes his eye technique to the absolute limit. In the next second, Lyon blurs past. Lyon freezes, wondering how he dodged that as blood drips onto the floor. Lyon grips his bleeding arm. He realizes that was a super speed step, a move he didn't expect. He can't believe Lyon isn't using aura. Right then, Elxid whispers in his ear, confirming it is pure physical strength. Lyon jumps back, startled. Elxid just calmly tells him the human body is much stronger than he thinks. Lyon is stunned. He asks if that is even possible, as Elxid begins to explain the truth. There are techniques for speed, sure, but some push the body's endurance beyond what seems humanly possible. Suddenly, Lyon lunges forward with his blade. He swings down with everything, screaming at Lyon for being distracted. He mocks Lyon for being relaxed. Lyon blocks the strike, asking if secret techniques are all Lyon has left. As they clash, Elxid's voice rings out again. Now pay attention, because this is where things get truly wild. Suddenly, Lyon realizes something. Elxid isn't just watching, he is guiding him through this entire fight. Lyon shifts his stance, his boots skidding across the arena floor. Lyon watches every movement like a hawk. Lyon keeps the pressure on, forcing Lyon back toward the edge of the combat zone. Only 5 or 6 steps left before he is out. Lyon thinks he has successfully pushed him away. But then, the atmosphere shifts completely. Even Dubot is stunned at Lyon's level. Resisting super speed should be impossible. Lyon frowns, calculating. He knew his only shot at winning was to endure the initial onslaught. He waited for Lyon to tire himself out after using those high-speed moves. It was a massive gamble. Now, Lyon unleashes a speed he can barely control. He sighs, muttering that this isn't fun at all. Lyon flinches, completely lost. He has no idea what Lyon is talking about. Lyon raises his blade, radiating a strange pressure. Lyon braces himself, relying on every bit of his stored power. Over on Lyon's side, he is genuinely rattled by the scene unfolding before him. Lyon looks massive in this moment. Lyon just smirks, finally acknowledging the real threat in front of him. Lyon takes a defensive stance. He is determined to win. Then, he triggers his super speed once again. Dubot watches in disbelief. Using those moves without any aura, Lyon is pushing way past his physical limits. Elxid sees the fire in their eyes and lets out a sharp, impressed whistle. Lyon pours all his power into this one strike. But Lyon stands perfectly still, his gaze unwavering. Now, you and I are about to see the difference between born talent and years of hard work. Lyon remembers the years of swinging his sword every single day. He opens his eyes wide, focused. Under a dark, rainy sky, lit by flashes of lightning, both fighters charge each other with everything they have. A sharp crack echoes through the air as a broken blade spins high into the sky. Lyon stands frozen in shock. He can't believe what is left of the sword in his hand. The shattered steel clatters onto the floor. Lyon stares at the hilt, barely able to choke out a question. Elxid smiles, praising Lyon's dedication. He explains that a specific countermove decided this whole duel. It is a technique that breaks an opponent's reflexes. Lyon used it to strike right when Lyon retreated. Lyon speaks calmly. He tells Lyon that they have simply broken a different number of swords in training. Lyon is talented, but he doesn't understand the limits of his weapon like someone who works for it. With a real blade, things might be different. Lyon points his sword at the defeated Lyon. Lyon flashes a quick grin. He tells him simply, "I win this one, Lyon." Dubot stands up and starts clapping, officially declaring Lyon the winner of the match. Elxid mentions the wager. If Lyon loses, he has to become Lyon's servant or something like that. Lyon scoffs, claiming he'll give Lyon anything he wants, as long as it doesn't shame his family. He offers to teach him secret sword styles, aura usage, or even how to make powerful potions. Lyon just scratches his head. He realizes he doesn't actually want any of those things, and that's where we leave it. Stick around, because you won't believe what Lyon asks for next. Stick with me here, you and I are about to see the emotional aftermath of this insane fight. Lyon shrugs and turns away, telling him they can talk later, leaving Lyon totally shocked and asking for clarification. Lyon chuckles and explains that he has nothing yet, he needs time to think before giving his final answer. Both Dubot and Lyon look surprised by his words, but then he just laughs and agrees to the deal. Now, pay attention, because even though the sun is out, the atmosphere is about to shift inside the hallway. He clutches his injured arm, muttering about how he tried to win without his top speed, but Lyon pushed him. Suddenly, a gentle voice calls out as a pair of hands reach toward him from the shadows. Healing light glows as Kloe prays for a miracle she is using her sacred powers to mend Lyon's broken body. Just like that, the pain vanishes, and he can move his arm normally again like nothing ever happened. Lyon shouts in joy, amazed by her level 4 healing magic, and thanks Kloe for coming to see him. But Kloe stays silent, biting her lip as she stares down at the ground with a pained expression. She suddenly bursts into tears, screaming at the top of her lungs about how reckless he is. What if he had lost? Kloe wipes away her tears and speaks with a trembling voice filled with worry. "You have grown so much, but you are planning to leave the academy for good, aren't you?" Lyon is shocked. Kloe turns away, saying she knows him like the back of her hand, calling him a total idiot. Even though he is being scolded, Lyon just lowers his head and smiles, though his eyes look very sad. Lyon jokes that he thought she would be proud of him, but she just snaps back that he never listens. You have always been this way. Chasing impossible goals for hours, it really takes a lot of courage. You are always challenging the limits everyone else thinks are impossible, and somehow, you always manage to pull it off. I know what you are thinking, is he really that humble? Well, look at his reaction here. They both try to hold it in, but eventually, they just burst out laughing together like the close friends they are. Lyon turns to leave, telling Kloe that he is doing just fine now and doesn't need help. He asks her to go punch Lyon for him, and when she asks why, he explains the reason behind it. He is probably in deep shock and despair right now, and a punch from the girl he loves would help. It will turn today's failure into future growth, so I am leaving Lyon in your hands now as I head out. Kloe stands there alone, her eyes fixed on his retreating figure with a look of pure confusion. With his image burned into her mind, she suddenly shouts out, asking what he plans to do after leaving. He just shouts back that it is a secret, and keeps walking without looking back, leaving her completely speechless. She clasps her hands together, bowing her head in a sincere prayer for his long journey ahead. Elsie chuckles, noting how strange it is to see a witch who doesn't believe in gods praying for someone. Lyon just replies that she is a good person, before Elsie asks if he has finished all his business. Lyon says he has always wanted to be someone special, which catches Elsie completely off guard. Lyon stays silent, thinking about how he poured his soul into everything just to keep up with those two legends. But in the end, I could never truly overcome the walls of social status, family prestige, or raw talent. I felt like I wasn't good enough, but everything changed for me the moment I finally met you, Elsie. He remembers rising to rank 2, and the glorious moment he was honored in front of everyone after the fight. He finally broke free from his insecurities, and stepped out from the long shadow cast by those two rivals. From now on, I will become a true hero, and there won't be anyone in this world more special than me. Elsie just stares in silence before laughing, calling him a very practical and ambitious young man. Lyon asks if he is disappointed, but Elsie says there is nothing wrong with chasing fame or status. Ambition is the core of being human, and dreams are the fuel that keeps everyone moving toward the future. As long as you stay true to your heart, that ambition is what makes you real. That is why I chose you. The one truly destined to become the hero isn't just anyone, it is you, Lyon. Lyon is stunned, asking what he meant by that. And here is the secret you and I have been waiting for. The true prince of the Klein royal family is Lyon Gladius von Klein. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where the hero was decided 150 years ago. Lyon stares wide-eyed, stunned by what he just heard. He hangs his head, muttering that if there is already a perfect protagonist, like Elxid said, then he is just a redundant lead character who is no longer needed. He asks if that entire battle was really just a simple test for him. Lyon turns to Elxid for answers. The spirit just grins and tells him he did a great job. There is no law saying only the ones chosen by prophecy can be heroes. Real heroes use their own strength and will to open up a better future for everyone. But the other Lyon failed right at that step. Hearing those words, Lyon just lets out a small, confident smirk. Elxid watches him and asks if he feels guilty for stealing someone else's opportunity. Lyon just shrugs it off with a casual, "Absolutely not. That guy has everything. Why should I feel bad for a kid who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth?" Elxid stands there, totally shocked by that answer. Lyon adds that losing to a nobody with nothing is entirely the other guy's fault. And besides, the soul of the great hero Roderick and the sword Elsie chose me. I'm going to live up to those expectations. Elsie just sighs and smiles with satisfaction. The scene jumps to the next day as Lyon decides to leave the academy for good. When he hears Lyon wants to drop out and become an adventurer, the instructor looks heartbroken. Instead of a diploma, he offers a recommendation letter as a reward for that epic match against Elmong's group. That fight inspired the commoner students to train harder than they ever have before. It brought a fresh energy to the entire school, pushing everyone to their limits. But now, there is no reason to stay. Lyon and Elxid set off together. He shouts with excitement, "Let's head to Plain, the city of freedom where adventurers gather." Now watch closely, Lyon's journey is only just beginning, and hidden dangers are already watching him from the shadows. It is the sharp gaze of an eagle, the true king of the vast skies. It soars over the lush green forest and cool rivers below. Down in the thicket, something starts rustling, about to burst out. A figure suddenly lunges out. It is Lyon, and he is absolutely drenched in sweat. He leans over, gasping for air, and finally collapses. He's actually crying tears of joy for escaping that cursed forest. Lyon stands at the edge of the woods, staring at the city in the distance. We finally made it. It has been over 2 weeks since leaving the academy. Finally, a real bed to sleep in tonight. Elxid is not impressed. He tells him to be grateful that the forest served as a perfect training ground for him. Lyon just glares at him, saying he is so grateful he could cry about them leaving it behind. 2 weeks ago, they entered this forest on their way to the city. Camping in the wild meant constant goblin attacks. In that dangerous situation, Elxid finally allowed him to use the real sword instead of the wooden practice one. With permission granted, Lyon draws the blade right from the seal on his left hand. Unlike wood, this razor-sharp steel slices through goblins like they are nothing but paper. You and I can see it 15 days of grinding in that forest really changed his combat style. Elxid keeps nagging though. He points out that those goblins that gave Lyon trouble before now die in 10 seconds flat. He even takes the credit, saying it was only possible because of the footwork training he taught. Lyon stays silent. He knows Elxid is right. He can feel it in his bones. He is much stronger than when he first entered these woods. Taking a deep breath, he closes his eyes. When they open, he is buzzing with pure excitement. He wants to start hunting monsters tomorrow, but Elxid just gives him a skeptical look. He tells Lyon to check himself first, which immediately kills all the hype he just had. You are an unfinished bowl, Lyon. If you try to fill it with power now, it will all just leak out and be a waste. Full of hope for the future, Lyon just nods and promises to keep that advice in mind. Leaving the forest, the two of them still have to cross a massive field to reach the city walls. The eagle soars over a bustling city protected by double walls and a deep blue moat reflecting the sky. The guards check his pass and let him in without any trouble. Inside, the city is packed with people and energy. Lyon walks through the streets, taking everything in. He is glad his academy ID earned him some trust. However, Elxid's gaze is sharp and very suspicious of this place. Elxid wonders if this is a city of murderers. Stick with me, because things are about to get very dark. Alright, you and I are jumping into the moment. Lyon yells, "Murderers rest in public." Everyone stares like he's crazy because, well, nobody else can actually see Elxid. Lyon immediately covers his mouth, realizing his mistake. Elxid calmly explains that for 300 years, cities like this have been common, not massive, but definitely not small either. They look into a narrow, dark alleyway. It's crawling with petty thieves and homeless people. Elxid mutters that despite its size, the city is completely disordered. Security here is clearly bottom tier. Lyon whispers that he still feels pretty inexperienced. Elxid asks where he wants to go, maybe an inn. Lyon shakes his head. No, the guild comes first. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Lyon says they don't need to rush, but it's better to register as an adventurer as soon as possible. Elxid nods along. Right, you did say you wanted to become an adventurer, didn't you? Lyon replies that being a mercenary would work too, but adventurers have way more freedom to travel wherever they want. He has no interest in noble power struggles. To use the hero's privileges, monster hunting missions are the best choice. Elxid agrees. After all, it's going to be a very long time before his seal is finally broken. Walking to the guild, Lyon thinks back to his forest training. He's learned so much about Elxid's true nature. Because the sword manifested a year early, most of its legendary powers are currently locked away. Usually, the one holding the sword gets a body that heals instantly. We're talking near immortality here. He carries a unique power that deals fatal damage to demons. Plus, the wielder becomes many times stronger as their mana and physical force reach levels that are totally off the charts. Lyon makes a silent vow. To use the sword to its maximum potential with his limited mana, he needs to get way stronger. The city's guild is a massive building with a clear symbol. Honestly, it's pretty impossible to miss. The registration process is actually simple. Lyon just needs to provide a fingerprint. The receptionist smiles and thanks him for officially joining the adventurers. Rise hands him his certificate. She's already confirmed his academy enrollment and the recommendation letter from Sir Helmut. Since he's just starting out, his rank is set to rank D. Now pay attention, this is where his journey actually begins. Rise explains that rank D isn't for chores anymore. Thanks to that recommendation letter, he's finally cleared for real, high-stakes missions. If he produces results, Rise shares that rank B is the goal. That's the tier where you have to prove you can master mana weapons. As for the main force of the guild, reaching rank A or rank S could take a very long time. Lyon breaks into a cold sweat. He can't believe it. Using a mana weapon is a requirement just to hit rank B? That's far beyond just circulating mana. A mana weapon means actually controlling energy outside your own body. A blade that can slice through stone and pierce steel, the true starting point for a superhuman. Lyon is stunned. If rank B is already that insane, how powerful are the rank A and rank S warriors? You and I are seeing something special here. Elxid points out the variety of races in the hall. It's more diverse than he expected, with different groups all gathering in the same area. A group of beastmen looks at Lyon warily, while a party of elves with sharp ears stands nearby. Elxid is amazed. Werewolves, elves, and even high elves working together? 300 years ago, these races were at each other's throats. He admits that whoever created this organization is actually pretty brilliant. Lyon keeps staring at the others until Rise asks if something's wrong. He's flustered and waves it off, so she just smiles. She looks at the quest board. Since registration is done, it's time to officially start his career as an adventurer. Rise pulls down a paper and hands it to Lyon. But wait, this task has 0 reward. Lyon completely freezes as his face turns dark. No reward at all? Lyon asks for confirmation. Rise just gives him a pleasant smile. Exactly. You need the guild's recognition to truly be an adventurer. And of course, there's always a price to pay for that status. Elxid mocks him from the side, saying the world isn't easy. Lyon gets so annoyed he tells the sword to shut up. It's a beautiful day, but Lyon still has to take that unpaid mission. He heads toward the quest location. The site is tucked away specifically, a dark sewer system deep beneath the city streets. It's gloomy down there, with the sound of constant, murky water rushing through the tunnels. Footsteps echo through the pipes as he moves deeper into the darkness. Luckily, the water isn't too deep for moving. This is where giant mutant rats hide. Lyon's task is to wipe them out with one clean strike. The smell in the sewer is absolutely revolting. Lyon complains, admitting this is his very first time using a sword to fight a bunch of rats. Elxid coaches him, saying his swordsmanship is limited in one-on-one fights. To beat these things, he has to keep slashing relentlessly. He claims there's no better practice than striking all kinds of enemies, whether they're crawling on the ground or flying. Lyon looks at the swarm of rats and doubts every word Elxid says. Trust me, you and I are about to see if this rookie survives this mess. Alright. You and I are about to watch our hero take on the nastiest job imaginable, cleaning the monster-infested sewers. Suddenly, a flash of light erupts. He blurs past like a gale, slicing through two rats instantly. As he steps forward, his heavy breathing echoes through the dark tunnel. Wait. Something catches Lyon's eye. Only a few rats remain ahead, and they are shaking like leaves in the wind. Among them sits one with a horn. Lyon points it out to Elxid, asking about the strange creature at the back. Why does a rat have a horn? Elxid calmly explains that the creature has actually evolved. Lyon is confused. Evolved? While the horned rat growls, ordering its minions to charge, Elxid continues his explanation. These are monsters that have lived for years or absorbed rare resources to gain special powers. Think of them like hobgoblins. Hearing this, Lyon looks for a strategy. What do I need to look out for here? Elxid drops some serious knowledge. Those horns are proof of a special ability, and the more they have, the more dangerous they become. Now pay attention, because just as he finishes talking, the horned rat summons a glowing sphere of light right above its head. Lyon asks nervously if there is any way to know what kind of skill it is using. Unexpectedly, Elxid plays a prank, saying it is better for Lyon to experience it firsthand. Luckily, the rat's ability turns out to be pretty useless. Lyon starts doubting his partner's reliability, but Elxid mysteriously reveals it is actually a curse. Holding his sword, a divine weapon capable of resisting curses, Lyon glares at Elxid. He thinks his partner is joking, but Elxid just nods, showing he is dead serious. At that moment, the rat fires a plague curse. Maybe its aim is off, or maybe the sword is just that powerful, because the moment the curse hits the blade, it instantly dissolves like a popping balloon. The rat is left stunned, while Lyon mocks it for being a weak opponent. He swings his sword high, aiming straight for the creature's horn. His eyes gleam like he has found a treasure. Hand over that horn. Later, as the sun sets over the guild building, Lyon returns with a heavy bag. It is so stuffed with rat tails that Rice jumps back in horror. She takes the bag to the scale and gasps in disbelief. Wait, all 23 kilograms of rat tails? Everyone in the guild is completely stunned, but Lyon just smiles. You saw that right? This rookie just wiped out 230 targets in a single run. Talk about efficient. He hands Rice another small bag and places it on the table. Inside are 4 horns from the mutated rats. Lyon introduces them as Ratman horns. Since I hunted about 200 of them, I found 3 or 4 horned ones. Can I sell these too, Miss Rice? He keeps piling on the surprises. She quickly agrees, saying of course he can. She hands him the total payment, exactly 13 silver and 50 copper coins. He takes the money carefully, surprised by the amount. Rice explains that these horns are actually in very high demand. She praises him, saying he is the first person to achieve such high results in their first few missions. It is truly impressive. Lyon shies away and scratches his head. Is that so? Rice adds that just hunting normal rats would have been surprising enough. She's in awe that he hunted evolved species at such a young age. He must be incredible at using mana. The more she praises him, the more embarrassed he gets, doing nothing but scratching his head and accepting the compliments. Rice turns around to grab a box from the shelf. Congratulations, Lyon, from this moment on. She opens the box to reveal a gold badge. You are now an official D-rank adventurer. This bronze seal represents our free city. Lyon takes the badge and asks if he can use it anywhere he goes. Rice says yes, but adventurers rank B or below only get second priority for jobs at other branches. Lyon freezes for a second, wondering what that actually implies. She explains it is a standard rule to stop people from only picking the easy jobs they like. He looks over at the other adventurers staring at the quest board, then smiles at the badge in his hand. This item is proof that Lyon is no longer just a student, he is a real adventurer. Rice definitely wants to stay on the good side of such a talented rookie. She tells him to let her know if there are any specific missions he wants to take. Even though she doesn't have total power, she can help him to some extent. He grips the badge tight, thinking about the possibilities. A short while later, Lyon leaves the Bren City Guild with Elxid laughing his head off by his side. Once Elxid finishes laughing, he mentions that the receptionist probably mistook Lyon for a holy knight. Lyon is shocked. Why would she think that? Elxid explains that it is because he took a difficult mission with a terrible reward. In the past, holy knights were rumored to keep their identities secret while traveling to help people in need. So that's where we leave Lyon, potentially being mistaken for a legendary knight. Trust me, his journey is just getting started. Alright, stick with me because our hero Lyon is finally starting to realize why everyone thinks his current situation is just so hilarious and extremely weird. He just shrugs, knowing he has to keep his true identity a secret, while Elxid really couldn't care less about the drama. That normal receptionist? She might just become a legendary storyteller in the Adventurers Guild one day. He pictures Jace years from now, gathering around her grandkids, the Nits, and telling them to listen closely to a grand tale. Maybe she will even publish her memoirs, living a cozy life off the royalties of her own autobiography. Her imagination is running wild, but Lyon has to set the record straight. Technically, she confused herself. He never actually lied. To him, this whole experience isn't that different from the noble journey of traveling around and actually helping people in need. People are already thanking him for clearing out those pests, proving his brutal training is finally paying off. Since he is staying here for a while, this setup is way better than living under a cloud of constant suspicion. He tells Elxid his goal is to reach rank B before moving on, showing a level of determination that is actually surprising. Staring at his badge, he wonders just how long it will take to climb all the way to rank B. Now pay attention, Elxid calculates the route and claims one single day is all they really need to pull this off. Lyon thinks he misheard. One day? Elxid gets annoyed, saying he wanted to take longer, but that would just be completely inefficient. He actually gets angry. He can't believe his successor is literally cleaning sewers to rank up. It's a total insult to his legacy. Lyon honestly can't keep up with this guy's weird way of thinking. Lyon just sees it as a high-paying job. He is completely lost on why his mentor is taking this so personally. Seeing Lyon only cares about the gold, Elxid fusses. Seriously, what kind of reaction is that from a future hero? He sets a new goal. Lyon needs to become as strong as possible and eventually take down a literal dragon. Lyon screams in protest. That difficulty jump is totally insane, going from rank D pests straight to rank SS dragons. Elxid explains that as a hero, Lyon has a special privilege. He can actually absorb and store the power of slain monsters. Lyon remembers holding those rat tails in the sewers. That was the secret link between monsters and aura that Elxid explained earlier. It all makes sense now. Back in the forest, he could already feel that raw energy surging through his entire body. At the time, Elxid just laughed, debating whether or not to reveal the truth to him. You and I both know those elite families love to hide their secrets, but Elxid is about to drop a massive truth bomb about how they really train. In reality, anyone can absorb monster power, but the ancient royalty kept it a secret to ensure they were the only ones who could hoard all that incredible strength for themselves back then. And now, all those gatekeepers are long gone. Elxid is the only one left who knows this secret, which is exactly why he is so obsessed with hunting monsters. He continues, noting that 1,000 rat monsters cannot even compare to the raw power of a single high-ranking demon. Once Lyon masters this, he can hunt dragons. Lyon panics, hoping his mentor is just playing a really bad joke. Elxid snaps back. A legendary sword isn't a broom. Using it for sewer cleaning is an absolute disgrace to the blade and everything it stands for. Does that make sense? Lyon finally emerged from the gate covered in filth and smelling terrible. He had asked Elxid to help him clean up, and surprisingly, the spirit did it without saying a single word. Turns out he was just holding a massive grudge this whole time. Lyon tries to pivot, asking why he's so obsessed with dragons. Elxid gives him a heavy look. It's because they eventually have to reach the legendary Giants Mountains. Lyon freezes in pure terror. Cold sweat breaks out as he hears that name. The Giants Mountains. That is a forbidden zone. Even dragons avoid the territory ruled by the terrifying giant emperor himself. Why go to a devil's territory that entire kingdoms failed to conquer in the past? Elxid just acts mysterious, claiming it will definitely be useful for Lyon's future. For their safety, he reveals the truth. He suspects he was originally abandoned in those very mountains. With his memories gone, he is searching for answers. He wants to head there in 6 months. Any thoughts? So, they are looking for something that even Elxid can't identify? Great, his mentor just says it will be fine. Lyon is still nervous, but Elxid just laughs. They aren't going there to play, he just needs to stay alive. Elxid tells him to trust the blade. Lyon smiles, realizing it's actually good to have a companion like this. Lyon agrees since things have worked out so far. Elxid's eyes light up now. Let's start some hellish training. Lyon immediately regrets his life choices. Hell? Really? Cut to a few days later under a peaceful blue sky and white clouds. And that's where we leave it, with some bald jerk mocking our future dragon slayer for being a little kitten who hunts rats. Alright, you and I are about to see if our rat-slaying hero can handle a real monster today. That blue-haired spirit calls him a fool, but rumors say Lyon builds a massive mountain of rat corpses every single day. Because of his fame for hunting rodents, his reputation in the guild has shifted, and everyone started calling him the Rat. He walks to the reception desk and drops off a bag of loot, though it's clearly smaller than before. Rise checks the inventory while Lyon avoids eye contact. He shyly explains that he simply couldn't find many rats lately. It's almost like the entire rodent population has finally started fearing him. Rise just smiles and pats his head. Rats might be dumb, but they still have enough brains to know when to hide. Lyon asks to see other missions, so Rise pulls out 4 different request forms and places them on the table for him. Mako's eyes light up. She knew this day would come and carefully selected 4 specific jobs that would suit him perfectly. Lyon reads each one carefully while LX flies around to help scan the info. One particular request catches his eye because the paper looks incredibly old. Elxid reads his mind and suggests it's just unpopular, which basically means it's been sitting on the shelf forever without being replaced. Now, pay attention, because Lyon accepts the mission to exterminate stone slimes, even though he's just mumbling to himself about the task. Their habitat was recently discovered deep underground, in a location very close to the main fortress. Since they eat rocks, ignoring them would eventually destroy the entire structural foundation of the fort itself. Lyon looks at the paper. It's a request specifically from the captain of the BNA guard force. Hoping he's not being exploited, Lyon takes the request form to the city walls to find the captain in person. But the man claims he never made that request. Lyon and Elxid immediately feel like they've been totally scammed. Lyon tries to argue it's an official guild document, but the captain just dismisses it as some kind of big mistake. Wait, a voice calls out from behind. Are you really that famous rat? Han appears and asks if he's really the rookie adventurer who's been cleaning out the city sewers lately. Lyon nods and Han claps him on the shoulder, saying they desperately need talented adventurers like him. He starts playing mind games, insulting those who only take easy jobs and avoid heavy lifting. He asks Lyon if he finds those people pathetic too. Lyon just nods along, and a moment later, he's already standing inside the fortress tunnels. Han promised that if he does a good job, there might be an extra reward waiting for him at the end. Thinking back, Lyon realizes he was way too gullible. That guy seems like he's going to be a real handful to deal with. You saw that coming, right? Elxid watches him as Lyon evaluates the damp and slippery path ahead. It's cleaner than the sewers, but way more slippery. Anyone without perfect footwork would lose their balance and fall instantly in here. Elxid smiles, calling it the perfect place to train his movement skills. But just as they're talking, Lyon notices something strange up ahead. He stops at a corner where 3 glowing round shapes are visible in the darkness of the tunnel. Lyon gets wary, seeing 3 of them. Elxid tells him to use his clairvoyance skill. If these were normal slimes, other adventurers wouldn't be avoiding them. Suddenly, a rock the size of an egg comes flying straight at his face with incredible speed. Luckily, his reflexes are sharp. He dodges just in time as the stone smashes hard against the wall behind him. Lyon is still shaken, gasping for air as he tries to recover from the shock. He panics, wondering where that stone came from, when Elxid suddenly yells a warning to look out in front of him. He spins around just in time to see a blue slime flying at him. He swings his sword with every bit of strength he's got, but it's a tough opponent. Its body is purely elastic and sends his sword bouncing back, nearly knocking Lyon off his feet. Sensing how difficult this stone slime really is, Lyon starts breaking a sweat. So that's why they call them by that name. Elxid reminds him that the core is the primary weakness for all slimes, no matter their type. If you can smash the core in the center, the slime's special abilities won't matter anymore. But there is one major catch. Lyon already knows what he's going to say. There are countless jagged stone fragments floating inside its body. This mission is getting really tough. It's basically like the slime has multiple layers of heavy armor protecting its core. The monsters know it too. Elxid admits it's no wonder why other adventurers want to avoid these things at all costs. Blunt weapons would be much better for getting through a slime's defense than a sharp blade. Swords and arrows just get deflected by the stones. LG concludes that this makes them a nightmare for anyone using standard bladed weapons. The slimes don't give them time to strategize. They open their mouths and spit out a barrage of small rocks. And that's where we leave Lyon trapped in a hail of stones. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. Alright, stick with me, because Lyon is pouring 100% of his focus to every swing while backing away from those 3 stone slimes. However, several rocks still slam into him. Swinging his sword with that much raw power has drained his stamina, leaving his body feeling heavy and completely exhausted. Since she is not fighting, Elxid takes the time to observe and offer some crucial guidance. They know you cannot dodge everything, so they are aiming for your vitals. Did you analyze their attacks with your eye technique? He nods. They fire stone fragments by creating a small hole, but they have to pause for a moment before shooting again. Lyon thinks that if he can close the distance during that pause, he might land a hit, but there is one problem. He groans, unable to break their defense. He needs a way to dodge those fragments and pierce their cores. Now, watch this part closely. Suddenly, a new thought strikes him. Does he really have to cut it? Elxid is surprised by his unique plan. Using his eye technique, he sees something new. He can analyze their movement cycles. If so, he just needs to thrust his sword through the gap. The problem is, those stones move constantly, making it incredibly difficult to find an opening. After figuring out his plan, Lyon flashes a mysterious smile and looks over at Elxid. Desperation can be an advantage, right? Elxid nods, explaining that when the slime creates a hole to fire, the flow of its mucus actually stops for a split second. She instructs him that based on his abilities, there is no better time than that moment to destroy the core. Lyon realizes she is actually useful. Did you plan this when I picked the stone slime? Elxid just laughs and says, of course. He takes a step back and lowers his body into a crouch. Sword level with his face, he takes a classic combat stance. Lyon lunges forward, closing the gap with the 3 slimes. Let us see. His eyes glow, activating his eye technique to face them. You and I both know this is the turning point. Instantly, he thrusts his sword forward with perfect speed and precision, shattering the first core. In the next second, the slime beside him opens its mouth. Lyon glares at it and swings his blade. If he misses by a single second, he will be the one taking damage. Luckily, his movements are fast enough to pierce the second core successfully while he is still on the move. Elxid provides guidance, explaining that these creatures detect nearby moving objects using sound waves. Because of that, he must minimize the pressure and noise his body creates while moving across the ground. Right then, the third slime finds an opening and spits stones from its mouth. Getting close now is not going to be easy, but just then, Elxid suggests using the micro-movement technique. Miraculously, Lyon's body listens, and he gracefully dodges every single incoming stone. He smiles to himself, thinking he can do this. Just like Elxid said, he just needs to use that technique. But just as his confidence peaks, he steps into a puddle and slips. Lyon leans back, his heart racing as he completely loses his balance now. As he falls, his eyes widen in pure panic. He actually thinks this is the end for him, because right in front of him is a massive stone volley. Lyon grits his teeth, refusing to go down like this. He slides across the floor, quickly shifting his feet like a crab to regain his balance. He immediately ducks, successfully dodging the stones without taking a single scratch. A moment later, his sword is already buried deep inside the stone slime's core. Boom! A wet pop echoes as its body bursts apart, losing its chance to fire again. After taking down all 3 slimes, Lyon pants heavily, his heart pounding from the sheer adrenaline of that intense sequence. Elxid speaks up, admitting she doubted his skill earlier, but he actually did pretty well. Lyon is busy wiping slime off himself, wondering if that was a compliment or an insult. What are you even saying? Elxid laughs and holds up 2 fingers in a sign of praise. You just performed the level 2 micro-movement technique. Lyon is shocked. What? She explains that finding balance on flat surfaces while reducing noise and vibration is level 2 basics. If there are other objects on the ground, you must learn to use them, whether it is on ice or a hot steel plate. Using the environment as part of your own strength is the core of this technique. Lyon is absolutely stunned as she explains how he adapted to turn a bad environment into his own advantage. She continues, even if it was accidental. At the last second, you shifted your knee position to reduce the gravity's pull on your body. By doing that, you changed your stance and easily adjusted your direction toward the target in front of you. Her lecture makes Lyon realize his biggest flaw. Up until now, his posture and movements were only suited for fighting on a perfectly flat ground. But here, on this damp, uneven ground with such a low ceiling, he has to find a way to adapt. Lyon tries crouching a bit lower. Shifting his stance really does help him move much more freely. Elxid laughs, taking credit for his growth. Lyon just mutters, feeling annoyed. Trust me, you and I are going to see him become a true beast. All that work and he is only level 2? It is hard to believe this is just the standard for beginners. Elxid scratches his chin, looking at the results, before dropping a bombshell. Stick with me, you are about to witness some of the most annoying training advice ever. He tells Lyon not to dodge, just use movement arts. Elxid floats a small stone nearby, joking that a little pebble like this won't kill him, right? You need to learn how to minimize damage during real combat. Use your body to take the hits you cannot avoid. Hearing that, any respect Lyon had for the spirit vanishes instantly. He is beyond annoyed. The spirit just ignores him, adding that Lyon should not use brute force, but time his strikes perfectly. You cannot just use raw power to push a few stones around. Lyon wants to strangle him. He yells, "Why do you not just tell me to die already, you evil sword spirit?" Elxid screams back, "I am only doing this for your own good. Pay attention here, this brutal training is actually the only way he survives the future." If you relax now, you suffer later. I think this is plenty easy already, back in my day. Neither of them notices the swarm of slimes gathering right behind them. At the dungeon entrance, 2 armored soldiers stand guard while others wait nearby. Hant rubs his chin. It has been 3 weeks, what time will he show up today? The soldier next to him expects him by 10 a.m., right before the second shift starts. He admits that for someone so young, the kid's dedication is unreal. He remembers Lyon emerging from the basement. He never expected the kid to actually wipe out the stone slimes. The reward for slimes is barely anything. Suddenly, a soldier points out, "Look, he is finally here." A pair of black boots slowly emerges from the darkness of the basement. Lyon's clothes are covered in disgusting green slime residue. He is dragging 2 massive bags, leaving Hant and the soldiers completely speechless. You and I both know that look, the look of a man who just finished an insane grind. Hant can only stare in shock. With a friendly smile, Lyon announces he has cleared every slime in the surrounding areas. They do not breed like rats, so it will be a long time before they return. He drops the bags. These are the last 2 bags. Now, update the mission status. Lyon walks off coolly. A soldier opens a bag, seeing it stuffed with slimes, and breaks into a cold sweat. Lyon asks if he is finally done. Elxid's voice rings out with an answer. Yes. With the power you gathered from this slime expedition, you are finally ready to master aura. 3 days later, sunlight spills into Lyon's home. Lyon sits cross-legged on his bed, eyes filled with pure anticipation. Elxid floats nearby, impressed that the boy was even faster than expected. I planned for you to absorb mana from the slimes, since they are creatures of pure energy. Elxid explains that since nobody else wanted this boring job, they had a whole month to grow. You have reached the minimum power for aura, but you are a late bloomer. Are you truly ready? Lyon's expression turns deadly serious. He remembers his past, and confirms he is ready. Nobles are baptized at birth to open their mana circuits using countless rare herbs. That is why birthright and social class usually decide a person's ultimate potential. Training aura without a baptism was nearly impossible for the old Lyon. Elxid warns that forcing open a blocked system can backfire and kill you. Lyon's eyes widen in shock. His whole body trembles at the danger. Elxid smiles to calm him down. You have absorbed plenty of mana lately. Plus, the sword will protect your circuits and heal you. But if you lose focus, the baptism will fail if you lose consciousness. It all depends on your willpower. Lyon bites his lip and nods. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss the intense struggle coming up next. Alright, you and I are about to see Elxid fly high as the golden mark on its forehead glows, summoning blinding, brilliant swords all around. Lyon looks up, sweat pouring down his face as he feels the terrifying pressure of the sword intent surrounding him. One light sword hovering in midair suddenly shifts, diving straight down and burying its sharp tip deep into a specific spot on Lyon's back. His eyes go white as he screams in pure agony, a spray of fresh blood bursting from his mouth from the impact. The glowing white blade doesn't stop there, sinking deeper and deeper into Lyon's body with every passing second. More swords on the left begin to shake before dropping down, while the ones on the right follow suit, all aiming for the same spot. Finally, every single blade in the sky stabs into Lyon at the exact same moment with earth-shaking force. Blood overflows from his mouth, but he grinds his teeth to endure, as Elxid notes he actually withstood 10 whole swords. Lyon's head drops low, his clothes and face completely soaked in a deep, dark crimson from the intense training. Elxid glances out the window and mutters quietly to itself as it senses a shift in the very atmosphere. It notes that with this aura awakening, the long-hidden presence of humans in this world is finally starting to come to light. Time passes unnoticed in the silence until the world outside is completely swallowed by the heavy darkness of night. Now pay attention here. A brilliant, blinding light suddenly pours out from the house as Lyon cries out with all his might. Aura. He stares at his hands, feeling the circulation of pure, raw power flowing directly from the center of his heart. Clenching his fists, he feels like a completely different person, convinced that absolutely nothing can stand in his way now. Elxid seems to read his mind and immediately shuts him down, bluntly telling him that he is dead wrong. Their eyes lock in the heavy silence as the entire room falls into a tense, quiet standoff for a long moment. Inside the blade, a golden light illuminates the dark void where Roderick stands, raising his head and spreading his arms. He praises Lyon, saying his willpower exceeded all expectations even though he knew the boy would eventually succeed in awakening. He opens one eye slightly as Elxid's voice echoes, asking him why he looks so happy all of a sudden. Roderick lifts his chin confidently, reminding Elxid that he is the one in charge of the hero's mental training after all. Everything worked out in the end, since a stronger hero benefits everyone. But Elxid still wonders how he actually managed it. Roderick taps his chest and asks if Elxid forgot it was the one who used a spell to trap him inside this sword. He points a finger forward, asserting with absolute certainty that Lyon is officially his chosen successor. Elxid is left completely speechless, having nothing left to say to the old warrior inside the blade. You and I should watch Elxid tell Roderick to worry about his own soul in heaven before it steps outside. Lets out a long, heavy sigh, and points its finger forward. Looking back at Lyon, Elxid admits it honestly only expected the boy to survive 5 sword strikes at most. It explains that it only used those strikes to clear the main artery while the boy's body was pushed to the absolute limit. To fully use aura, the veins need clearing too, meaning he is still just a kid who has gained a tiny bit of power. Elxid concludes there is still a lot of work to do, and a sweating Lyon can only nod in agreement. Even if his physical body hasn't changed yet, Lyon feels the massive energy surging through every fiber of his being. It feels like he has been reborn into a new man, with power literally overflowing and wrapping around his skin. Elxid begins the next lesson immediately, explaining the vital concept of aura perception to its student. If he focuses on that flow, he will be able to read and analyze everything in his surrounding environment. Lyon's eyes sparkle with excitement, causing Elxid to shift into a strict teacher mode to explain the basics of aura. It begins to lecture him on the 5 common human attributes: metal, water, wood, fire, and earth. However, it reveals that Lyon's specific power doesn't fall into any of those 5 basic categories at all. Elxid smirks, admitting it was surprised to find Lyon shares the exact same aura attribute as itself. It's the solar attribute, a rare and powerful force fueled by pure light and intense heat. Lyon is shaken as Elxid calls it the highest tier, the radiant halo, meant only for the truly elite and extraordinary. He leaps to his feet in pure excitement, realizing he has the same attribute as the legendary hero. Elxid squints at the boy, who is trying to hide a grin, and suggests they recap everything before moving on. With a snap of its fingers, Lyon's eyes follow Elxid's hand toward a glowing display appearing in the air. A status screen appears listing Lyon as a hero who knows mana, showing he has reached level 22. His strength is 133 and agility 140. You and I can see his legend is just beginning. Alright, let's dive into the stats of a future legend. Mana 50, maxed sword mastery, and level 3 vision. Physical body tier 2, mana user, and a grade 3 talent. Lyon is dazed looking at his status window. It's totally different from before. He only just learned mana and he's already rank 3? Elsie points out that he was already using super speed techniques even before he knew how to control his mana. The spirit continues, recalling images of the past. Turns out, Lyon could always feel the mana flowing around him. Finally, she concludes that his level is far beyond the basics. Lyon is skeptical, asking if that's actually for real. Elsie notes his physical tier jumped to level 2 after his circuits opened, but now it's time for the next step. With a smirk and a wild swing, she declares she'll teach him sword techniques. Lyon is practically beaming with excitement. Clenching his fists, he cheers silently. He finally gets to learn swordsmanship from the legendary hero, Roderick the Great. With glowing eyes, he turns to her and asks if they can start right this second. Elsie laughs at his enthusiasm. As night falls, her voice echoes from inside. Passion is good, but there's something he must know. Back in the room, her expression turns dead serious. Pay attention here, she points out the window and warns that their enemies are lurking right inside this very city. Elxid emphasizes it again. Somewhere out there, hidden in the shadows of this city, he can feel their presence. These are the hero's sworn enemies, traitors plotting to hand this world over to invaders from another dimension. Elxid's face darkens with pure rage against those pests. Lyon watches, genuinely creeped out by the bulging veins on his face. Filled with hatred, he spits out that those trash-tier villains don't even deserve a proper name. If you must name them, call them hatred vile insects. Lyon grips his side, whispering to himself, the hero's enemies. Elxid sighs and waves it off, telling him that right now, he stands 0 chance against them in battle. After processing the harsh words, Lyon bows his head and lets out a quiet acknowledgement. Suddenly, he raises a confident fist. All he needs to do is get stronger than them, right? He's made his choice. Elxid stands frozen in place, tilting his head while staring intensely at the boy's resolve. Crossing his arms, the spirit analyzes the situation. They won't move yet, but time is short. They'll strike in 2 months. Elxid smirks, raising a fist of his own. Hunting monsters is how you grow, but hatred is a fate no hero avoids. He points at Lyon, commanding him to prepare for a life soaked in blood and resentment from here on out. The very next day, the morning sun shines down on the massive castle, where the Adventurer Guild flag flutters proudly against the sky. Rise spots him and speaks up. She heard from the guards, but was worried after he vanished for 4 straight days. Lyon scratches his head awkwardly, asking if he kept her waiting. Rise blushes, nodding while saying he looks different. You and I know why he's different, he nods and gives her a simple reason for the change. He's reached enlightenment. Rise claps happily, saying that's just one more reason for them to celebrate his return. Both Elsie and Lyon look completely baffled, asking her what she means by another reason. In the grand hall filled with banners, Lyon's voice echoes as he asks for clarification on the celebration. Rise smiles brightly, holding up an object for him. Congratulations, Lyon, you've officially been promoted to rank C. In the palm of her hand is a shining golden identification tag, shimmering with a bright letter C. Lyon takes the tag, confused since promotions usually require an exam. Rise explains that's normally the case, but his victory over the mutant rats in the Cinia was legendary. Letters from the Lord and Captain sealed the deal. Staring at the rank C tag, Lyon can't believe he leveled up after completing only 2 missions. He squeezes the tag tight. Beside him, Elxid smirks with pride, knowing this is just the beginning. With this rank, hunting hatred will be much easier. Lyon turns to Rise, asking if he can take rank C quests now. She enthusiastically holds up a stack of folders. Yes, he can start taking them this very moment. Watching him dive straight into the files, Rise is impressed. He hasn't stopped for a second since his promotion. She thinks he's a true holy knight, but Elxid knows she's just mistaking solar mana for divine power. Lyon looks up, asking the spirit for his expert opinion on which mission they should pick. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see which quest he chooses next. Nothing leads to hatred yet. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment where Lyon's being deadly serious. Meanwhile, Rise is just watching him talk to thin air with a massive question mark over her head. She takes the documents back, looking worried, and asks if she should find him some missions in a different area. Taking only simple missions feels a bit off. Lyon waves his hand, dismissing the idea, and says that's not it at all. He rests his chin on his hand, falling into a deep silence as he thinks through his next move. Finally, Lyon asks for missions related to the slums or areas with dark rumors. Rise's face immediately goes pale as she repeats those 3 words, the slums. The slums are usually for the poor, but they're also a den for thieves, snitches, and lowlifes. It's a breeding ground for fugitives, smugglers, and assassins from all over the world. A total lawless zone, Lyon calculates. If it's a massive, chaotic area without law, then Rise cuts in, bowing her head as she delivers the news. Now, pay attention to this. There aren't any guild missions for the slums. She forces a nervous smile, sweating, because that's mercenary work, not for adventurers. Lyon's eyes narrow as he curses under his breath. Damn it. Adventurers don't step into human conflicts, and the riots in the slums are almost always person versus person issues. Lyon rubs his forehead. He can't just become a mercenary with so many restrictions after coming this far. If he starts digging in the slums without a reason, they'll get suspicious. Rise suddenly pushes a specific document toward him. She asks if he's interested in this mission. Lyon reads the content. It's about a living armor subjugation. Abandoned suits of armor in a deserted villa have come to life, turning the place into a nightmare property that nobody can sell. She adds that the reward is low, and honestly, not many D-rank adventurers can handle a living armor. Lyon looks down, judging the situation. He figures his sword should be enough to take that thing down. Rise keeps trying to sell him on it, mentioning the villa is right next to the slums, so he can scout the area while working. Hearing that, Lyon pauses. His mind starts connecting the dots. Yes, that's exactly what he needs. You see what he's doing, right? He just needs a solid excuse. No matter how strong the slum gangs are, they won't mess with the Adventurers Guild. Messing with the guild means facing a rank adventurers or higher, the kind of powerhouses who basically run this country. Those A-rankers have enough influence to wipe out slum factions without breaking a sweat. Rise keeps her bright smile, waiting for his answer. Lyon looks away, appearing deeply bothered for quite a while. Finally, he speaks up, thanking Rise and promising to repay the favor later. She just brushes it off. She tells him not to worry since it's her job, then pulls out a bulging brown pouch, his reward for the slime subjugation. She mentions that Lyon, the captain of the guard, added a little extra, so it's quite a lot. Lyon takes the heavy pouch, giving it a few satisfied shakes as he feels the weight. Suddenly, he remembers something. Elxid flies over, curious. Lyon raises a finger, asking if he can check one more thing. Rise answers back in a friendly tone, telling him to go ahead. Lyon immediately gets serious and asks for directions to Church B. Rise's eyes widen in shock at the question, and she starts sweating bullets. She stammers, asking if he really said the church. Lyon closes his eyes and waves it off, confirming he has business there. Rise doesn't answer immediately. She just lowers her head, biting her lip hard in total silence. She's lost in her own thoughts. On the other side, Lyon peeks at her, watching her reaction closely. He knew she'd act like this. If Rise thinks he's a holy knight, just like Elxid suggested, then everything falls into place. He's calculating. Normally, holy knights don't ask the church for purification rites, but if a church enemy appears, there's an exception. Heretics, those who reject the goddess. Whether it's a gang or a cult, the church will bring its full power to crush them. That's the only reason the Iron Chain Knights, famous for their absolute brutality, are ever deployed. After a long silence, Rise finally gives the directions. It's in the Northeast Prima District, the 13th building. Lyon gets the info, waves goodbye, and turns to leave, thanking her for the help. With Lyon gone, Rise is left alone in the room, standing completely frozen in a daze. A moment later, she snaps out of it, covering her mouth. She realizes a holy night looking for the church means an enemy has appeared. Rise rushes out so fast she almost trips, but her mind is racing with only one thought. This isn't something the guild can just ignore. She has to report this immediately. Elxid floats nearby, a smirk playing on its lips, admiring how cunning Lyon actually is. And trust me, that's how you manipulate a whole guild without revealing who you really are. There's no way they'll treat him like a simple D-rank adventurer ever again. Alright, you and I are back with Lyon, as he casually asks if this is the right way to handle things. He figured he would just take Elxid to the church if he absolutely had to, but he is keeping that as a last resort. For now, he is sticking to his plan while Elxid stays close by his side, watching his every move with a sharp gaze. It makes sense. Lyon clenches his fist tight, and a mysterious glowing symbol suddenly carved itself onto the back of his hand. He is determined. Elxid's seal is not fully broken yet, so he needs to master his skills to truly become the sword master before the church interferes. High above them, the sky is crystal clear and vast, with a few white clouds drifting lazily through the beautiful blue expanse. Lyon's voice breaks the silence, asking about the mission. A living armor, right? Just some monsters using old suits of mail to move around? Elxid immediately shuts that theory down with a cold no. Lyon just stares back in total confusion, wondering what he could possibly mean. Elxid slowly explains that living armor is actually an incredibly rare and natural phenomenon that most people never get to witness. An entire suit of armor can move thanks to powerful magic, witchcraft, or even the lingering will of someone that has been absorbed into the metal. He concludes that they have no soul. They are nothing but piles of scrap metal following a single command to repel all intruders. Lyon suggests a shortcut, asking if a simple wizard's banishing spell would be enough to just solve the whole problem for them. Elxid rejects that too. They aren't purely magical creations. It is like trying to knock down a building by removing pillars that do not even exist. Lyon goes quiet for a moment, carefully processing all the information he just received. So, a wizard is useless here. He lets out a sharp click of his tongue, claiming the enemy shouldn't be a big deal for him anyway. He pulls out a diagram showing the iron armor, noting they are simply made from a common silver-plated iron alloy. Elxid crosses his arms, asking why the quest hasn't been completed yet, if it is really as easy as he thinks it is. If this was one of those mandatory tasks, shouldn't it have been cleared by the guild a long time ago? Now, watch his face. As he hears those words, a shock runs through his body and his expression darkens, his eyes glued to the paper in his hand. Lyon frowns as he reads the fine print. The regeneration speed of this living armor is described as being unnaturally high. Even if you shatter every single piece, it fully regenerates in under 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, that pile of scrap is brand new again. Lyon continues, noting that the previous hunter's weapons couldn't last until the end, so they gave up. Elxid flashes a knowing smile. Got it. Lyon closes his eyes and starts walking forward, signaling that they will find out how strong it is once they finally arrive. Night falls, turning the sky pitch black under a blanket of stars, while the city streets below are still buzzing with people. Lyon walks through the alleyways, scanning the area. The slums? Seriously? This place is a lot different than he imagined it would be. It is way more crowded than I expected. Elxid looks around and agrees that it is definitely a busy spot for a slum. Suddenly, Lyon calls out to Elxid. He is confused, feeling a strange discomfort ever since they stepped onto this road. Someone is watching him. Elxid reaches out, saying he would have told him sooner, but he actually has some suspicions about this whole situation they are in. Lyon looks over with a curious gaze, asking what his companion is thinking. Elxid guesses it is his aura senses. The sun aura is extremely sensitive to the hidden thoughts and malice of those around him. They are testing you, thinking a young kid is an easy target. Those malicious vibes are what is setting off your aura right now. I don't know about you, but having countless eyes staring at my back would ruin my night too. Knowing the truth just makes Lyon feel worse. He can't believe all these chills are coming from people trying to harm him. Elxid reminds him to stay sharp and be ready. But you still need to be careful. He warns that while most are just punks, there are some truly dangerous people in the mix. Lyon shifts his gaze toward Elxid, listening intently to the advice being given to him. No matter where you are, you have to be wary of strangers. Keep showing them what you are made of since you are here to finish this. After speaking, he flies ahead. Lyon nods to himself and slowly follows behind as they get closer to their destination. A full moon glows bright yellow in the sky, partially hidden by dark, drifting clouds. Lyon looks up and mutters, "Here it is." Standing before him is a massive mansion, but the entire place is wrapped in a heavy, gloomy atmosphere that feels totally dead. In the yard, black crows perch on dead, withered trees, their glowing red eyes watching him from the deep shadows of the night. The brick walls are covered in cracks from age, and the window glass is shattered into jagged pieces that look like sharp teeth. Elxid's voice echoes, noting that if the living armor wasn't inside, this place would have been sold off years ago. Lyon agrees. Inside the mansion, spider webs cover everything. A suit of iron armor stands there, looking like nothing more than a normal decoration. Trust me, you and I are about to watch those eyes flash red as the mansion door swings open and a pair of black boots steps into the dark. Alright, you and I are diving into a massive mansion where a long, dark shadow looms as Lyon stands right at the entrance. Elxid lets out a cry, clearly excited for the action. Lyon reaches out and draws his blade, using its magical glow to light his way through the dark hallways of the estate. Lyon admits having Elxid along is handy, but Elxid just rolls his eyes, suggesting they bring some candles next time for cover. Lyon promises to remember, but suddenly, Elxid snaps his attention toward the deep darkness, shouting that something is lurking over there. Deep in the shadows stands a suit of iron armor holding a sharp spear, its eyes glowing with a blinding light that cuts through the dark. The sharp spear tip strikes the floor with massive force, tearing a jagged hole right through the mansion rug below. The iron armor slides 1 foot back and hoists its spear high, ready to strike. It thrusts forward, and as Lyon dodges, he realizes this is actually his very first time facing a polearm user in combat. He eyes that spear carefully, knowing one wide swing could easily catch an opponent off guard. A solid hit could tear a man apart, or even crush them into the floor instantly. Lyon calculates in his head that he needs to close the gap by 1 or 2 steps to strike. Now, watch closely because the iron armor suddenly lunges into the air, bringing that spear down in a heavy, crushing strike. Lyon reacts instantly, raising his sword to block, knowing that spear reach only matters if the user is truly skilled. With a massive burst of strength, he swings his arm and successfully parries the descending spearhead away. The spear tip shatters, and Lyon charges forward, shouting that this is the heavy price for letting him get too close and narrowing the gap. With 1 clean slash, he severs the armor arm and its weapon, smiling as he says that this distance is finally far enough. Lyon then moves with lightning speed, unleashing a flurry of rapid-fire slashes across the iron suit. Scraps of iron fall to the floor as the helmet and chest plate come crashing down, rolling across the floor in every direction. Elxid asks if he used super speed, noting the slight shift in his sword path was actually pretty impressive. Lyon rests his sword on his shoulder and puts a hand on his hip. He explains that while it was hard at first, being an aura user makes using the technique feel much more natural now. He glances at the scrap metal, remembering rumors that these things are supposed to regenerate after being destroyed in battle. Both Lyon and Elxid stop in their tracks, waiting. You and I are probably wondering the same thing as Lyon. Why isn't this armor regenerating as quickly as the reports claimed? Lyon raises 2 fingers, thinking that the guild reports might have actually been completely wrong. He explains that filing a false report is a serious crime, and the guild puts bounties on the heads of those people. Something feels off to Lyon, making him feel quite uneasy. Who would actually risk their life just to lie and escape a mission? It was strange from the start, as a proper guild with the right investment should have handled these iron suits with no problem at all. Elxid wonders if there are individual differences among the armor, and Lyon thinks that might be a possibility. He bows his head and grips his sword tight, deciding they need to finish off a few more. Elxid crosses his arms and says there is no need to search, because they have arrived. In the distant darkness, dozens of glowing red eyes begin to emerge and drift toward the pair. A mob of armed suits of armor moves forward with stiff motions as Lyon narrows his eyes, staring them down. Lyon complains he can't see them clearly and asks for more light, prompting Elxid to joke about being a flashlight. Suddenly, the blade in Elxid's hand erupts with an incredibly brilliant and dazzling light. Lyon reaches out, squinting at the glowing blade as it lights up the hall. He is impressed by the powerful light, but then a piercing, high-pitched scream echoes through the space, catching his full attention. For some reason, the iron armors cover their eyes with both hands, letting out agonizing, high-pitched shrieks in the dark. Lyon backs away in total confusion, wondering what is happening. As the armors drop their hands, white smoke begins to billow out from their glowing red eyes. All at once, the iron suits leap into the air together, swinging their weapons down at Lyon. They unleash high-speed attacks in perfect rotation, forcing Lyon to instantly swing his blade to block them all. Trust me, you and I are about to see a real fight, because these things are finally coordinating their attacks with movements that are actually quite flawless. Alright, you and I are diving into a battle against a literal undead army. Lyon slices through the iron plating like butter. If you aren't a real knight, you're just asking for trouble. How long did they think their textbook moves would last? Elxid suddenly calls out to him. Lyon. Hearing his name, Lyon hesitates for just a fraction of a second. An armor set lunges at him, but Lyon reacts instantly, ducking low to escape the blade. Wow. He retreats. Lyon tilts his head back in shock. What's wrong, Elxid? Elxid looks ahead. These aren't just empty suits of armor. Wait, what are they then? Use your visual skill, Elxid commands. Lyon obeys, and his eyes erupt with a blinding light. Inside the iron shells, he sees it. Strange, dark smoke is hiding within the metal. Lyan asks, "Smoke? How is that possible?" Elxid explains that the mist is actually concentrated demonic energy. It will drain your life force on contact. Your solar aura can resist it, but don't touch it. Lyan grits his teeth and asks another question. Is that why they react to the Saint Sword light? Elxid closes his eyes. Only half right. These armors have no intelligence, no emotions, and no voice. There's absolutely no reason they should be able to scream. Now pay attention, because Elxid is about to reveal the one thing these monsters truly fear. These armors lack feelings, so they shouldn't flinch at pure light unless something sinister is hiding inside them. The final conclusion? Demon spirits. These are ghost armors, born from restless souls filled with pure hatred for the living. Lyan remembers the scene from earlier. That's why the one he defeated couldn't regenerate. It all makes sense now as he pieces the puzzle together. He begins to analyze the situation carefully. Armors controlled by spirits won't stop until their hatred fades. No matter how much force you use, they'll just keep standing back up. You have to purge the souls with magic. You must break the link using your aura or purify them with holy power. It's the only way to win. Lyan looks at the glowing saint sword in his hand. I'm lucky, he thinks. But there are too many. Maybe retreating for now is the better move. Elxid is also suspicious. This many spirits gathering in one place? It's not natural. It can't be a coincidence, right? Lyan looks over at him. Creating these armor sets has a tiny success rate. Even with powerful magic, it's rare. This many successes means thousands of souls were sacrificed inside this mansion. Lyan breaks into a cold sweat and shouts. No way. Did that many people really die in this city? A single ghost can't do this. They can't travel far or stay in this world for long. They're bound to the place where they died. They wouldn't even be able to reach another district on their own. Lyan realizes the truth. There's only one place. The lawless territory. I know what you're thinking, the slums? That's the only place where this could happen. A place where violence and money are the only laws that matter. Lyan grits his teeth. He knows he can't just walk away, even though a rookie like him is way out of his league here. Even if he could shake the church with this sword, it's useless without finding the identity and purpose of the organization behind this. Lyan leaps into the air. If I want to be home by dawn, I have to risk it. He splits an armor in two. Fighting in the dark is actually boosting my skills. He moves with lightning speed. Another suit of iron is reduced to scrap metal. Lyan blurs through the horde, raining down a relentless barrage of slashes. Outside, the sky turns a soft orange. The sun is finally starting to rise. Looks like they're almost all handled, Elxid notes. Lyan leans on his sword, exhausted. Lyan's face is pale. Fighting while surrounded by enemies like this wasn't actually that bad, was it? Elxid asks if it's because of his blind spots. Lyan admits the truth. My vision is wide, but I have human limits, no matter how hard I try. And that's where we leave it. Back to the wall is the best strategy, right? Elxid answers him, closing his eyes. Stick with me, because we are about to learn exactly how to master and completely control the entire battlefield. Level 2 is all about adapting to your surroundings. Elxid opens his eyes and holds up one finger to emphasize his point. But level 1? That is turning a crisis into pure strength. Lyon listens, smirks, and lets out a long, heavy sigh of relief. He shoves his hands into his pockets, turning to leave the mansion alongside Elxid to face the challenges ahead. To survive the slums, I have to overcome this. It is the true test of whether I have the ability to fight there. Lyon analyzes the situation. The danger in the slums is way higher than in the tunnels leading to the sewers. Traps are everywhere, waiting for prey, and assassins will aim for my blind spots. He covers one eye while thinking. He whispers to himself, wondering what will happen if he keeps relying on his limited vision during a real fight. Morning sun hits the old, crumbling streets, but the blue sky cannot hide the decay of this district. Everyone on the street wears dark cloaks, hiding their faces and their intentions from the world around them. In the shadows, old men sit motionless on the ground. A young boy stands alone in the road, crying his eyes out. Now watch this part closely. This is where the true terror of this district finally shows its face. A dark shadow looms over the boy. He stops crying instantly, his eyes wide with pure shock and realization. A second later, the kid panics and covers his own mouth with both hands to stay as silent as possible. The boy's face turns pale as a ghost and his whole body shakes with pure fear as the cold, terrifying Khan walks past him with a murderous look. The pressure is insane. Everyone nearby freezes in place, too scared to even move a muscle or make a sound. Once Khan and his hybrids are gone, people finally whisper his name, the leader of the most powerful gang in the area. Inside a massive villa, a subordinate reports that they have been watching districts 23 and 25 as ordered. No slaves have made it out alive. At the table sits a man with a slicked-back pink mohawk looking quite serious. The area is too dangerous for us to get any closer, the hybrid reports as Khan leans back in his chair. No need. Just keep watching from a distance so we do not accidentally tip them off or lose our advantage. He barks an order, and the subordinate continues his grim report about the state of the districts. We check the water flowing from those districts. It is filled with sewage, human blood, and rotting organs. It is a mess of filth. I can confirm at least 30 people have died there this morning. Khan asks about the mages. The subordinate replies that they are saying some very strange and cryptic things. That black magic festival is clearly not as simple as it looks. Khan grinds his teeth in sheer annoyance. He gestures with his finger, giving new assignments to his subordinates for their next mission. Gather everything I told you and bring me the evidence. Let the others handle the rest of the dirty work. The subordinate tries to stop him, worried they will lose half their profits from the slaves if they wait. I know what you are thinking, is he really going to kill him? Suddenly, blood sprays across the man standing nearby. He looks over and sees the reporter lying motionless in a growing pool of blood on the floor. Khan wears a wicked smile, offering a chilling warning to the survivors left in the room. If you cannot tell when an enemy is going to strike, you are already dead. Just like this fool. The others are trembling. They did not even see him move. It was like a simple, lethal flick of a finger. Khan continues his warning, telling them they cannot just use these clever people for their own gain. It is better not to try. Picking a fight with them will only bring us massive losses. He points at a scarred hybrid, saying they must not provoke the fanatics or foreign spies no matter what. Once they start their plan, we lose everything. They will hunt us down for a single gold coin. Everyone bows in silence. Khan suggests letting their commander, the Holy Knight, handle the dirty work instead. Khan leans back and closes his eyes. Is there any other news we should know about today? The scarred hybrid speaks up. There is a rumor about a merchant at an abandoned mansion near the gates. Khan narrows his eyes, his face becoming dead serious. Oh? Tell me more about this person. Apparently, he has been there for over a week, collecting monsters and even slimes for his own use. Outside, the sky turns a deep orange as the sun sets, and the subordinate keeps explaining the situation. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see why they call this guy the Scanner. Khan listens, his brows furrowing as he takes in the news. Interesting guy, he says. Stick with me, we're about to see this cleaner shake things up. He rubs his chin, a devious smile playing on his lips. A cleaner, huh? Since he takes on cheap jobs, we might be able to use him to our advantage. Elsewhere, the night sky blankets the city, leaving only shimmering stars while the lights from nearby windows flicker in the dark. But over at Lyon's place, a blinding light radiates from the building, piercing through the silent night. Inside, Lyon grips his sword with both hands, his entire body glowing with a surge of intense power. Suddenly, he lets out a loud, gut-wrenching scream, sounding like he is in absolute agony. He collapses to his knees, gasping for air as his sword clatters against the floor. Elxid asks with concern, "How was it? Do you feel it yet? That energy flowing through your body?" Lyon breathes, "Yeah, but it feels strange." Elxid crosses his arms, impressed by the boy's careful nature as Lyon sits there exhausted. "Every trial feels like I'm dying and coming back to life," Lyon sighs. "I don't feel much progress and I'm losing confidence." Elxid snaps his fingers, summoning a glowing blue status window. "Keep at it. Now watch this, you and I need to see these stats." Lyon, the one who is afraid to start, level 20. STR is 134, and Stamina is 140. DX is 131, Aura is 76, and Holy Sword skill is mid-tier. Level 2, Roderick Martial Arts, Level 3 Body Activation, and Level 5 Mana User. Lyon is shocked by the board. What? Beside the Holy Sword skill, why is there a low-tier Mana User listed? Elxid is impressed. Isn't this better than where you started? Looks like your growth speed isn't bad at all. Just as I expected from a genius. You learned what takes others 100 days to understand. Lyon looks at the screen but points his hand toward the stats. But why isn't the 7-star sword listed here? Elxid flies right into his face, screaming, "Because you haven't even mastered the basic techniques of that style yet. You mean the 7-star sword? It's also famously known as the Great War Chariot. It's the secret sword art Roderick invented during his early days. Rumor has it you're only a true master once you can chain all 7 forms." Lyon looks determined. "I want to learn at least one of these forms before my next confrontation. If I combine 7-star with my holy sword, I might actually stand a chance against any enemy." Hearing that, Elxid just floats there and starts teasing him. They'll be dead if they don't watch out. Since becoming strong enough to crush everyone in the slums in 2 months is impossible, I need a plan. I need a victory card for emergencies. Even if I know how to summon a mana weapon, if I can't use it properly, it's all meaningless. These words make Elxid look at him with newfound respect, though Lyon doesn't even notice the look. "Let's keep going," Lyon says eagerly. "I'll train until I get it." But Elxid suddenly stops him. "I love the spirit, but we're done for today. Class is officially over." Lyon is confused, but pay attention, we've got some uninvited guests outside. Lyon looks down at the street. "Guests?" Elxid confirms. "Yeah, and they definitely aren't here for a friendly visit." Lyan pauses to think for a moment. Are they here for me? Elxid scans the group. No sign of monsters or grudges. I also don't feel anyone particularly strong among them. They look like common thugs, Lyan notes after watching them for a while. Elxid responds slowly. They definitely don't look friendly, but I don't think they're here for an all-out war. Lyan decides to go down. Maybe they have info on my enemies. I'll go see what they want. His door slowly opens and Lyan steps out. Seeing him, they immediately ask if he's the body cleaner everyone's talking about. With zero sincerity in his voice, Nikki speaks up. Sorry for dropping by without an invite. Joe adds, sorry for the surprise visit. We're just here on orders from the top, so try to understand. From the top? Lyan asks. Nikki grins. Exactly. We're members of a gang known as the Hybrids. He'd heard about them while gathering information on the streets earlier. Led by Khan the Fang, these top guys divided the slums into 3 main parts, ruling over everyone. Joe gets aggressive. The big boss is looking for you. We were told to leave you alone if you refused, but I strongly suggest you come with us. Lyan cuts him off. Lead the way. Trust me, you and I need to see where this goes. Alright, stick with me as we see Lyan's cold and calm attitude leave these hybrid thugs absolutely speechless. Lyan has already got a plan. Mentioning the name Fanged Khan should be enough to clear a path for him. This is his perfect chance to infiltrate the deepest and most dangerous corners of the slums. Beside him, Elxid softly says he knows exactly what the guy is thinking, and Lyan agrees. Exactly, Khan wants to dump a dirty job on Lyan that his own gang wouldn't even touch. If Khan wants to use him, Lyan will play along, but little does he know, Lyan is using him too. Just as they finish talking, a sudden and violent commotion breaks out nearby. A fruit seller accidentally bumps into Nikki and hits the ground hard, stuttering out an apology. Seeing Nikki, the man freezes in terror, but the hybrid starts beating him mercilessly like a bug. Watching this mindless bullying makes Lyan's blood boil, but he struggles to keep his cool. Elxid senses his rage and tells him to endure it, which only makes Lyan even angrier. Listen, Elxid warns you need to get a better grip on your emotions right now. If you leak that bloodlust in front of Khan, this whole deal ends with zero profit. Lyan takes a breath and regains his composure as they finally arrive at the hideout. Following Nikki's crew inside, Lyan realizes he has stepped right into the hybrid den. Elxid mocks the filthy place, asking if they even know how to clean, then Lyan spots bloodstains. Now watch this. Lyan sees right through their little game, realizing they left this mess to scare people. Elxid just scoffs, calling it a pathetic and old-fashioned way of trying to look tough. Suddenly, a hostile voice rings out from behind, asking if he is the scavenger, and Lyan immediately swings at Khan. With just one bare hand, Khan stops the lethal strike without taking a single scratch. Khan grins, saying that the scavenger title doesn't fit a guy with this much guts. The pressure radiating off this man is overwhelming, and before Lyan can react, Khan winds up a punch. Like a lamb at the slaughter, Lyan can't move a muscle, he's dead for sure. The massive fist stops right at his face. Luckily, Khan was only testing his resolve. Even so, the shockwave sends blood dripping from Lyan's nose onto the dirty floor. You and I can see his terror. The wind pressure alone was enough to take his head off. Shaking but curious, Lyan finally asks if this beast is the legendary Fanged Khan. Khan laughs, impressed that a mere trash collector has this much spine after nearly dying. Khan's mood flips instantly as he declares his decision, leaving Lyan completely confused. Khan says he has decided on the request, assuming Lyan came here because he wanted something too. I will give you what you're after, Khan says, but Lyan has no clue what that is. The boss flashes a wicked smile, revealing he's already dug up Lyan's entire life story. The Royal Academy, a place where commoners like you are always treated as second class. You punched those nobles with your own effort, then joined the Scavenger Guild instead. Taking the jobs nobody wanted made you famous. Khan's intel goes deep into the city's shadows. You don't want to be a knight or spend your life bowing to those rotten aristocrats. Both Lyan and Elxid are wide-eyed. This man's assumptions are taking a very strange turn. Khan continues confidently, claiming Lyan fought the nobles just to become an independent adventurer. Unlike those fake nobles who only care about themselves, you are looking at the bigger picture. You saw a greater future. That is how you hit rank C after only 2 missions. Khan even imagines Jace happily handing over Lyan's professional adventurer license card. Khan grins and asks if he's right, looking extremely proud of his detective work. Lyan and Elxid are stunned not by his skill, but by how spectacularly wrong he is. If you wanted money, you wouldn't act like this. You've only had one goal from the start. Stick with me. Khan is about to reveal exactly what he thinks Lyan's true goal is. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where one thing matters more than life: fame. It is something nobility cannot touch and elevates you regardless of your birth. Fame. I am certain you came the moment I invited you, despite how dangerous and complex these slums are, for that exact reason. Is that not right? Agree to my terms, and your wish will finally become a reality. Hearing this, Lyan does not argue with Khan, but simply replies in a flat and neutral tone, understood. Meanwhile, Lyon thinks to himself that this guy is completely wrong but just keeps talking. Elxid, standing nearby, also speaks up, scoffing that the man is indeed quite irritating, but he is not entirely wrong. Based on your past and every mission you have finished, anyone would assume you are just doing all of this for fame. A second later, Lyon falls back into deep thought. Now pay attention, because this is where Lyon shows just how calculated he can really be. Khan completely misreads his intentions, but Lyon sees no need to correct him. Since they might be enemies one day, he will just exploit this misunderstanding to his advantage. After a short 2-second pause, he calmly speaks up. I have at least heard everything you had to say. Lyon's calm composure makes Khan even more intrigued, just as the moon rises high into the pitch-black night sky. A long while later, Khan speaks while taking a drink. The people in the slums always need to be careful of outsiders, but they do not necessarily reject or hate them. This place is the perfect spot for survival, yet many fools who do not know their place come here seeking power. I wiped them all out 3 or 4 months before they could even start their move. Forget about districts 23 and 25. 200 corpses in a single day. Lyon thinks in horror, how is that possible? Has Malice joined forces with the devils? Ignoring his surprised expression, Khan quickly says that 3 people share power at the top of these slums. A businessman named Helvang, Simon the Faceless Assassin, and the gatekeeper of coffee. Saying this, he proudly points to himself. Naturally, Khan is the top leader among them all. Seeing this, Lyon feels helpless. If he had not met the man before, he never would have imagined someone who could actually fit that name so perfectly. Right after that, he continues, Districts 23 and 25 are Simon's territory, but after his recent losses, the man is absolutely furious. Finally, to balance things out, he hired many mercenaries from D rank to B rank. They were all, Khan's voice becomes more serious than ever before, all dead. Lyon urgently asks, so who are these people really? You and I both know that if the Emperor is worried, things are about to get really messy. Khan tells him to guess, because if they can wipe out an entire army like that, they must be powerful. Knowing how lawless the slums are, this situation has already crossed the line. If Khan was involved, then the numbers needed to defeat them might actually make some sense. Finishing his drink, Khan says those who investigated all died, except for him. Even Helvang is now scared to death, so he does not dare to move. Even the gatekeeper of coffee is just watching the situation unfold. Even my own subordinates are looking for a way to run. If I am not there, they are all like headless chickens, and I know that fact all too well. But while he hesitates, Lyon cuts in. Basically, in this situation, we should avoid being aggressive, right? Khan immediately agrees. Though he hates to admit it, you are right. That is why he called the fame-seeking adventurer. After checking you out, I know you are someone who faces danger rather than running from it. So, I am certain you will not refuse this request. Lyon ponders this and makes a guess from the information provided. It seems the mission is not about killing, but rather using him to attract the attention of that group. Khan flashes a satisfied smile and does not hesitate to praise him. Very smart. Compared to 100 other fools, having you as my man is more than enough. Instantly, Lyon refuses decisively. Sorry, but I have no interest in joining a gang. Clearly, Khan does not want to lose more men, so he is borrowing outside strength. He wants to use Lyon's power. Malice is a huge problem, but this guy might become an even bigger issue later on. A long while later, Khan hands a file over to Lyon and says, fine, but how do you plan to start? Take a look at this first. After reading just a few pages, Lyon suddenly stops. His eyes widen in pure horror, as if he just saw something truly terrifying. The data is proof that Malice massacred the people in the slums. Even Elxid shouts out in pure surprise at the scale of it. Hundreds is the number we can see here, but the actual number could be in the thousands. Lyon breaks into a cold sweat. This is horrific, especially since they are in an area completely ungoverned by the law. There is no way to know what happened, even if they all just vanish. Nobody knows how long this cruelty will continue. Elxid stares at Lyon's clenched fist and calls his name. Calming down, Lyon asks in a low voice why he did not give this to the council. Khan quickly explains, it is impossible. Those guys are stubborn and will not believe it without seeing it themselves. Trust me, you and I are about to see things get much darker. Alright, you and I are diving back in as Lyon guesses exactly why he is needed. Khan is more hyped than ever by how sharp the kid is. Exactly. I need you as a living witness. Someone to make those skeptics believe the nightmare that is happening is actually real. Lyon does not let him enjoy the moment, firing back a cold reality. Whether he is alive or dead, he is still valid proof. Instead of getting angry at being exposed, Khan just laughs harder. He actually likes this kid's sharp attitude more than he expected. Wiping his eyes, he asks if Lyon is ready. Lyon slams the table with total confidence and gives him a firm yes. Lyon knows it is embarrassing, but gathering a team like this in a place as rough as the slums was never going to be easy. Plus, this mission could save hundreds of lives. Just as he finishes that thought, Khan hands him a heavy bundle of gear. "Take it." Lyon pulls out a dagger, looking at it with pure confusion. "What is this supposed to be?" Khan calmly explains that it is a special dagger marked with his personal seal. If you show this to anyone trying to start a fight, they will not dare to make a sound otherwise. Their coffins will be waiting for them. Ignoring the warning, Lyon just tosses the dagger aside like it is a piece of worthless junk. "What am I supposed to do with this trash? I do not want it." His rejection makes Khan absolutely lose his mind. Khan pushes on, explaining that the bag contains magic scrolls for combat or selling. Think of it as fair payment for the job. Lyon stops him with one final question that has been weighing heavily on his mind. Now pay attention, because Lyon is still haunted by the memory of that terrifying, powerful punch from their first meeting. He remembers the sheer pressure that made his nose bleed before the hit even connected. That moment is burned into his brain. Lyon finally asks if Khan actually intended to pull that strike back from the very beginning. The question catches Khan off guard. He stays silent for a second before smirking and ending their conversation after a few hours. Later, Lyon and Elxid return to the inn. He sinks into thought, unable to shake the image of Khan's overwhelming confidence. Wolf-Fang Khan is a monster. He is way too strong, and Lyon knows he needs to train even harder to survive. He asks Elxid if she found anything interesting in the data. She tells him she found a few things worth noting, but she needs to investigate further. If Malice is acting outside the plan, it will likely lead to a total catastrophe. Lyon catches on quickly. "So, you are saying we need to see it with our own eyes?" Elxid gives a firm yes. "Infiltrating a zone where 500 mercenaries were completely wiped out? That sounds like a job for a top-tier assassin, right? Let us see if he can find someone he can trust, someone not blinded by greed who hates Malice as much as we do." Elxid wipes away some sweat, thinking that those are some pretty high standards for someone living in the slums. But Lyon is not done yet. He has one more specific requirement for this new ally they need to find. They need someone who will never forgive Malice. Elxid finally realizes there is only one place to find someone like that. Lyon remembers the location. Building 13 in the Prima district. That has to be the place she was talking about. The next morning, the sun is high as Lyon stands in front of the building. Is this really a church? It is surprisingly tiny. Lyon wonders why anyone would bother building a place of worship in such a poor, broken neighborhood like this. Elxid explains that the church always sends priests to the places where people are suffering the most. Ordinary people are often blinded by profit and easily brought to their knees, becoming slaves to their own ambition and greed, but these holy men will never fall into that trap, because they are bound by a life of total integrity. They only show respect to their own faith and the divine guidance of their superiors. They will never let themselves be led astray. They never lose their way, and Lyon finally understands why they are the perfect choice to help him now. In just a few moments, he makes his final decision. There is no other way. And while I do not want to attract unwanted attention as some inexperienced hero, I guess I just have to tell them the absolute truth about everything. Besides, there is another reason this plan works perfectly for their current situation. Even if Lyon provides them with all the evidence, most of the people here are priests who follow a strict code. They would never reveal his secrets to anyone if he simply asks them to stay silent. The people here are dressed in rags, but their eyes are bright with a hope you rarely see in the dark slums. They are not on guard against anyone. There is a deep sense of trust here that surprises Lyon as he watches them. He wonders who could possibly be running a place like this. Slowly, he steps up and knocks on the church door. A gentle, calm voice echoes from the other side of the door. "Who is it?" Lyon nervously introduces himself as an adventurer who needs to speak with the bishop. Suddenly, he feels something strange. His own aura is reacting violently to the person standing on the other side of that door right now. A tall figure emerges from the shadows. "I am Cesare, the bishop in charge of this sanctuary. And that is a twist you and I definitely did not see coming. Our new contact is actually an elf. Let us dive into a story where a bishop is not exactly what he seems." Cesare offers a drink and notices Lyon is shocked that a high-ranking bishop is an elf. Lyon stutters while trying to deny it. No, it is not that. Cesare calmly explains that elves are rare in his position, but he serves God by loving everyone equally. He mentions hearing about Lyon's heroic deeds, defeating monsters within the city walls and sewers. Thanks to him, the water is cleaner, and fewer people are getting sick from stomach issues. Cesare's praise makes Lyon blush, but the mood shifts as the bishop asks about the favor he needs. Lyon immediately regains his composure. After a long silence, Lyon hands over Khan's documents and asks Cesare to take a look. As the bishop reads, his expression turns into a dark frown from the disturbing contents. Before Lyon can even speak, Cesare declares that the church absolutely must get involved. However, the source is problematic. The archbishop would likely doubt it and demand a fresh investigation. That process would take too long, and Lyon nods in agreement with the bishop's concerns. So, he asks Cesare to recommend someone to investigate sectors 23 and 25 with him. After thinking it over, Cesare apologizes his branch does not have anyone capable of fighting. Some know healing or support spells, but they would not be much help on this dangerous mission. Lyon looks disappointed until Cesare offers a solution. He will personally join the investigation. Both Lyon and Elsie are completely frozen in shock by the sudden offer. Cesare continues, saying he will delegate his current duties to someone else for a while. Just because he is a bishop does not mean he can avoid the dirty work himself. Lyon cannot believe it. He only expected a few priests, not the high-ranking bishop himself. Cesare stares him down, asking if he looks too weak or unreliable for the job. Now pay attention, because this bishop is about to show exactly why he is in charge. He prepares a powerful strike. A massive, pure surge of energy quickly gathers within the palm of Cesare's hand. Mana so dense it burns the air, a technique capable of tearing through mithril like scrap paper. Elsie notes the incredible casting speed. This man is a veteran, as strong as Khan. Lyon realizes Cesare is a bishop just for a hobby. He pulls back his power, and calmly promises he will not be a burden on the mission. Lyon scratches his head, admitting he is actually worried about being the burden. Cesare just laughs it off. Years ago, he was a member of the legendary ironclad Holy Knights. Lyon is stunned that is the most powerful army on the entire continent. Excited, he shakes Cesare's hand and asks for his guidance. The bishop stays humble, telling Lyon to wait in the courtyard while he grabs his weapon. As Cesare leaves, Lyon is buzzing with excitement. The thought of fighting alongside an ironclad knight has Lyon feeling incredibly confident. You and I are probably thinking the same thing. Elf means cool bow, right? Well, Elsie says, look at his hands. Suddenly, a massive, heavy mace slams into the ground behind the church with a thunderous crash. Just as expected, Cesare's weapon is a brutal, terrifying morning star. Lyon and Elsie cannot help but break into a cold sweat just looking at it. Cesare starts swinging the heavy mace around before hurling it forward with terrifying force. A giant boulder is instantly pulverized. Cesare sighs, happy to feel that power again. He admits he misses the feeling of crushing heretic skulls with his trusted weapon. Lyon and Elsie look on in absolute horror. Cesare claims that God will surely watch over their holy battle. Terrified by his strength, Lyon stutters a response while Cesare's eyes glow with intensity. And as the sun sets, we leave our heroes heading into the slums. Trust me, things are about to get wild. All right, you and I are diving into the slums to see if our team can pull off a miracle. Elxid confirms it while Lyon remembers telling the old man to ditch the holy robes. You can't stroll through a criminal wasteland dressed as a priest. Through Lyon's eyes, Cesare is a silent shadow, completely hooded and trailing them with an eerie, quiet intensity. After a few seconds, Lyon senses something strange. He can track the man through mana, but his physical senses detect absolutely nothing there. Noticing his confusion, Elxid steps in to explain what is actually happening. It is a high-level mana technique used to completely erase one's presence. It is incredibly difficult to maintain while moving, but the priest is a master. Suddenly, a stumbling drunk slams right into Cesare and spins around, ready to pick a fight. The man starts shouting but freezes when he sees nothing but empty air. Hey, watch where you are going. What are you, a ghost? Watching the drunk stumble away, Elxid notes that Cesare must be a seasoned pro at these stealth missions. Lyon is still puzzled. If the man is invisible, why can he see him so clearly through mana? Elxid guesses it is due to their specific mana types. Normally, that stealth skill would make him totally undetectable. But those limits can be bypassed if your own mana has a very specific, rare trait. Based on how your sun attribute is reacting, the mana he possesses must be its polar opposite. The moon attribute. You can track that elf because his shadow-like mana stands out like a sore thumb to someone like you, who carries the power of the Sunday. The sun and the moon. Now, you and I need to watch this closely. Is this just luck, or is it destiny? After a long walk, Lyon announces they have arrived at District 23. Elxid floats nearby, looking impressed by the surroundings. That thug's dagger really did come in handy. Lyon nods, thinking back to the aggressive gang they ran into just moments ago. Lyon pulls out the wicked-looking dagger that Khan gave him earlier, ready to use its reputation as their shield. In an instant, the thugs change their tune. Every low-level grunt they pass practically trips over themselves to get out of the way. Back in the present, Cesare is genuinely impressed. He can't believe they cleared the slums this easily. Lyon really is as miraculous as the rumors say. With Lyon's help, they can finally purge those disgusting heretics. Filthy lowlifes who have no idea how to respect the blessings of the Lord. His sudden burst of holy rage catches Lyon and Elxid off guard. Shaking it off, Lyon moves to open a hidden passage nearby. They're heading into the sewers, and trust me, things are about to get a lot more disgusting. Cesare conjures a light to guide them through the gloom, but suddenly, he kills the spark, sensing something up ahead. Quiet. A bored voice echoes from the ceiling above. Is that really all we got today? Then a second voice chimes in with a reply. We are behind schedule because the sacrifices are starting to fight back. We still need to dispose of 12 more bodies tonight, But 70 victims a day is just insane. Even if we work from dawn until the ritual finally ends at midnight, those bastards upstairs just dump all the work on us. Hearing that heartless talk makes Lyon and Elxid grit their teeth in pure, unadulterated rage. 70 people every single day? This slaughter has been going on for months. It is unforgivable. Before Lyon can move, Cesare draws his massive mace. I will take the lead on this one. He launches upward, his heavy mace whistling through the air toward a guard's face. With one devastating, bone-crushing blow, the first cultist is instantly taken out of the equation. Lyon scrambles up just in time to see the carnage. Sir? His voice snaps Cesare back to reality. Oh, right, we were supposed to be sneaking. Seeing an opening, the second cultist tries to release a cloud of poison, but before he can blink, the mace slams into his jaw. But Cesare pauses, squinting at the sight in front of him. His heavy mace has been blocked by a shimmering magic barrier. The heretic sneers, boasting that his armor makes him invincible. How dare you rats sneak in here? Have you completely lost your minds? We just ran out of sacrifices, so you arrived just in time. But as he finishes that sentence, his head suddenly leaves his shoulders. Lyon didn't hesitate for a second, decapitating the cultist in one clean strike. The survivor screams in terror. Who the hell are you? Do you have any idea who we are? Before he can finish the threat, Cesare steps in to finish the job for good. Lyon and Cesare stand over the fallen cultists, quietly observing the mess they just made in the dark. The priest turns to him with a cheerful smile. Oh, Lyon, you handled them already? His casual attitude is actually starting to scare Lyon. I really don't think you should be praising me for this, Your Eminence. Either way, those bastards had some decent blades. Did you steal one of theirs? That must be how you cut through their magical defenses. Clutching his blade, Lyon whispers to Elxid, asking if this disguise is actually working. Elxid confirms everything is going exactly to plan thanks to his curse. To anyone else, I look just like a standard, mass-produced sword. Just another piece of junk like the ones they were carrying. The real sword would stand out too much, and if anyone recognized the holy blade of King Roderick, we would be in trouble. But then, we aren't exactly being quiet anymore. But you and I both know that finding the enemy's true nature is a massive win. The real fight starts now. Alright. You and I are diving into a scene where the evidence is clear they are using forbidden arts. Cesare nods along immediately. He agrees, but insists this was not just some failed break-in attempt. If there are no witnesses, you call it an assassination. It can be called a successful infiltration if we kill every last one of them. Despite the brutal words, his face remains perfectly holy, leaving Lyon and Elxid speechless. Lyon refocuses, urging them to keep searching the area. Cesare quickly responds, calling Lyon a fellow brother as he agrees to push deeper into the facility. The two discover a strange room, and Lyon rushes inside with Cesare following closely behind him. Now watch this, as they enter, they are greeted by two fresh skulls and a collection of blood-soaked tools. Even worse, corpses are piled high in a massive crate. Lyon gags at the nightmare, but right at that moment, Elxid speaks up with a calm authority. Do not look away. You cannot get used to this evil, but you must never ignore the face of misfortune. A hero remembers when everyone else forgets. This tragedy is the true face of the enemy you have sworn to fight. Lyon asks if the Demon King did this. Elxid scoffs that pathetic Demon King is not even worthy of being your true enemy. You cannot save the world just by killing one villain. For the poor, their Demon King is poverty itself. For the sick, the plague is their monster. Do you really think these tragedies happen for some logical, fair reason? Can you cut down poverty with a blade? Can you kill a disease with your sword? A killable Demon King is nothing compared to the real struggle. You and I are realizing that bringing a brighter future is the definition of a true hero, and the only reason to fight. No matter how terrible it gets, you must not turn away. You can only move forward once your mind is clear, and Lyon takes a deep breath. His eyes burn with a new level of determination. Cesare watches, wondering what the boy just told himself. To regain composure so fast after seeing such horror? This kid has a terrifyingly strong will. A second later, Lyon calls out to the priest. Cesare responds immediately. That area was just a dumping ground, the real facility starts right here. The enemy count is about to hit double digits. Charging in blindly would be a total suicide mission for them. Lyon remembers Khan's advice, think of them as rewards and do whatever you want. He did not want to use it, but, in a flash, Lyon pulls out the mysterious scroll Khan gave him. Cesare is confused, asking what the paper is. Lyon stays silent, feeling the power radiating from the parchment. He activates the skill Clairvoyance. Elxid recognizes it instantly temporary magic that grants the user X-ray vision. Lyon overlays the magic onto his own sight, scanning every inch of the hidden base. A moment later, the magic fades. As the power drains away, Lyon starts bleeding from the strain. Cesare rushes over in a panic, but Lyon quickly brushes him off, insisting he is perfectly fine. He starts listing everything he saw, The underground facility is not as massive as they feared. 24 enemies ahead. 10 to the east, 5 west, 5 south, and 4 guarding the north. There is one central room his eyes could not pierce. The entrance is east, and it might hold the key. Cesare weighs the options. It could be the prize, or it could be a deadly trap for the greedy. Strategy is all about surprise. Usually, the weakest-looking spot is actually the strongest defense. That room might just be more corpses. The real objective might be in Section 25, but Lyon isn't backing down just yet. He insists they check it. If they leave and come back, the security will be 10 times tighter. Today is their best shot. Luckily, Cesare agrees. Since the basic goal is met, it is time for cleanup. They move to handle the threats as quickly as possible. In another room nearby, 2 guards are chatting, completely unaware that Cesare's spiked chain is already wrapping around their throats. With one move, he wipes them out. Screams of agony echo through the halls as another guard falls, foaming at the mouth. The heretic collapses instantly, another victim of the priest's relentless and brutal techniques. That makes 12, Cesare mutters. His body is finally warming up, even if he is not as fast as he used to be. He turns his attention to the wall Lyon could not see through. After touching the mysterious door, he has no clue how to open it. There is no handle, and no matter how he pulls or pushes, it does not budge. Stick with me to see what happens next. The writing is illegible, and that blood-red light looks like real blood is oozing right out of the cracks. All right, you and I are about to dive into a scene that will give you chills, especially as Cesare excitedly warns Lyon to step back. Suddenly, Cesare swings his spiked mace forward with massive, overwhelming force. But in the next second, it bounces right back without any effect. Lyon's eyes widen in pure disbelief. Even Cesare looks stunned, his face turning grim as he realizes what just happened. Lyon suddenly remembers seeing the old man use that same spiked mace with such raw power in the past. Those memories make this harder to believe. That iron ball should have been enough to grind solid stone into dust. Thinking about this, Lyon pauses for about 2 seconds while digging through his own memories. He just can't wrap his head around it. How is it possible that there isn't a single scratch left after a hit like that? In a flash, Elxid appears and speaks a single, chilling phrase, antimatter. It is a gateway to another dimension, built on a theory that shouldn't even exist in this world. Lyon catches the main point immediately. Antimatter? Without a single moment of hesitation, she explains. Yes, based on my memories, cold objects are hot, and hot objects are actually cold. This gate seems to be made of antimatter, which basically means it neutralizes any physical interference. After hearing the explanation, Lyon adds to himself. And that's not all. Malian couldn't see through it with his magic scroll either. Could it be that this door is completely unaffected by magic as well? If physical power and spells are both useless, then what other options do we have left? Before he can think any further, Cesare lets out a heavy sigh. Oh boy. It turns out he is concentrating his holy magic. Light of enlightenment, please gather in my palms. Seeing this unfold, Lyon is completely stunned and can only whisper, "Is this holy arts?" In a split second, Elxid cries out in realization. I see now. It is a unique type of power that does not rely on aura or even traditional magic. Now pay attention, because we're looking at a power born from pure faith, something that follows the natural laws of this world. As soon as the explanation ends, Cesare strikes to shatter the door. Heresy can never triumph over the Holy Church. Seeing the impact, he cheers in excitement. The door is breaking, but unfortunately, it is only slightly cracked and hasn't shattered at all. Despite that, Cesare keeps going. This sight makes Lyon break into a nervous sweat. Shouldn't heresy be weaker than the Holy Church? Even Elxid starts to sound a bit hesitant. Well, usually. If it can withstand holy magic coming directly from a bishop, then this gate is even more powerful than faith itself. In other words, this isn't just a simple trap anymore. It looks like you will have to deliver the finishing blow. I will back you up, so. Before Elxid can even finish her sentence, Lyon quickly draws his greatsword. Understood. Right then, Cesare catches sight of Lyon as he begins to concentrate his own intense magic. Brother! In a split second, Lyon lets out a loud roar, and his blade delivers a fierce, clean strike. A decisive slash mark appears on the door before it finally shatters. Lyon watches it vanish, feeling totally confused. Did it just disappear? Elxid answers that since it did not belong in this world, it makes sense that it vanished. Cesare looks genuinely shocked, his surprise clear. What an incredible strike. It seems I've really underestimated your abilities, Brother Lyon. Lyon scratches his head, feeling awkward. You're overpraising me. You did all the work. A moment later, the old man speaks slowly, his voice heavy. I can't feel any presence behind this door. It seems they abandoned this place once the ritual was complete. You and I can probably guess what's next. It's pitch black inside, but the stench of rotting flesh is overwhelming. Right after that, Cesare creates a glowing orb of light to lead the way. The moment the room becomes clear, A look of pure horror washes over his face. Lyon is just as shocked as they stand before a truly bizarre and terrifying creature. A moment later he stammers, "What? What is this thing?" In an instant, Lyon screams out. They are still alive. The sight is so gruesome that even Cesare has to close his eyes tight. It turns out there is a giant, horned abomination right inside the room. Not only that, it has been torn into smaller pieces that are scattered dangerously close to Lyon. He can't help but cover his mouth. They are actually still alive. After observing for a while, Elxid finally speaks up. "I understand now. They harvest flesh and blood from intelligent species to experiment on them, turning them into these massive, sickening piles of meat. Based on everything they've achieved here, the result is terrifyingly clear. This cult is summoning an insane number of monsters just to sacrifice them as bait, because once they open their mouths, they can swallow an entire city whole. This is a designated natural disaster." Lyon asks curiously, "What is its name?" Remembering the image of the creature, Elxid answers seriously, "The Devourer." As Lyon looks on in shock, Elxid explains further. They need a lot of time and effort to prepare, but once it starts, it's unstoppable. This is an entity from another dimension that even the ancient gods would fear to face. Once it is finally summoned and finishes devouring an entire city, it will simply vanish back into its own realm. Hearing this, Lyon immediately thinks of it. The Free City. Wait, is this entire city going to become a meal for that thing? And that's where we leave it with a terrifying truth. Since these rituals are usually caught, they fail 99 times out of 100. But if this one succeeds, it'll be a catastrophe. Lyon's face turns pale as he realizes the stakes. Stick with me, because you and I are about to uncover secrets that were never meant to be recorded. The scary thing about heresy is that no one knows what they bring until they are already in motion. They have fought the Holy Order since the beginning. Lyon shouts, "How do we deal with this gluttony? Facing it without a plan is impossible, right?" Seeing Elsie hesitate only makes him panic more. Finally, she gives him an answer, and it is not looking good for them at all. This place is basically a sacrificial site for gluttony, though the security here seems surprisingly loose. Lyon asks if they have enough numbers yet. Elxid confirms they are at 90% and nearly done. They will start the ritual once you evacuate the citizens. We need to plan our tactic immediately. Lyon is skeptical about the simple plan, unable to ignore the doubt in his own voice. She says to gather all forces and strike District 25 where the ritual space is large enough. "I am certain we can resolve this if we attack before they actually perform the ceremony." Lyon repeats the idea of a total offensive. Even a cornered beast will take its last breath fighting. Heresy is terrifying because its defense is based on space theories from another dimension. Now pay attention, because here is the wild card that changes everything for us. We will take their heads with a total offensive, and after that, everything else will fall. We must destroy the heretics instantly. They will fall like chess pieces with absolutely no escape. Hearing the plan, Lyon finally calms down. If they are not stupid, they will notice the raid. He makes a firm decision in his heart. "We have to take this massive gamble now." Cesare speaks with a serious tone. "Brother Lyon, we must leave. They have noticed our intrusion." Lyon sits down and picks up an abomination fragment, lost in his own deep thoughts. What is the point of living like this? Meanwhile, Cesare has already pulled out his spiked flail. He hurls it at the abominations. While he fights them off, Lyon stays still and prays. With his soul at peace, he joins the fight. Cesare yells for him to move faster. The guards finally arrive, shouting about the intruders and the sacrifices they worked so hard for. Their sudden intrusion causes total chaos. They tell the others to forget about the pursuit for now. Outside the base, the moon shines softly on the ground. Lyon is panting heavily from the run. It seems they stopped following us. Cesare notes that the pursuers are already far behind. "When I was young, I poked a hornet's nest, and the feeling was exactly like this. You and I can see he is calm, but the situation is getting more dangerous by the second. This place is full of creatures beyond comparison. Do you think we need reinforcements, Brother Lyon?" Lyon falls into silence. To make Elxid's plan work, he needs someone with real power. He thought about using the sword as a last resort, but Cesare might be enough. He wants to hide it from everyone, even though Cesare likely noticed something during the battle. A moment later, Lyon confirms his path and decides to go along with the current flow. "I have a great plan." Back at the house, they discuss the strategy with very serious faces. Next, Cesare says it is uncertain but worth trying since they have no other options available. He answers immediately, "Thank God, because this explanation would be hard for anyone to believe. Information on gluttony is top secret, so he pretends his knowledge is just a lucky guess. To explain the barrier, he claims the solar aura is far more effective than anyone ever imagined. After that, Cesare mentions that even in the church, solar aura is a top priority for new recruits. It is so rare he has never met anyone with it. But now he finally understands why. Lyon quickly responds, "And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I won't want to miss what comes next. Alright, stick with me because Cesare is about to lay out a plan that changes everything. He needs two things, a massive army and a specialized team to infiltrate the enemy base. But Cesare isn't done yet, even as Lyon starts to worry. They need warriors capable of taking down the cult's high-level elites. This squad has to be rank A minimum. Hearing this, Lyon starts mumbling rank A as if he just struck gold. Lyon suddenly jumps up with a huge grin. Bishop, what do you think about recruiting some powerhouses from the slums? That bold idea catches the old man off guard. The slums? He can't quite wrap his head around why Lyon would suggest that. Lyon quickly explains. Even in the slums, there are one or two guys who are basically rank A tier. Snakefang and the Coffin Keeper would be perfect, right? Since they survived that crazy fire, they're definitely strong enough. Still, the bishop is skeptical. Will they actually agree to join them? With absolute confidence, Lyon tells him they won't have a choice if the bishop himself goes to talk to them. Suddenly, it clicks for Cesare. His eyes light up with a sinister glow. I see, so we're basically forcing them to volunteer, aren't we? Lyon is radiating confidence now. We're just giving them a chance to serve the Holy Church and do something good for once. I'm positive they'll agree the moment you show them that Holy Knight crest of yours. Elxid is just speechless watching these two scheme. Meanwhile, this whole plan reminds Lyon of that time Khan attacked him in the past. Now, pay attention to that creepy smile on Leon's face. He claims he's definitely not doing this just to get revenge for his bloody nose. Cut to the next morning at the guild center. The members are all shaking like they've just seen a ghost or something equally terrifying. They've turned pale and are breaking into cold sweats. Even Rice is trembling as she tries to stutter out a simple greeting. Hello there, Lord Lyon. And, turns out, seeing Lyon and Cesare in full armor is terrifying. The members whisper from a distance, aren't those holy knights? What business do they have here? To calm her down, Lyon quickly speaks up. Rice, relax. We're just here on official business today. Cesare pulls off his mask and calmly introduces himself as a bishop. Under the authority of the Holy Knights, he demands the guild's total cooperation. The announcement sends a shockwave through the room. What? A moment later, everyone is gathered inside the guild's meeting room. Bernard opens the meeting with a serious tone. I am Bernard, the guild leader here. Since we're working together now, please look after us. This guy is actually higher ranked than Khan. Word is, back in his prime, Bernard was a legendary rank A warrior, but he had to retire early after a bad leg injury. After a short pause, Bernard says he understands the urgency since a retired Holy Knight is personally making the request. The negotiations wrap up fast. According to Bernard's report, out of the 4 rank A adventurers currently in the city, only one is actually available to be mobilized right now. The others are out on missions. Leaving the guild to handle the rest, the bishop and Lyon head straight for the slums to recruit Khan. To say the meeting between Cesare and Khan is tense would be an understatement. It's pure intimidation. Khan clearly has some murderous intent for a second, but he has no choice but to listen to the old man's orders. Now here's the crazy part. Cesare threatens to list them as heretics if they refuse. Even Lyon is pale seeing the bishop's scary enthusiasm. Khan just holds his head in frustration. Damn it. He walked right into his own trap. He thought this was a chance to cause chaos. But then, Cesare's voice turns cold as ice. This offer isn't just for you, but for the Coffin Keeper too. If you don't want to suffer alone, you better pass the word. Khan is surprised. Wait, just me and the Coffin Keeper? The bishop calmly says that's enough. Everyone else will be busy evacuating the citizens before the main attack begins. Without hesitation, Khan grits his teeth and calls out their reckless plan. You're trying to cut off the snake's head with only this many elites? Cesare doesn't even deny it. You're surprisingly sharp for a common thug, he says. They can't just eliminate Khan. They have to unite against the common enemy because dying together is the only other option. Lyon is genuinely shocked as he speaks. I can't believe it. After everything we said, all these people actually gathered in just 2 days. Just as he said, armies from all over have arrived. From high above, Lyon and Cesare watch the massive battalions fill the city streets. Rice is excited as she explains. They sent emergency requests to every rank C guild and above, and almost everyone decided to join. Bernard chimes in too. In total, we have about 1,500 people ready to fight. This is a full-scale war. They convinced Lord O'Brien with the evidence, and now the garrison has completely surrounded District 25. Trust me, you and I are about to see the adventurers and mercenaries lead the charge into the most brutal close combat yet. Alright, you and I are about to witness a tactical masterclass in action. Hearing the plan, Elxid offers high praise, a wise decision, as charging blindly would only favor the heretics. Instead of wasting raw power, it's better to force the enemy into a passive disadvantage. Bernard introduces their newest help reinforcements sent directly from the local lord's territory. Conrad speaks up a high knight from the count's family, honored to meet the goddess's guard. Such flattery makes Cesare blush, claiming he doesn't deserve such a prestigious title. Lyon remembers the name Conrad, a man famous for his military exploits since his early days. While everyone welcomes Conrad, Con just scoffs in pure annoyance. I really don't fit in with this crowd. Now pay attention, because a chilling voice suddenly echoes from the shadows. The gravekeeper has arrived. Panicked, Conrad screams out, "Who are you?" She irritably snaps back, asking why he's questioning her when he's the one who called. Con smirks. They're all stuck in this mess together, so just follow the orders, gravekeeper. In a low voice, Karen declares she moves alone. She's an assassin, not like them. A moment later, Cesare threatens her as long as she does her job, they're fine, but try anything sneaky, and he'll show her no one hides from the goddess's light. She simply calls him scary. Despite the threat, she flashes a terrifying grin before slowly vanishing into thin air. Unreal. Lyon couldn't sense her at all, even with his aura and eyes wide open. Suddenly, Cesare asks, "Seems like there's only one person left, right?" Lyon realizes it's the hired adventurer just as Karen walks in, apologizing for being late. Now in a feminine, gentle form, she greets them. Since she wasn't told much, she had to prepare a lot. "I'm Karen," she says. You and I see the shock on their faces. How is she so different from before? A thug and two adventurers while everyone else is tense. Lyon and Karen hit it off. A retired veteran, a high-ranking knight, and a deadly assassin. It's an impossible group to lead, but you can't deny they were chosen for their insane individual combat power. Lyon takes the lead and gives the order it's time to move out. That night, a surprise raid turns the heretic base into a literal sea of fire. Fanatics scream to contact headquarters as shells rain down. Desperate, they finally decide to unleash the abominations to stop the assault. Moments later, the ground cracks as the monsters are unchained. The army responds with a hail of fire. One abomination raises its massive hand and slams the front line, sending soldiers flying. Wounded soldiers gasp. Their arrows aren't doing anything at all. Seeing the opening, the mercenaries charge in, ready to send these freaks straight to hell. Cesare watches closely, noting that things have finally hit a stalemate. Elxid observes that while they've controlled the area, these abominations will take some time to clear. If the plan continues, the enemies facing this frontal assault will eventually retreat into their shells. Suddenly, Conrad turns pale. Something else is coming. Out of nowhere, a terrifying whirlwind appears. Elxid warns that this is completely unnatural. Lyon suspects dark magic, but before he can speak, Cesare flashes forward like lightning. Their speed is terrifying. Lyon wonders if he's the one who's just too slow. Within seconds, they're at the storm. Lyon arrives panting, and Conrad notices his struggle. "My apologies, I didn't realize we were moving too fast for you. And trust me, you and I are about to see if this legendary knight can actually shatter that magic shield. Fire aura. Stick with me, you and I are about to see some serious power, as fire magic engulfs the tornado." Lyon praises the move, noting that Conrad's spiritual fire is the real deal. But the barrier is too strong and snuffs the flames out instantly. Con sees an opening and mocks them, telling the weaklings they should just stand aside. The very next second, Con focuses his full strength, but his attack is tossed aside by the vortex. Conrad immediately fires back with a sarcastic insult. While they bicker, Cesare remains calm, stating his movement technique could likely break the barrier. However, he needs to save energy for whatever is waiting inside. Just then, Lyon starts warming up in the most awkward way possible. His bizarre behavior makes Con and Conrad stop their fighting. Even Karen is looking at him with total confusion. Then, Lyon grips his sword tightly and asks Elxid if he has gathered enough power yet. Elxid responds confidently. Thanks to the bastards Lyon just defeated, he is absolutely overflowing with energy right now. Absorbing one high-level mage is better than 1,000 monsters. No more holding back, it is time to go all out. Lyon quickly warns him to stay focused and not get too excited when it is time to transform back. In a flash, he draws his sword as a massive surge of magic power swirls around him. Now, pay attention here. Before Con or Cesare can even process what is happening, Lyon swings his blade and cleaves the tornado in half. With just one single strike, the violent vortex vanishes into thin air, leaving a massive hole in the ground. Cesare seizes the moment since the barrier is destroyed. They descend into the underground dungeon to investigate the situation. Suddenly, Cesare calls out into the darkness, asking if the coffin guard is present. Karen, disguised as the guard, replies in a low voice. It seems all 6 of them manage to enter the area safely. Lyon notices 2 others covered in iron armor, yet they move with absolute silence. Not a single clank or thud. Elxid explains that their basic movements are on a completely different level of mastery. Hearing this, Lyon sighs to himself. He realizes he still has a very long way to go. A moment later, Karen is leading the way when she spots something. Wait, there is a path leading further down. Cesare is suspicious of the find, and Con agrees it smells like a trap. Still, Conrad insists they cannot just ignore it. Despite their doubts, Karen casually suggests they just go for it since it is the only way forward. Okay, I know what you are thinking. Is it really that easy? Lyon is wondering the exact same thing right now. Cesare asks if Karen can sense any traps from here, knowing she is supposed to be incredibly sharp. She hesitates while observing the stairs, admitting that it is actually quite difficult to tell from this distance. The area below is a completely different space, so she cannot scout it properly until they actually step inside. Cesare finally makes the call. If they waste any more time out here, things will only get worse. Conrad agrees, and they quickly hurry down into the hidden passage, without any further hesitation. Lyon still cannot sense the coffin guard at all. He has no idea if she is even following them anymore. Suddenly, Lyon triggers a magic circle. In the blink of an eye, he falls into an endless void, eyes squeezed shut in fear. When he finally opens his eyes, he is stunned. The scenery has completely changed. Where on earth did he end up? Everyone else has vanished. He cannot even feel their aura. Then, out of nowhere, Elxid appears beside him. It is a massive expansion technique. The magic distorts the space to make the base much larger than it looks. The others must be lost somewhere in this maze too. If they are lucky, they will run into them soon. Just as he finishes, Karen comes running over. She is excited to find her junior so quickly, while Elxid breathes a sigh of relief. She rushes over and grabs Lyon's hand, worried that being alone in such a gloomy place would scare him. Lyon is surprised by the way she addresses him. He curiously asks if she was also wandering around by herself. Her expression shifts instantly. No, she says. There is a gloomy guy who keeps following her around. A gloomy guy? As soon as she says it, her own voice in the form of the coffin guard speaks up. She snaps at her shadow, asking who else could possibly be gloomy besides him. She tells him to stop squirming around in her shadow like some kind of creep if he does not like it. The coffin guard bluntly says he likes it there. Lyon is just glad he is with someone as capable as Karen. Honestly, with her around, you and I both know he does not need to worry about the others at all. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action as Lyon interrupts the bickering Karen while she is still in her coffin guard disguise. Let's head out then, Karen shouts excitedly, telling him she really likes the confidence he is showing. Can I trust you, Junior? Without a single second of hesitation, he confirms that he definitely won't let her expectations down. They quickly move to explore the labyrinth, and soon find 5 different doors leading in 5 separate directions. Without thinking for even a single moment, Karen makes her choice and heads right through. She is moving even faster than her own makeup intuition, right? Is it actually safe to just follow her like this? Elxid quickly steps in to reassure Lyon, telling him she hasn't been wrong a single time yet, so just keep up. This woman's pathfinding is apparently better than the forest spirits themselves. Lyon is shocked, wondering if she is really that skilled as Elxid continues. Well, it might have something to do with her specific aura attribute. This oppressive darkness covering everything is actually working in our favor right now. Suddenly, Karen holds up a hand to stop Lyon because she senses the enemy. There are 3 of them, and there is no way to sneak past. So, what do you want to do? Lyon can feel that these guys are much stronger than the enemies on floor 23. Even with the power of the Holy Sword, he isn't exactly sure he can come out on top. Watch closely, because this is where Lyon finally decides to take them all down. Karen just smirks, asking if a rank C guy like him is being a bit too brave for his own good. You know, it would be pretty embarrassing to act all tough and then end up needing a girl to save you. Lyon isn't scared and actually starts teasing her back. You should look at yourself first. If you end up being worse than your little brother here, that would be even more humiliating. As expected, Karen pulls out her hidden weapons, suggesting they have a little contest. As she charges her power, Lyon notices a brilliant green glow. In an instant, Karen is suddenly hanging upside down from the very top of the ceiling. Lyon is stunned, asking if that is another aura skill. Elxid explains she is using her energy to stick to the walls. She looks so natural doing it that she must have gone through some incredibly brutal training sessions to reach this level. Now, you need to focus on your own movement techniques if you want to keep up with her speed. Lyon runs full tilt, gasping that he knows. At the same time, a cultist is suddenly distracted by a stray stone falling down from the ceiling. He looks up in surprise and is shocked to see Karen cheerfully waving hello to him from above. The fanatic screams out that there is an intruder, but before they can react, her hidden weapons are already buried deep in their heads. Lyon can't help but praise her, wondering how she could possibly throw those weapons with such insane speed. However, the cultists aren't completely dead yet. They scream in rage, asking how she dares to trespass in this sacred place. Even seeing their true faces, Karen isn't afraid at all, calling this place nothing more than an unmanaged, filthy slum. Her words drive the cultist insane with rage. While he focuses on her flying daggers, a thick rope suddenly snags his leg tight. A second later, the octopus-like cultist is violently dragged down to the hard ground. As she tightens the restraint around his body, Karen mockingly tells him that focusing only on counterattacks will get you killed. Nearby, Karen in her coffin guard disguise manages to slice the head clean off another enemy. This sight catches Leon's eye, making him feel relieved that they died too fast to call for any reinforcements. I know what you are thinking. Is it over? Nope, because the last enemy suddenly lunges straight at Lyon. In a mere heartbeat, Leon's face is sliced open. Elxid notes that Lyon must be really unlucky, since this is the strongest of the three. Lyon is speechless, wishing the warning came before the fight even started. Using both of Leon's eyes and all his aura, what exactly did that guy just throw at his face? After seeing the cultists' hidden weapons clearly, Lyon can't help but feel a cold shiver run down his spine. Suddenly, he remembers something. It feels like he has fought monsters with this exact same attack pattern once before. That is it, the stone slimes. Just as he realizes this, the cultist fires another volley of deadly darts right at him. He doesn't flinch, focusing his power before charging forward. With a few basic swings, Lyon shreds the darts into tiny pieces. In an instant, he is right in the cultist's face. The enemy screams in pure disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. This is impossible. How could a mere human slice through every single one of my darts like that? While the cultist is still frozen in shock, Lyon slices him in half like a watermelon. If he hadn't used his special vision, he never would have been able to react to those fast attacks. Plus, without this holy sword, he wouldn't have been able to cut through that enemy's body at all. A moment later, Elxid steps in and makes a very bold claim. No, it is actually all thanks to your own diligent training that you won. Sure, it wasn't perfect, but you did it. Karen's surprised voice rings out, amazed that he is already finished. He was a few seconds slower than her, but still impressive. For a rank C in this dungeon to take down a cultist like that all by himself is truly something else. You and I just watched a rookie earn some serious respect from a pro. You might look like a newbie, but that was actually a pretty solid performance. Despite her praising him, Lyon breaks into a cold sweat at the sight. It's terrifying. What is that? A sliced octopus? No, it's more like a tree that grows octopuses. This place is just bizarre. Stick with me, because Lyon just noticed something chilling. Those cut marks from the darts? They're all exactly the same. Why do they look so familiar? Looking closer, the angle and depth of every wound match perfectly. Same force, same speed. It's almost like they were made by the same person. Could it be? Elxid isn't surprised by Lyon's discovery at all. Oh? So you've finally figured it out, have you? You're spot on. Karen, oblivious to his thoughts, just winks playfully. Darn, it seems like I handled those way too easily for you. Forget that gloomy guy. I didn't think you could actually keep up with me anyway. You've got quite the eye for detail. Lyon whispers under his breath. Show me. Suddenly, the system screen flickers to life. Now pay attention, because Karen's true identity is finally revealed. Occupation: Coffin Guard Assassin, Level 45. Strength B, Stamina C, Agility A, Aura A. Skills: Dagger Master Level 5, Throwing Master Max Level, Concealment Level 9, Illusion Level 7, High Mana User Level 7. As Lyon reads Coffin Guard Assassin again, his jaw literally hits the floor. Karen just smiles softly at him. Alright, little brother, we should probably head deeper inside, shouldn't we? Lyon finally knows what real fear feels like. Yes, sister. He swallows hard, his heart racing with anxiety. He thinks to himself, in the light, she's just Karen, the famous adventurer. But in the shadows, she's a special grade assassin, one of the 3 devils of the slums. She's incredibly dangerous. Looking at this cheerful, pretty girl, Lyon finds it impossible to believe his own eyes. One of the 3 kings of the underworld? He gulps. Nobody would ever suspect a girl this bright. Khan seems clueless. Even the guildmaster would have warned him if they actually knew the truth. Thinking of Cesare makes him shiver. Aside from Lyon, that man couldn't handle the punishment for tricking a holy knight. The fear grows. He's the only one who knows the truth. And if others knew, she'd never let him live. A cold shiver runs down his spine. For an assassin, their identity is their ultimate secret. They'll do anything, absolutely anything, to silence those who find out the truth. He tells himself to stay calm. He can't let his expression flicker for even a second. She's watching him constantly. You and I both know something's coming. Karen whispers. Turn left. Another enemy is ahead. In the corner sits a massive, 4-eyed hellhound with multiple tails. Bleached human bones litter the ground beneath it. It looks hungry. Saliva drips from its maws. But that spit? It's highly corrosive acid that eats through anything. It melts holes right into the floor as white smoke rises. Karen glares at the beast with a dark expression. Not cute at all. I've lost all motivation. Lyon shakes his head. Surely she's not just judging it on its looks. Elxid analyzes the beast. Darts won't do much against it. It's a summoned creature with insane magical regeneration powers. Lyon isn't exactly itching for a fight either. Can we avoid it? Karen pats his head. We could, but it'll take 30 more minutes. And I'm not sure the other path is clear either. He watches the hound yawn. Looks like we have no choice but to fight our way through. He realizes something. They're stalling for time to activate that formation. If it triggers, they win. They won't fight us fairly. He makes his decision. In that case, he calls out, "Coffin guard." A dark shadow emerges from the gloom. "Can you land a lethal blow on that monster?" The guard hesitates. Lyon shares the plan. "Get ready while Karen and I pin it down. Like it or not, we're in this together. It's better if you just cooperate." Karen stays silent. It's impossible to tell what she's thinking right now. Even the coffin guard pauses for a beat before finally answering, "Understood." Lyon's stamina is finally back. Time to go all out. Across the room, the hellhound senses movement and snaps its eyes open. Lyon charges straight ahead, sword drawn. The hound lets out a thunderous, low growl. It gathers dark energy in its massive maw. Suddenly, a blast of murky black smoke erupts toward him. Lyon raises his blade. Elxid, holy light, bright as the noon sun, flares out, purifying the poisonous darkness completely. This power worked against the phantom armor before. The blade's core ability is simple: eradicate anything harmful to life. Facing that blinding light, you and I watch as it all explodes. Stick with me, you are about to see a hellhound realize its instincts are not enough to escape Lyon's blade. The beast leaps back, but its neck is still grazed. A small wound, but Lyon is not satisfied. Not deep enough. Suddenly, the hound counterattacks. Three tails whip toward him, forcing Lyon into a desperate backward dive. He grits his teeth. He knows he won't be able to dodge the next one. Facing the monster, he calculates. He just needs to block it, at least once. Suddenly, Karen rushes in. She signals her junior now. "One more time." She blurs past him with a confident smile. Lyon watches her, heart racing. Trust her or not? In the end, he chooses faith and charges back into the fray. The hellhound's three tails lash out again, and this time, Lyon is the primary target. But just then, several throwing knives streak through the air, perfectly timed to intercept those deadly tails. Clang! The daggers pin the tails to the wall. Seizing the moment, Lyon lunges forward, aiming right for its throat. As the steel nears its mark, the beast snarls. It looks like the killing blow, but it snaps its head aside. Lyon curses. Missed again. He needs to be even faster and strike with everything he has. The hellhound crouches low, tails still pinned, growling in pure fury. But then something changes. Its body jerks as if caught in an invisible grip. It spins around, desperate to find the one holding it back. Lyon sees it too. The monster's movements have been completely stalled by something unusual. Now watch this. Its shadow is literally pinned down by dozens of dark daggers. It is completely immobilized. This is the work of the coffin keeper. Her eyes glow as she whispers a cold command. Die. The shadows turn into thorns. They erupt from the ground, skewering the beast. Its roars grow weak, fading into a low, pained whimper. Finally, it collapses, breathing its last. Lyon stares in absolute shock at the scene. An A-rank beast, taken down like that? Elsie can't believe it either. The monster's healing factor was completely overwhelmed. A truly fatal strike. Lyon glances at the coffin keeper. That is the true power of a legendary assassin. Suddenly, a heavy hand drops onto his shoulder from behind. "We're an unlikely pair, but we work pretty well together, don't we?" Lyon turns to Karen and nods. "You're right. I never imagined you would use daggers to pin its tails like that." Looking back, that was an incredible move. Karen glances at the coffin keeper with a humble look on her face. "You saw that too, right? My move was nothing compared to that assassin's mastery. Truly terrifying skill." Lyon looks at the perforated corpse and agrees. That really was an assassin's ultimate technique. Karen smiles. "You don't get called a lord of the slums for nothing." She points ahead. "Keep moving. No rest." Lyon smiles. "Let's go." Elsie just teases him about being so emotional during the fight. It is a race against time now. Everything depends on whether they reach the ceremony before it officially begins. After a while, Karen stops, peering around a corner. Ahead, a group of men dressed in black is waiting. She counts 8 irregulars. Lyon wonders if they have arrived at the location too early. Karen stays silent, noting this will be difficult. Lyon realizes she is the best in the group at gauging power. He eyes the irregulars, carefully sizing each of them up from the shadows. Each one radiates a pressure that makes his skin crawl. Taking on 2 at once would be a total nightmare. Lyon suggests a plan. Should they wait for them here, or go out and find them? Karen shakes her head. She is torn. They might arrive too late, or they could end up missing each other entirely on the path. She leans against the wall. After coming this far, it still feels like a gamble. To Lyon, she looks totally normal. It is strange knowing her true identity. Suddenly, the entire maze begins to shake violently. The floor is vibrating. Lyon stumbles, and even Karen looks startled. What on earth is that? Dust and debris fall from the ceiling. Elsie explains it is the shockwave from 2 massive powers colliding nearby. Lyon looks at Karen, tension rising in his chest. Is someone already fighting up ahead? She nods, confirming his suspicions. The irregulars ahead exchange looks, clearly discussing the exact same thing. A few of them head off to investigate the noise, while the rest remain to guard the area. And trust me, you and I just found our opening. 4 enemies are moving away, our chance is finally here. Alright, you and I are about to dive back into the heat of battle with Lyon and his team. He hesitates for a second, weighing his options before finally swallowing hard and stepping inside. Suddenly, Lyon speaks up, suggesting that they need to find their allies immediately. He knows if the enemy wins and circles back, they will be pincered and lose their momentum. Clenching his fist, he vows to gather as many survivors as possible. Karen lets out a sigh of relief, agreeing that the remaining 4 enemies will not be easy to handle. But then, she suddenly drops to the ground. Lyon thinks she is just taking a nap, but wait, there is more to it. This is one of Karen's special skills. By pressing her ear to the floor, she can track sound waves and map out the path ahead. She stands up and points the way. Watching her take charge, Lyon can't help but smile to himself. He realizes her perception is on another level, completely different from his own. The two of them move quickly through the corridor, desperate to find their friends. But then, they see it. Something sharp and brutal pierces right through a set of heavy armor. It tears straight through a human body. The sight is so sudden it makes them both freeze in their tracks. Now, pay attention here, because what they find next is absolutely heartbreaking. A knight is impaled by jagged roots, dangling helplessly in midair. It is Conrad. His eyes are shut tight, blood pouring from his face, with a thick root skewering his chest. Lyon loses it and charges forward, screaming for Conrad. But instantly, dark, rope-like shadows lash out and bind him. 2 new enemies appear. A summoner steps out right in front of him, declaring that he will be the one to finish Lyon off. Lyon glances back nervously, finally cooling his head as he realizes he was being too reckless. He counts them up. 1 on him, and 2 heading for Karen. He spots several more enemies lying dead on the ground. It looks like Conrad took them down before he was caught. Elxid barks a warning, telling Lyon not to worry about her. He focuses his gaze on the summoner. This guy is strong, and Lyon knows he has to give this fight everything he has got. The man weaves hand signs and begins a chant in Russian, calling upon love and justice in the name of his power. Suddenly, a cloud of blue smoke erupts, surging toward Lyon. The summoner mocks him, telling him to feel honored by this technique. He is incredibly confident, claiming that Lyon will turn to literal dust with just a single touch. He calls it a mercy, a peaceful way to die. That is when Elxid recognizes his true identity. This man is a powerful summoner. Lyon is confused, so Elxid quickly explains that these magic users come in 2 distinct types. Some use magic on their own bodies, while others summon creatures from different dimensions. And honestly, none of them are sane. Lyon raises his sword to his face, repeating the man's words. A peaceful death, huh? You and I both know Lyon isn't taking that lying down. He stares the man down, growling that those should be his lines, before swinging his blade in a massive arc. The summoner laughs like a maniac, thinking a physical sword cannot touch his smoke. But then, he realizes something is very wrong. He watches in horror as his blue smoke is sliced clean in 2. The light fades away right before his eyes. Lyon just smirks. He knows his sword is an exception to the rules, capable of cutting through even spiritual entities. The summoner starts trembling, his voice cracking. He screams that it is impossible for an aura weapon to break his magic like that. He desperately tries another hand sign, vowing that he will not let Lyon get away with this. Something lunges from above, but Lyon's blade is faster, shredding the new summon like it was made of thin paper. Seeing his puppet destroyed in a heartbeat, the summoner shakes with fear. In the next second, Lyon's cold blade plunges straight through his chest. The man hits the floor, desperately grabbing the blade and trying to pull it out. But Lyon will not give him an inch, gripping the hilt with both hands. The summoner sneers, asking if Lyon really thinks this little stab will kill him. But as the warmth leaves his body, his expression shifts to pure shock. He wonders why his wound is not cold, realizing Lyon's attack might have actually nullified his magic entirely. A sudden realization hits him as he looks at Lyon. He tries to speak, but he has already lost too much blood and dies before he can finish his sentence. His body crumbles into ash and vanishes. Lyon calmly sheathes his sword, only to hear Karen complaining nearby. She is annoyed that she was slower than him, even though she took out 2 magic users herself. She calls it humiliating. Lyon is speechless. He's thinking, hey, you were fighting 2 of them at once. Out loud, he just jokes that his opponent must have been weak. Then it hits him. Where is Conrad? Karen immediately points the way. They find Conrad slumped against a wall, his body shivering uncontrollably from his many injuries. He weakly apologizes for showing them such a pathetic state, telling Lyon he cannot go any further and to leave him behind. He tries to convince them to go on, claiming he will catch up once he recovers a little bit. But trust me, you and I can see right through that lie, and Karen calls him out on it instantly. Alright, stick with me. We start with a heavy question: how much time is left? He sighs in silence. And Karen already knows the truth. Karen's heart sinks. If a man like Conrad can't even stop his own bleeding, then the end is surely closer than they thought. Listening to them, Lyon finally realizes just how critical Conrad's condition is. It is a desperate race against time for his very life. Conrad clutches the gaping wound in his chest, his voice breaking as he speaks. He might last 1 hour, but after that, he is not sure. Lyon grits his teeth in frustration. 1 hour. Can he really clear out every single enemy within that time, and will it be too late for treatment? He grips the sword in his hand. He would feel helpless if he were truly weak, but things are different now. He has a holy blade. He asks Elsie for help, and she agrees, signaling him to place his hand directly on the wound while she gives him the necessary instructions. Lyon's sudden move leaves Karen shocked. What is he trying to do? Then, she hears him chanting a prayer to the noble goddess. Lyon repeats Elsie's words with deep conviction. Let your light shine upon those who give everything for the sake of justice. Now watch closely. A brilliant golden light erupts from Lyon's hand, washing over Conrad's terrifying injury and bringing a strange warmth to the room. Conrad gasps as warmth fills his body. Karen is speechless. This level of holy healing magic? That has to be bishop tier, at the very least. In an instant, the massive chest wound closes up. All that remains is a heavy scar as a permanent mark of the battle he survived. Grateful, Conrad grabs Lyon's hand. He finally gets it. He heard Lyon was the one who planned this entire successful raid from the start. Now he understands why Cesare trusts Lyon so much. He must be a candidate for Cardinal of the Holy Star Church. Elsie finds the imagination of these humans hilarious. First a knight, now a candidate? Their guesses are getting wilder by the second. Conrad coughs, trying to regain his composure. He is not fully healed yet, but he can handle the rest of the treatment himself now. Lyon tries to speak, but the old veteran interrupts him immediately. Conrad winks, promising to keep Lyon's identity a secret until he is officially ordained. A little misunderstanding certainly goes a long way. Elsie keeps laughing, but Lyon just sighs and plays along. He simply thanks the man and decides to move on without explaining. Karen hands Conrad some medicine and tells him to stay put. It is finally time for them to reach their true destination. Lyon nods and says they must move quickly. They say their goodbyes to Conrad and head out, with Karen leading the way through the dark. Suddenly, Karen turns back to look at him with a strange expression. Her eyes are sparkling with curiosity. She is a bold woman, and she suddenly pins him against the wall to get the answer she wants. She asks with an innocent voice if what Conrad said is true. Is he really a cardinal candidate at such a young age? She blinks at him. With his solar aura and bishop tier holy magic, it actually makes sense that he is such an elite. She glances at the sword on his hip. He is a master of weapons and aura. Who taught him how to fight? Lyon is not falling for her charms. He looks her in the eyes and coldly tells her he is not a candidate. Karen does not give up, acting cute instead. Is he an apprentice holy knight then? She is just so curious to know. Lyon is fully on guard. If he did not know her true self, he might have been fooled. He simply reminds her of the mission. She just laughs it off, noting his ironclad defense. Are all church knights this difficult for a woman to crack? You and I both know Lyon is built different. He watches her tie her hair, completely immune to her flirting, while most men would have already confessed every secret. He immediately changes the subject. Stop joking around and help me figure out our next move instead of wasting time. His cold attitude makes her feel defeated. Lyon seriously asks if they should find the others or keep going on their own. Karen ties her hair back and tells him not to worry about that. Lyon just looks confused by her sudden confidence. She winks, telling him he will find out soon enough. They continue their journey through the dark and oppressive stone maze. Suddenly, a figure in black collapses ahead. The scene before them is absolutely drenched in blood and looks like a total nightmare. Cesare stands there holding his spiked mace. Brother Lyon, so you finally made it to the party. Khan is sitting casually on the body of a heretic, laughing at their pathetic strength. Lyon breaks into a cold sweat, actually feeling a bit of pity for their enemies. The coffin keeper emerges from the shadows. Are you not happy to see me, old friend? Cesare turns his back on him, acting petty. I do not even know who you are. The keeper is left speechless. Inside the deep, winding hallways, Lyon quickly fills the group in on everything that happened with Conrad and his injuries. Conrad was badly hurt and is out of the fight. He needs 1 or 2 hours of rest to fully recover, but they do not have that kind of time. Cesare strokes his chin, deciding they must push forward with the group they have left. Khan glares at Karen and reminds her that as an adventurer, she must have some useful tools. Bring them out now or die. She mocks him right back. Why not show your secrets first, you bloodsucker? Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Stick with me, you are about to see a tense mission where Khan is already losing his cool. Cesare tells everyone to stay calm while he explains the plan, taking the lead himself since he can resist the heretical magic. Khan and Karen are placed in the center, while Lyon is ordered to move to the rear to guard against any surprises. Khan is not happy at all, pointing at Lyon and questioning if this snot-nosed rookie is really their secret weapon. Those harsh words definitely hurt Lyon's sensitive feelings. Khan points at a shadow on the wall, asking about the gravekeeper, but Lyon says to leave him alone for everyone's benefit. Karen also speaks up to defend him, agreeing with Lyon's choice. Khan looks skeptical but heads out first, warning them he'll leave anyone behind, as Cesare tells the rest to follow. The group continues their journey deeper into the area as the atmosphere turns chillingly cold and terrifying. Now watch closely as they stumble upon a source of dark energy so intense it sends shivers down Khan's spine. A mysterious spatial gate stands before them, which Cesare identifies as a world forged from heretical magic. For their safety, the bishop casts protective charms over the entire group. He leads the way inside, and the others follow into a darkness so thick it feels terrifyingly real. Lyon can't see or hear a thing, feeling like he's sinking into a bottomless pit of thick, suffocating mud. Finally, he finds the exit and feels a massive weight lift off his shoulders once he's out. But it's not any safer outside, as Cesare suddenly shouts a sharp warning to the group. A group of heretics is waiting for them, and it seems that strange gate was their handiwork all along. Lyon feels a surge of anxiety, realizing they're surrounded and wondering if the enemy knew they were coming. Their leader lets out a mocking laugh, claiming he's been waiting for them until his neck grew long. He mockingly remarks how lucky they are to see him and tells them to send his regards with a truly disgusting smile. Cesare narrows his eyes, silently observing the enemy, and noticing a strange red symbol on the man's forehead. Cesare gasps that he's a missionary, and the man just chuckles in amusement that he was recognized. You and I are probably wondering the same as Lyon right now. What exactly is a missionary in this world? Elxid explains that the Malice organization has a strict hierarchy, starting with believers who are granted basic heretical magic. Above them are the priests, who seek power but end up being manipulated by that very magic. The highest tier is the missionaries, the ones who spread those forbidden arts to the world. They hold key positions in the church and are highly respected figures, or at least they should be. The missionary interrupts by raising his hand and declaring what a wonderful day it is for them. He claims the ritual is a success, boasting about the many lives that were sacrificed to make it happen. Cesare looks furious as the man blasphemes the goddess, laughing about how he'll teach her foolish slaves a lesson. He swings his arms wide, laughing that this is the only path to finding the world's one true god. Everyone thinks this guy is totally insane, and Khan finally snaps and interrupts the man's rambling. Khan demands to know where this ritual is, but the heretics mock him as a lowly creature beyond saving. Lyon nervously asks Elxid if it's really over, but the spirit shakes his head, saying it's far from finished. He uses a simple analogy to make it easy to understand. He compares the ritual to fishing, using the essence of life as bait to lure monsters from other dimensions. Lyon ponders this, as Elxid notes they still have time before the monsters actually find the bait and strike. Lyon whispers, asking if anyone knows when the monsters will arrive, and Elxid confirms that no one does. It could be an hour from now, or it could be seconds, meaning time is the only thing that matters in this fight. Lyon suddenly calls out to the bishop, and Cesare nods as if he already understands the plan. He raises his hands high and chants a prayer to the goddess, asking her to warm this place with her light. A sphere of moonlight appears in his hand, providing just enough light to pierce through the heavy, dark gloom. The faint moonbeams suddenly explode into a light as powerful and blinding as the midday sun. You and I can hear the monsters screaming as Lyon shields his eyes, while Elxid just watches the chaos unfold. Alright, you and I are diving right back into the heat of battle where aura meets magic. It might not be as strong as the sun, but it still blocks their summoning. His face is twisted with rage, veins popping everywhere. Elxid compares their efforts, noting that his own holy light would be much more effective. But regardless, this is enough to stop their sorcery for now. Without wasting a second, Karen leaps forward, launching a barrage of poison needles at the enemy. The priest shows his true colors, coldly grabbing one of his own unlucky followers to use as a human shield against the incoming projectiles. On the other side, Cesare, Khan, and Lyon finally join the fray. Together, they start tearing through the ranks of the heretic sorcerers. Lyon notices something critical. The head priest is holding back because he is busy protecting the ritual core. Lyon sets a goal: break that altar before they can finish their spell. Instead of being afraid, the priest just lets out a mocking laugh. Haha, you idiots, do you really think this is enough to stop us? As soon as he speaks, the air changes. Now pay attention, because things are about to get a whole lot uglier. Countless magic circles appear right behind Lyon, and hideous monsters start crawling out. These beasts are grotesque, with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. Even though they all look different, they have one terrifying thing in common. They are so revolting that Lyon actually gets goosebumps. Seriously, what do these guys even eat to look this ugly? Elxid puts his hands on his hips, analyzing the situation. Since their main spells are blocked, they are using leftover energy to summon these temporary chimeras. They will vanish soon, but Lyon knows exactly what he is worried about. He looks at the priest and realizes that cutting through these monsters will waste too much precious time. Is the ritual already starting? Khan looks fired up, clenching his massive fists. You little brats are dead. Boom. A heavy impact echoes as his punch connects with a monster. His fist actually goes right through it. Green blood stains his hand. But wait, this stuff is toxic. The corrosive blood makes Khan grimace as he feels a sharp, burning pain. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, staring at his sizzling arm. Elsewhere, Karen's poison needle hits a monster square in the head, but the beast just roars in anger. She is stunned. Her poison didn't kill it. Is the toxin useless? No. It is more like these creatures just do not feel any pain at all. Cesare warns the group. If this keeps up, they will all be completely exhausted before the real battle even reaches its climax. The longer this drags on, the more dangerous it gets for everyone. Lyon nods in grim agreement. He is right. He feels the pressure mounting. Damn it, they need to break through this line immediately. Elxid senses his frustration and warns him if they realize a hero is here, things will get even worse. They will do anything to capture him, regardless of the cost. He tells Lyon that the only way to flip the script is to strike when they least expect it. Lyon grips his sword tighter and gives a quick nod. I understand. Here is the part you and I have been waiting for. The ritual finally begins. Lyon knows he has to land one finishing blow. The priest grins as the formation thunders like a storm. Cesare feels a wave of pure dread. His entire body freezes up. Khan looks toward the magic circle in a panic, wondering what kind of nightmare is about to emerge. Karen is so shocked she stands still, completely forgetting the monsters. The ancient stone platform starts to crack as a blinding red light erupts. The gateway is finally opening wide. The priest is ecstatic, shouting that they have finally arrived. The god's apostles have answered the call. A massive lightning strike bursts from the circle, sending a shockwave through the room. Lyon feels a strange connection to the ritual. He clutches his chest, his heart hammering against his ribs like crazy. The stone altar is gone, replaced by a massive, dark pit. No one knows what kind of horror is about to crawl out from the depths. Lyon is facing a level of power he has never seen before, and he is terrified. He calls out to Elxid, who tells him there is no time to summon the sword. But they need something to break this deadlock. Elxid suggests using a divine art by consuming half of their stored energy. Lyon is skeptical. Can they even pull off a divine art like that? Elxid just crosses his arms and says, "Watch me." He looks up at the sphere of light above. By using the moon Cesare created, he has come up with a brilliant plan. Elxid explains that they need both the sun and the moon emblems from the goddess. They just need someone gifted with the essence of both celestial bodies. Not just that, but it requires perfect synchronization between a bishop's divine art and a hero's power. That is the real secret to winning this fight. He snaps his fingers, and a holographic information screen pops up. Go on, read it. Lyon looks at the ancient text and begins to chant. A massive surge of energy flows out as he whispers about the sun and moon disciples. With deep reverence, he chants about how the goddess's eyes opening brings grace, while her eyes closing represents her noble heart. Cesare is stunned, realizing Lyon is reciting the very first verse of the Holy Scripture. Even Khan is staring at him in disbelief. A new sphere of energy begins to form at the ceiling of the temple. Now, two celestial bodies hang above them, a silver moon and a blazing red sun. The heat rises instantly, but Lyon doesn't stop. He chants that when the sun and moon align, all shall kneel. The rotating sun and moon create a domain called the Holy Land. Under its brilliant light, the disgusting monsters begin to dissolve into nothingness. The pressure is so intense that the remaining beasts are forced to the ground, unable to even move. Trust me, you and I just witnessed the ultimate counter to dark magic. Elxid cheers, knowing the Holy Land has finally turned the tide. Stick with me, we're entering a domain that rejects every outsider and natural law. Cesare immediately seizes the opening, swinging his heavy flail as Khan provides quick support. Together, they start tearing through the rest of those hideous monsters. The missionary grinds his teeth in pure rage. To him, they're nothing but goddess-worshipping trash. He snaps his fingers with a deadly promise he's going to slaughter every last one of them. With a single snap of his fingers, two priests transform into massive, hideous abominations. Before they even realize what's happening, their hearts are ripped violently from their chests. The hearts land directly in his hands. He's the one who just stole those lives, yet he has the nerve to cry and moan like a victim. He rants about sacrificing his noble followers just to deal with bugs. Then he brutally crushes the hearts in his palms. Pure darkness begins to swallow his entire body. He screams for them to witness what he calls the true glory of God. The darkness expands, causing even the holy sanctuary's light to flicker and fade. Lyon and Cesare watch him closely, their bodies tensing under the crushing pressure radiating from him. Hidden deep within the thick black mist, he mocks them like insects. He's determined to prove that his god's power is the only absolute authority in this world. Now watch this. The mist clears to reveal a mutated spider monster with far too many limbs. Elxid warns that the sanctuary's protection won't hold for much longer at its current level. If he's this strong inside the sanctuary, things will get even worse once the domain vanishes entirely. But before Lyon can react, two figures blur past him as Cesare launches his massive, spiked flail. Khan throws a rapid flurry. He keeps pummeling the missionary's body with everything he has. But the monster just stands there, calm and unfazed, as if these strikes don't hurt at all. A few seconds later, he laughs. He asks if that's all before declaring it's his turn. His sharp, spindly legs slam into the ground with devastating force. The massive shockwave sends Karen and Khan flying backward. Cesare isn't spared either, getting launched even higher than the others, while Lyon desperately ducks low to stay grounded. Lyon crouches low, grit his teeth in frustration. The gap is just too wide. This monster's offensive power has spiked way beyond anything they expected. With the enemy's defense and regeneration reaching impossible levels, Lyon realizes there's only one option. He grips his blade, knowing only the Holy Sword's star form can pierce through. But Lyon isn't confident. Can he finish this in one go? Can he really take this monster down in a single blow? If he fails, they'll lose their one and only chance to stop this ritual for good. The missionary is overflowing with pure confidence, looking down on Lyon's entire group like they're nothing but trash. He feels the power surging within his veins, mocking them as weak, pathetic insects that deserve to be crushed. Ignoring the trash talk, Lyon desperately scans the area behind him for any kind of opening. His eyes land on his teammates. Cesare's buried under a pile of heavy rubble, and Khan is lying there unconscious, covered from head to toe in his own blood. The sight fuels his rage. He needs to find a way to end this fight quickly before it's too late. Suddenly, Karen wakes up and lets out a painful, ragged cough from the debris. Lyon rushes to her side. She winces in pain but tells him she's still in the fight. She whispers that they're in big trouble. Their best attacks didn't even leave a scratch on him. I know what you're thinking. A system window? Yeah, and it's about to change everything. Karen, level 45, class, Grave Robber Assassin. Her stats are surprisingly high. Master Dagger level 5, Master Projectile, and a level 9 skill called Phantom Step. The information finally clicks. Grave Robber. Level 9 Phantom Step. This is exactly the key he was looking for. Lyon turns to her and asks for a favor. He needs her specific strength. Karen looks at him with hope. She asks if he actually has a plan to survive. Lyon fixes his gaze on the altar that's fueling the monster. He needs to sneak behind him and destroy it to put an end to this ritual. Fighting him head-on is suicide. But Karen thinks his plan to get behind him is impossible. What are you thinking? Do you think you're a wizard who can just teleport around? Lyon insists he can just blink over there, but she keeps telling him it's not possible. Lyon loses his patience and grinds his teeth before shouting her secret class. Grave Robber, you're the only one who can pull this off. Help me this once, and I promise your secret will stay buried with me. The words hit her like a physical blow. She's frozen in shock, breaking into a cold sweat. And that's where we leave it one final gamble. Either they pull this off right now, or absolutely every single person in this room is dead. Alright, stick with me. You and I are about to see a whole new side of Karen as she stares Lyon down with an icy gaze. Lyon is absolutely terrified, and honestly, same. After a moment of thought, Karen agrees to help, but she has one condition. Fine, I will help you, she says. But, suddenly her cold mask slips into pure embarrassment. How did you find out? She asks. Why didn't you tell me you knew? That secret must be massive because she is acting like a nervous schoolgirl in love. She is definitely dying of shame right now. Lyon knows her routine too well to fall for it. If I told you, you would have killed me on the spot, he replies. Karen immediately flips back to her threatening self with a sharp smile. Of course. After all, a woman's mystery is what makes her charming. Do you get it now? Meanwhile, Cesare is still out cold on the ground. Khan suddenly appears to wake him up. Hey Bishop, how long are you going to lay there? He can't help but mock him too. Cesare's body is broken, but hearing that insult makes him absolutely lose it. While he screams and tries to pound Khan, Karen and Lyon prepare their move. She brings him to the altar and tells him this is as far as she goes. She turns her sharp gaze toward the missionary and warns him, if I vanish, he will catch up to us instantly. Lyon just smiles and tells her 3 simple words, do not die. That unexpected concern makes her blush. She tries to act proud as she uses the shadows to move him, surprised a priest actually cares. Once Karen is gone, it is finally Lyon's turn to take down that altar. Shadow Step is a technique for high-speed movement, but even for a top-tier mage, long distances are impossible. This move is strictly built for one thing only: assassination. He knows it won't solve everything, but it is just enough to get him directly behind the target. Now watch closely, this is the moment Lyon finally emerges from the shadows to appear directly behind that missionary's back. He is actually doing it. He approaches the altar and freezes. He realizes exactly what that floating orb is, the soul orb. Elxid appears to explain the horrifying truth. Yes, this is the soul orb, a cruel treasure created by sacrificing 10,000 innocent lives. The news ignites a fire in Lyon's soul as he screams in rage, refusing to ever forgive this heartless monster. Right as he makes his move, Chazar screams out, "Brother Lyon!" Suddenly, Lyon's whole body stiffens. It wasn't the scream that stopped him. He has been struck by the missionary's deadly counterattack. Sharp claws pierce right through his chest. He coughs up blood in agony while Elxid screams his name in pure terror. The missionary just laughs with pure contempt for these slaves. He lifts Lyon into the air and tells him he has thrown away his very last chance. Then, he arrogantly announces that his great god has placed a curse on the boy. Lyon is being turned into food for the enemy. Cesare and Khan rush forward, desperate to save their friend. Before they can even get close, the missionary blasts them both back effortlessly. He tells them they will all share the same fate. Then he looks at Lyon and mocks him, asking if he is dead yet. You and I both know that look, his eyes have lost focus, and his mind is spiraling into the void. Dead? Am I really dying here? The last thing he sees is the terrified face of Elxid. He can't even hear her anymore. Is this what it is like to try and fight for what is right? Then a memory hits him. We were supposed to reach the peak of Mount Titan together. I can't keep my promise. That single word echoes in his mind over and over, promise. A memory of young Lyon reaches out, telling him he trusts him to keep his word, no matter the cost. That trust fuels his soul, forcing his broken body to rise one more time. Lyon grabs the claws, still stuck in him, and slashes them off, freeing himself from the enemy's grip. The missionary is stunned. Lyon crashes to the ground, rolling through the dirt. Blood is everywhere. He is in too much pain to even speak, but he forces himself to stand back up. He knows there is zero chance of winning, but a hero's job is to chase victory anyway. He remembers his teacher's words, those who always pushed him to grow and never give up. Elxid can't believe her eyes. And that's where we leave it. Watch as Lyon stands tall, pointing his sword with a hero's resolve to save everyone. You're going to want to see if he can pull off this miracle. The missionary finds it hilarious. You're half dead and still gripping that sword? I'll admit, you've got guts, kid. All right. You and I are about to see if our hero Lyon can survive this final, desperate assault. Suddenly, a figure appears out of thin air with a heavy sigh, muttering that he has no other choice. Roderick is standing right beside Lyon, ready to back him up. He tells him he did great, so he will help just this once. Roderick smiles, telling his student to watch closely. Lyon does not say a word, just grinning with pure anticipation. Lyon whispers the name of the technique, 7-star sword. It is time to show this missionary real swordsmanship. 7 stars, begin. Tiangshuan, the villain panics. How did Lyon get behind him so fast? What? When did he even move? Before the guy can even process what happened, his head is already flying off his shoulders. Now pay attention here, because even without a head, this monster is still roaring in pure rage. How dare you wound me again? Do you really think taking my head is enough to finish this? He claims his head will grow back in seconds, but wait. Nothing is happening. The regeneration has completely stopped, and he is terrified. Lyon looks down with pure disgust. You are still alive after being decapitated? That is just plain filthy. He mocks his enemy without mercy. Is this pathetic state really what you were aiming for? Why not go serve some low-level demon instead? But suddenly, a massive red eye snaps open on the villain's torso. His body is still moving even without a head. Driven wild by Lyon's insults, the monster screams in fury. You disrespectful brat. Your blood will not be enough to wash away this humiliation. Ignoring the noise, Roderick notices Lyon's hands are shaking. He warns Lyon that another attack might break him, but the kid refuses to back down. Your body cannot handle a second strike, and yet, you still want to try? Fine then. Another powerful sword strike erupts, slicing the missionary clean in half. 7 stars, Tianshu. The villain begins to dissolve, screaming in terror. Why is this happening? Why can I not regenerate? My power is fading away. Realizing he is finished, he decides to take everyone with him. If I am dying, I am dragging you all down to hell. He starts to overload his energy for a self-destruct. Die, die, everyone dies with me. Lyon does not look worried at all. He just stands there, perfectly calm. I knew you would do that, which is why I held back a little. A smirk plays on his lips, as he declares he is going to blow the monster into pieces. The pressure from Lyon makes the missionary's eyes bulge. Now watch this part closely with me. Roderick is focusing entirely on guiding Lyon's next move. Lyon, the true power of the 7-star sword lies in the combo. He carefully instructs him, knowing the boy is still too inexperienced. But if you channel the essence of the forms into your blade, it will become the ultimate finishing blow. The final form is unleashed. Lyon charges forward like a hurricane. Here we go. Yaoguang. Brilliant flashes of light strike the missionary and his blood-red bead. In the wake of that slash, everything Lyon touches just explodes. The red bead looks fine for a split second, before shattering into 1,000 tiny pieces. The villain is literally being dragged to hell. He screams that the self-destruction failed and the god bead is destroyed. It is impossible. He is terrified, yelling that he is being sucked in. He refuses to let it end like this. Suddenly, a massive monster rises from below, opening its jaws wide to swallow him whole. The villain ends up as monster snacks. After devouring the missionary, the beast slowly sinks back into the earth. Only ruins remain on the battlefield. With the enemy gone, Elxid pops out from inside Lyon to comment on the fight. Lyon asks exhaustedly if it is finally over. Elxid quickly confirms that the battle is done. Yeah, it chose the smaller meal once the bead broke. But as Elxid gloats, Lyon starts coughing up blood. They were seconds away from being sacrificed. Nearby, Karen and Cesare have noticed that something is seriously wrong with him. Elxid goes silent as Lyon collapses, kneeling on the ground while groaning in absolute agony. Cesare panics and rushes over to his side. "Lyon, are you all right? Speak to me." Lyon tries to answer, but the old man tells him to shut up. "Stay quiet, I am healing you now." He starts treating the massive wound on Lyon's chest, but suddenly vomits blood himself, muttering that it was a close call. Despite coughing up blood, the old man sighs in relief. "I am just glad I did not arrive too late." Lyon tries to warn him, but Karen approaches with a bright smile. "We actually won, right, Junior?" She saw a flash before the guy vanished. "But trust me, you and I are just glad Lyon survived this madness." "All right, you and I are jumping right back into the chaos. Can someone explain what happened with that ritual?" "Look, nobody has the energy for a full lecture right now. But the demon ritual is officially over. That high priest got swallowed by his own ceremony, so he is definitely 100% dead." After finishing his explanation to Khan, Lyon is so exhausted his body gives out. He barely manages a final word to Cesare. "My dear, I think I am about to faint. Please, you have to take good care of me." With that, Lyon passes out, leaving Karen screaming for her junior. While everyone else is busy crowding around the boy, Elxid stands back, watching silently from a distance. He has to give credit to his partner. "Great job, Lyon." But just as everyone starts worrying, the entire underground chamber begins to collapse. The sight of the ceiling falling in makes Karen turn pale as she stammers out a panicked question. "Is this place really coming down?" Cesare nervously suggests it is likely because the person who created this space is now dead. Seeing these two still wasting breath on talk, Khan roars in anger. Instead of analyzing the situation, "Find a way out of here." Suddenly, Karen remembers something crucial. "We still have to deal with that guy, Rod." That reminder makes Khan remember that guy exists. Damn it. Meanwhile, in District 25, Roderick is soaking in the sun while having a very secret conversation. Now, keep your eyes on this. This time, things got a bit dangerous. He actually had to face a massive conspiracy meant to sink an entire city. He still does not know how to materialize his aura. You should have helped him instead of just standing there watching. The person chatting with him mocks him openly. "After all, you only did it for fun because you were bored, right?" Those words clearly annoy him. He just asks, "What was that?" But the other calls him a total fool. What can a saintess even do after the hero has died? You should have prioritized the hero first. Ignoring the interrogation, Roderick calmly decides, well, everything is already over anyway, so let it go. Danger like this is just daily life for a hero. Besides, I am sure this was a valuable experience for Lyon. It seems the other person mentioned a penalty, which actually makes Roderick a bit nervous. A penalty? Regardless, I guess I have to accept it. I understand. It really is unavoidable. After all, that was something I had to use even though it was currently in a sealed state. Furthermore, I am looking forward to seeing Lyon's growth. He will probably figure things out on his own soon. He will earn his fame in a flash if he keeps training hard. Also, I wonder if he learned at least 2 of the 7 stars techniques I showed him. On second thought, maybe I should not expect results quite so early. At the very least, he needs to be strong enough to protect himself before we move again. Back at the guild infirmary, someone is resting in bed. After being unconscious for a while, Lyon finally wakes up. He bolts upright and screams, "Where on earth am I?" Because he moved so suddenly, his wounds start throbbing. The sharp pain makes him yell out as his entire body trembles. Then, memories of the battle with the high priest flood his mind. First, the scene where he was getting beaten like a complete amateur. Next, he remembers cutting through the monster's claws to save himself. After that, he recalls the flurry of slashes he used to finally finish the high priest off. The last thing he remembers is talking to Cesare. He must have blacked out immediately after that. Lyon takes a look at his surroundings and cannot help but be impressed. This looks like the guild's recovery room, right? This seems a bit too luxury for a low-ranked adventurer. Suddenly, he remembers his old friend and calls out, Elxid! Elxid! Are you there? Immediately, Elxid emerges from the back of his hand. Something happened to Elxid that leaves Lyon completely panicking. He looks different, tiny, even. He tells Lyon to listen up carefully. You and I better pay attention too. It seems he is leaving some kind of final message for Lyon. If you are hearing this message, it means you have finally woken up. Before getting to the point, he has to tease Lyon first. First, congrats on not dying. To be honest, we only won because of me, so do not expect me to congratulate you on a victory. That comment makes Lyon furious. You damn cursed demon sword. With the rambling over, Elxid gets serious. Enough joking, let's get to the main point. Lyon is shocked by the announcement. You will not be able to talk to me for a whole month. Then he explains why they will be out of contact. Are you feeling sad yet? Even so, I have no choice. Because I released my power without permission, the Holy Sword's energy is currently blocking my consciousness. Lyon finally understands the situation. So, it is because you took over my body? Elxid confirms it casually. Well, acting cool sometimes comes with its own set of problems. Lyon finds this part suspicious. What does acting cool have to do with anything? Of course, Elxid ignores him and keeps talking. Anyway, you get the situation, right? 1 full month. He gives a strict warning. You better learn how to materialize your aura by the time I get back. Got it? He brags about demonstrating his legendary 7 stars technique. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see our main character get some game-changing advice, but he's got to survive first. Lyon listens intently, realizing that even with his current exhausted body, he was already displaying such incredible power. It was impossible to imagine just how terrifying this technique must have been when Roderick used it in the past. After giving his warning, Elxid finally departs. My message ends here. For a kid like you to be caught in an event of this scale, well, you've still got a very long, difficult road ahead of you. Before fading away, he doesn't forget to give his friend a little push. You weren't half bad out there, so keep training hard. Lyon smiles and gives his word. With the transmission over, the message triggers its self-destruct sequence. This recording will vanish in exactly 5 seconds. The afternoon sun begins to set, casting a soft, gentle breeze through the quiet room. Lyon sits silently on his bed, staring down at his hands. He has to admit the 7-star sword technique is absolutely breathtaking. That moment he and Elxid merged. When she took control of his body, he saw things through their shared vision that felt unreal. Now, watch closely here. This is where Lyon starts seeing things no human should ever see. His pupils became like mirrors, reflecting a world he never knew existed, witnessing things he could never even sense before that very moment. Air currents flowing, waves of vibrations and even distortions in the fabric of space. This was truly the peak of visual perception a human could achieve. This vision fuels Lyon's resolve. To use aura with that level of sight, he has to master the 7-star techniques no matter the cost. On top of that, Elxid's words of encouragement are exactly the spark he needs. You really weren't half bad, kid. Thinking back on this makes him pause for a moment before he chuckles to himself. Just then, a knock at the door sounds, and Cesarette walks in, greeting him warmly. Lyon stays quiet for a second, his eyes landing on the basin Cesarette is carrying. He finally asks how long he has been out. Cesarette gives him the rundown. It turns out the Crusade of Hatred officially ended exactly 3 days ago. With their leader neutralized, the summoned monsters vanished the moment the 5-man squad finally made their escape from the Mekong Labyrinth. That horror was wiped out as the labyrinth collapsed, likely due to the anomaly. However, the death toll and injury count are devastatingly high. 56 dead and 107 seriously injured. I heard others were hurt too, but only minor wounds regardless. There are too many casualties for us to truly celebrate. Cesarette pulls the curtains back as he speaks. The Cult of Hatred couldn't accomplish their goals this time, unlike their usual raids. Based on that alone, I consider this a significant victory. Lyon agrees, noting how tragic it is that they couldn't save everyone. Cesarette pauses for a moment before continuing with a heavy sigh. He mentions that he has also been looking into that repulsive dark magic. It truly is a sickening type of sorcery. We're lucky that, thanks to your efforts, we managed to stop that disaster before it spread. Hearing the elf give him all the credit, Lyon immediately denies it. He says he could never have done it without everyone's help. Cesarette goes silent for a beat, looking thoughtful before he finally whispers 3 words, I wonder. You and I both know Lyon is trying to stay hidden, but this elf just called him out as a hero. That question cuts straight to the heart of Lyon's secret, making him so nervous that he starts breaking into a cold sweat. Seeing him panic, Cesarette decides to tease him a bit. You look shocked, to which Lyon asks if the old man really knows. Cesarette calmly replies that he was only sure once the team formed. Lyon realizes this means the old elf had his suspicions from the start. Cesarette brushes it off, explaining that he was a member of the Iron Chain Holy Knights after all. Plus, being an elf gives him way more life experience than a normal human. Lyon just laughs awkwardly. He knew he couldn't hide it forever. Cesarette continues smoothly, noting that no matter how powerful the solar blade is, it shouldn't be able to cut through anomalies so easily. In his expert opinion, Lyon isn't quite at the level of a top-tier swordsman just yet. Not only that, he doesn't think Lyon is strong enough to be considered a first-class knight quite yet. It's a blunt truth that makes Lyon feel a bit embarrassed, but Cesare tells him not to be ashamed as he shrugs. I'm genuinely impressed by the courage you showed, facing those trials head-on despite your lack of real-world experience. He also noticed something crucial, the specific swordsmanship Lyon displayed during that final, desperate struggle in the dark. He recognized the style used against the cultists, the legendary 7-star sword created by Roderick, the greatest hero in all of history. Knowing the name of this technique isn't surprising. I read about it once in an old book recording the achievements of ancient heroes. Since Roderick's martial arts records vanished long ago, its sudden return can only mean one thing. Trust me, you're going to want to stick around to see what this secret sword really is. Suddenly, Lyon shifts the subject entirely. Sir, do you happen to remember that sword I was using back in the labyrinth? You and I are about to dive into a moment where secrets finally come to light as Cesare admits the sword is gone. Lyon remembers Elxid's message he can still use the sword even if his friend isn't physically there. He calls out for Elxid to manifest, but instead of his friend appearing, the blade slides right out from Lyon's hand. Cesare is completely stunned as Lyon grips the fully powered complete holy sword right before his eyes. The old man cries out, dropping to his knees in a desperate, urgent prayer. Oh goddess! He's filled with guilt, begging for forgiveness because he failed to recognize the goddess's divine holy power right in front of him. Lyon is totally flustered, stammering that he should be the one apologizing for keeping it a secret. Cesare asks if he'll keep hiding it, but Lyon admits the seal isn't fully broken, and he is still too inexperienced. Now watch this epic declaration. Once I can truly carry the weight of being a hero, I will reveal my true identity myself. Cesare calls him humble, promising to keep the secret, but he has one small condition. He wants to tell just one other person. Lyon pauses, curious. Just who? He wants to tell the Saintess, hoping this news will give her the motivation she desperately needs. Her succession rite is unfinished, and hearing about a hero will surely bring her back to life. Lyon thinks it over and decides that telling the Saintess probably won't be an issue. He gives Cesare permission, and the old man beams with pure gratitude. Suddenly, a knock at the door makes Lyon jump, but Cesare calmly tells him to relax. The room is soundproof. Their conversation is safe from outside ears. Karen walks in, greeting her junior after 3 long days apart. The heavy silence in the room makes her instantly uneasy. She feels like she's interrupting something private and offers to just come back later if it is a bad time. Lyon stays quiet because he just remembered something he forgot during the mission. Karen is actually the coffin keeper, a mysterious demon from the slums that even the information guilds cannot track down. He had promised her he would never tell a soul. He vowed to keep her secret, but a verbal promise can be broken at any time. He is worried she will want a stronger guarantee, especially with the bishop standing right there. Then Karen drops a bombshell. The bishop already knows everything. You and I saw that coming. Karen explains that Cesare sensed her true identity through her dark aura. Plus, Lyon carries the sun's power. Cesare's moon power resonates with them both, making him sensitive to everything. Cesare stares at her with a calculating look, noting how rare it is for 2 shadow users to meet. Lyon realizes the bishop probably noticed during their space jump earlier. He feels guilty, asking if Cesare is mad that he kept her secret from him. Cesare simply asks, is it better to expose the truth, or give someone a chance to change their life? Assassins usually do not have friends, but Cesare sees that Karen is clearly different. He trusts his judgment she fought and bled alongside them. He cannot forgive her past crimes, but he fully trusts her as a comrade in arms. If she were truly a cold-blooded killer, she would not have gone to such lengths for them. Karen listens, moved by the good vibes. Maybe she will finally be cleared? She asks what they are laughing about, worried they are secretly plotting against her. Suddenly, Cesare calls her name seriously. He wants her whole story, why she became an assassin, and why she is hiding as an adventurer. Stick with me to hear her dark past. All 3 look at each other in a heavy silence. After a long moment, Karen finally speaks, asking what kind of person is most despised in this world. Lyon and Cesare are left speechless by her question. Karen answers it herself, orphans, and specifically, mixed bloods. Stick with me here, because we are about to find out that Karen's past was anything but a gentle story. Hearing Karen's story, Lyon realizes how tragic her life was. She lived without regular food, clothes, or even a home. Without parents to protect her, she was treated as something even lower than a disabled beggar on the street. In the darkest moments of her life, she had to survive the most dangerous parts of the slums. Someone finally reached out a hand to her, but that hand only pushed her back into the abyss once again. She thought she was being saved, but her savior had nothing but dark intentions from the very beginning. Now pay attention, because this is the dark truth. They took in orphans because no one would care if they died, and raised them to be killers. Even with a survival rate of 1 in 1,000, The organization saw it as a worthy investment. While training as an assassin, Karen realized her own potential and mastered it, far exceeding anything her captors expected. She was a mixed blood, born from a human and a dark elf. Her talent led to countless successful missions, earning her the name Coffin Keeper and raising her status higher and higher. The organization grew stronger, as Karen's skills became faster and more precise with every target. Her career as an assassin peaked until the only person above her was the boss. She admits with cold pride that it took less than 7 seconds to kill him. By that point, she had become strong beyond anyone's imagination. Karen climbed to the top by wiping out the entire organization, including the leader, and became one of the 3 strongest powers in the slums. But her reason for becoming a killer shocks Lyon. She only became an assassin to put an end to the senseless killing around her. Karen did not want to live forever under the mask of the Coffin Keeper. She personally decided to return freedom to the children who were being trained as assassins. After purging the organization, she liberated the orphans who had been kidnapped for the same purpose as her. Once those tasks were finished, Karen made a major decision. She rarely acted as the Coffin Keeper because she wanted a different life. She could not live normally as a killer, so she became a mercenary. But now, her plans have been thrown into total chaos. Her voice trails off as she realizes that her secret plan has officially come to an end. Karen's words leave Cesare deep in thought, while Lyon stands there completely silent. You and I can see the fear in her eyes now. She raises her hands, knowing she cannot escape the holy city. She puts on a pitiful face and begs them not to lock her up, asking them to consider her help in their last battle. She suggests community service instead of prison, leaving Lyon and Cesare feeling totally helpless at her sudden change in attitude. Suddenly, Cesare calls out to Lyon. His voice is surprisingly gentle and kind, which catches the young man off guard. Lyon immediately senses the intention behind those words. Is the cardinal really asking for his input on this? Seeing the expectant look in the eyes of Cesare, Lyon realizes he has to step up and answer. He knows exactly what he needs to do. Cesare is letting Lyon decide as the hero. After hearing her story, Lyon knows Karen never truly wanted to be a killer. Besides, Karen's personality is nothing like the other cold assassins he has encountered. She has shown them she is a person of honor who just wants a normal life, unlike the greedy villains they usually fight. Based on everything he knows, Lyon can confirm one thing. No one has the right to judge her, and there is no need to draw a sword against someone who truly repents. After a moment of thought, he calls her name. Karen looks at him and responds with a soft, gentle voice. Lyon smiles and tells her he will give her 2 choices, promising to respect whichever one she decides to take. This completely blindsides Karen. She looks at him confused, asking why he is the one making the decision instead of the cardinal. Lyon suddenly panics, remembering he told the cardinal he wanted to keep his hero identity a secret. Up until now, only Cesare knew the truth about him, along with the saintess they are about to meet. He starts to worry if it is actually okay to reveal his identity as the hero to the Coffin Keeper. Lyon hesitates, wondering if this is a mistake. Trust me, you and I are about to see a huge turning point. Cesare just tells him it is fine, leaving the future in Lyon's hands. Alright, you and I are about to see a secret reveal that changes everything for Karen and our hero. Lyon makes a bold move and reveals his true identity to Karen, giving her 2 life-changing paths to choose from. Karen freezes in pure shock as her eyes lock onto the legendary holy sword being unsheathed right before her. A week passes since that brutal dungeon battle against the cult, and with his body fully healed, Lyon is ready to move on. Laughter fills the hallway as they exchange thanks. The guildmaster insists his hospitality is nothing compared to saving the entire city. Bonad brings up their previous talk, asking if Lyon is serious about the offer he made during their last meeting. Lyon hears this and gives a firm nod, confirming with a simple yes. With a sigh of admiration, Bonad pats his shoulder. He is genuinely impressed by such a passionate and selfless young hero. He reminds Lyon to reach out if he ever changes his mind about the fame and fortune. With his vast connections, the guildmaster promises he could make Lyon a household name across the continent in just 2 months. This leaves Lyon feeling slightly overwhelmed, thinking that all of this is a bit much. Now pay attention, because this reunion at the guild is exactly what we have been waiting for, and it starts with a tease. He greets her warmly as Sister Karen, and his handsome, gentle smile is enough to make her turn bright red. She cannot help but tease him, noting that he is looking a lot more masculine since their last encounter. Lyon gets flustered, but Karen quickly shifts the topic, asking if he finished his business with the guildmaster. He hesitates before explaining that his reward for this quest was unlike anything he had ever received before. Her curiosity piques as she leans in, dying to know what kind of prize a hero actually gets. He honestly explains that the master wanted to raise his rank and spread his fame across many other kingdoms. However, he casually mentions that he refused the offer, leaving Karen frozen in absolute shock. She lets out a shocked scream of disbelief, while Lyon just stands there, looking completely clueless about her reaction. Then he drops another bombshell. He even turned down a personal introduction to the High Lord of the land. Karen loses it, shouting, "Are you crazy?" She can only sigh at how incredibly naive this young hero really is. She calls him a heroic idiot for walking away from a literal mountain of gold and power without a second thought. But Lyon has a dark reason for his refusal. If his achievements became common knowledge, the consequences would be deadly. His voice turns solemn, and the weight of his words makes Karen realize there is a much deeper threat at play. He speaks with a serious tone, explaining that fame would reveal his location to enemies who hate him. He reminds her that he nearly lost his life fighting those heretics even while borrowing the immense power of his holy sword. Despite the sword's power, he knows his own combat skills are still far too weak to survive on his own. He is determined to train until he is worthy of the blade. A declaration that leaves Karen completely stunned by his resolve. Karen smiles as she realizes the true meaning behind his earlier request. Thinking back to that day in the hospital room, she remembers how Lyon bluntly declared that he was the chosen hero of this new era. As the chosen one, he officially asked her to become his companion under the holy name of the sword, Elxid. The sun begins to set as Lyon softly reminds her that she asked for time to think his offer over. You and I are about to find out if she finally accepts his hand and joins the journey. Karen leads Lyon deep into an ancient forest and speaks softly, explaining that for her kind, these trees are sacred living entities equal to the goddesses themselves. She admits that she carries the blood of the elves in her veins, even if it is only a small part. Staring fixedly at the trees without looking at him, she confesses that his proposal that day felt like an invitation to finally live a life of pride in the light instead of hiding in the dark. But before she can give him her answer, there is one dark truth she feels she must reveal first. She looks at her hands, admitting she has never felt a single shred of guilt for all the blood she has spilled. In her world, feeling remorse was a luxury she could not afford if she wanted to stay alive for this long. Her fist tightens as she speaks of a life born in the gutters, where the suffering of others is just a reality. Her voice trembles with a quiet sadness, admitting her deepest wish is that no one else ever has to live like her. To be born orphaned and unloved, trained only to be a weapon of death, it is a cycle she wants to break. Her only dream is a world where that kind of life does not exist, a hope that catches Lyon completely off guard. Suddenly, she drops to one knee, addressing him as the hero knight, and asking if he can truly fulfill that dream. She makes a solemn vow to dedicate her entire life to his cause, catching him completely by surprise with her devotion, as she pledges her very life to serve the hero. Trust me, this is where Lyon understands his true heroic burden. He reaches out to her, determined to build a future where fewer people have to endure the pain she once did. Bridge 1. You and I are watching as they take hands, sealing a pact that's already been signed. On that fateful day, the coffin keeper perished, leaving only Karen as the sole survivor. Resting beneath a tree, Lyon finally breaks the long silence to ask about Khan's whereabouts. Lyon is curious about Khan's fate after the war, wondering if he returned to the slums. Karen just gives a wicked laugh and says, "You really don't know, do you?" He fled. She knew exactly what that coward did the moment the dust finally settled on the battlefield. Just one day after the conquest ended, he packed every single asset he owned in the slums and fled the city. No one has a clue where he vanished to. He moved so fast that even a seasoned pro like her couldn't track his trail in time. Lyon just smiles, finally understanding why that man had to run. Even with his help, Khan was still deeply involved in the dark cult's sinister plan. Half of the slums were leveled during the conquest, leaving nothing but ruin behind in the aftermath. Worse yet, the records clearly show that he collaborated with the dark cult, even if it was only for a fleeting moment during the chaos. If he had stayed, he would have faced the severe judgment of the Iron Chain Knights. There was no escaping their heavy-handed punishment. Bridge 2. Now pay attention, this is where we see just how fast a man runs when prison or hard labor is the only other option. Karen casually explains that for men like him, surviving means being ready to abandon everything. Most people with that much wealth would hesitate, but he left it all behind without a single moment of doubt. They both remember his arrogant face, and those moments of smug laughter, right before Lyon managed to drive him absolutely insane with anger. Recalling all that, Lyon shakes his head and wonders if it's just his imagination, or if he really will cross paths with that man again. Karen stands up, cutting the nostalgia short to ask what his actual plan is for the future. She asks what his next move is, warning him not to move recklessly before mockingly calling him a hero. It's a title that makes Lyon pause. Lyon pauses for a second. He actually has a solid plan in mind. Once he reaches rank B status, his next destination is the Titan Mountains. By his own calculations, 100 days is plenty of time for him to manifest his aura, and rank B should provide the power to do it. Waiting for Elxid to wake gives him time to level up. He still has plenty of time until the 100 days pass, as Elxid won't wake for at least another month. Bridge 3. You and I can see it on his face. Lyon's about to make a request that makes even a seasoned assassin like Karen's skin crawl. Karen recoils, weirded out by his expression. Lyon just thinks about how much he needs her specific talents for the journey ahead. She's an A-rank thief and a master assassin with unparalleled skills in detection and tracking. He's been watching her skills for a long time, especially how she uses the environment to her advantage and her incredible, fluid way of moving through combat. Her ability to move through any terrain is exactly what he needs for his difficult journey ahead. All of these unique skills could give Lyon the edge he needs to survive the Titan Mountains. He puts on his most pathetic, pleading face and asks for her guidance. Karen looks absolutely horrified while Lyon is just buzzing with excitement. He suggests heading to the cathedral for more space, leaving Karen totally confused. She screams out, asking what kind of care he's even talking about. She's genuinely worried now, wondering what kind of trouble this kid is cooking up behind that smile. Based on what he's been told, there are exactly 3 weeks and 2 days until Elxid finally wakes up. That's his deadline to face him. This is the crucial window for him to strengthen his aura and push past his current limits. I need to master my sword skills and start using them much better. Right now, I only have a basic grasp of the fundamentals. He's determined to show Elxid exactly how much he's grown since their last encounter. Just wait for me, Elsie. Meanwhile, in District 13, the citizens are just thankful to finally have food on their tables again. They praise Bishop Cesare and the cathedral for providing these life-saving relief supplies. Everyone waits in line for their turn. A kind worker hands out extra rations to a mother and her child, noting how hard it must have been for them to evacuate from the ruined district. The mother is overcome with gratitude for the small mercy shown to her family. The distributor gently hands bread to the little child, explaining that these gifts aren't actually from him. He points toward the cathedral in the distance. He tells her that if she wants to show gratitude, she should go pray to the goddess. Without the church, this kind of grace wouldn't be possible. The mother turns her eyes toward the cathedral, where a small flag flutters in the wind. It stands sturdy and solemn, radiating a warmth that feels worlds apart from the cold, broken streets of District 23 they left behind. Suddenly, a violent explosion rocks the interior of the sacred building, shattering the peace for everyone. Bridge 4, and that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are not going to want to miss the chaos that's about to unfold next. You and I are watching a rookie face a master. In a flash, Karen twists her wrist, a cold blade shimmering as she raises her arms. Her daggers cross in a perfect arc, effortlessly blocking his heavy strike and stopping him cold. Immediately after, Karen spins away with movements that are chillingly precise and decisive. In that split second, her figure completely vanishes from Lyon's line of sight. He freezes, completely failing to realize she has already moved behind him. It's only when a cold edge grazes his cheek that Lyon snaps back to reality and feels the chill of death. Without hesitation, Lyon pivots and leaps backward, desperately trying to put some distance between him and Karen. Across from him, she lands softly and speaks. Her voice is cold and mocking as she tells him his stealth is better than she thought. She claims he's more suited for an assassin's life than a knight's, making Lyon's chest burn with pure frustration. She admits his movements are like a commando's and that his technical skills are actually quite excellent. Now pay attention, because this is where her speed goes completely off the charts and leaves him in the dust. Suddenly, she splits into 2 afterimages, charging toward him with terrifying, mind-blowing speed. Lyon's eyes widen, focusing every ounce of his concentration. He realizes she created a mirage in just 2 steps, and he'll have to push his vision to the limit to track her. Within moments, Lyon manages to pinpoint Karen's exact, true location. He swings his sword, betting everything on the left side. Sensing the sudden danger, Karen's eyes go wide with pure shock. As the blade shears the air, Karen ducks just in time. She wonders how he actually managed to see her. That last exchange has Lyon completely drained. He gasps for air, sweat pouring down his face from the intense pressure. She seizes the moment and leaps back. She tells him she hasn't even used aura yet, but she's getting serious. Karen readies her stance, her gaze sharpening. She challenges him to see how much his eyes can truly handle in this next round. Dozens of afterimages suddenly appear, floating before him like a ghost army. Lyon can only gasp in utter disbelief. He wonders if this is more than just a simple illusion or a standard clone technique. Karen coldly announces her attack. Lyon grips his sword tighter than ever, realizing that her physical speed is actually quite a bit slower than it was before. The problem is his eyes are failing him. The illusions are stripping away his sense of direction and distance. His eyes turn red from the sheer strain. He has only one thought racing through his panicked mind. Left or right? Is she attacking or retreating? His eye muscles are working so hard he thinks they might actually snap under the pressure. In a heartbeat, Karen is on him. It's over. Her blade touches his skin as she smugly tells her junior that he's dead. Trust me, you and I are witnessing what 102 losses in a row looks like. Lyon drops his weapon and raises his hands in surrender. He asks if she enjoys bullying a junior this much. Karen just shrugs and says, "Of course I do." She explains that using aura is just like a physical body enhancement. Instinct alone is useless in an open space. He stands no chance against her in a fair fight. She continues her lecture, pointing out that even with the advantage, he still couldn't win. Lyon feels crushed by her sharp words. He had done well during the last villain attack, or so he thought. Every swing of his sword felt more powerful, and Lyon believed he had finally grown. But the gap between him and Karen is still a massive, impassable ocean he hasn't even begun to cross. Lyon looks at her and asks for her honest opinion on him. She gives him a bored look before bursting into a grin. She tells him he actually did great. Lyon can't even believe it. She explains that seeing through her clones means even a first-class assassin would have a hard time fighting against him. Lyon is stunned. He wonders how that's possible since he can't even manifest his aura yet. She admits that aura weapons are terrifyingly strong, but they mean nothing if you can't actually hit your target. Lyon's vision and his stealth are what make him a real threat on the battlefield. Manifested aura can slice through steel and shatter giant boulders with ease. But she reminds him that aura can't hunt down an opponent by itself. Most assassins are weaker than high-level adventurers, but they win by using unpredictable techniques and dirty tricks to secure a victory by any means necessary, regardless of what's considered honorable. She tells him that a win is a win. But Lyon hesitates, saying he doesn't want to fight in such a cold way. Karen pauses, reflecting on their spar to find his true weakness. She admits he has a very solid foundation. Looking back, she was actually stunned by how fast he was moving earlier. If she hadn't reacted instantly by ducking, that last strike could have actually ended her right then. And that's the takeaway. You and I know he's got the eyes to see the truth, but if he can't learn to deceive his enemies, he'll never truly survive the chaos ahead of him once he loses his momentum. Alright, you and I are about to watch our hero get hit with some harsh reality. Lyon rubs his chin, repeating every word like a mantra as he tries to trick his opponent. Suddenly, Karen hooks her arm around his neck, pinning him down. Don't overthink it, she says. Tricks only bridge the gap in skill, that's just the basic truth. I don't know who taught you, but they must be a misunderstood genius or a total monster. Feeling the killing intent from Elxid, Lyon turns pale as cold sweat pours down his back while his spine goes stiff with fear. Karen continues, bluntly stating that he lacks creativity in his attacks and movements. She insists he shouldn't just copy her, but instead increase his own secret trump cards, Mr. Hero. Lyon ponders this in silence. Karen's right. If he had a hidden ace to win his battles, since he's empty-handed, he needs more options and must strengthen them. Suddenly, sharp claws dig into his shoulder, making him jump. Karen has transformed her shape, shouting at him to move. Training is over for today, let's switch gears. Lyon panics, telling her she scared him. She shrugs it off. Don't worry, let's practice manifesting aura weapons. Before long, the two of them find themselves in a quiet training room. Now, watch closely, because we're about to learn the real secret behind his power. What did we discuss last time? Lyon asks about the link between aura and training methods. She nods exactly. Now for the next part. Karen explains that aura is refined energy from the body. It's the very essence of the user. Lyon mumbles, seeking clarity. Essence? She explains it's built on life experiences and your mindset. In any given situation, she continues, some will fight, some will hide, and others will just run. But that doesn't mean essence defines good or evil. Even someone seeking justice can become arrogant if they lose their way, letting their pride blind them completely. Training your aura means purifying and strengthening the core of who you really are. For instance, training a fire-type aura might involve destroying things or engaging in intense combat. Fire energy thrives on destruction and refinement. Lyon can only comment on how terrifying that sounds. After that, Karen sits down right beside him. Difficulty depends on your element. For dark types like me, missions are the training. She looks him in the eye, her voice becoming very serious. Now, the sun element. It's a legendary power from the goddess, seen only in the greatest warriors who have appeared across many generations. Her proximity makes his face flush red and his heart race. Karen takes off her glasses, her voice becoming soft and gentle. When you think of the sun, what kind of essence comes to mind? Lyon hesitates, looking away. It lights up the world and erases the gloom. A sudden thought strikes him. No, wait, it's radiance. You and I both saw it, that spark of genius. Karen shouts in surprise as Lyon stands up, staring at his palm. He's not sure if the earlier fight sparked this, but his internal aura is suddenly burning white hot. It boils and flows like lava beneath a mountain. As he guides the flow with his mind, Lyon feels it gather at his fingertips. Watching the magic gather on his palm, he feels a wave of confusion about what to do next in this moment. He feels like he'll spontaneously combust. He's gathered the energy, but how is he supposed to release it? Lyon, if you can. His eyes fill with resolve. If this is the Sunday, a golden orb blazes to life in his hand. Karen's eyes go wide. She's completely stunned by the sight. Lyon realizes an orb isn't enough for a weapon yet. Still, making it this far in such a short time is an incredible feat for him, but the raw power is too much to control. In a flash, the orb shatters, magic spraying in every direction. Lyon collapses, clutching his wounded arm. Karen calls out to him in a panicked voice. Lyon, are you okay? He grits his teeth, hiding the pain while blaming himself for the failure. When using Elxid's power, he never realized just how high-level manifesting aura actually was. Karen's gaze softens. That was brilliant. The foundation is controlling the release exactly as you do when you move energy inside your body. She continues, noting he managed to ignite that light, even if only for a few seconds. That's almost a real aura weapon, she praises. It would be perfect if you could just make it larger and much more stable. He glances back, whispering the words, larger and more stable. Karen taps her chin thoughtfully. Treat aura like your lifeblood, and you're pulling it outside of your body. Trust me, you and I need to see if this gamble pays off next time. Aura costs massive energy, so keeping the flow steady is the ultimate test. Alright, you and I are jumping into the middle of a mess as Cesare slams the door open, catching Karen completely off guard. He scolds them about their lack of control, mentioning how they cannot maintain their fire aura weapons without causing massive explosions. Lyon raises an eyebrow and asks if the patrol is finished, while Cesare hangs his coat on the rack with a simple yes. But then, Cesare's expression turns dark and full of rage as he stares them down. He just got the repair bill for the facilities those two trashed. Hearing this, Lyon and Karen freeze in place, paralyzed by the cost. Cold sweat pours down their faces as he slowly walks toward them, demanding compensation while mentioning a much more serious matter. Cesare quickly pulls out a letter, announcing that he has brought a message from the Saintess herself. Lyon's eyes go wide in total disbelief. He shouts out in shock, feeling a sudden surge of emotion deep within his heart. A letter? He realizes that the process for choosing the next successor must already be underway. The scene shifts to a desolate, snowy cliff where a massive tower stands hidden against the biting winds. The sound of the blizzard is enough to chill your bones. Now watch closely. This is where the real power awakens, as a strange light begins to flash from the high windows. Those two beams of light grow stronger and brighter, eventually illuminating the entire white landscape hidden within the storm. Inside, Elong has just completed the ritual, with shimmering ribbons of light swirling around and enveloping her entire body. The onlookers are stunned. It is hard to believe she possesses holy power equal to 10 high bishops combined. Even as a master, she should not be able to suppress this much energy, yet she has already surpassed the previous saintess. Up on the balcony, Sarah watches every detail with a proud smile, her face glowing with satisfaction. Sarah officially declares Elong as the 8th saintess, the strongest one yet, who will support the great warrior. In that moment, Ella looks incredibly calm. There is no shock or excitement, only a clear understanding of the heavy responsibility ahead. The group then moves to a different chamber. In the center of the room, something stands out from everything else. It is a massive mace, driven deep into the stone floor. Sarah explains that 300 years ago, King Roderick and the first saintess realized they were helpless on their journey alone. The saintess prayed behind the warrior, gathering strength from the people's kindness so the priests could use it to banish demons. The will of the past generations was forged into these holy chains, intended to create the strongest cavalry on the continent. You saw that coming, right? Under the saintess's name, the strongest of them all will now serve as the vice commander. Sarah continues, explaining that the position beside the warrior is hers, a fate that every saintess has always dreamed of. Ella bows her head and politely agrees, but Sarah immediately urges her forward for the final challenge. It is time for the last test. Without a single second of hesitation, Elong throws off her white cloak. Instantly, her mana explodes like a white sun in the dark room. The light crystallizes, forming a solid set of armor that fits her body perfectly. She does not pause for a moment, reaching out her hand toward the heavy mace stuck in the floor. Elong lifts it with total ease, her eyes burning with determination as the entire room falls into a stunned silence. Watching this, the man is speechless. That is the legendary Great Mace, the most powerful weapon for combat. The person standing next to him can barely stutter out a word, completely overwhelmed by the sight. They head outside for the next part of the ritual. The wind screams and bites at their faces, but it cannot stop Ella's burning spirit. Sarah points out a mark on the cliff made by the strongest sword, left behind by the previous king using a single strike. She explains that the other marks were left by former saints, then tells Ella it is finally her turn to show her power. Sarah calls out her name loudly, announcing the arrival of the 8th saintess, Elong. The blizzard howls and whips her clothes around, but it fails to shake the iron will burning in her eyes. At that moment, Ella thinks of the great warrior. She has heard all about his incredible feats and remembers Lyon's fierce battles. She recalls how his mana gathered in his hand, spinning into a violent cyclone that shattered the ground and swept everything away. When facing monsters, Lyon showed no fear, ending the fight in an instant with a single, devastating slash. Ella tells herself that although the prophecy is still 6 months away, his rapid growth is truly terrifying. She slowly closes her eyes for a brief second. Her thoughts flow as she admits feeling a bit ashamed as a new saintess. Looking at Lyon with a mix of admiration and fascination. Suddenly, her eyes snap open with a burning resolve, glowing with a fire that will not be put out. And trust me, we are about to see her become a saintess worthy of the warrior as she grips her mace with unshakable strength. All right. You and I are jumping right into the moment Elahan unleashes her terrifying magic. She swings her mace high without a single doubt and slams it down with world-shattering force. The ground below literally explodes, sending massive stone shards flying in every single direction. The sheer destruction leaves Sarah frozen in shock, eyes wide and mouth agape, completely unable to find any words. The rest of the group stands paralyzed too, unable to believe that such godlike power is actually real. She stands in silence, admiring the massive crater she just carved into the earth. A slight smile creeps across her face, even she can't hide her excitement. Warrior, please, I beg of you. Blushing, her heart pounds as she whispers a plea for acceptance. We cut to Cesare, who is slowly reading a letter without looking away from Lyon. At the very end, she wrote that she'll try to see you as soon as possible. Lyon is stunned, totally lost. Lyon turns pale, cold sweat dripping down as he cries inside. I've got goosebumps, this feels like a recipe for disaster. He asks what the Saintess is like. Cesare calmly explains, she holds the highest authority and most powerful abilities. I'm sure she'll be a massive help to you, warrior. Lyon falls deep into thought. Wait for it, this is where Lyon realizes he needs to become a true legend before they meet, so he doesn't embarrass himself in front of the Saintess. You've mastered the flow of aura energy. Now you just need to decide on its physical shape. Lyon asks if his attribute is the moon. Cesare, looking slightly confused, confirms that it is. He continues, asking if it's too bold to inquire about the specific shape Cesare used to finalize his own aura weapon. Instantly, Cesare's expression shifts. His face turns ice cold, devoid of any warmth or emotion. Karen's jaw drops in terror, sweat pouring down as she frantically signals Lyon with her hands and feet. She wants to scream but stays silent. Asking an aura user to reveal their weapon's shape is no different than demanding they reveal their ultimate weakness. But contrary to Karen's fears, he suddenly breaks into a bright smile and agrees. Cesare explains he uses the different phases of the moon. For a small burst of power, he uses the form of a crescent moon. Check this out. From half moon to full moon, and even eclipses, Cesare reveals 5 different forms that leave Lyon completely stunned and speechless by such incredible depth. Karen is baffled. He told him without hesitating. Does he really trust us that much? Lyon sighs to himself. Unlike the moon, the sun doesn't change phases, so I can't build a perfect shape like that. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashes through his mind. His eyes widen as if he just found the exit to a maze. Covering the sun is possible. He smirks. If I use a solar eclipse to store power, the sun can keep shining if I find a way to maintain its essence. Seeing Lyon's excitement, Cesare cheers him on. Lyon responds with burning determination, shouting that he needs to try this out immediately to engrave the shape into his mind. They head outside to train immediately. Lyon grips his sword tight. Let's do this. Without wasting a second, Cesare begins swinging his heavy iron flail. Nice confidence. Let's see what you've got. Magic surges around Lyon as he prepares to unleash his aura. He swings the flail with no mercy. Here I come. Lyon raises his blade instantly, parrying the heavy strike with everything he has. The flail grazes him and smashes into the earth, sending a massive cloud of dust and debris skyward. Magic continues to swirl around Lyon in hazy circles, gathering a mysterious and unpredictable power. He feels something is off. It's still too difficult to use smoothly, and Cesare isn't even trying. Even a glancing blow from that aura-infused flail would be enough to end me. He regathers his focus, ready to face the incoming chain once more. Dodging forever won't work. I have to watch the trajectory. A weapon like that needs specific distance. He lunges forward. If I can just close the gap, it'll be less dangerous. Suddenly, the flail begins to spin violently, creating a terrifying steel whirlwind that surrounds Lyon completely. In a heartbeat, he's trapped with absolutely no way to dodge the attack, and that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see how he escapes this. Alright, you and I are about to see a hero push past his limits with pure iron will. Right then, magic erupts around him with fierce intensity. The light swirls like a raging fire, answering his burning spirit. The old master watches in complete shock, his eyes wide. Now watch closely, because this is where his power truly explodes, tearing through space itself. He is determined to recreate the legendary weapon, the Eclipse Sword. First step, his goal is the second star of the Merak constellation. He must manifest it through sheer force of will. First, compress the aura and coat the blade completely. The Eclipse Sword manifests. Cesare stares in disbelief as Lyon shatters a set of heavy chains into tiny broken pieces. Cesare panics. This technique it is still far from perfect. Lyon knows he is still miles away from the true 7-star sword. This is just a temporary solution. Even as an incomplete skill, It will serve as a powerful trump card against his enemies. Cesare is moved by the display. Lyon simply nods, acknowledging how much he treasures this power. Suddenly, Karen calls out. A guest has arrived. Rise pulls back her hood with a playful, surprising smile. It has been a long time, Master Lyon. He turns to her and smiles. Later, they find a place to rest. Rise notes this is their first meeting outside the guild and asks how he feels. Lyon thanks her politely for checking on him. She brought high-grade potions and a reward from the Count. She presents the gift to Lyon while explaining its unique properties. This spatial bracelet uses teleportation magic. It can only hold a few items, but it will be incredibly useful for him. Karen jumps in shock. Spatial magic? That item is worth hundreds of gold coins. Rise laughs, saying if the design were better, it would cost 1,000 gold. She praises Karen for her knowledge. Karen quickly shows off her own jewelry. Her earrings are actually the same type. They have a small capacity, so she uses them like a purse. Lyon finally understands where she hides all those daggers. He takes the Count's gift and slides it onto his wrist. He gestures toward a potion bottle and commands it to enter. It instantly vanishes into the bracelet. This magic item is amazing. The Count was much more generous than he expected. Then, Rise reveals the second reason for her visit. Lyon is rank B. He has met every requirement. Once she confirms his aura weapon, she will hand over the official badge. He reached rank B in less than 100 days. It is unheard of. Rise looks at his sword and confirms it. She pulls out the rank card. Lyon grips it, smiling. Can you believe he actually made it to rank B this fast? Cesare and Karen applaud their talented junior's success. Rise has one last thing, a special commission just for Lyon. A commission? Rise smiles and explains it is a top-tier escort mission. Lyon freezes in confusion. Karen notices him starting to sweat. The destination is the Titan Mountains. They leave as soon as the cargo is ready to move. Since it was for him, Rise made sure to save him a spot. Karen glares with a cold aura. Lyon feels the pressure rising immediately. She repeats the words coldly. Save him a spot? Lyon panics, trying to explain himself. Lyon will now have the Count's full power and network. Rise will act as their contact. Later, during training, Karen lunges at him with her daggers drawn. Lyon focuses hard. Her speed is truly off the charts. The way she moves is more dangerous than the daggers. She warns him not to trust his eyes. Lyon's eyes are strained. He realizes he can no longer depend on his vision alone. This exercise is meant to overcome his physical limits. Lyon must learn to use his aura to sense Karen's presence. He's learning to sense the wind itself. Trust me, you won't want to miss what is next. Next up, he feels it from below the ground is vibrating. He focuses, closing his eyes tight, while Karen is already positioned behind him. All right, you and I are about to see just how much Lyon's instincts have sharpened. He quickly glances back, catching Karen by surprise. Eyes meet, and she is forced to pull back into a defensive stance. Karen gives him some credit, saying it is impressive he mastered aura perception this quickly. Lyon just smiles, thanking his senior for everything. Hearing that, Karen blushes, acting all flustered. She playfully grabs him, calling him arrogant for being so smooth. Meanwhile, Lyon realizes if he can burn this sensation into his memory, his growth will be unstoppable. Cesare appears, clapping his hands in praise. Congratulations, Lyon. It looks like you have achieved another major breakthrough. Noticing the old man, Lyon responds politely with a simple greeting. Cesare mentions he has important information for them both. He is meeting some merchants nearby this afternoon, and if they join up, things will work out perfectly for everyone. Lyon and Karen look at him like he is a godsend, practically glowing with gratitude. Cut to the evening sky. Lyon looks down from above, thinking how easy it was to find this spot. Then, Lyon and Karen head straight into the merchant camp. Inside, the leader asks if they are from the guild. Lyon shows his new identification, introducing himself as a rank B adventurer. The leader is Anod, from storm trading. He reaches out for a handshake, hoping this young man can protect his small business on the road. Lyon keeps it professional, shaking his hand with a short and simple reply. Now, pay attention to this handshake. Lyon senses something is off. These are not the hands of a merchant, but a seasoned swordsman. He can tell Anod has lived a much tougher life than a typical merchant who just spends his days holding a pen. Still, Anod acts friendly, telling Lyon he has the hands of a true hero. Lyon just smirks. They keep shaking hands, officially building a sense of mutual trust for the journey ahead. Soon, Anod sits down to discuss the plan, mentioning they might need even more manpower. But here's the problem, their budget is tight, and he is not sure they can afford another escort. Lyon asks if they are heading for the Titan Mountains. Anod confirms that is the plan, but he seems worried. Lyon pushes further, asking if he knows how dangerous that path really is. Anod simply nods. Seeing the man's concern, Lyon's eyes light up as he prepares to offer a solution. He asks if he would feel safer with a rank A adventurer guarding the caravan. Anod looks like he just got hit by lightning rank A. He admits he would be relieved, but there is no way he could afford their massive hiring fees. Besides, why would a top-tier adventurer even bother with a tiny trading post like his? That is when Karen reveals her card, introducing herself as the rank A adventurer he needs. You saw that reaction, right? Anod literally spits out his drink, cursing his own eyes for not recognizing a legend standing right in front of him. Karen just laughs, pointing at Lyon. She does not care about the money, she is only here because of him. So, she tells him to just pay her the standard rank B rate instead. Without wasting a second, Anod rushes to sign the official paperwork with Lyon. He is absolutely thrilled, thanking Karen for her incredible kindness. He even promises that next time, he will pay them both the full rank A rate they deserve. Karen says it is no big deal, while Anod promises to prepare the most comfortable carriage possible. Plus, all their living expenses on the road are totally covered. They walk away as Anod celebrates, but Lyon wonders if this deal was actually a bit too good. Karen tells him not to worry, she is a rank A, after all. The scene shifts as they head back. Lyon asks his senior if this is really okay. Karen explains the results speak for themselves. The merchant gets a high-rank escort for cheap, and in return, we get treated like royalty. Suddenly, Lyon senses something off, and turns his head to check his surroundings. It is a group of mercenaries. Karen notices his silence and nudges him, asking what is wrong. She asks if it is his first time seeing them up close. Lyon remembers seeing them from a distance during the war. They look pretty formidable, but the way their eyes linger on him as they pass feels cold. He definitely does not think they have good intentions at all. Karen pridefully explains the truth. Mercenaries and adventurers usually do not get along. It is better if we just keep our distance. Lyon just nods along. He looks back at the city one last time. I guess it is time to say goodbye for now. And that's where we leave him for now, finally stepping out of his school cage and into the real world to start his very own legendary journey. He thinks back to Zeiss, the man who gave him his very first rank C adventurer card. Alright, stick with me as Lyon moves from Khan to Cesare, meeting people who change his path forever. Even if Lyon forgets everywhere else, the memories he carved into this city won't ever fade. He planned to leave once Elsie woke up, but an opportunity like a trip to Mount Titan is just too rare to pass up. He knows he can't rely on Elsie forever, even if her help was the only reason he survived that last brutal battle. Walking around under constant protection isn't the warrior way. Soon enough, the sun rises on a brand new day. Cesare sees them off with a prayer. The goddess watches over everyone, just as the sun and moon rule the sky. Lyon bows respectfully, thanking the high priest for everything. Cesare smiles, saying he is the one who is grateful. Without Lyon, stopping the disaster would have been impossible. Perhaps it was all the goddess leading them toward this path. He hands over an item infused with holy healing magic. It can even draw out a sacred sword in times of desperation. Lyon takes the necklace and hangs it around his neck, promising to guard it with his life. Cesare explains it is vital while Elxid sleeps, but this artifact holds one more hidden secret. If shown to a Holy Force commander, Lyon can actually mobilize all nearby Knights of the Red Cross. Now, pay attention here, this power is insane, but a non-owner can only trigger it once. Lyon stares at the necklace in disbelief. A one-time summon for the legendary Red Knights is still incredibly valuable. If things go south, this is going to be a massive trump card. Morning arrives, and carriages sent by Anod pull up. He greets them warmly, asking if everyone is ready to move. He brings a massive breakfast spread, and honestly, Lyon looks a bit overwhelmed by the royal treatment. He wonders if steak for breakfast is too much, but hey, he is not turning down a free feast. Karen taps his shoulder, teasing him that it is clearly his first time being pampered like this. She jokes that he looks too used to suffering to enjoy the luxury. Lyon just blames it all on his senior. But then, her face turns serious. She mentions that trouble is already knocking on their door. Lyon looks back and sees a crowd staring them down with eyes full of pure hostility. He gives a wry smile, realizing this journey is about to get very complicated. Karen whispers that they have picked up some annoying pests. Lyon's expression says it all. Later that day, Karen's carriage moves steadily across a vast open field under the bright sun. Lyon is surprised by the speed. Karen explains it is because this carriage is powered by magic. Weight reduction magic is the most common and effective trick for long-distance travel. It is convenient and lasts a long time, but the trade-off is terrible shock absorption on the wheels. They will have to drop the magic at the rocky base of Mount Titan, so they are making up time now. As dusk falls, they stop to set up camp. Lyon watches the team get to work. He asks Karen if she wants to head out, but she immediately shuts that idea down. She is not hungry and tells him to just call her if anything happens. Lyon can only sigh at her laziness. Stepping outside, he sees a woman already busy cooking up a delicious-looking dinner. Elsewhere, a man tends to the tired horses. The whole camp is moving like a well-oiled machine. You and I can see how well they work together. It is like they are all part of one body. Suddenly, Lyon spots Hansen's group marching toward him. He knew they'd wait until he was alone. He doesn't even look surprised. He just calmly asks what they want. Hamil sneers, asking why he is talking like he is their boss. Lyon fires back, telling them that if that's how they feel, then so be it. Hamil just laughs. He mocks Lyon for acting tough, just because he is with an A-rank adventurer, calling him a naive brat. Lyon asks who is really acting high and mighty since they are the ones surrounding a guy on a walk. He calls them out for being jealous that a younger, more experienced warrior is getting better treatment than them. Being exposed makes Hamil snap. He glares at Lyon, ready to tear him apart. And that's where we leave it. You and I both know a fight is coming. Trust me, you do not want to miss what is next. You and I are watching Hansen and Leonic panic the second they hear her voice. Rank A, are you serious? Karen asked why they thought she would ever step in to help him. They turned pale with fear before Hansen muttered that if she stayed neutral, he would take the fight. Like she was waiting for that, she chirped. Fine then. You don't mind fighting him, right? Lyon calmly agreed. Everything was moving exactly according to Karen's little master plan. He remembered her advice. If mercenaries misunderstand you, just smash their heads with power. Strength is the only law. What would Elsie say right now? Whatever, there is no point in overthinking it. He studied the three Hansen, Hamil, and Leonic, rank B+ veterans, professional mercenaries. Lyon didn't think he would lose. The friction between adventurers and mercenaries has always been a mess. The guild split them into two paths, and they clearly hated a rookie rolling with a gorgeous rank A adventurer. He understood them. In a flash, Karen started a side hustle, taking bets for only the next 10 minutes. Place your bets. The crew swarmed in immediately, dropping 5 silver coins on Hansen. 3 silver on the mercenary. I'm betting on that young adventurer. The money just kept piling up. Now pay attention, she starts egging them on, telling the men to bet every single coin they have in their pockets. Acting like a pro gambler, Karen announced the rank B adventurer versus the rank B mercenary. Will the merchant bet too? Anno looked shocked when she called him out, then whispered in her ear. Once the deal was set, they both started cheering for Lyon, making him sweat bullets. You're being too obvious. Why are you even whispering at this point? A moment later, Karen announced it loudly. The match begins. Adventurer Lyon versus the mercenary representative. Steel Claw Hansen. Amidst the cheering, she laid out the rules: no using aura weapons against your opponent. No unregistered weapons allowed, and absolutely no magic wands or dark energy permitted. Most importantly, follow my lead. No time limit, but stay in the ring, hit the crowd, and you lose. Got it? Lyon took his stance immediately. Hansen didn't back down either, showing he was ready. Karen's voice rang out again. Ready? Fight. Lyon drew his sword while Hansen hid behind his shield. A rank B shield user is rare, even among veterans. The silver scratches caught the light. This wasn't made of normal steel. After a quick look, Lyon knew this shield was something special. Even as an opponent, Hansen explained it. It's small, but made of a rare mithril alloy. He got it from protecting a dwarf 5 years ago. His honesty surprised Lyon. Why reveal your secrets? With total confidence, he replied that Lyon would have figured it out after hitting it anyway. I know what you're thinking. Hansen is totally looking down on him. He didn't want tricks against a kid. Lyon took it personally. He was going to make this man regret underestimating him. Planning his move, Lyon adjusted his footing. A second later, he moved like a gale of wind. With terrifying speed, Lyon charged straight at Hansen, swinging his sword to test that mithril shield. The defense was impressive, but Lyon kept raining down strikes. Hansen gritted his teeth, struggling to hold the line. What the hell? This kid's power is insane. He barely dodged Lyon's follow-up and gripped his spear tight. Hansen countered repeatedly, but Lyon calmly blocked every thrust, analyzing his defensive combat style. Damit. The more he attacked, the more damage he took. It felt like fighting a giant porcupine. If he used Eclipse, he could split that shield, but he might accidentally kill Hansen too. No choice. He had to use that move. Outside, the merchant watched as Lyon crouched low. Karen's eyes widened. She recognized that stance. That is it. Lyon became a blur. Before anyone realized it, his foot was already planted firmly on Hansen's shield. Hansen froze in shock. Before he could react, Lyon kicked him and the shield back with massive force. He didn't use his sword, he just used a kick to blow me away, and that's where we leave it. Lyon is no traditional swordsman. You and I need to see what's next. Alright, stick with me, because Hansen is about to realize he messed with the wrong guy. Karen's prediction was dead on. That was an assassin's movement. Just as she assists, Lyon uses a single strike to send Hansen flying. He plummets from the sky, his face twisted in absolute soul-crushing terror. Lyon's sharp blade draws near, and Hansen finally screams, I give up. I lost. Karen's voice rings across the field. Match over. The winner is rank B adventurer, Lyon. The crew is disappointed, But Lyon smiles at Karen. The technique he learned from his senior really works. If Elxid saw this, he'd definitely mock Lyon for trying to act like a stealthy assassin, but having multiple techniques means more ways to win. Honestly, who else besides Roderick can take down every single enemy using just the absolute basics? While Lyon relaxes, Leonid steps up and says, "My turn." Suddenly, Gustav appears out of nowhere. "Stop!" Both Hamel and Leonid shout, "Captain." He speaks seriously after watching the entire first match. "I'm certain none of you stand a chance against him." Even the embarrassed Hamel has to agree. Now, watch this. Closely, things are about to get very weird, very fast. Is this the leader of the Iron Steel mercenaries? Unexpectedly, he bows deep and shouts, "I'm sorry. Your skills are definitely worthy of rank CP. We judged you wrong, and our disrespect caused real trouble." Lyon is confused as Gustav continues. "We were just salty that our leader is only rank B. Plus, 4 grown men in one carriage, while you got to ride with a beauty. We were just jealous, and I apologize for our attitude." Gustav's brutal honesty makes Karen burst out laughing, while Lyon just stands there completely shell-shocked. A moment later, Lyon reaches out. "From now on, let's just travel together as equals." Lyon radiates such a blinding aura that Hamel has to shield his eyes, while Leonid realizes this is truly the presence of a powerhouse. With a solemn tone, Gustav declares, "I'm truly in your debt. I won't forget this favor." Lyon isn't used to this formal way of talking, but Gustav cuts him off, insisting that repaying a comrade is a vital rule of life. "Even if you don't accept it, I'm going to pay you back. Just wait and see." Suddenly, Hamel and Leonid cheer. "Great. Tonight, we're all drinking until the sun comes up." Under the soft moonlight, the sound of clinking mugs fills the field. Gustav and Hamel keep pushing Lyon to drink. Finally joining the fun, it only takes a few drinks before Lyon starts feeling totally buzzed. "You and I both know this peace won't last long, but for now, they're just having a blast." Seeing Lyon sprawled out, Karen teases, "If people saw you wasted like this, they'd laugh their heads off." Last night's party definitely knocked him out. After making peace with the mercenaries, the mood is much lighter. Though profits were slim, Lyon learned how to counter mountain orcs, and Hansen mentions this caravan is actually from the north. Where they are heading, they might face orcs multiple times, so he needs more info. Every mercenary Lyon meets starts bragging about their secret tricks to fight monsters. After gathering all the details, he speaks slowly. "Thanks for the answers. You gave the best info possible, even though my questions were difficult." Leonid suddenly fires back. "Then, can I ask you something? What exactly is your relationship with her?" This unexpected question leaves Lyon completely stunned. Inside the wagon, Karen is fast asleep, even with the morning sunlight beaming right onto her. Lyon wonders to himself, what exactly is the relationship between him and his senior? Lyon panics and asks why they're being so sudden. Leonid teases, "Why are you trying to hide it? It's obvious when a man and woman share a carriage." Hansen adds, "Exactly if you say so." Lyon blushes and yells, "It's not like that." While he's embarrassed, Hamel cuts right in. "Should we just call it an intimate relationship between a senior and junior then? It is because your combat moves are almost identical. It does not look like simple respect, and neither of you seems to care about rank or hierarchy." That's Hamel for you. He was a ranger before switching classes, so his observation skills are top tier. He noticed the similarities in their movements after just a single fight. After thinking for a long moment, Lyon calms down and explains, "We got close after a mission. It's not romantic like you guys think. You and I know the teasing won't stop." Hazen and Hamel speak in total unison, and even though Lyon tries to deny what they are saying, it is too late. Their chat reaches Karen, making her so embarrassed she hides her face. A little while later, after finishing his conversation with the group, Lyon quietly reflects on his current situation. "Trust me, you and I are about to see how dangerous rumors can be for a rookie like him. He is worried people think he is dating a senior just to get ahead. No matter who saw them together, he knows he probably looks like a total gigolo to any outsider watching. There is no doubt that everyone will misunderstand him as someone who needs a girl's help to pass his missions. He thinks there is no other choice but to push himself, as there is simply no more time to be lazy. Lyon only has limited time away from the carriage during meals and camp breaks to use every second effectively. Pay attention here." Out of the quiet, a sharp sound rings out, followed by fresh drops of blood hitting the ground. It turns out Lyon is bleeding from blocking a massive sword strike from Gustav. Finally, he manages to shove the giant blade off his shoulder. The merchants watching the scene are completely stunned. They cannot believe someone actually caught a blade like that. After the clash, Gustav praises him, saying he is incredibly strong to take a direct hit like that. Though he is injured, Lyon corrects him, saying he did not just take the hit, he actually blocked it. Gustav seems ready for more, making Lyon wonder how many people could actually survive this kind of training. Gustav admits he used pure strength without any fancy techniques, surprised that Lyon chose to block instead of dodge. Lyon collapses backward and admits he regrets that choice, making Gustav roar with laughter because he likes the kid even more now. He decided to match strength with strength and speed with speed. However, it was a reckless move for a real sword fight. One wrong second and Lyon would have been finished. As Gustav walks away, Lyon quietly thanks him for accepting the request to spar. It was a brutal lesson from a tough opponent. Gustav is a high B-rank warrior with A-rank potential. Gustav replies that he has plenty of free time, and fighting someone as skilled as Lyon helps him learn too. But the fun is over for now. Starting today, the group is finally heading into the deep forest. If they make too much noise, trouble will find them fast. Lyon gets serious and asks how long the crossing takes. Gustav casually guesses it will take about 4 days, maybe 5 if everything goes perfectly. Lyon asks curiously if they will actually get to fight monsters during this journey. Gustav says yes, but he is not sure if monsters will attack a small group in a medium danger zone. However, if there are mid-tier monsters nearby, an ambush is almost guaranteed. Now, this is where you and I need to worry. Gustav mentions that trolls are the main threat in this region. The name alone makes Lyon look visibly worried. To make it clearer, Gustav describes what they are up against. Mature trolls are 4 to 5 meters tall and surprisingly agile. Some can even climb trees with ease. Lyon shouts in shock at the idea of climbing trolls. Gustav is used to that kind of reaction. He explains that people who have not seen them often mistake forest trolls for being more human-like. Instead of fighting alone, these trolls hunt in packs and use goblins or orcs as their servants. This kind of insider information is nearly impossible to find without having real-world experience. The Academy never taught this stuff. Lyon feels lucky to have met someone who knows the truth. A few days later, Arno speaks up with a very serious tone. The caravan is officially entering the forest, and he tells the guards to stay sharp and do their duty. Lyon is glad to leave the boring plains behind and enter the dark woods where monsters actually hide. He is ready to fight, but Karen remains as relaxed as ever, asking if it is already time to work. Lyon carefully scans the surroundings. He knows anything could jump out and attack at any moment. Karen just laughs it off, telling her junior that they are not deep enough for anything to happen yet. She tells him to wait until dawn or tomorrow and suggests he just takes a rest for now. Lyon awkwardly agrees and tries to relax, even though his heart is still racing. Since Karen is so calm, he tries to focus on recovering from his match with Gustav to be ready. After a long time, the first light of dawn appears as the caravan continues its journey through the silent woods. And that is where we leave it. You and I can see Hamio resting on the carriage roof. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the heat of battle as Hamio catches a strange scent and immediately springs into action, raising his bow with high alert. Without a second of hesitation, Hamio fires an arrow of light into the dark sky, where it explodes into a brilliant, blinding flare. The sudden radiance exposes the truth to the entire merchant convoy. A massive goblin ambush was waiting just a few yards away. Instantly, Karen tells Lyon to move out, and like a gust of wind, he sticks close to her side and answers with a determined yes. Perched on the carriage roof, Hamio lets 3 arrows fly at once, effortlessly picking off several goblins before they can even scream. Seeing the sharp shooting, Gustav gives a shout of approval before ordering the rest of the team to charge headfirst into the fray. The members of the Steelclaw team don't wait for a second invitation, diving straight into the heart of the chaotic battle. Lyon realizes this is nothing like his previous solo fights for the first time. He isn't standing alone against the world. As they execute their offensive strategy, Gustav glances back and catches the confused, wide-eyed look on the young Lyon's face. Worried, Gustav calls out to him, but then clutches his head in frustration as if he can't believe what he's seeing. He asks if this is Lyon's first time fighting in a group before shouting a warning about a goblin coming from the right. Lyon snaps back to reality and lunges forward, admitting to himself that while he has never done this, he has to try. Watch closely here. Lyon blurs past the goblins, wiping them all out with a single, perfect sword strike. As he lands the hit, a familiar feeling washes over him, reminding him of the days he spent training in the woods with Elxid. But compared to back then, these monsters are easy work, and his eyes light up with pure excitement at his own progress. A moment later, Gustav's voice booms over the noise, ordering the front line to hold while Acker deals with the enemies in the trees. Acher quickly confirms the order, promising the leader that his squad will handle the rear and keep the convoy safe. The rest of the team coordinates perfectly, leaving Lyon in absolute awe of their high-level synergy and tactical teamwork. But the real showstopper is Gustav, who swings his massive blade and clears out a whole swarm of goblins in one go. Lyon can't take his eyes off that giant sword, amazed at how easily Gustav wields such a heavy weapon in the dense forest. He's so distracted that he accidentally bumps right into Rascal, stammering out a quick apology as he tries to find his footing. Ben immediately rushes over to warn Rascal to stay alert, reminding everyone that bumping into each other is a recipe for disaster. But Lyon keeps stumbling, bumping into person after person while constantly whispering apologies in a state of total embarrassment. Eventually, Lyon shrinks back into a corner, feeling completely useless and realizing just how much he lacks real-world combat experience. He knows that if he keeps fighting like this, he'll only end up becoming a dangerous distraction for the rest of the team. He needs to master his spacing and maintain his mana sense, wondering if he can actually pull it off in this chaos. Telling himself to focus, he finally spots a perfect opening to jump in and protect his comrades without getting in the way. He takes the chance, and a surprised Ben thanks him, even apologizing for being so harsh earlier as Lyon brushes it off. Karen watches the whole interaction from afar, a small smile forming as she realizes Lyon is once again evolving right before her eyes. The light from Hameo's flare finally begins to fade, leaving nothing but a field of fallen goblins scattered across the forest floor. Gustav happily announces that the threat is neutralized, proud that they wiped out every single goblin without a single person getting hurt. He tells Rickon's group to head back to the carriage and rest while they take over the rear guard for the night. But then he asks Lyon to stay behind for a moment, mentioning there is one more special task he wants him to join. You and I both saw this coming. It is time for an ogre hunt. Lyon can only repeat the words in confusion while Karen walks over, explaining that the escort team wants to bag an ogre. Gustav still seems a bit intimidated by Karen's presence, but explains that the caravan leader has already given them the green light. He points out that ogres are picky, behaving completely differently depending on whether they think their opponent is strong or weak. If they come face to face with an A-rank powerhouse like Karen, the monsters will likely just turn tail and run away instantly. Karen catches on immediately, her voice dropping as she asks if that means she should just sit this one out. Her serious tone sends a shiver down Gustav's spine as he frantically backpedals, saying it was only an example and they can stop. Karen ignores his panic and turns to Lyon, asking him directly what he wants to do about the upcoming hunt. She reminds him he has never faced an ogre before, and this could be the perfect chance to test his skills against one. These creatures usually rule over swamps, known for their insane regeneration speeds and their incredibly aggressive, violent nature. They look like something straight out of a comic book, and their raw power is on a completely different level than common monsters. This is where we leave Lyon, preparing to test his legendary sword against a real monster, because its purification powers only activate against true threats. You won't want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when our main character Lyon faces his biggest challenge yet. Instead, it will work on monsters with all those weird and supernatural abilities. After thinking it over, Lyon finally makes his choice. He is going for it. It seems Karen saw this coming. She knows she is being used as the ultimate trump card for this journey, which saves her the trouble of fighting. However, she has one condition. She wants Lyon to face an ogre one-on-one, and her words leave him completely stunned. Lyon wonders if he can really duel a giant. Still, Karen is confident she will help him if he accepts her terms. How about it? If Lyon takes down a giant, let him pay the price for it. Gustav agrees easily, saying he already discussed the matter with the merchant leader. The caravan lights flicker in the dark forest as they move along the road. Lyon notes it has been 4 days. They have encountered ogres since day 1, followed by John and Kobos later on. He pictures the brutal goblins in his mind, and softly wonders what kind of dangerous monster will decide to strike their group next. Karen calmly replies that it does not matter how they look to him. Their forms are always weird, but even monsters know how to feel fear. They attack day and night, yet they are not even halfway there. Are the giants ordering all the monsters in the forest to follow behind them like this? Their attack power is not that scary yet. The best move is to take out whoever is controlling them. Lyon asks if the giants might just not attack after all this. And without any hesitation, Karen tells him it is possible. Suddenly, her eyes go wide as if she has seen something truly horrifying. Lyon does not understand and quickly asks her what is going on. Now watch this. Out of nowhere, a massive boulder is hurled right at the caravan. Total panic breaks out as people wonder how a rock could just fall from the sky. One man dies instantly. No one died in the previous ambush, but 3 people have been killed in this single attack. Only a giant could do this. They realize the victim was Ben when they see his signature eye patch left on the ground. Lyon grips the eye patch tightly, his anger boiling over. Karen rushes out as another massive boulder flies straight at them. Everyone screams in terror, realizing the giants are definitely the ones attacking them with these stones. They are throwing massive rocks. Watch out for the shockwaves as they hit. They have no idea where it will land. Lyon grips his sword tightly, ready to shatter the massive stone before it hits. He thinks to himself that a rock thrown from miles away is just like a heavy catapult strike from an army. Gustav's voice booms, telling everyone to scatter and dodge as fast as possible. Lyon is lost in thought. Can his eclipse power really cut through a tattered boulder that is this massive? Is it possible? No, surely not. Gustav flies in before he can even draw his sword, yelling at everyone for being so loud. In an instant, he blocks the boulder with his giant blade, gritting his teeth while using every ounce of his strength. Then he slices the massive rock in 2. Everyone is left completely speechless by the incredible sight of his power. As Gustav hits the ground, they cry out for their leader in worry. He orders the merchants to find shelter immediately, while telling the adventurers to be careful and watch for monsters that could attack them from any direction. You and I see his legendary leadership. Gustav restored calm to the group immediately and organized the retreat with perfect precision to keep everyone safe. But then, noise comes from the nearby bushes. It is the goblins, John, and Kobos finally arriving on the scene. Gustav knows this will not end quickly at this rate. They must prioritize killing the giants before anything else happens. Hamel and Hansen, lead the mercenaries now. Find the giants and attack them immediately. Make sure they cannot throw any more of those deadly stones at the caravan. Kill them one by one. Hansen and Hamel quickly obey the commander orders with a determined yes. Karen calmly tells the leader they are heading to the furthest point. Gustav understands what she means and decides to trust her to handle the mission on her own. They dash off together, but a few weak goblins jump out of the shadows to stop their progress. And trust me, you and I are about to see these little monsters regret getting in her way. Stick with me, because we are about to see a low-level fighter take on a beast way out of his league. Lyon watches in shock as she aggressively tears through them before they both surge forward like a blur. Moments later, Karen calmly announces they are almost there and to get ready. But Lyon's anxiety is written all over his face. They finally come to a halt, only to find a massive ogre standing right in their path, clutching a giant boulder in its hands. Karen quickly tells him she will cover the rear, urging Lyon to go all out and give it everything he has got. Taking on a giant solo is suicide, so he needs to be careful while he quickly maps out a plan in his head. Using mercenary footwork to control the distance, he aims to enter the monster's line of sight before it can even react. He knows its biggest weakness is its limited field of vision. Strategy set, Lyon immediately unleashes his first move, Purifying Light. Now pay attention here, because this is where most fighters would have finished the job. The blinding aura from his sword makes the ogre scream, and Lyon seizes the opening, flying forward to end this. But out of nowhere, things go sideways as Lyon is suddenly pelted and injured by a spray of small, sharp stones. The beast actually broke free from the light. It is aggressively hurling dirt and rocks at Lyon, completely blocking his vision and stalling his advance. Guarding his face, Lyon's resolve only hardens. He has to push through this, no matter what it takes. He is determined to win, but a sudden gust of wind slices across his cheek, catching him completely off guard. Lyon stares into the monster's glowing red eyes. Its sight is already back? That regeneration speed is absolutely insane. The ogre looks completely refreshed, as if the fight has not even started yet. It pulls a massive club from its back while Lyon stands his ground, sword pointed straight at the beast. He eyes that crude weapon. It looks like rotted wood, but a direct hit from that thing would be instant death. The only way he can survive a blow like that is with a perfect parry. From this second on, he cannot afford to make even a single mistake. He lunges at the massive ogre, but before he can get close, that giant club slams down, forcing Lyon to leap back. He refuses to back down and charges again. The beast is faster than it looks, so if he wants to win, he has to get even closer. Lyon tries to flank the monster, but every time he moves, the ogre tracks him perfectly and launches a counterattack. He won't quit, he just needs to be closer. But then the ogre goes back to its old tricks, scooping up a handful of earth. It hurls the dirt at Lyon, forcing him to shield himself in surprise. The ogre swings its club while Lyon is distracted, but luckily, he jumps clear. Damn it! It is swinging that massive club with one hand and using the other to throw dirt? This is a nightmare. He is stuck 2 steps away and has no choice left but to gamble on a desperate move. He has been avoiding this move because it is still unfinished, but he is going for it anyway. The ogre watches, confused, as Lyon closes his eyes and focuses his aura. It stares at him like he is crazy, then shrugs it off. Its only job is to move in and crush the target. Lyon is deep in his own mind. He knows the beast is waiting for the exact moment his aura peak is most vulnerable. The monster plans to use its massive size to overwhelm him, but that is exactly what Lyon is banking on. I know what you're thinking he's done for, but watch this. As the monster closes in, Lyon unleashes Eclipse, instantly severing its leg, arm, and other limbs as they hit the ground. Lyon is ecstatic. His solar system is an aura weapon style based on light and heat. Eclipse is a physical strike infused with absolute, searing temperature. The mutilated ogre screams in agony and tries to crawl away in terror. Lyon grinds his teeth, furious that it is trying to run after everything it has done. This thing spent the whole fight boasting about its destructive power, never realizing that it could be the one to die. Does a monster like you really think I would just let you go? Even if we have not known each other long, I cannot let this slide. Memories of his fallen comrades flood back. No one should ever have to die such a meaningless death again. His entire body burns with rage as massive amounts of aura surge into his hands. He screams in fury, launching a bolt of lightning-like power at the fleeing monster. He activates his ultimate move, Ma-Rek. A massive beam of light carves through the forest, slicing the ogre clean into 2 parts. The beast falls, and Lyon collapses, gasping for air. He actually did it. For a second there, he really thought he was going to miss. But unlike Eclipse, where he just concentrates power on his blade, this was on a whole different level. He did not realize Ma-Rek would drain this much aura. Even in perfect condition, he would not be able to pull that off a second time with what he has left. Karen suddenly appears, sounding impressed. Wow, you actually took him down. Just to be safe, I was already blocking his escape route. Lyon asks if she is saying she did that for nothing, but she just laughs and tells him he did a great job. And that is where we leave him finally using Elxid's technique with his own power. It was not perfect, but he did it. Wild, right? Alright, you and I are watching Lyon pull off the impossible all by himself. It is a huge win, but the toll is heavy as he suddenly collapses right onto Karen's lap. She looks down at him with a soft, knowing smile. Looks like that technique drained every bit of your energy, she says with a grin. Don't you worry, your senior will handle the rest of this mess. She gently pats his forehead to encourage him, whispering that he did a truly great job. Lost in a dreamlike haze, Lyon wonders to himself when exactly he drifted off into such a deep sleep. This piece feels amazing, but suddenly Lyon snaps his eyes open. No, he cannot stay like this. Lyon battles his inner exhaustion because he knows time is running out. Every second counts. Gritting his teeth, he realizes the enemy is likely growing stronger while he is just lying here resting. A vision of himself appears, telling him he absolutely cannot afford to lose this fight. Lyon bolts upright instantly, staring into the distance. He is panting heavily, his heart racing as if he just escaped the grip of a terrifying nightmare. He looks around, confused. A carriage? Right. He finally remembers everything that happened yesterday. As he sits up, his bones creak loudly. His entire body screams in pain, feeling like he was struck by multiple lightning bolts. The agony is too much, and he collapses again. Pay attention here with trembling hands. Lyon reaches inside his shirt, because he still has that one secret weapon. Jezeri gave him this holy necklace for emergencies. Lyon grips it tight, closes his eyes, and whispers the recovery spell. Instantly, his strength returns. Lyon is shocked. This thing is way more powerful than he ever imagined. Every ounce of fatigue vanishes. Lyon remembers Jezeri calling it a basic item and whispers a silent thank you to his master. Karen appears right then, looking down at him. Oh, you are awake? Is it really okay for you to be moving around already? He tells her the relic healed him completely. But what happened? He is dying to know the details of the fight. Please, tell me everything that went down while I was out. Karen smiles and starts recapping their successful goblin hunt. She admits she only expected to beat half of them, but they did even better catching 3 out of the 4 leaders. Even the one who ran was quickly taken down. They won't be showing their faces in this forest anytime soon. Lyon scowls. Figures. They were nothing but a bunch of pathetic cowards anyway. Karen just smiles. Since they lost so many troops, it will take them ages to regroup. They won't be a problem for us anymore, at least not for a very long time. They pass a pile of goblin corpses. Karen confirms those are the ones they took down. Including yours, that's 3 high-level kills. We can trade these for 90 gold coins. Lyon's jaw drops. Are goblins really worth that much? Their blood is a key ingredient for high-tier potions. That is why mages are always willing to pay top dollar for their bodies. But here's the catch. The ones my subordinates caught might only be worth half that price. The bodies were sliced in half, so all that precious blood leaked out. We're looking at maybe 15 gold coins instead of 30. Lyon turns pale and stammers an apology. Karen just huffs and walks off, calling him a total idiot. The first was hit by 4 different weapons. The second was Lyon's kill, and the last one? He knows exactly who handled that. It was the mercenary leader, Gustav. Suddenly, a voice calls out to them. Miss Karen, Master Lyon, you are both here? Karen spins around in surprise. It is Anon, and he is quick to praise them both for their incredible performance last night. He is specifically impressed by how Lyon took down that goblin and how Karen prevented the rest from escaping. Karen stays humble, saying they just did their jobs, but Anon insists it was noble work. Then, Lyon speaks up. How many casualties did we actually suffer? Now, you and I can feel the tension as both of them just stare at Lyon in total silence. Anon lowers his head. 8 dead and 21 wounded. No critical injuries left, but several people will have to stay behind at the next village. Hearing those numbers, Lyon's fist clenches tight. He is struggling to hold back the surge of pure anger inside him. The guild will handle the funerals, so things should go smoothly. But what about the bounty for those goblins? Seeing Lyon's silent suffering, Karen feels a bit uneasy. Anon notices too, and quickly tries to settle the financial matter. Of course, I will pay you. The bodies were damaged and lost a lot of blood, but I'm still willing to give you 30 gold coins for the trouble. Karen counters, saying 15 is plenty. Anon is completely baffled by her refusal. She stands her ground. I do not like haggling, she says. 15 gold is more than enough for the work we did. Anon negotiates back. offering 25 instead. Seeing his persistence, Karen finally gives in and accepts the deal. They walk away with heavy purses, but Lyon is still confused. Why'd you turn down the extra cash? We could have had more. You idiot, Karen snaps. Why do you think they would offer us such a suspiciously good price in the first place? If you owe someone a favor, you will eventually have to pay it back. And since I am traveling with you now, and trust me, you and I know that in this world, being indebted is dangerous. Suddenly, Gustav approaches, glad to see Lyon is finally back on his feet. Alright, you and I are jumping into a moment where Lyon's world finally starts to expand. Gustav looks at Lyon warmly and tells him that outside of work, he can just call him Gustav or even Big Brother. But let's talk business. About that monster you took down back there, Lyon. Gustav is dying to know what kind of sword technique Lyon used. It was so different from any standard style that he literally waited until Lyon woke up just to ask about it. Lyon just shrugs it off, claiming it was only a mediocre and incomplete skill he picked up. Gustav blushes in embarrassment and apologizes for prying. Lyon lets it go and immediately asks if the rest of the squad is doing okay. Gustav is actually surprised that Lyon cares so much. He quickly gives him a status update on the rest of the team. Hansen and Hamio only have a few minor scratches, and Leonic is as healthy and energetic as ever. Gustav pats Leon's head to reassure him, telling him not to overthink the casualties. Anyone in this dangerous line of work is prepared to die, often carrying the will of those who fell before them. He explains that while feeling guilty is a choice, it should never be a burden that weighs you down. Don't let that guilt destroy you. With a final wave, Gustav walks away, leaving Lyon to watch his back with a helpless, faint smile. That is when Karen steps in to offer her own advice. She explains that grieving is natural, but those feelings are for the living to use as fuel to keep moving forward. Even the greatest heroes can't save everyone. She gently ruffles his hair and asks if he is starting to feel a bit better. Lyon remembers Elxid once telling him that a person driven only by responsibility won't last very long. You need real values to keep going, not just temporary fuel. Then, Karen suddenly shifts the topic and asks if he knows about the Samark region. Lyon is stunned. Samark? That legendary land covered in endless sand instead of fertile soil. It almost never rains there, and the temperatures swing wildly between day and night. It is a brutal environment for any living thing. To cross those massive dunes, nomads have to survive the heat while fighting off endless waves of desert monsters. Karen explains that the border area isn't actually that big. Curious, Lyon asks if it is even a real desert at all. He then asks how many days it will take to reach the sands. They don't want to linger in the village too long. Karen smiles and says at their current pace, it should take about 5 days. 5 days? Lyon wonders if Elxid will finally be awake by then. It has been a full month since he last heard Elxid's voice. Suddenly, Karen cheers because they have finally cleared the forest. After a long journey, the merchant caravan finally pulls up to the edge of the desert. Now pay attention here, because things are about to get loud. Inside the carriage, Lyon is searching for his map when his sword begins to radiate massive magic. In an instant, Elxid bursts out from the blade, announcing his grand return to the world of the living. The sudden appearance scares the life out of Lyon, who can only stutter out Elxid's name in pure shock. It feels like they haven't seen each other in years. Elxid stares at Lyon happily, while Lyon just stares back. Elxid gets confused by the silence and asks if Lyon forgot how he usually pops out. Then he yells at Lyon for being so dramatic. Feeling insulted, Elxid snaps that it has been a whole month. Think about it from his perspective. If you were forced to sleep for 30 days straight, wouldn't you want to come out swinging and full of energy? You and I both know Lyon missed him, but his attitude flips the second Elxid starts talking again. Lyon sighs and says he wishes he could go back to a month ago. Elxid immediately fires back, calling him an ungrateful disciple. He rants that in his era, a master was like a king. You weren't allowed to be this disrespectful. Lyon doesn't skip a beat and asks if Elxid actually treated his own master with that much respect. Elxid doesn't fall for the trap, proudly stating that he was self-taught and never had a master. Jokes aside, he asks Lyon to fill him in on everything that happened during his month-long nap. Lyon agrees to tell him. In the quiet carriage, Elxid's voice suddenly rings out in absolute horror. He can't believe Bishop Chazar found Lyon's identity, or that an assassin is now part of the team. Lyon quickly defends Karen, saying that despite being an assassin, she is a good person who can be trusted. Elxid eventually agrees. If Lyon's story is true, she really doesn't have a reason to betray them right now. Still, he warns that for an inexperienced warrior, an assassin is the most dangerous type of enemy to face. He then asks if Lyon actually improved at all, or if he just sat around eating for a month. Lyon confidently tells him to just look for himself. Elxid is intrigued by his student's newfound confidence. So what do you and I make of this? Check the status screen. Lyon is now a level 28 master bully. Stick with me, you're about to see this weak student turn into a total powerhouse. Roderick's vision level 4, battle body stage 3, and intermediate aura user level 3. His secret sword art even hit level 1. Seeing those stats pop up is absolutely mind-blowing. Even Lyon is totally shocked. His power has completely skyrocketed past his old limits. Is this even real? These past 10 months definitely weren't for nothing. Academy training is just child's play compared to the hellish grind he's been putting himself through every single day since we started. While Lyon is processing this, Elxid is just hovering there, convinced the system must be glitched. Whose stats are these? There's no way it's yours. He's in total denial, and it's getting annoying. Ignoring Lyon's frustration, Elxid asks if he accidentally slept for 3 months instead of just 1. Finally, he starts to get serious. You really did work hard while I was away, didn't you? With his sword skills reaching level 1, he's even mastered a brand new movement technique. That reminds Lyon of the Mirage skill Elxid showed him before, though it's still pretty rough. Elxid smiles, praising his talent. It's beyond my expectations, but hey, it's mostly thanks to my teaching. I was just trying to save my useless disciple from being a total failure. That ego is massive. Lyon is speechless at how arrogant his mentor can be. What a guy. Honestly, Lyon just wants to chain him up. Any feeling of gratitude evaporated in a second. Suddenly, a foul smell hits Elxid's nose. This carriage reeks of fish. Where on earth are we? Lyon explains the situation. We're heading toward Mount Titan, just like you told me to, remember? Now pay attention here because this journey is about to take a very dark turn. Elxid is skeptical, but Lyon insists this is the only way through, no shortcuts available. He pulls out a map, showing the path through the canyons and along the forest's edge. Elxid flies over to take a closer look. The second he sees it, his eyes go wide. He starts screaming, "Why is this a desert?" Lyon's confused, it's been a desert for a century. Then, everything changes. Elxid explains that 300 years ago, this was a lush grassland with zero climate issues. Wait, someone created a whole desert? You and I both know that's totally insane to even think about. It happened so long ago that finding the truth will be nearly impossible now. It's clearly artificial desertification disguised as nature. Even city-level magic couldn't wreck an area this massive, let alone turn it into a complete wasteland like this. No one knows what really happened to this land, but Elxid smells something fishy. Lyon gets serious, asking if humans were definitely behind this catastrophe. Just as the tension peaks, the spirit suddenly says, "Actually, I have no idea. Since it's ancient history, there's no way to investigate, so we should just keep moving." Lyon snaps back in total frustration. Then why even bring it up if you don't know? But honestly, he's missed his annoying companion's presence way more than he'd ever want to admit out loud. After their typical bickering, Lyon finally says what's in his heart. "Welcome back, Elxid." Karen watches Lyon talking to himself, looking totally creeped out. The next morning, the heat is brutal. Sitting in the carriage, Karen can't stop complaining about the soul-crushing desert heat. Then she looks over at Lyon, her annoyance growing by the second. "Why do you look so happy? Is there some good news I missed?" She's completely baffled. He doesn't answer, just looks out the window. It's because his friend is finally back. He never realized how lonely he'd feel without that constant voice. Suddenly, the leader shouts a command. "Halt, we're setting up camp right here for the night. Circle the wagons against the wind and start the fire." Lyon's surprised they're stopping so early. Karen explains that desert nights are freezing and dangerous. If you don't cool down slowly, you'll die. She runs off to help, while Lyon turns to his spirit mentor to regroup. But Elxid isn't listening. He's lost in his own thoughts, staring at the endless sand. The past is gone, but the mystery is just beginning. Stick with me to see what's next. Who knew 300 years could feel this long and bitter? It hit Elsie all at once as Karen started calling for Lyon. Everyone was sitting together by the campfire. They kept shouting for Lyon to hurry up. Elxid and Hamel waved him over with bright smiles, while Karen laughed along with the boy. "Come over here, this stew is amazing." Elxid just stood there in a daze. The sight of Lyon and Karen chatting happily was clearer to her than ever before. Even Gustav's relaxed gestures toward the kid felt perfectly natural and in sync with the rest of the group. Alongside them were the friendly gazes of Hamel and Hansen. Looking at this, Elsie finally understood. She had been mourning over things that didn't matter. Whether it is a green field or a barren desert, what does it matter? Who is the one truly living in this era? Alright, stick with me, because Elsie just realized it is Lyon's time now. After the fun, the fire died out, and everyone went to rest in the carriages. Lyon was sleeping soundly until his eyes suddenly snapped open. It was as if he had just sensed something dangerous nearby. Without a second thought, Lyon sat straight up. What was that? This bloodlust was intense. Karen was already awake, signaling for him to stay quiet. Confused, Lyon whispered her name. Karen was already using her powers to scout the situation outside and see what was happening. It turned out that several figures were creeping through the darkness. She finally spoke up. "They have got quite a large group heading our way. What is the plan?" Lyon stayed calm and asked if they were enemies. Karen answered him immediately without any doubt. "Yes, but there is no bloodlust coming from them. That is why I only noticed when they reached the tents. It seems they do not want to fight. Lyon followed up, asking what the guards outside were doing. Karen lowered her voice to a soft whisper. They are approaching through tunnels beneath the sand. Unless you are a veteran guard who can feel vibrations in the earth, they are almost impossible to detect. They are heading for the cargo crates. I bet they will just steal the goods and vanish. Lyon, it is your call. I am leaving the decision to you. Lyon's mind raced with different thoughts. Should he shout a warning to wake the others up? No, they are at a disadvantage since the enemy is already too close. Plus, there was no guarantee that everyone was not in a deep sleep. Without weapons, jumping into a fight would be suicide. Suddenly, Elsie spoke up to point out the truth. Those rats know they can't win a fair fight against the merchant caravan guards. That is why they are hiding. They chose to sneak in without alerting anyone. Waking everyone now might lead to a victory, but casualties would be unavoidable on our side. Her strange excitement caught Lyon off guard. Why do you seem so hyped up for this right now? Elsie didn't hide it at all. It has been way too long since a good fight. Finally, I get to see what my foolish student can actually do. Lyon pushed for more intel. Sister, exactly how many of them are out there approaching us? Karen listed them quickly, 14 approaching the cargo and 22 surrounding the transport wagons. That is what I am sensing. They aren't experts, but they have the numbers and know this desert better. A clumsy start will only put us in danger. In just a split second. Now pay attention here, because Lyon already has a plan. He just calls Karen's name, and she knows exactly what needs to be done. Outside, the thieves kept creeping toward the goods, completely unaware. Unfortunately for them, Karen was already perched on the carriage roof. She flashed a confident smirk. Before the thieves could react, she launched herself like a bolt of lightning, summoning her magic midair. In an instant, Karen unleashed her multi-dimensional aura daggers, a technique she had perfected over time. Her blades slammed into the earth. The thieves screamed in pain as they were forced out from under the sand. One thief was so shocked he couldn't even make a sound. That is when they saw Lyon's silhouette standing on the cargo boxes. Lyon roared at the top of his lungs. Enemy attack! They are after the cargo! Hearing the word robbery, Arnold snapped awake instantly. Everyone scrambled out to intercept the threat. They never expected Lyon to act so boldly and take charge like that. The thieves froze for a moment. Then Gustav charged in like a beast, telling them to stop daydreaming and start fighting. The battle broke out instantly. But despite the chaos, two thieves managed to slip away with some of the loot. Molly grumbled that if it wasn't for that girl's dagger attack. Then Han shouted the order to retreat. Gustav saw them running and warned the others not to let them escape. Karen was already on their heels. Hey, you thieves, give back our stuff before you try running away. She sent her daggers flying straight at Molly. You and I both saw that coming, right? Well, think again. Han actually caught her blade with his bare hands, totally unhurt. The sight left Lyon stunned. Did he really just catch a magic-infused dagger with his bare hand? While Lyon and Karen stood there in shock, Molly vanished back into the sand. Karen's eyes narrowed, wary of Han's strange power. Gustav's voice echoed through the chaos. Lyon, they are retreating. Watch out, they are heading straight for your position. Lyon and Elsie looked down at the sand together. A horde of thieves was swarming toward them. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. Watching this, Elsie begins to wonder what her foolish little disciple is actually planning to do next. Alright, you and I are about to see if Lyon can handle the pressure as he stands there frozen. Lyon realizes that a single slash from his 7-star sword could kill 10 more men. But these are humans, not monsters. They are just bandits, and he refuses to turn this situation into a one-sided massacre. His surprisingly mature mindset catches Elsie off guard, as it is a heavy burden for someone his age. She speaks softly, telling him it is fine to hesitate since there is no easy answer to such a dilemma. He is meant to be a hero, not a murderer, whether he is striking down evil or delivering justice. Lyon has to find his own truth because common standards of right and wrong cannot dictate who he chooses to punish. Does he kill them because they are irredeemable, or try to enlighten them through words and mercy instead? If his heart remains righteous, then doing the right thing simply depends on his own conviction. Having cleared his mind, Lyon finally sheathes his blade. He vows to complete his own set of values as the captured thieves are tied up and forced to their knees. They are under heavy guard now, but inside the tent, Arnold announces that some vital cargo was stolen. Gustav shouts in disbelief, asking how that is even possible. Now pay attention here, because the bandits supposedly fled without fighting back, yet the goods are still gone. Karen calmly explains that their leader seemed far too relaxed, likely stealing the items before the battle even began. He must have moved in total silence to escape her detection. It is strange since he seemed unskilled, perhaps relying on a hidden artifact, but at least most of his men were caught. Everyone starts thinking the same thing. Why did they all strike at once instead of helping one person? Lyon is deep in thought, wondering how someone used an artifact to grab the gamma dagger right under his nose. Arnold starts trembling. demanding a pursuit because those stolen crates are far too valuable to lose. Gustav looks at him like he is crazy, asking what on earth he is thinking. The merchant looks like he has lost his soul, knowing his life is over if that cargo is not returned. A moment later, Hamil warns that tracks in the desert disappear almost instantly. If they want a chance, they must leave before sunrise. Though as a desert knight, he knows the odds are slim. Starting now means their chances are already cut in half, but luckily, Karen has a secret plan. She managed to leave a tracking scent on the leader's hand. This gives Arnold a spark of hope, promising her a massive reward which sends Karen into a joyful frenzy. Lyon and Hamil agree to go, with Hamil blushing as he vows to protect Karen with his very life. Arnold hands Karen a magic leaf, telling her she will need its guidance. She wonders why a simple leaf has not withered, and he explains it is a special compass for their cargo. This enchanted item is specifically tuned to react only to the stolen crates they are hunting. You and I both know this is a race against time as Hamil prepares to move out before dawn. The trio blasts across the desert sands like a literal whirlwind. Watching from behind, Gustav feels relieved they have an A-rank adventurer to handle any combat. He rallies the remaining guards, shouting that they cannot repeat this mistake and must stay at 100% readiness. The members of the caravan shout back in unison, promising not to blink for even a second. After traveling a great distance, Karen uses her magic to realize the scent is fading and tells them to hurry. The three of them push their speed even further, moving faster than they ever have before. Elsie mockingly praises Lyon, noting his movement skills have improved enough to actually keep up in this terrain. Lyon gasps for air, telling her to shut up because he is practically dying from the effort. Suddenly, Karen signals them to stop as they reach a strange, hidden ravine. Hamil is shocked to find such a place in the middle of nowhere, sensing a heavy silence. Just as expected, they observe the area carefully. Trust me. You and I need to see what Elsie realizes next. This place was built by human hands long ago. Stick with me. Lyon and Hamil just stumbled on a dark secret made by human hands. Karen slowly explains that this wall is 100 years old and incredibly thin. Something else is written here, but the damage makes it hard to decipher exactly what it says. Lyon realizes something and asks about 100 years ago, while Elxid quickly steps in to confirm his suspicions. You are likely right. This is where the desertification of the whole area began. Lyon can barely believe it. Destroying the land just to turn it into a desert? Elxid calmly clarifies that not every mining site turns into a wasteland like this one. This wasn't just some random spot. It was the heart of the energy veins flowing through these plains. Tearing them up turned this fertile ground into a place where no seeds can ever grow again. Grasping the gravity of the situation, Lyon asks who would destroy these veins and why. Elxid turns serious, telling him that finding that answer is exactly what he needs to do right now. Suddenly, Karen asks if Lyon can feel it too. He nods immediately, sensing the heavy atmosphere around them. Pay attention here. She senses 3 men ahead, but over 100 more are hiding behind them. Karen asks Lyon for their next move while observing the traces of destruction left behind by these ruthless bandits. She figures the bandits found this abandoned site and turned it into a stronghold to expand their power. Karen stares at the heavy door where danger waits. Guards are standing right behind it. She lets out a cold smirk and asks the one question she already knows the answer to. Should we just eliminate them all? Hearing that terrifying number, Lyon is visibly shaken. 100 people? A heavy thought crosses Lyon's mind. Does he really have to kill everyone just to finish this mission? If he does, how is that any different from a mindless massacre? Amidst the harsh air, a rough, lazy voice cuts through his thoughts, complaining that they are wasting energy today and begging for the work to end. You can hear the regret in their voices as they mention losing half of their men recently. Their boss killed 2 more in a rage. They realize now they shouldn't have targeted those merchants, and that groups of 5 or 6 travelers are much easier targets. One bandit tries to remember a family they attacked a few days ago. He recalls them begging for their child's life to be spared. He vividly remembers the lone survivor, a child standing over the cold, lifeless bodies of their parents in the dirt. He continues telling the story with a sick, playful tone about their cruel decision that day. They claim they spared the kid, but the other bandit sounds disappointed, thinking it's boring. The first one snaps back at such a useless complaint. What are you saying? Imagine leaving a child all alone in the middle of a burning desert. Isn't it way more fun watching them slowly wither away from thirst under the burning sun? Their twisted laughter fills the air. Now, I know what you were thinking, and yeah, Lyon has heard enough. He doesn't need any more excuses. Lyon recalls the words Elsie once told him. It is okay to hesitate because there is no easy answer. Whether it is a massacre or eliminating evil for justice, he has to find his own truth. While the 2 bandits are still laughing, they suddenly realize something is wrong. Lyon grips his sword. With one perfect strike, he finishes them. Eclipse. His eyes sharpen and his heartbeat shifts. Seeing this change in Lyon, Elxid lets out a satisfied smile. His determination is set for what comes next. All right, let's move in. Karen notes the enemies are numerous but weak, so they must strike fast before being surrounded. Even if they are just small fry, there are a lot of them. They need to thin the herd as quickly as possible. She charges ahead, telling the others to follow her lead. Without waiting, she disappears into a cloud of dust. Seeing Karen so excited for the fight, Hamill makes a comment that is half worried and half amused. Karen looks like she's having way too much fun out there. Under their stunned gazes, she moves like a razor-sharp blade. Anyone in her way is treated like a punching bag. Dust and smoke fill the air as she tears through them. Wherever Karen passes, enemies are instantly deleted. One bandit finally recognizes her, shouting in pure panic, "Wait, isn't that the same crazy woman from before?" He stammers in terror as the screams of his comrades ring out before they can even react. A moment later, silence returns, broken only by Karen's light breathing as she relaxes her body. She exclaims with delight, feeling refreshed since her body was so stiff from sitting in the carriage for too long. She adds that combat is her way of maintaining her edge. She needs to move more if she doesn't want her skills to rust. Hamill looks at Karen and asks if she is always like this. Lyon simply nods. Yeah, Hamill teases him, wishing him luck. Lyon notices blood on his senior's face and speaks up out of habit. "Senior, you have blood on your face." He wipes it away, and trust me, you can see her heart skip a beat. Alright, you and I are diving back into the action where things get seriously awkward for Lyon. Karen doesn't wait around, ordering the team to follow her. Hamio just teases Lyon with a playful, half-joking remark. Apparently, our boy is quite the ladies' man. Lyon is totally lost, but Hamio just gives a mysterious smile, hinting he will understand later. They finally reach the objective, spotting a massive door guarded by 2 sentries standing watch. Karen crouches behind a pillar, her eyes calculating the best way to handle the situation ahead. The stolen items are definitely in there. Karen decides to slip in quietly, ordering the other 2 to handle the guards outside first. Without a second of hesitation, Karen vanishes, moving with incredible and supernatural speed. Hameo is stunned by her level. He knew A-rankers were good, but her skills are just legendary. He takes a deep breath, signaling it is time to move. Alright, let's get this party started. Hameo looses an explosive arrow at the entrance, leaving the 2 guards completely stunned by the blast. Inside, the thugs are desperately struggling to pry open a locked chest, frustrated that it won't budge. The leader snaps at his clumsy underlings, and they can only stammer back in pure terror. Suddenly, boom! The door is blown wide open as smoke and debris fill the entire room. Molly immediately senses the danger. Curse it all, he realizes they have been completely ambushed. He glares at the smoke, desperate to see who ruined his deal, only to find Lyon standing there with a sword. Molly tries to size them up, asking if they are just some random group of merchants. Hameo mocks the bandit. Molly desperately calculates his odds, a swordsman and an archer who reach this room without a single scratch. They have to be at least B rank, and he knows he cannot win a direct fight like this. Now, pay attention here. Molly decides to run, but the mysterious coffin bearer is already standing directly behind him. The figure delivers a brutal strike to Molly's leg, stopping him dead in his tracks as he collapses in agony. A dark, chilling voice echoes from the figure, sending shivers down everyone's spine. "I should have killed you back then. You only got this far because you kept playing in the dirt. If this were 4 years ago, I would not have hesitated." Molly's eyes go wide as he hears those familiar, terrifying words. He's totally losing it. He feels a dark truth being unearthed, something he thought he had buried a long time ago. There is no way this person knows his past. Everyone who knew is dead, except for one person who knew him 4 years ago. The coffin bearer slowly removes the mask, saying "Long time no see." The disguise fades, revealing Karen's true face to the terrified Molly. Molly can only stare in pure horror, screaming out in complete and utter disbelief. Meanwhile, 2 thugs try to sneak up on Lyon, but he takes them both down instantly with one lightning-fast strike. Looking around the chaotic battlefield, Lyon calmly notes that most of the enemies have been neutralized. Hameo scans the room, only the boss is left. Suddenly, Lyon's attention is pulled toward the chilling scene unfolding over on Karen's side. "You and I saw this coming." Karen's voice drops to ice as she repeats a warning Molly clearly ignored. "I told you to keep your hands clean, or I would end you myself." She grips her daggers, preparing to pass final judgment without any mercy. With a cold, emotionless expression and a voice like steel, Karen delivers the final word, "Die." Staring death in the face, Molly still cannot believe she is actually being serious right now. He lets out a forced laugh, trying to act like her threat is just some big joke. Molly scrambles to his feet, claiming he is not the same man he used to be. Looking at Karen, he finally understands the truth. She is still the same monster who ruled the underworld and became its ultimate nightmare. Realizing there is no escape, he decides to put everything he has into one final, desperate struggle. The gap in power is just too massive. No matter what he does, he knows he is going to die here. Molly desperately tries to create a magical barrier to trap Karen. She just looks at him with total authority. "You disobeyed my order, so now time to die. Karen's dagger flies with perfect precision, burying itself in Molly's arm and making him scream. She looks down at him writhing on the floor, coldly asking how many more hits he can actually take. And that's where we leave it. Molly tries one last desperate strike, but Karen's daggers tear right through him with lethal precision. All right, you and I are diving into the final bloody moments of this broken and defeated villain. Molly is shoved back by a terrifying force, blood slicing across his pale skin beneath that shattered mask. Not a single part of Molly remains unhurt now. From a distance, Lyon and Hamil watch him intently. Molly collapses onto the freezing ground. Even as he moans in pain, Karen looks down with absolute indifference. Gasping for his final breaths, Molly struggles to speak, realizing he is bleeding out far too fast now. "You are a monster," he wheezes. In his dying moments, he begs to know why everything ended this way. He tries to recall the past, searching for some logic. "Was your life with us really that bad? It is not like your parents were murdered," he cries. "It is not like you were even kidnapped." Molly mentions what he thinks he gave her. "You were just an orphan, and I raised you strong." He cannot understand the deep hatred. Molly tries to justify it selfishly. "You killed the leader because he was disgusting." Now, watch closely, because Karen's response is about to shatter his entire reality and everything he believed. Marina laughs like a madwoman, claiming the organization gave her a home. "You absolute, ungrateful, pathetic bastard. So many groups could have taken you in," she shouts. "Otherwise, you would be dead in a ditch." But the truth of years of suffering finally breaks out. Escaping that hell did not make life any better. Molly lets out a helpless gasp. Karen slowly remembers a past filled with nothing but misery and misfortune, born an orphan and raised only to kill. Even this power she holds was never something she actually wanted. "That is why I chose to keep what is mine." Molly screams back, "What could that thing even be?" Karen's answer rings out as sharp as a blade. Just one word. Freedom. Hearing those two words, freedom leaves Molly completely speechless as the weight of it sinks in. He cannot believe his ears and shouts in a high, cracking voice. "What? Freedom? Why share it with us? We do not need it," he admits bitterly. "We cannot ever become people like you are." In despair, he speaks of their only tool, a dagger. "We have no hope or other way to survive." Molly sighs in defeat. "In the end, we are nothing more than fading shadows in the dark. Trust me, you and I never expected this next move from someone as cold as her." Karen reaches out and pulls Molly into a hug. "I am truly sorry," she whispers softly. She quietly accepts the weight of it all. "This is the result of me turning a blind eye." Her eyes meet Leon's worried gaze. She wishes he could have the same chance she did. Karen stands up and looks at Molly one last time. "This is a new order. Live well, Molly." In the darkness, she gives him the one thing she always craved. Live and find yourself. With that, Karen turns away and runs back toward Lyon and Hamil to finish the job. When she returns, Lyon asks with a confused voice, "Senior? Sorry, I am a bit late," she pants. Lyon looks at the loot they found and confirms it. "This is it. Let's take everything and go." She signals for an immediate retreat. "All right, let's head back." Suddenly, the entire space begins to shake. Everything turns to chaos. Their eyes dart around in panic as the ground literally splits apart below them. A red button hidden deep in the floor is uncovered and pressed. Molly looks at Karen with mad eyes. Lyon realizes the danger and screams, "It is a self-destruct. We have to get out of here now." The basement erupts in multiple explosions. Molly sits amidst the fire and bombs, letting go of everything. The path out blows up, cutting off any escape. Lyon yells out in shock, "Boss, look at that!" Gustav watches the destruction from afar and lets out a satisfied, chilling smile at the chaos. 3 silhouettes emerge from the dust clouds. According to Gustav, they have finally returned to us. Looking at the ruins, they speak bitterly of the loss. "We cannot investigate the JV structure anymore because of the blast. We are incredibly lucky to even be alive right now." Elsie sighs, noting the place had been buried for centuries anyway. It was a 100-year-old mystery. Whoever built JV certainly did not intend to leave any traces behind for us to find. Elsie looks on with determination. "Next time, we will find out. You and I are not done yet." "Hey, Lyon, get over here," Karen calls out. He follows, asking nervously what his senior wants now. She points ahead at a majestic view unfolding before them. "Look, we have finally made it." An ancient landmark rises before them, the old city, Van Cass. Lyon stares, unable to hide his amazement. He stares at the massive walls towering above his imagination. "I have never seen walls this high." Karen explains its strength. This city guards the border and is ruled by a powerful marquis. She mentions its special military status allows for a private army. Suddenly, we are inside a busy market. As they wait, Anad's voice rings out. "We will be here for 4 days, so get ready." He turns back toward them, asking curiously what they plan to do. Lyon hesitates. "What do you mean?" Anad mentions the booked rooms but gives them freedom. Stay there, but return before we depart. Karen smiles cheerfully and says they are currently looking for a few specific items. We will use the rooms. Just give us the location. He points them toward the Sun Goat bar. He explains their sleeping arrangements. You two will take the large upstairs room, the one with the double bed. A double bed? You and I can see exactly where this awkward situation is headed for them. He tries to process exactly what he just heard. Wait, you mean in one room? Anad looks confused by Lyon's shyness. Yes, is that not better? His heart skips a beat thinking about sharing a room with Karen. She teases him, making it worse. Why are you so embarrassed? Karen asks, pushing his buttons. Are you secretly looking forward to it? Lyon panics, shouting that he won't do anything before running off. Anad is completely baffled. Oh man, did I mess up? Anad asks. Karen just giggles. It's fine. I'm going out for a bit. Anyway, I will be out until dark. Karen turns away with a quick goodbye. I am heading out. Suddenly, his question makes her stop. Should I get a second room? Silence hangs heavy in the air. She gives a blunt, one-word answer. No. Much like Lyon earlier, Karen is now out of breath, leaning against a stone pillar in deep thought. Fear rises inside her, the fear of being replaced. Heroes have powerful allies, and she was just first. She reminds herself that she cannot just rely on her current position. It does not mean she will be by his side forever. If someone better appears, I must work harder. I need to show my worth and skills. This city is my big opportunity to do just that. I will make Lyon realize he cannot do this without me. She checks her memory for the location. Finally, Karen spots exactly what she was searching for. Found it, she whispers. Elsewhere, Lyon thinks about school versus reality. Even at school, we were separated. But sharing a room now? Elxid looks helpless. Trust me, we all feel her pain dealing with this dense main character. Anad appears, feeling guilty. I am so sorry, Lyon. I have put you in a very awkward spot. Lyon scratches his head, looking embarrassed. It is fine, really. You do not need to apologize to me. He asks about the items they risked their lives for. What exactly is it? It does not seem normal. Now pay attention, because what is inside that box is a secret that could change everything. Anad leans in close, eyes scanning the area. Since you risked your life, I can tell you. Tell nobody. Lyon whispers back. Of course, I promise. He whispers into Lyon's ear. Black quartz, a legendary, pure item worth millions of gold coins. He emphasizes, this is a personal request from the powerful Lord Lubina of the next city. Anad's voice trembles with fear. A lord with the power and influence of a high-ranking count. If we lose his property, he will have his revenge. Lyon sees his absolute terror. So, it is something we absolutely cannot lose. Anad sighs. Exactly. We were saved thanks to you. It turns out he is actually looking for his senior, Karen. He finds a note pinned by a dart and reads it closely. I will be back. She went already? Gustav and his crew suddenly surround him. Trust me, you and I are not going to like this. All right, you and I are jumping right into the middle of some serious drama, as Lyon confirms the senior has vanished. The crew is whispering, and Lyon is wondering if they should just bail since she is nowhere to be found. Before he can even think, Gustav grabs him and starts dragging him away while Lyon stammers, Where are we going? He shoots him a terrifying look and growls. What do you mean where? To the pub, of course. Gustav yells at everyone within earshot. Hey, listen up, this kid is coming with us tonight. The guys start cheering and laughing. You are bolder than I thought. First one to pass out pays for everything. Karen scans the empty streets, whispering that it has to be close. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto the target. There it is, cut tonight, and a massive guy slams into the dirt, groaning in total defeat. Damn it all. It is a total bloodbath. Bodies are scattered everywhere as the guy curses his luck. He remembers the exact moment he messed up. He tried to harass Karen, and now he is paying the price. Her face is pure murder. She glares down at him with a voice that sounds like she is ready to end him. The guy is shaking with pure terror, his face completely bloodless. He knows he is absolutely finished. Karen lets go and calmly says she has questions. The guy panics and scrambles up, stuttering, anything you want. I mean, please, just ask. She cuts straight to the point. Where is the city's biggest organization hiding? I am not talking about low-level thugs like you. I mean the high-profile smugglers and black market bosses. He freezes, knowing that mentioning them is a death sentence. Now pay attention, because this guy is stuck between a rock and a very sharp place. Time flies by until the night sky is pitch black. Karen looks down at his battered, bruised face on the ground, and her cold voice rings out. I see. It is exactly what she suspected. Memories flood back. This entire territory is ruled by a group called Ao. One name makes the whole city tremble. Golden Ao. And they are not just any gang. They are a massive smuggling organization fueled by insane amounts of wealth and protected by the most powerful figures in high places. Karen's voice grows wary as she reveals the truth. The Duke, the lord of this entire region, is personally protecting these criminals. She walks away with a sigh. This just got way more complicated than she ever expected. Suddenly, she stops dead in her tracks. Right there on the wall is a mark she recognizes instantly. She thinks back to a life she left behind. It has been 10 years, but that symbol still haunts her. You and I saw this coming, right? Lyon is finally asking about the meaning behind her dark title, the Coffin Keeper. Yeah, I want to know why you used that alias. She acts cold, but starts explaining the truth anyway. Knowing the truth won't matter since I retired as an assassin. It was just a secret way to communicate. Karen explains that shadow organizations always have their own unique and very subtle ways of passing secret information. Underground groups have their own ways to talk. In Ground Spider, the organization I once belonged to, we used local funeral workers to pass secret messages back and forth. She adds that mission details, target IDs, and even the rewards were all hidden inside the coffins. Lyon nods as it finally clicks. Karen smiles and explains that most groups use much simpler methods today. Now, most groups use much simpler methods. For example, when a client arrives, they use specialized lamps to create optical illusions that block anyone else from even seeing the front door. She explains that unwanted visitors just turn away in disappointment, while the hidden entrance is revealed only to the eyes of a true client. Everyone else just fumbles with a fake door until they give up and go home empty-handed. Karen whispers that for a master of shadows like herself, these tricks are basically child's play. Her hand passes right through the wall. These illusions are useless against her as she slips inside. Karen follows the path until she accidentally triggers a glowing magic circle hidden on the floor. Red sparks explode around her, but she stays calm. In the next room, a man in red robes appears. He turns around with a cold, sharp gaze. The door creaks open and Karen calmly says, "Hello." The owner mocks her like he was expecting her. "Welcome, intruder. Did you like our little greeting?" She responds without breaking a sweat. It was not too bad, honestly. He invites her to sit and start their trade. "Why did you break in here instead of following the standard procedure?" Karen simply replies, "I want to buy information." He asks what she is looking for. She answers him directly. "Give me everything on the land of Lubena." That name leaves him completely stunned. Her voice is firm, and she is dead serious about this. "So what do you and I think? Is this Lubena secret worth the risk she is taking?" "All right, you and I are diving into a high-stakes deal." He chuckles, repeating her words. "Principles." Then, he drops the price. "Fine. 800 gold. Hearing that insane price, Karen freezes in shock. "That is way too expensive for me. Can we lower it with the info I gave you?" He sighs. "Fine. 700 gold then." She tries to haggle more, pleading for a drop. Karen looks at him like she has already seen through everything. "Head manager." He flinches as she nails his true identity. "What? You hit it well, but you cannot fool me. The leader of Golden Owl, and the man in charge of the black market in this entire district. Also, one of Marquis Van Cass's most trusted servants." She finishes by calling him out. "Chief Manager Glenn." Glenn finally drops the mask. "How rude of you." Karen sighs and asks again. "Well, are you selling or not? It seems you are interested in my info too, so do not let me down." Glenn quickly sizes her up, judging her danger level. She saw through his disguise in a single heartbeat. She is at least A rank. Even if he kicks her out, if she is a guild member, silencing her is impossible. Finally, he offers his lowest price, 260 gold. No lower. She agrees immediately. "Deal." "Pay attention here," Glenn describes the terrifying state of Lubena. "It is like a sinkhole now." Karen is curious. "A sinkhole?" He explains the metaphor with a dark, gloomy tone. "Exactly. Anything that enters never comes back out again. Somewhere else, beer pours into a cup. Lyon is forced to chug until his face turns bright red. "Drink up, you coward." The crowd cheers and laughs as they watch him empty the entire glass. "Good job, kid." A waitress smiles and asks, "So, mercenaries, where to next?" "Lubenland, probably." She looks absolutely terrified after hearing their destination. "Oh my god. That place? Other mercenaries avoid it like the plague. You guys are brave. Or maybe you just do not know the rumors." Gustav is hooked. He repeats the words that pique everyone's curiosity. "The rumors?" She tells them about the creature terrorizing the land every night, the monster ruling the dark. "I mean, vampires." Lyon freezes at those words. Vampires. A mix of curiosity and caution stirs within him at the mention of these legends. Mystery and power radiate from every word. Creatures with intelligence that rivals any human, combined with incredible magic. They are immortal, mid to high-rank monsters. Even if they can live among us, they are still outcasts because they hunt for blood. Legends say only a few still hide within other species. Her cautious tone highlights the mystery. Even if the church says they are extinct, they are still not accepted. The excitement cools down as someone shouts a bold challenge. "Stop talking nonsense. It is not every day you meet a vampire. Overconfidence surges as the arrogant declarations continue. If it shows up, we will snap its neck in a minute and 30 seconds. You and I both know Lyon can't resist a challenge. A real vampire? A strange spark of excitement lights up his eyes. Honestly, I am interested. If it is high rank, how should I fight? Then a gentle thought crosses his mind. No, a hero should just kill it, right? Or should I try talking first? Lyon turns to Elxid. Elxid looks helpless. Your thoughts are written all over your face. Ancient truths are told with a weary voice. Even in my time, there were not many vampires left. The strong ones joined the Demon King's army, and I finished them off. I never met a normal one who survived. Lyon's cold logic kicks in. The chance of them living peacefully with humans is unknown, but it is worth considering. His thoughts turn serious. He clenches his fist with new determination. As a hero, he must distinguish right from wrong. Lyon tells himself not to judge. He will only trust what he sees with his own eyes. What to do with the vampires? That can wait. He needs to verify the truth himself first. A sudden shout shatters his thoughts. Hey, Gustav! Everyone turns toward the loud voice. Jerome sneers and yells. Are you guys renting this whole place out? You are being too loud. Everyone recognizes the annoying arrival of Jerome. He is here too? Things are about to get messy. Gustav slams his mug onto the table with a loud thud. Everyone was in a good mood. Jerome, do not start trouble. But Jerome fires back with just as much arrogance. Do you think I am your subordinate? Who are you to order me? His voice turns to pure disdain as the warning repeats. Trust me, you and I are in for a wild fight. All right, stick with me because this simple bar fight is about to turn into a total bloodbath. Without a word, Jerome spits directly into the beer Gustav is holding, while the captain and everyone watching can only stare in complete, stunned silence. Jerome wears a sneer of pure contempt, asking what exactly is going to happen if he decides not to leave. Gustav slams the table and stands up, his voice dropping low as he asks if Jerome is really not tired of this yet. Jerome just gives a challenging grin and tells him to step outside to settle this, and the whole crowd follows them into the front yard. Lyon leans in and whispers to Elsie, asking if these mercenaries really get into fights this often. Elsie calmly explains that in this profession, you are forced to prove your worth through raw strength alone. If you let someone disrespect you without a fight, you lose your value. So they are always ready to retaliate at any moment. Cold glares lock between Gustav and Jerome, while a chilling thought flashes through Hameo's mind. It feels like Jerome is intentionally trying to start trouble today, and even Lyon can tell that something is very off. Hameo explains that while Jerome has challenged the boss before, his behavior today is much more aggressive and rushed than usual. She feels a deep sense of suspicion because Jerome has never been this bold, and in a serious duel, the winner is usually obvious. Lyon asks if there is really such a massive gap between their combat skills. Hameo confirms it immediately, saying there are very few people who can actually stand on the same level as their boss. Jerome is famous for only taking easy missions, so his sudden confidence makes it seem like he might have someone powerful backing him. An uneasy feeling begins to spread through the group as they realize this fight might not be so simple. Lyon tries to stay positive for the sake of the others, trusting that Captain Gustav will handle this easily. Jerome just radiates arrogance, calling them all chickens, and demanding to know what the rules for the fight are. Gustav responds casually, telling him the rules are the same as they always are, you surrender or you die. Elsie tells Lyon to watch closely, because a battle between two high-rank mercenaries is a very rare sight. Now, pay attention here, you and I are about to see what high-rank mercenaries can really do as the signal to begin finally sounds. Jerome lunges forward with incredible speed, catching Gustav completely off guard with his sudden, violent movement. He does not hesitate to deliver a cold, sharp strike that wounds Gustav on his face and shoulder, forcing the captain to retreat. After that first blood, Jerome lets out a wicked laugh, asking Gustav if he still thinks he is easy to handle. Outside the circle, Elsie notices something strange about the blade and warns Lyon to stay back. That weapon is the Fawn Katasso, a sword with a heavy front balance that Jerome is controlling with terrifying ease. Even under the heavy pressure, Gustav maintains his composure and gives a calm, meaningful praise for Jerome's sudden progress. But in the next heartbeat, a dark gray energy erupts from Gustav, sending a shiver down Jerome's spine. The gray aura is finally here, but Jerome is confident he can counter it with his own special water attribute technique. Jerome boasts that his new water skill will crush Gustav's energy just like a massive wave smashing against a rock. The two blades collide with a violent roar, sending massive clouds of dust and debris flying in every single direction. The power of the impact is so intense that Lyon is nearly swept away by the sheer force of the shockwave. You and I are both wondering the same thing right now, who actually walked away from that massive explosion. As the dust finally starts to clear, the two figures emerge on the field, and Jerome is seen kneeling in pain. Gustav's voice remains calm, trying to end the conflict before it spirals completely out of control. He tells Jerome to stop right here, because if they continue, one of them is going to end up dead. Jerome just responds with a sinister smile, as if the threat of death only makes him even more excited for the kill. He claims that everything that just happened was nothing more than a simple warm-up to get his blood pumping. Real terror is about to begin, but Gustav just stands firm, telling Jerome to stop acting like he is some big threat. Suddenly, Jerome's hand begins to transform as a red light erupts, his eyes turning blood red while fangs tear through his gums. In an instant, Jerome vanishes from sight, leaving Hamio screaming in total shock as their enemy completely disappears. Gustav's expression becomes incredibly tense as Lyon spots a flash of blue light streaking through the air above them. He looks up into the sky, desperately trying to track Jerome's impossible speed. Lyon's voice freezes as he points toward the sky, just as Jerome descends to unleash a barrage of dozen strikes that leave Gustav with no time to react. Blood sprays everywhere as Gustav's agonizing scream rings out, "Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving into a clash where the harsh truth hurts more than the blade itself." No way, he cut right through my steel aura. How did that bastard Jerome get this kind of insane power? A twisted smile creeps across Jerome's face as he senses Gustav collapsing in a heap behind him. Shock spreads like wildfire, leaving witnesses paralyzed with a fear that grips their hearts. What happened? How did he strike him? Disbelieving shouts erupt as the captain suddenly buckles. Damn it, what kind of hellish trick is this? Regardless of Jerome's speed, that lowlife should only be B tier at the very most. But only Lyon understands the grim reality. No, that blinding speed is actually on par with Karen's. Jerome brutally stomps on Gustav's open wound after that devastating slash. A guttural scream of pure agony rings out. Anxiety turns to chaos as they rush to their fallen captain, trembling with a fear they can no longer hide. Damn it, in that same moment, another cold figure is standing there admiring the carnage. Wait, look closely. The figure tilts his head, savoring their despair. Pay attention now, because his eyes are glowing with a terrifying light. What should I do if a third party interferes in this duel? Look at these allies acting like mindless puppets. One man cannot hide his dizziness. Who are these guys? Are they even the people we once knew? Gustav desperately tries to focus his gaze on Jerome, despite the agony. Then, the villain's arrogant voice fills the air. His words are sharp as razors, cutting through the silence. You are already forced to your knees. Cruelty defines the moment as Jerome demands one final submission. Beg me. Beg for your pathetic life. Suddenly, white foam spills from his mouth as Elxid realizes something is very, very wrong. He barks an order to Lyon. Lyon, draw your sword toward the sky and release your aura light. Though confused, Lyon acts instantly. A blinding golden radiance erupts from his blade and floods the entire battlefield. Jerome freezes, staring at the light as a blood-curdling scream escapes him. It is burning. I am burning up. Immediately after that, suddenly, Jerome and his lackeys collapse. You feel that too, right? The sun aura just fried them all like eggs. Elxid's voice rings out, filled with a shock she cannot suppress. That is right, they are all vampire-likes. Lyon stands there in total confusion. Wait, what are vampire-likes? He blinks, asking for clarification. So they are not actual vampires? Elxid explains it very calmly. Vampire-likes are humans who drank a serum containing vampire blood. Simply put, they are half-human hybrids. He describes their origins. Sunlight weakens them, but their power doubles once the sun goes down. Their regenerative abilities are boosted significantly, even if they are not on the level of a true vampire. However, silver weapons are a death sentence. They cannot use magic, but at midnight, they are a nightmare. You beat them easily thanks to your sword and sun aura. Lyon finally grasps the truth about them. Elxid says, exactly so. Gustav limps over. Lyon, about this. Lyon quickly asks about his condition. Captain, are you all right? Lyon knows the reality. He is not fine. Those wounds are severe, and treatment must be the priority now. In the tense silence, Lyon speaks. They are vampire-likes. Horror ripples through the crowd as night falls. Suddenly, Jerome shows signs of waking up. His eyes snap open as he is forced to face the people he can no longer escape. Hey Jerome, finally awake? Terror is visible in every ragged breath the man takes. The voice is low and filled with killing intent. Let us talk. Wait, this is against the rules. Jerome's screams echo through the night, reaching a distant building far away. Lyon sits on his bed, lost in thought. According to Jerome's confession, Count Lubina is the root cause. The next destination for the storm expedition is Lubina. He is recruiting mercenaries and explorers everywhere, turning them into underlings to build a massive army. What exactly is that powerful man planning to do? Lyon broods. He is trying to seize the Black Quartz during this chaotic storm expedition. Exhaustion sets in. I will meet the commander and Captain Gustav early tomorrow morning. I need sleep. But where is Karen? Trust me. You and I won't want to miss what happens when she returns. Stick with me. You are about to watch a moment where Elxid is teasing Lyon about his lack of sleep. Wait, are you guys sleeping together? The misunderstanding makes Lyon choke. What did you say, Elxid? Sleeping together? The thoughts in his head are written all over his face, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Lyon suddenly shouts in embarrassment, his face burning red from that terrifyingly casual comment. What on earth are you saying? You pervert. No, he stammers as he tries to explain. It is just. I was just waiting because I was worried about her. Karen walks in right then, looking at him with suspicion and doubt. Lyon, so you are here. I have been looking for you. She smiles as she approaches, a sharp contrast to Lyon's stupidly red face. But what were you waiting for? Waiting for who? Lyon frantically waves his hands to hide his blushing face. Outside, night has completely covered the Nightingale bar as light spills from the windows. Inside the largest room on the second floor, Lyon sits on his wide bed, propping his chin up with one hand. Reflecting on everything we have learned so far, Lord Lubina is the root of every problem. Analyzing the situation, Lyon realizes the next target for the store merchants is likely Lubina. He recruits only mercenaries and famous adventurers, turning them into his subordinates to form a massive army. Lyon rubs his chin, narrowing his eyes in thought. If this is discovered, it will be a massive blow to the church. What is he plotting? Lyon looks up, massaging his neck while wondering where Karen is and what she is doing. Has she not returned yet? Now watch this. Just as Lyon finishes his thought, Karen suddenly pops her head through the window and shouts his name. Her face is full of pure excitement. Listen up, she says. This is really important news. Lyon's cheeks flush pink for some reason. Karen. She just closes her eyes, lost in her own joy as she warns him. Do not be too surprised, okay? No, do not get shocked. Lyon looks at her and calmly agrees. Fine then. Karen opens her eyes, full of confidence. This is info she gathered from the Golden Owl. She wants to show Lyon her elite information gathering skills. In Lord Lubina's territory, she announces, there is a vampire. She spreads her arms wide, her eyes glowing as she stares intensely at the man in front of her. You and I both expected a big reaction, but Lyon just stands there in dead silence without moving a muscle. The entire room falls into a heavy silence as the two of them stand frozen, face to face. After a long pause, Lyon finally lets out a calm, "Oh, how surprising." Karen is furious, pointing at him and demanding an explanation. Anod has the complete opposite reaction, clutching his head and letting out a loud scream. A vampire? Karen bows her head as tears stream down, thinking this is the reaction she actually wanted. Lyon just watches her curiously. The next morning, sunlight floods the world. Inside the Nightingale bar, a voice rings out clearly. A vampire has infiltrated Lubina's land. Anod sits on a single chair, warning that they will eventually try to seize all power. He knits his brows tightly, asking Lyon if he is absolutely sure that Lord Lubina is the one behind everything. Gustav narrows his eyes, recounting everything that has happened up until this very moment. Ever since the Abyss appeared, I am certain the number of vampires has been increasing steadily. He speculates that someone is pulling Jerome's strings, and there is a high chance that person is Lord Lubina. Gustav stares at the person across from him. Luckily, knowing this before Lubina speaks gives us more time to prepare. Anod's face is etched with worry as he replies. Even with time, we cannot truly be prepared for this. He starts calculating. If those desert bandits had stolen the item, we would at least have an excuse. But we have come too far. Not delivering that item would be a direct insult to the Lord. Anod breaks into a cold sweat. Nobles value their reputation more than their own lives. They will never let this matter slide quietly. All of Lubina's territory will view the storm merchants as their sworn enemies from now on. If that is true, Gustav grinds his teeth, then we are truly doomed. Suddenly, he stands up straight and suggests entering the danger zone. Lyon and Karen sit in silence as Gustav's words echo clearly through the room. Even though this decision is quite reckless, I simply cannot afford to give up right here. He smirks and clenches his hand into a tight fist. Quitting now just to save myself would destroy my own credibility. Once I accept a commission, I will surely complete it with every ounce of my heart and soul. Anod stands up as well, slamming his hands on the table. Trust me, you and I are about to see him bet everything. All right. Stick with me because we are diving into an all-out war using mercenaries, silver weapons, and holy water against the vampires. Goodtap listens with a curious, satisfied smile. He definitely was not expecting Lyon to handle things this proactively. Anon looks up, locking eyes with him. They reach out and share a firm, knowing handshake as a sign of their new partnership. Watching the two of them finally on the same page, Karen can only sigh in relief. They actually settled this faster than expected. Suddenly, her expression turns serious as she calls out to him. Lyon. Can we talk for a second? He immediately stops, sensing her tone. They head out to the balcony, Karen leading the way while Lyon follows close behind, calling her senior. Karen turns around with a look of pure determination. Trust me, you are going to be shocked by what I found out. It took a lot of effort to pull this info from the black market. Lyon just stands there, stunned by her sudden intensity. She leans in close, face to face. This is not just some random rumor anyone could guess. Lyon can only nod, telling her he is listening. Karen drops a bombshell. The reason Molly attacked us in the desert is that he was taking orders from Lord Lubina himself. Lyon's face turns pale as he screams out in total disbelief. What? No way. Seeing his shock, Karen just gives a satisfied, happy smile. Meanwhile, Lyon is left standing there with a massive question mark over his head. Karen continues, asking how a lowlife like Molly could possibly know exactly which crates held the most valuable goods. On top of that, if a massive bandit group was operating there, they would never let their movements be known to each other. Even with rumors, it should have been impossible. Yet, they moved with zero hesitation. Lyon realizes they went straight for the target. Karen nods. That is exactly the point I am trying to make here. She pieces it together. They were Lubina's personal tools, doing his dirty work until they were unfortunate enough to run into us. Karen reaches a final conclusion. Lord Lubina. And Lyon finishes her sentence. He did not want us to reach that place at all. It is just a theory for now, she adds. No matter how vast the territory is, things do not just happen by chance. A new merchant group joining in should have been difficult given how loyal the guards are. She turns back with a meaningful look. He could not just kick out the merchants he invited, so his best option was to make sure an accident happened. Now watch closely as Lyon pieces this together. If Lord Lubina is plotting something in his own territory, he needs a massive distraction. That is why he staged a robbery of his own goods to avoid any unwanted attention from the public. But he never expected Storm Medici to actually protect the cargo and defeat the bandits, forcing them to enter Lubina anyway. Lyon rubs his chin. From the Lord's perspective, this situation has become incredibly messy and dangerous. He whispers to himself that the danger will only keep rising since Storm Medici completely exceeded all of his expectations. Pay attention here, because he is definitely planning to eliminate everyone in Lubina. Lyon grips a glowing gold coin tightly in his hand. No more hesitating. It is finally time to use the holy iron emblem given to me by Bishop Cesare. He calls out to get Karen's attention. Senior, I have some business I need to take care of personally. Night falls, and the full moon casts a shimmering glow over the city. Outside the mist bar, a mysterious black smoke drifts through the air. The dark mist slips through a window, a voice echoing that this place truly lives up to its name as the City of Night. Inside the room, a long-haired young man sits by the window with a book. This is Teeps, looking calm despite the eerie atmosphere. As the smoke gathers to form a figure, Teeps does not even look back. He simply asks, "So you have returned?" "Roman." The mist fades as Roman bows deeply. "Yes, Your Highness." Teeps stops him, asking why he is still using such a formal title. "To a failure like me, you do not need to speak so respectfully." Roman just chuckles, swearing his eternal loyalty. "In my heart, you will always be my prince." Teeps glares slightly at the old man's words, a noble of the vampire race, the heir to the Wallachian bloodline, one of the 3 great lineages of the Nosferatu. Roman looks out the window to report. "There are no guards within 1 kilometer. We can safely hide here for at least 5 days. Teeps gives a simple nod. "Fine." He clenches his fist on the armrest, wondering how his life ever fell to such a low point. Out of our entire dragon clan, only the 2 of us are left. Teeps grinds his teeth, admitting he committed a grave sin. He never imagined the place he chose for them to settle would bring so much disaster to his people. Roman stands behind him, trying to disagree, but Teeps cuts him off. "Even if it was not my fault, the responsibility is mine. I will do whatever it takes to save my clan, no matter what price I have to pay." Suddenly, his eyes glow a terrifying red. "Trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next. All right, you and I are jumping back in as Lord Teeps uses one hand to cover his face while the other blocks his path. When he finally looks up, his eyes have turned blood red, with 2 strange crimson veins creeping across his face. Roman realizes he is using his demon eye, a power that lets him share senses with those who carry his blood. Even without direct contact, they are becoming one with Lord Teeps himself. Flashes of chaos fill his mind. Someone is collapsing in a pool of fresh, bright blood on the ground. Then he sees Gustav, covered in wounds, stabbing his sword into the earth just to stay standing. Now pay attention to this. A bloody blade reflects Jerome's twisted, mocking smile. The vision shifts to Lyon, standing alone in the middle of a massive crowd. He raises his sword high, and golden light floods the air as his deadly gaze locks onto his target. Teeps lets out a chilling laugh, revealing his sharp, jagged fangs. He roars with laughter toward the sky, whispering that things are finally going his way. He tells Roman that heaven gave him a chance, leaving the old man completely confused by his words. Under the giant full moon, Teeps reveals that he has finally seen the Lord's domain. Roman asks if he means the vampire, but Tepe's notes he was defeated by someone with holy power. He analyzes how his minions were wiped out in 1 month, likely by a high-ranking church official. If that is true, this enemy knows way too much. Roman can barely believe what he is hearing. Teeps glares at him and declares that this is the moment his counterattack begins. He raises a clawed hand pulsing with veins, cursing the name of his enemy. He vows to Andre Lubina that his claws will tear him into 1,000 pieces of dust. Elsewhere, the sun is shining bright as 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. Elxid wakes up in a daze, wondering where they are while looking pale inside the carriage. He remembers they were discussing the Battle of Makazan and the strategy for the fight. They had raided the castle with just a few troops to capture the Demon King's soldiers, but Lyon stays silent. Elxid keeps talking, explaining how 90% of vampires died in that war, including their leader. They vanished from history, but some survived. And now they have returned 300 years later. Lyon looks like he is about to turn blue from listening to all this boring information. I know what you are thinking, this kid has had enough. He shouts that he is bored to death. He rolls around on the wooden floor, complaining that the story has absolutely no excitement at all. He can't train while listening to this chatter, wondering why the road to Lubina is so terrifyingly peaceful. Elxid closes his eyes and asks a totally random question about their current location. Lyon completely loses it and screams for him to just shut up right now. Karen pokes her head in from the roof, smiling as she announces they have finally arrived. Lyon pumps his fist in joy as the carriage approaches the massive city gates. Karen confirms they have entered Lubina territory as they draw closer to the entrance. She explains that while it is no Vacas, it is still huge compared to the nearby fortresses. Lyon looks outside with curiosity but suddenly freezes in total shock. He sees a shimmering barrier over the castle and wonders if he is the only one seeing it glow. Elxid stares out as well and whispers a single word: trap. Lyon immediately goes on high alert. Elxid explains they used massive amounts of silver for this magic array just to keep vampires away. He narrows his eyes, suspecting they might have a different, darker plan in mind. Lyon wonders why the Lord of Lubina would do this if he is actually controlling the vampires. As they reach the gate, a guard signals them to stop right there. The soldier asks which merchant group they belong to, and Anot steps down to identify himself. He introduces himself as Anot from Storm, and the guard says they have been waiting for them. The gates swing open, and as they enter, you and I know the real trouble is just beginning. All right, you and I are following this carriage as it passes through a magical barrier and enters the city walls. As the magic washes over Lyon, he sits upright and whispers to himself in the shadows. He wonders if this is the power of a trap. It is nothing like holy power. Karen looks pale and sweaty, nervously asking why she feels so cold. In a low voice, Lyon asks Elxid what would happen if he were a macaron. Elxid replies with the same curiosity, wondering if he would just burst into flames. Elxid reminds him that the guards at the gate are not half-bloods, and they definitely are not macarons. Lyon looks at the man in front of him, totally surprised. Really? That is actually great. Elxid warns him that they need to be much more careful now. Enemies could strike at any moment. Elxid scans a man on the street, then 2 girls. Both times, the answer is no. Elcid's voice rings out again, no. Lyon wonders why they cannot find anyone. He glares, thinking it is impossible. From the gate to the capital, not a single macaron in sight. Was the news about macarons in Lupana fake? Or are they just hidden behind Masere? Now pay attention, because the carriage finally stops right in front of a massive mansion gate. A guard steps forward, blocking their path and ordering the carriage to a halt. I am Brad, a high-ranking knight. Past this point, only merchants or adventurers ranked B rank and above, along with mercenaries, are allowed inside. This is a direct order from the Lord. The carriage curtain pulls back as Karen asks if those rules apply to them too. Lyon adds that they are delivering custom goods, so why can't everyone go inside? Inside the mansion, sunlight fills the room. Lyon realizes he might finally get some answers. Golden sculptures line the hallway, and someone cannot help but gasp at how grand it looks. Lyon asks hesitantly, since it is his first time in a place like this. How is he? Hansen tells him to be quiet. Once they meet the Lord, he will naturally bow. It is too quiet. They stop before a room, and Brad signals for everyone to remain silent. He knocks and announces Storm Medici's group. A voice from inside tells them to enter. With permission granted, the heavy doors slowly creak open to reveal the room. Inside the room, Andre is leaning against the window frame, calmly watching them enter, as if he had been waiting for them a very long time. Arnold steps forward, closing his eyes as he respectfully drops down to one knee. Lyon lowers his head, whispering Elcid's name under his breath to get a reading. Elxid narrows his eyes, then gives his verdict. No, the Lord is not a macaron. Lyon is stunned, sweat beads forming on his face. The Lord isn't one of them? I know what you're thinking, but Elxid adds a twist. This guy is something way more troublesome. The voice echoes in Lyon's ear. Even the guards in this room are not macarons. Lyon feels confused. If the Lord and his men are clean, does that mean the rumors about them hiding here were all fake? Andre signals for them to approach, calling out for Arnold of Storm Medici. Hearing his name, Arnold nods respectfully in response to the Lord's summons. Lyon notes the Lord does not sound like an arrogant noble at all, and his eyes are strangely warm and kind. No matter how you look at him, he just does not seem like a villain. Andre wants the goods first. Arnold carefully presents a box with both hands. Inside lies a dark purple crystal, glowing with an eerie, shimmering light. Andre grabs the crystal directly, holding it up to the light. He seems very satisfied. The gold is yours as promised, but that is not all he has to offer. Every item you buy in this territory will be 20% off. As Arnold stays still, Andre lets out a laugh. He tells Arnold not to thank him yet, then stops. Arnold looks up, suddenly worried. Andre's gaze turns sharp and dangerous. It is time to set business aside. The atmosphere turns tense as he warns them not to be shocked by what is next. His face turns dead serious as he declares that a macaron is hiding right here in Lupena. Lyon and Elxid are caught off guard. Gustav grinds his teeth in pure frustration. And that's where we leave them. Everyone is stunned into silence by that final reveal. All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos where Anad is the only one reacting, clutching his head in pure panic. But just a second later, Anad is waving his hands frantically, trying to explain himself to Andre. I apologize. Please forgive my rudeness. Lyon stands there thinking that it makes sense he is shocked, since nobody expected the Lord to admit it himself. Andre slowly recounts the situation, explaining that they have patrolled day and night, but his forces alone are simply not enough. These vampires are experts at hiding, and he is worried because his soldiers have never faced such monsters before. He shifts his gaze toward a new direction and asks if Lyon would help him hunt the vampires down. Lyon stands with the others, silently watching the Lord without immediately agreeing to the proposal. Andre's voice continues to echo through the room, reaching everyone's ears. I will guarantee a reward for your hard work and provide everything you need. Lyon narrows his eyes, silently calculating. He knows he cannot just stand by. There is only one path left. That night in the upper room of the manor, light spills out from within as someone begins to speak. Now, pay attention here. The Lord put them in a guest manor, but Karen can feel a dark plot brewing. Karen sits on the sofa, guessing that he wants to monitor their every move. Anad rests his chin on his hand, realizing they have no choice but to accept. Gustav closes his eyes and rubs his chin, questioning if the Lord was actually telling the truth about the vampires. Another member shares their analysis, causing both Lyon and Karen to turn their heads at the same time. I think he is suspicious, but we have no evidence to prove it. Anad sees the situation spiraling and quickly waves his hands to stop them. Please, I hope what you all are saying is the truth, because what happens if he finds out we are investigating him? Elxid finally speaks up, noting that if Storm Machenchi is a merchant who rules a kingdom, things will be fine. In the Lord's eyes, mid-tier merchants are just ordinary wealthy people, so he could use them to deal with the vampires without us, especially since this is Lubina territory. We cannot investigate him without proof, and even if we had some, we could never make him confess. Lyon uses a voice only the two of them can hear to ask if treating Lubina as an ally is the best way. He looks away, whispering a few vague words, but Elxid suddenly announces that the Lord is not a vampire, but a high mage. Lyon breaks into a cold sweat and asks him to repeat that. A high mage? Elxid replies that while he is not an expert on magic circles, the Lord definitely created this one. His murderous intent and his magic are exactly the same. Lyon remains silent, simply placing a finger on his lips as Elxid grows more suspicious. You saw that too, right? If the Lord truly hated vampires, he wouldn't even need our help to kill them. If he unleashed his magic at the fortress just a bit differently, he could have burned every vampire in the city to ash. There is definitely a hidden reason he wants them alive. Or perhaps, with his mission to destroy all vampires, he wants to stop Storm Machenchi from interfering in this matter. Lyon slowly connects the details. Just as Elxid said, the Lord is definitely plotting something within his territory. He is hiding the fact that he is a high mage, so it makes sense that he would keep Storm Machenchi under close watch. Separating the escort force from the merchants is clearly part of his plan. If the mercenaries are caught in a trap, Karen and the rest of the group will be left completely defenseless. Lyon clenches his hand into a tight fist, swearing to himself that he will not let that happen. But Elxid calmly concludes that the Lord is their enemy. He quickly flies over to Anad and whispers the word enemy. Next, Elxid moves beside Gustav and mutters that the man is their foe. Lyon can only sigh to himself. If he were not the only one who could see Elxid, he would never have uncovered the truth about the Lord of Lubina. Karen is the only one who believes. She is the only person who truly trusts him. Over here, Karen lets out a very long and helpless sigh. She looks at the group of people standing before her, all lost in their own deep thoughts. Karen suddenly suggests they go to sleep and discuss it tomorrow. Everyone is startled, but Anad quickly agrees that it is a good idea. The moon in the sky continues to shine with a shimmering, beautiful light. And that's where we leave it for now. You and I can see the storm is finally coming. In the hallway, Karen looks shocked and whispers to Lyon. What? The Lord of Lubina is a mage? Lyon answers her with absolute certainty. This is dangerous. If he has reached a level that even I cannot detect, then he is a very special target. She whispers her calculations, realizing that with her current power, she cannot guarantee a victory and needs more time. Lyon nods in agreement. I am glad that before we arrived here, I used the divine necklace from the Pope to request help from the Knights of the Holy Chain. Anyway, he continues. Alright, you and I are about to see if Lyon and his crew can handle an entire city of knights. We might end up facing the entire capital, so we need at least 3 people. Suddenly, Karen stops and stares intently behind her. Lyon gets curious and asks what is wrong. Karen just waves it off and walks toward the next room. It is nothing, she says. See you tomorrow. Lyon politely replies, Good night, senior. Inside his room, Lyon starts taking off his cloak. He is totally oblivious to the fact that his door is still slightly ajar. Suddenly, a woman's hand reaches out and locks the door. Lyon finally senses something is off and glances back. Karen is standing right there in his room. A stunned Lyon can only manage to whisper, Senior? Karen stays silent. She lunges forward, her legs pinning Lyon down until he completely loses his balance. There is a loud thud as Karen shoves Lyon backward, and both of them collapse onto the bed together. Lyon's face turns bright red as he finds himself face to face with her. Karen, he stammers, but she just smiles. She just whispers for him to be quiet. Outside, the night has completely swallowed the sky, but a single lamp still flickers downstairs. Now watch closely, because there is a spy in a black cloak lurking right outside the window. The intruder looks incredibly tense as he peers through the glass to see what is happening inside. In the dark room, 2 figures are visible on the bed. One is pinned down, the other hovering over them. Moonlight filters in, showing what looks like a passionate kiss. From the outside, it looks like Lyon is being dominated by Karen. They look exactly like 2 lovers caught in a moment that was definitely not meant for public eyes. The spy's face turns beet red and his jaw drops. He cannot believe what he is witnessing right now. After watching for a bit, he finally jumps away, disappearing into the night at lightning speed. Back inside, Lyon and Karen are both frozen solid. Neither moves a muscle as they stare at each other. Once they realize the coast is clear, they scramble apart. Karen tries to break the awkward silence by saying the spy is gone. I knew they were watching us. There was no way they would just let us wander around this city for free. I know what you are thinking, that was a bold move. Karen just winks and asks Lyon if he agrees, but he is still blushing. Lyon says he has no idea. Karen just gives a silly laugh and admits she does not either. Elsie watches these 2 idiots fumbling around and just rolls her eyes. Honestly, what a pair of fools. Karen stands up, cracking her knuckles. Time to get serious and start our own surveillance mission. Now? Lyon asks. Karen explains that since they were being watched, it is only fair they return the favor. She is confident her little show convinced them they were staying in. It is the perfect cover to sneak out. Lyon is still worried about the guards. Are you sure we will not get caught out there? Karen just smirks. Did you forget who I am? Suddenly, the coffin guard appears and bows to its master. The spectral coffin guard begins to swirl around Karen, ready to serve. She gives a playful salute. So, where should I take you? High above, the full moon shines brightly over a sea of stars. The coffin guard's eyes glow as it lifts them up, soaring through the midnight sky. Eventually, the dark shadow of the guard touches down silently onto a nearby rooftop. The black smoke fades, leaving Lyon and Karen overlooking the city. Lyon is amazed by the view. This place is actually incredible. So this is the city that never sleeps. It really is much more beautiful at night than during the day. Karen spots a room with the lights still on. Lyon notes that he can feel everyone's presence, even from this distance. Is it because of the rumors about the vampires? Karen stands there, lost in thought. Maybe, she whispers. Suddenly, she points down. Look! It is a patrol squad. Lyon is confused. They look more like regular civilians than actual soldiers. What is up with that? Elsie appears, noticing the silver stakes they are carrying. Those are weapons made for hunting. They are clearly preparing for a fight. Lyon narrows his eyes, sensing a deeper conspiracy at play. I wonder what the actual relationship is between the vampires and the Lord. If they are enemies, it is strange he wants to capture them alive. Elxid stares ahead, giving a vague answer. It seems you already have your answer, Lyon. Lyon is confused, but Elxid continues. The world is not just divided into friends and enemies. So, are the vampires allies or foes? You and I will have to find out in the next chapter. Alright, you and I are diving into a mystery where no one is who they seem, neither friend nor foe. Right from the start, we assumed the vampires were hostile without having any real proof. He calculates the odds. If the vampires and Lord Lupina are connected, does that mean they are both enemies, or should we side with one of them? Behind him, Karen calls out, and Lyon turns to face her. Yes? Karen points toward a dark, gloomy alleyway, explaining that she has already checked the surrounding area. It looks like a slum up ahead. What now? Lyon lowers his voice so only Elxid can hear him. Elxid immediately shuts down that theory. These vampires live in luxury and are known as the Night Nobles. They absolutely despise humans. With their massive pride, there is no way they would ever hide in a place like this. Lyon smirks with interest. If that is the case, then this whole situation just got extremely dangerous. Two pairs of black boots march forward through the echo of Lyon's voice as he tells his senior to move out. Karen scans the area and sighs. It is so gloomy and smells like rotting mold in here. She stares at the dark houses lining the street. It is strange there are no footprints or signs of life. Karen is totally confused. Even after pushing her aura out as far as possible to sense the area, the result is the same. No matter how wealthy Lord Lupena's territory is supposed to be, there is no way a territory has 0 poor people. Lyon knows something is definitely wrong here. Even in a place full of rich people, the poor always exist somewhere. If the wealthy have their massive mansions, the poor should be packed into these tiny one-room shacks. Yet, there is not a single soul. Only traces that people once lived here, but with absolutely no clues left behind. You can only imagine what kind of demonic acts Lord Lupena committed against his own people to turn this entire place into a silent ghost town. Sharing the same chilling thought, Lyon and Karen shout in unison, "I hate this place." Then they both decide it is time to head back. Now pay attention, because this is where the danger really starts as a thick black mist suddenly blocks their entire path. Beside him, Karen's eyes go wide as she drops into a defensive stance. Both leap back with lightning speed to escape the dark fog. Lyon grips his sword. An ambush? Even Senior did not see it coming. Karen pulls out her hidden daggers, ready for a fight. From within that dark mist, 2 mysterious shadows emerge with glowing red eyes locked straight onto the both of them. Lyon grits his teeth. Are they moving through the fog? Mages? Or assassins like my senior? Elxid glares into the black mist and confirms it. These guys are all vampires. Lyon freezes as he repeats the word. Vampires? Meanwhile, Teeps makes no attempt to hide his presence anymore. He introduces himself. You know who I am. I am the last heir of the Nosferatu Wallachia bloodline, Teeps. Lyon stays silent, analyzing the heavy pressure coming from the man standing across from him. You and I saw that coming, right? He could have attacked already, but he is waiting to see if we are friends. Looking at Tepe standing there, Lyon feels a strange sense of relief wash over him. I do not sense any real malice. He gave up a sneak attack just to talk. Lyon glances at Karen and decides to take a gamble. She seems to read his mind, giving a slight nod to show she understands the plan. Lyon lowers his guard and slides his sword back into the sheath at his hip. Clouds cover the full moon above, but a faint light still cuts through as Lyon's voice echoes in the dark. Well then, Lyon demands an answer. You did not show up just to fight, did you? If you want to talk, show yourself properly first. Teeps flashes a sinister, sharp-fanged grin. As expected, he mutters. He recalls a past vision. Let me ask you something. Through my familiar, I saw you using holy power. Are you from the church? Both Karen and Lyon stay on high alert, with Lyon wondering what is even happening right now. He is confused. This guy knows I am with the church, so why is he revealing himself to me so easily? Elxid, who had been silent this whole time, rubs his chin and finally speaks up. If he were a typical wicked vampire, he would run from that spear. Lyon realizes something. Right, I was undercover back then. He waves his hand. Yeah, you got me. Elxid can only sigh at Lyon's casual attitude. With terrifying speed, Tepes's clawed hands grab Lyon's face as he shouts with pure, overwhelming excitement. I knew it. My people have been waiting for someone like you for a very long time. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see where this weird, hyper-excited vampire friendship leads next. Alright. You and I are diving into a mystery that will leave you absolutely speechless. Roman exhales a heavy sigh while Teeps grips Lyon's hand. Only Lyon and Karen remain completely frozen. By the next morning, clear skies stretch over the villa where Lyon stays in his room. Hamel and Leonic share the same grim expression. Gustav bows his head, grinding his teeth in pure frustration. Anod stays silent, his eyes drifting quietly toward the side. A massive fist slams onto the table with an angry shout. Veins are literally popping out on Gustav's forehead. Is this lord really feeding poor people to vampires? Karen leans against the wall, confirming it with her eyes closed. That was our first intel. Lyon looks at her, thankful to have a rank A adventurer along. Her word carries way more weight than most. Leonic turns pale with worry. Lord Lubina is a high-level mage, far stronger than the others. Hamel is still skeptical, wondering if they can really trust intel from a vampire. Gustav strokes his chin, thinking, it sounds crazy, but since Karen is the source, it has to be true. So Lubina sacrifices the poor to raise these vampires. He is using them to threaten everyone into submission. Pay attention here. He is keeping us here to stay silent. We are being monitored every single second. Karen agrees. We need to move fast now. Even if we surrendered, it would take at least 10 days for anything to actually happen. The tension in the room is suffocating as Karen warns that things are about to escalate. Gustav still doubts it. Why should we trust the words of a blood-sucking monster like that guy? Suddenly, Teps appears. His voice echoes through the room, answering the question. His dark shadow floats near Gustav, his eyes glowing red. Living on blood is not exactly fun. Gustav jumps in shock, landing right on the table. A vampire? How is he here? Hello. Allow me to introduce. This is my true form, so I cannot move for 3 days. I am not here to fight you. He speaks with total gravity. I know it is hard to believe, but it is true. Gustav demands proof before risking his team. Teeps pulls out a worn, yellowed piece of old paper. Look at this. It is a certificate from the church proving my clan was slaughtered. Lyon and Hamil can't believe their own eyes. Teeps tells the tale. 300 years ago, some of us joined the army of the Demon King. You feel that weight too, right? They betrayed humanity and were hunted down by hero Roderick. But the Wallachia clan never served the Demon King's dark army at all. Facing execution, a priest blessed us. In return, we served the church for 200 years to keep our line alive. Lyon watches quietly. This matches exactly what Elxid told him. Elxid scoffs. 250 years is a blink of an eye for immortals. They are just tricking each other. Sunlight and fatal wounds are their only real weaknesses. If their hearts and brains stay safe, they can live for thousands of years. After our service ended, we searched for a home and eventually settled in Lupena territory. Gustav stares. So Lubina stabbed you in the back? Teeps nods his head, confirming it. Gustav closes his eyes, considering the holy certificate provided. I cannot doubt you anymore, but we are still stuck here. He turns to Lyon. You asked the Iron Holy Knights for help, right? When are they going to arrive? Lyon has no idea. Gustav decides they have no choice but to use their own strength. Karen shuts that down. No, we can't. Teeps is as skilled as I am, but he's in no condition to fight. Within their own domain, a mage's magical power is much more devastating. And trust me, you and I are about to see just how terrifying a mage can be. Stick with me here. If a mage has occupied their territory for decades, victory is never guaranteed, even for an elite swordsman. Karen concludes they should either play the long game to wear them down or wait until their own numbers are overwhelming. Gustav repeats the words overwhelming force in surprise. Karen nods, confirming they definitely need some serious divine power to pull this off. Anon stands there, lost in thought. Their only option now is waiting for the Iron Cross Knights. But Gustav suggests they should start chipping away at the Lord's army while they wait. Hamil whispers, a chilling reminder from behind they have been followed for over an hour already. How can they act with restricted movements? Today was just luck that they lost their tail. Gustav suddenly realizes the danger they are in. Silence fills the room after the heavy discussion. Everyone is deep in thought, searching for a way out. Finally, Anon raises a hand with a wild idea. What if they just pretend to fight each other? Teeps nods while Gustav repeats the word fake. Leonard adds battle, while Karen and Lyon just stare back, completely stunned by the suggestion. Suddenly, the scene explodes into chaos. It is an ambush. Someone screams in a panic. What the hell is going on? A calm, steady figure appears through the smoke, asking gently if everyone is all right. Lyon stands tall, but the soldier is instantly on guard, scanning him with cold, suspicious eyes. Who are you? He answers sharply, claiming to be Merchant Lyon, out here hunting vampires under the direct orders of Lord Lubina himself. Danger spikes in the air. A sudden voice screams out a warning. Get back. The shock is total as someone screams like they are seeing a nightmare. A vampire has appeared. Now watch this. Lyon calmly steps forward and tells everyone to leave the situation to him. The soldier has no choice but to accept the help. Lyon draws his blade, pointing it directly at Teps. He flashes Lyon a terrifying grin. Gustav realizes they need a much more subtle approach than just a head-on clash. Faking the fight later? Yeah, that is a move absolutely nobody saw coming. Hamil and Leonide agree that Lord won't suspect a thing. Who would guess they were actually working together? You and I both know how risky this is, but staging this play gives them total control over the battlefield. The decision is made, and the real game begins. They can set the stage anywhere in Lubina. It is settled. Everyone is on board. It is a deal. Time to give Lord Lubina the performance of a lifetime. Gustav charges into the darkness, sword swinging wildly. That surging red energy gets violently deflected. It forms a perfect, lethal arc. Looking at Roman, Gustav realizes Karen and Lyon were spot on. A glowing purple sigil appears in the shadows, confirming the one thing they feared. Lord Lubina is a mage. Traces of magic are scattered across the land, making their suspicions sharper than ever. Buildings everyone sees but only the Lord can enter? Karen points out those towers were clearly built with magic circles. If he is truly a mage, His territory will be littered with structures powered by his own magic circles. Those circles would boost the building's power exactly like those two towers standing right over there. Gustav cuts right to the chase with a bold suggestion, why don't we just smash them? Lyon stays on high alert. He knows one of those is just a decoy meant to trick them. Hamel's voice drops. So they have to hit the real one? But if they do, the Lord will know immediately. The final call is made. They have to make the destruction look like a total accident. Lyon whispers to Elsie that Gustav and Roman are playing their parts perfectly so far. Everything is planned out. It will take up to 10 days of faking battles before they can finally strike the tower. Lyon keeps his eyes locked on Teeps while answering Elsie. Yeah, he gets the plan. Teeps summons a sphere of pure red energy, aiming it straight at Lyon. Take this. But then Elsie drops a bombshell that shatters Lyon's confidence he is not allowed to use his aura. Lyon's jaw drops. What did she just say? Now his only choice is to dodge for his life. Luckily, Lyon is not hit. But he knows one direct strike would turn him into nothing but a hollow shell. And trust me, looking at how pale Lyon is, fighting this monster without aura is going to be insane. Alright, stick with me. You are about to see Lyon forced into a deal with absolutely zero room to negotiate. Lyon screams in frustration. The sheer pressure from Teeps, making it impossible to believe this is just a staged fight. He has not even revealed his true power yet, Elxid warns, feeling completely helpless in this moment. The problem is Lyon's aura is lethal to vampires. Even a tiny scratch would turn his opponent into literal dust. This puts Lyon in an impossible spot facing a top-tier enemy without using aura, while trying not to wreck the tower. I have to fake a duel with a high-ranking vampire using only raw strength and a standard sword? He lets out a desperate shout just to vent his rage. This whole situation is completely and utterly insane. Teeps keeps pressing the attack, forcing Lyon to dodge every strike, since his aura is strictly off-limits right now. From Teps's view, everything is hidden by thick dust, until Lyon suddenly bursts through the smoke right in his face. Despite his incredible speed, Lyon still cannot land a hit, his face twisting in pure, unadulterated frustration and anger. He spins around, desperately trying to counter Teeps's relentless assault as the battle intensifies. Now pay attention, the blade strikes and the entire area erupts in a massive explosion of stone and magic lightning. Lyon is left panting heavily, barely managing to hold his ground after taking that direct hit from Teeps. Suddenly, Elxid appears behind him, casually calling this a training session. Though Lyon suspects he is just being pranked, Elxid just stares back with those judging eyes, making Lyon wonder if this is all some kind of sick joke. This is serious. Explosions are rocking the area, and the danger level is through the roof right now. Lyon grinds his teeth and endures it. 6 days of this hell and Elxid is still just calmly observing him. It looks like things might finally be getting a little bit easier for our hero. Elxid gazes at the city where 10 magic towers have already fallen, sensing the enemy's defensive barrier is finally weakening. But someone else is watching this unfold, their hands clenched so tight that the veins are bulging out. Andre grinds his teeth in pure contempt, his voice dripping with venom as he curses those damn bastards. As a sunny morning breaks, Gustav looks out at the failing magic towers and whispers to himself. Everything seems to be going smoothly, but Lyon cannot shake the feeling that something is still very, very wrong. It is strange the Lord has not made a move yet, probably stalling for time while the situation keeps getting worse. Gustav quietly asks if there is any new word from the Iron Chain Knights yet. Not yet, Lyon replies, but they need to get here fast suddenly. A voice calls out his name from the distance. Both Gustav and Lyon whip their heads around toward the sound of the shouting. It is Karen, sounding incredibly excited as she announces that the Iron Chain Knights have finally arrived at the scene. The scene shifts to a restaurant where Lyon sighs at the absurdity of their undercover mission. You can hear the awkwardness in his voice even if he is on board. This whole setup feels pretty strange. Are we really doing this? He asks, while Karen just laughs it off with a playful, secretive grin. It is all an act. I told the maids we were going into town for a romantic dinner date. Now, you and I know this is a classic move to lower the Lord's suspicion while they meet their allies. Karen gives the name Noan to the waiter, and for a brief moment, the three of them exchange words. Welcome, your room is on the 4th floor. Would you like to order the 4 portions of today's special? The waiter leaves them to their meal, but inside the room, 2 figures are already waiting with intense auras. It is Damien, looking absolutely lethal, and sitting right beside him is the mysterious Angela. Lyon quietly observes them, noting that despite their young appearance, these two are clearly seasoned veterans. They are not even carrying weapons, yet the pressure radiating from their auras is completely overwhelming. Elxid gives Lyon a rare compliment, noticing his observation skills have improved since he started traveling with Karen. They might not be on Bishop Cesare's level, but make no mistake, these two are incredibly powerful. Lyon introduces himself with perfect etiquette, thanking them for coming to his aid in this crisis. Damien offers a sincere greeting, mentioning that he has already heard quite a bit about Lyon from Bishop Cesare. He introduces Angela, but explains she cannot speak, asking Lyon to be patient and understanding with her. And trust me, you and I are about to find out just how much they really know about this situation. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a plan involving faked battles with Prince Teeps to take down those magic towers. Lyon asks with a hint of curiosity if Damien really knows Teeps, and the guy just gives a simple nod. The Valachian bloodline was once famous throughout the land. After 250 years of dedicated service, they never imagined getting caught up in a disaster like this. Talk about bad luck, I feel like I missed something, so start from the beginning and tell me everything. Lyon gives a short reply, and outside the window, the sky has turned into a dark, gloomy shade of black. When Damien hears the plan to imprison and farm an entire race's resources, he completely freezes in shock. Locking up the entire vampire race and breeding them like common livestock? There is only one type of magic capable of something that horrific. Damien is certain now this is dark magic, and the Lord's true plan is finally clear. Damien's insight makes Lyon realize this situation is way more complicated than he thought. It is definitely not a simple case. Elxid nods along in agreement. He clearly understands the situation. Damien explains that vampires are unique because you cannot separate their physical bodies from their souls. They exploit that connection to gain power. But he warns there are major limits to what dark magic can actually achieve. Now pay attention here, they drain life force by feeding poor people to vampires, then suck that energy back out. Savage images flash through Damien's mind. Lyon, who was calm before, is starting to lose his cool at the horror. Is that even possible? Damien just shakes his head usually. It is not. He points out the taboo preventing vampires from living that way. Using the poor as food for vampires is strictly forbidden. If they could survive consuming that much blood, they would have conquered the world ages ago. In reality, that level of consumption is a death sentence for any vampire. But the Lord does not care about the vampires' lives at all. His ambition is far more twisted than that. His ultimate goal is to absorb the entire race's power and become the absolute master of the world. If the vampires die from drinking too much blood, he honestly does not care. This leaves both Lyon and Karen completely stunned and confused. Damien sighs in frustration. This is a level 3 risk, which is why I need everyone to fully cooperate with me. Lyon still has his doubts. Level 3 risk? Damien explains it is exactly like the devouring darkness disaster back in that city, the one Lyon barely managed to survive. He begins to break down the sheer scale of the danger they are all facing right now. Level 2 is a national catastrophe, while Level 1 is a world-ending threat like the return of the Demon King himself. Every word from Damien carries weight. Danger is only measured on 3 levels, and they are flirting with the worst of it. At Level 2, we would need the Crimson Knights and help from other nations just to stand a tiny chance. He warns that if this becomes normal, the entire world will descend into absolute chaos and ruin. Lyon is sweating. The truth is out, and you and I are about to see Damien finally make his move. Since things have gone this far, we have to interrogate Lord Lubina immediately. If he refuses to answer, then we will pass judgment on him right there in the name of the church. The scene shifts to the Lubina prison, where Angela suddenly appears within the heavy shadows. A voice echoes from behind her. This looks like a normal jail, but it is actually a secret facility for vampires. Teeps emerges from a cloud of dark smoke. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Angela. Angela gives a quick glance. The voice continues, explaining their mission is to assist her in freeing the prisoners so they can eventually join up with Lyon's squad. Teeps' gaze turns razor sharp. We have already scouted this entire area very carefully. He reveals the structure's secret. The Lord placed a magic array here that perfectly mimics the burning sun. As long as it is active, we cannot even get close to attacking. He looks toward Angela, hoping her unique abilities will be enough to break the deadlock. If you can smash that array, then we can finally reach the facility. However, this is a task you must complete alone. Without warning, Angela suddenly dives straight down. Teeps is stunned by her sudden movement. As they get closer, they see her standing at the edge, preparing something. Power erupts from her body as brilliant golden lightning begins to crackle all around her. Angela whispers under her breath before clenching her fist, "Holy fist." She slams a devastating punch right into the wall. A massive explosion rocks the area. Teeps and Roman watch from above, completely unable to believe their own eyes. The impact of her strike causes the entire ground to tremble. Lyon feels the familiar shockwaves and realizes what happened. Damien speaks slowly, emphasizing the terrifying gap in power between Angela and everyone else. That was Angela. She is twice as strong as I am, and honestly, she is more powerful than most seniors. He scowls slightly. Angela alone is more than enough to handle everything at the prison by herself. But trust me, the real problem for you and I is the conversation we need to have with the Lord. Alright, you and I are diving into a standoff that feels like a suicide mission. Damien addresses the group, but Gustav just frowns. This prophecy sounds like nothing but bad news for our A-rank problem. After all, we only have 5 B-rank fighters and a single A-rank. Even with the church's Iron Chain Knights on our side, it is still not enough. Damien's eyes betray the massive fear he has not even voiced to the team yet. If we play this perfectly, we only just manage to match the Lord's power. But if someone dies or can't fight, we won't be walking out of here alive. At the mansion, the guards shout for them to stop. They won't let anyone see the Lord at midnight. If you value your lives, just go home. Tension spikes as a cold reply cuts through the air. You are the ones who should be leaving right now. Damien steps forward with zero hesitation. He's done playing games and speaks with total authority. I am Damien, Knight of the 3 to 8 Squad from the Church's Iron Chain. I am here to conduct an official investigation. The atmosphere shifts instantly. The guards can't believe their ears. What? The Church? The legendary Iron Chain Knights are actually here? Put your weapons down now. An old butler approaches the group, moving slowly and with strange composure. He apologizes for the guards' rudeness and invites them in. The Lord is expecting you. Please, follow me inside. Elsie lets out a sarcastic remark. A butler personally welcoming church knights? They must be taking us very seriously then. Inside the mansion, the only light comes from flickering flames. Stone statues line the hall, creating a mysterious and ancient vibe. They look around, feeling a heavy darkness. It feels different than when we came here 3 days ago. Yeah, much gloomier. One member warns that this could be a trap. Gustav speaks up, his voice steady as he looks at Lyon to confirm the truth. We are in it now, aren't we? Lyon nods quietly. Yes, we are. The group moves deeper into the house. The massive doors creak open, and a welcoming voice echoes from the shadows, sounding twisted. Welcome. Andre gives a small, mocking smile. His words are half polite and half pure venom. Sorry for the lack of a warm welcome. Since you are here for an investigation, I assume you aren't interested in tea, Knight Damien? Damien doesn't hold back. Stop the small talk. I did not come all this way just to listen to your jokes. His gaze is sharp as a blade. You are suspected of using the Wallachia clan for your own gain and using their power to rule. Andre just laughs with pure contempt. He is not even trying to hide it anymore. How did you figure it out? It seems you already know everything. Even if I denied it, I know you would still choose to believe them anyway. So, I won't waste time explaining myself. He shifts his gaze over to where Lyon is standing. You kids are clever, secretly sending people to destroy my towers while I was distracted. Not bad at all. Now watch this. This is where the last bit of sanity leaves his face. I won't let you die easily, he growls. Gustav isn't intimidated at all. Andre glares at him, his face twisting. What did you just say to me? If the clan are bats, does that make you a goat for drinking their blood? Gustav pushes him right into a confession. So you admit your crimes. You're quite honest. Andre whispers back, mocking him for speaking better than the common peasants. Gustav hits him with another insult. I get it now. You and I really aren't that different, are we? Lyon stands in the back, looking totally exhausted. Man, Gustav is actually surprisingly good at winning these arguments. Andre's rage finally explodes. Do you want to die that badly? Gustav just shrugs. You already said you wouldn't kill us easily. I know what you're thinking. Gustav is definitely playing with fire by roasting a literal monster. Is old age making you senile? That last comment makes Andre snap. His eyes bulge out and his voice shakes with pure, unbridled fury. You little bastard. Words bring their own ruin. Andre raises his hand and crushes the purple gemstone in his palm. He delivers a cold, final sentence. Now, I am going to kill every single one of you. Andre's power explodes outward. Get back, Lyon shouts as he draws his sword and charges forward. Andre floats in the air, surrounded by dark, suffocating energy. A massive magic circle begins to form around him. Karen grits her teeth. That amount of mana is insane. He's at least a level 7 mage. That old man was hiding everything. Damien focuses on the necklace Andre is holding. It has to be that pendant. That is the source of his power. Break that pendant and we win this. Andre's eyes glow red. I'll let you die in what you call your own glory. Andre takes a step forward through the air. He points directly at his first target. His voice is colder than any magic. First is you. Gustav grips his blade, eyes burning with anger. Chaos erupts. Lyon and Karen are sweating just from the sheer pressure of his aura. And trust me, you and I just witnessed the calm before a massive storm. This fight is about to be legendary. Alright, stick with me because Damien is about to lose it as this battle explodes into absolute chaos. He can't believe his eyes. This monster actually sacrificed human souls and blood just for his own personal gain. But Andre is just chilling. Lyon looks at Gustav's broken body and his eyes turn deadly cold with pure rage. Andre glares at Damien's group and spits out a harsh insult toward the heroes. You church dogs always have so many questions, he growls. Why is dark magic forbidden? Watch this. He explains that he built his power by literally draining the life force and sacrificing innocent people. At that exact same moment, Gustav lies unconscious on the floor while Andre keeps obsessing over why his beautiful, dark magic was ever banned. He ignores Lyon's growing fury, calling the people he killed nothing more than useful trash to save him time. To him, their deaths were worth it. Hearing this, Damien is absolutely seeing red as the veins pop on his face. You and I can tell this is about to get ugly, as Andre starts laughing like a complete maniac. A massive magic circle forms over the church, shaking the entire building with thunderous, echoing force. The team is hit by a sudden earthquake and a heavy, suffocating gloom that fills the room. Damien struggles to stand, clenching his teeth through the vibrations. But then, a figure flashes forward through the dust. It is Lyon. He swings his blade with such power that the shockwave forces Andre to take a step back. Damien watches in total shock, realizing Lyon is literally clearing the dark atmosphere from the room. Is this the power the Lord spoke of? Lyon looks back and coldly says, "Let us begin." Damien finally reacts, being the first to follow Lyon's lead into the fray. He immediately starts his prayer, asking the Lord to bring light to this cold and dark place. Show them their betrayal, and grant me your strength. A blinding flash of holy light erupts from his words. The holy glow shoots out from the building, smashing directly into the crimson magic circle hanging in the sky. Andre feels his power slipping away. His surprise turns into pure, unbridled fury. He strikes back with a massive wave of energy, screaming at them to shut up. "You pathetic insects. You're nothing to me, so just die." Hansen and Leonic lock eyes, perfectly understanding the plan. Hansen plants his feet firmly into the ground, bracing himself for the massive impact coming their way. Leonic taps his shoulder, transferring his energy to his comrade. Hansen slams his shield down with incredible force, burying it deep into the earth. Together, they crouch low, hiding behind their only defense. The dark energy slams into them, but the shield holds against the crushing weight of the shadow magic. Now, pay attention here, because something miraculous happens with that shield in the middle of the blast. Instead of being corroded, the shield deflects the dark magic, scattering the energy harmlessly into the surrounding area. The attack finally ends. While the shield is perfectly fine, the ground around them is completely destroyed. Massive craters flank them on both sides. Lyon anxiously checks on his friends, but they are too exhausted to speak. They look like they just crawled out of a volcano, covered in smoke and soot from head to toe. Andre mocks them, calling them cowards for hiding behind a shield like a bunch of scared rats. But suddenly, thwack! A single arrow flies through the air and strikes him directly in the eye. The impact snaps his head back. Damien sneers, asking the bastard if he has anything left to say now. The archer used the shield as cover to land that perfect sneaky shot, while Andre was distracted. It was a direct hit. Lyon asks if everyone is okay, feeling both relieved and worried for his team. They give him a thumbs up, but honestly, their faces tell a different story. He can't believe it, they definitely do not look okay at all. Suddenly, Andre speaks. The red rings on his hand shatter into dark, smoking dust, but his eye is perfectly fine. The magic item saved him, and now he is beyond furious at the group. "How dare you peasants ruin my precious rings?" he screams in a fit of rage. "It is impossible." That was a homing fire arrow. Lyon can't believe the villain is still standing. Damien realizes the rings were high-tier items that negate physical damage. They just wasted one precious arrow. Trust me, you and I are not ready for the nightmare that Andre is about to unleash as his magic circles fill the sky. Let's dive in. This lunatic is screaming that even death won't save them. "Your souls will never rest," he yells. "You will be my eternal slaves." Dark energy surges as Andre summons spirits from blood-red arrays. Lyon and Damien resist the howling gale, while Hansen's group stays alert behind their shields. Damien shouts, "He's summoning spirits from hell? That's at least tier 5 high-level magic." Hamel fires an arrow, but it passes right through. "Damn it, my attacks aren't doing a thing." Leonic swings his heavy axe through a ghost, but nothing happens. "Our weapons are useless." Suddenly, a pitch-black hand reaches out and grabs Lyon's cloak. He leaps back, but his cloak is charred black. More spirits start flooding out. Surrounded on all sides, Elxid warns that even aura weapons might struggle against this many. Lyon frowns, thinking fast. What if I use the light that blinded the Dark Knight? Back then, Lyon's holy light was so intense it stripped the enemies of their ability to fight. Elxid stays focused on Andre's remaining rings. Watch out, he's definitely planning something. Now, pay attention just when things look hopeless. A shuriken streaks down from the sky. Damien is stunned, and Lyon looks up in total surprise. Wait, what's happening? A rain of daggers follows, shredding the hell spirits into pieces instantly. A figure flips down from the rooftop. It's Karen. She lands perfectly beside the group. But these spirits are persistent. Within seconds, they regenerate like they were never even hit. Karen sighs, annoyed. "I knew that wouldn't work. I really hate fighting these ugly things." She smirks. "Fine, since you're all in trouble, I'll show off a bit." Shadowy hands sprout everywhere. The shadows move with a mind of their own, pinning the spirits down. Leonic finally breathes. "They're frozen." Elxid smiles, seeing their chance to turn the tide. Finally, a fair fight, Damien says, stepping forward. Now, it's my turn to shine. He begins a prayer, and a brilliant light erupts above them. Hamil watches in pure awe. Instantly, Hamil's arrows begin to glow with a powerful holy blessing. Lyonic's axe, Hansen's spear, and Lyon's blade all ignite with divine light. You and I both know what's coming next. Lyon realizes this is pure holy power. He whispers to Elxid, realizing they can use this to hide his actual holy sword's identity. Elxid agrees. Perfect. This keeps your secret safe while giving us the edge we need. Lyon prepares to strike, but a massive blade suddenly cleaves a spirit in two. The ghost is torn apart instantly. It's Gustav. He's back on his feet and calling everyone idiots for standing around. Lyon is relieved he's alive, but his own teammates don't seem surprised at all. Hansen asks, "Weren't you dead?" While Lyonic mocks his supposedly legendary stamina. Gustav just grins at his loyal, sharp-tongued squad. No sentimental reunions here, just insults, which proves how close they really are. That hit was nothing, Gustav scoffs. I was just faking to see how you'd handle yourselves. He raises his weapon high. All right, warriors, let's show them what we've got. Lyon and Gustav lead the charge while Damien keeps the holy blessings flowing from behind. While Andre is distracted by the main force, Karen suddenly teleports right behind him. She aims her daggers at his neck, hoping to end this fight right now. But Andre is too fast. He conjures a magic shield that blocks her strike perfectly. Karen just laughs and throws a smoke bomb, blinding him instantly. You brat! Andre snarls, trying to find her as she vanishes back into the shadows. Suddenly, an arrow whistles through the air, aimed straight for his head. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he survives this next part. Stick with me because we are about to see this villain's master plan go totally wrong, as his sole army vanishes. Only 6 people remain in the thin smoke. Before the dust completely settles, Lyon, Hamil, and Damien stare him down with killer intent. Andre is absolutely furious, his veins popping with pure rage. You losers forced my hand. He snaps his fingers with a loud pop, signaling the start of a dark, forbidden ritual. Immediately, a massive surge of dark magic erupts right behind him. It flows like a volcanic eruption, spreading through the building like sentient chains. Damien feels a terrible omen. The dark energy spreads out, searching for prey on Andre's orders. It targets the gatekeepers. The dark magic crawls into their mouths like parasites, sucking the life right out of them. Other guards rush over to investigate the commotion, only to find 2 of their comrades collapsed on the ground. The fallen guards twitch and groan. They stand up like stiff puppets, their eyes completely vacant and devoid of any life. Brad and the remaining guards swallow hard in pure terror. A second later, Brad freezes as he watches the dark magic invade the mouths and noses of the 2 men behind him. Now pay attention, Andre just smiles as his new slaves finally arrive. Rigid footsteps echo as the soulless undead soldiers appear. Lyon's pupils shrink, his voice trembling as he watches them approach. Lyon recognizes Brad. Even though he's lost his sharp edge, this is the senior swordsman he met once before. Rage burns through his mind. I will never forgive you. What have you done to them? Suddenly, Damien stands beside him and grits his teeth, whispering one word, frenzy. This dark spell forces a living person's hidden power to explode, turning them into temporary, high-powered monsters. Looking at the lifeless Brad, Damien is disgusted that Andre would be this cruel to his own defenders. The soldiers lunge forward. Gustav swings his blade to block, but the sheer weight of the impact shocks him. What is this? They are too strong. The enemy retreats mechanically as Damien screams a loud warning to everyone. Be careful. These mindless monsters do not feel any pain, and their power is totally off the charts right now. Unless you land a fatal blow, they simply will not stop. Their aura spikes even higher. As if to prove the point, an undead soldier roars with surging energy. The opponent lunges at Gustav again. He parries the strike and curses, realizing he has to go for their heads. Hansen uses his shield to block, even though the enemy is hitting him with a relentless barrage. I know what you are thinking. This looks bad. Hansen stumbles, finally realizing he used way too much power before. Right in front of him, an undead soldier raises a spear, ready to drive it through his chest. The spear hits. Hansen stumbles out from behind his shield and takes a direct strike. Lyonic screams in total panic. A moment later, Lyonic feels the world spinning as he is punched hard and sent crashing to the ground. The hit is brutal, knocking him unconscious instantly. Lyon is still shaking as he tries to hold his own ground. Everyone. Damien is also struggling, barely managing to block the damage from several other slave soldiers. Lyon scans the area. Senior Karen is missing, likely busy dealing with the Lord elsewhere. He faces Brad with a heavy heart. He wants to help, but he just cannot bring himself to move. Right then, Elxid speaks up to calm him down. Lyon, pay close attention to how they are moving. Elxid explains that even without brains, they are still just average swordsmen, so fighting 2 at once is actually easier. Lyon looks at him in disbelief. Fighting 2 at once? What are you saying? Is that not way worse? Elxid asks if he remembers their forest battle. If you face a swordsman moving unconsciously, you can take the lead through strategy rather than raw power. In a duel, their strength wins. But against two, you can trick them into colliding with each other. Lyon understands and regains his cool with a smile. A quick learner, indeed. Elxid nods in total satisfaction. Lyon stops fighting Brad directly and immediately turns to run in the opposite direction. He dives toward the two soldiers, attacking Damien, pushing them away. They tumble as Lyon also hits the dirt. Damien, who was protecting the injured Hansen, looks at him in confusion. Lyon offers no explanation and just shouts, "Hey you idiots, come get me!" The undead roar and lunge, and trust me, we need to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me as we dive into this high-stakes battle where everything is about to go sideways. It is all going exactly as Lyon planned. He smirks, plants his foot, and prepares for a devastating counterattack. Whoosh! He blurs across the floor, leaving nothing but dust behind as he slices through two soldiers with one heavy strike. The path is clear, but suddenly Damien screams out a desperate warning. "Lyon, look behind you!" Snapping out of his focus, Lyon hears the shout and spins around instantly. There stands Brad, transformed into a hideous monster and looming right over him. Lyon draws his sword in shock, cursing his luck, but he is too slow. Brad's massive hand lunges out, grabbing Lyon by the collar and hoisting him up like a helpless chick. No matter how hard Lyon struggles, he can't break free from the monster's crushing grip. Suddenly, Lyon spots something moving fast from a distance. The unexpected threat is so terrifying it leaves him completely frozen. Now, watch this in a moment that'll make your heart stop. Lyon is swallowed by an inferno. The flames incinerate everything in their path. From the shadows, the villain Andre watches with a twisted, satisfied grin. Lyon's holy sword fights against the heat until its power shatters, clearing the fire just enough for him to breathe in disbelief. He can't believe it. Did the holy blessing Damien put on his blade actually hold off dark magic? If not for that divine protection, he would have been burned to a crisp right then and there. Then, his eyes widen. He sees Brad's body lying there, charred into a shapeless husk by the very flames meant for him. Rage boils over inside him. That bastard planned to kill his own guards just to get to me. Suddenly, a bored voice echoes. "You didn't turn to ash?" Lyon looks up and gasps. His companion, Karen, is hanging there like bait for a predator. Seeing Karen battered and broken, Lyon screams out in a mix of panic and pure horror. "Senior!" He is ready to risk it all to kill that old man, but Andre's voice cuts through the air. "Stop right there." Andre tightens his tentacles around Karen's throat, using her life as a shield to keep Lyon at bay. Andre smirks and offers a deal. Lyon glares with murderous intent but mocks him, surprised the villain wants to talk. The old man laughs. "I've always had a soft spot for the clever ones." He admits Lyon has talent, far more than those pathetic mercenaries he usually deals with. That's why he's giving Lyon a choice. A chance to join the winning side. "Join my army. Help me crush the mercenaries and those hypocrites at the church, and I'll let you both live." Refuse, and she dies instantly. Andre finishes his offer with a chilling, toothy smile. "So, what's it going to be? Not exactly a difficult choice, is it?" Lyon falls into a tense silence. You and I both know Lyon isn't the type to surrender, but his guide Elxid is already 2 steps ahead. Elxid suggests a trick pretend to agree, then use Morak to strike him down when his guard is low. The plan is risky because Lyon hasn't fully mastered Morak yet. Andre already saw him preparing his stance. Besides, do you really think a lord like him trusts anyone? As a high-ranking dark mage, he'll definitely force a dangerous oath on you. It's a total trap. Lyon loses his cool and shouts back in his mind. "Damn it. Then what am I supposed to do? Karen is in danger and we're out of time. This is the only thing I can think of." To the others, Lyon looks like a madman arguing with thin air. Andre stares, wondering if the kid finally lost his mind. Elxid tells him to stay calm, but Lyon snaps back that there's no way to stay cool in this mess. Suddenly, Elxid gives a smug little laugh. "Did you seriously forget?" "Forget what?" Lyon is confused until a heavy rumbling sound draws Andre's attention away. Lyon looks up as the entire ceiling begins to shake and groan under a massive force. Dust rains down as a figure crashes through the roof. Lyon's jaw drops in shock. The ceiling? Elxid smirks as a powerful ally lands right next to Lyon. Talk about perfect timing. Seeing the newcomer, Lyon's face lights up with pure joy. "Angela!" Angela remains cold and expressionless. Damien just smiles and teases that she's a little late, earning a sharp nod. "Trust me, you're going to want to see how this showdown ends, because the real fight is just beginning. Stick with me, you and I are about to see Angela show everyone why she is an absolute beast, standing calm as monsters charge." Once she gathers enough power, she unleashes 2 precise, devastating punches that slam right into the monsters. The sight leaves Andre completely speechless. He stammers in shock, wondering what kind of monster this woman actually is. Suddenly, Angela sticks out her thumb in a gesture of pure contempt, making Andre so furious he screams like a madman. After the fight, Angela catches her breath. Those two monsters were sent flying after just one punch each. Lyon is stunned and lets out a nervous laugh. He finally understands why Angela chose to handle this mission alone. He is a bit overwhelmed watching her leap off the rooftop. She really is powerful, even if her entrance was dramatic. Right at that moment, Elsie explains the secret behind how Angela actually channels her incredible strength. She flows aura through her body and releases it as physical impact. Honestly, she did an amazing job. Now pay attention, Elsie warns that if she makes even one mistake, the power inside her could kill her instantly. Beyond her physical strength, her mental fortitude is legendary. Lyon is so shocked he actually shouts out loud. Is it really that dangerous? His naive reaction just makes Elsie sigh in total frustration. Think about it, channeling aura through your body instead of a weapon is like holding ignited gunpowder in your veins. Her voice is low but firm. If you make even a slight slip-up, the consequences are fatal. Lyon finishes the thought. Would his body just pop like a balloon? Seeing him get it, she confirms with a nod. Yeah. Right now, both of them are staring intensely at Angela, who is catching her breath after that exertion. Lyon is deeply impressed by her fighting style. Using a method like that in battle, people are stronger than he thought. It fuels his own fire. He decides right then that he won't let himself be left behind either. Back to Angela's challenge. Her sudden appearance and sheer arrogance make Andre curious about who she really is. Angela keeps her finger pointed out as aura begins to visibly flow from her fingertip. This completely snaps Andre's patience. He roars that he will kill her, but Angela just calmly brings her hands together. She takes a single step forward, and suddenly, she is standing right in front of Andre's face. She throws a punch packed with devastating force. Sensing the danger, Andre acts fast. Andre quickly deploys a magic shield. The fist and the barrier collide with a deafening boom that echoes everywhere. You and I can see Andre's smug grin as he claims his shield is invincible right before the cracks start spreading. This was something Andre never expected. How could this be happening? How is this possible? Before he can even react or find an answer, the magic shield he was so confident in finally shatters. While Andre is horrified, everyone else cheers. It is broken. Angela's punch sends Andre flying into the distance. The moment he stops, someone screams at him to surrender. Damien yells his full name, Andre Lubena, but a man like that will never give up easily. His stubbornness irritates Damien. You messed with the knights, and now you will pay for every crime you committed. Andre isn't intimidated. He mocks them, asking why they think he would surrender. Did they forget? He is still acting arrogant because he believes he has Karen as his hostage. But that massive mistake is leading him to his grave. Karen has already escaped and is standing right behind him. Talking about me? Still caught up in his ego, Andre accidentally blabs. That is right, you. Realizing something is wrong, he spins around in terror. Before he can react, Karen holds a knife with a deadly glare. Let me finish this. With those words, she stabs Andre right in the neck, making him scream in agony. He can't believe she escaped. He was certain he had Karen tied up and under his control, but when he looks back at the person he tied up, he sees nothing but Karen's shadow. Karen calmly retreats to a safe spot. Lyon rushes over, asking if she is okay and what happened. Karen explains she was captured, but instead of killing her, he kept her as a hostage, so she swapped places with her shadow. If it wasn't for Angela's distraction, it might not have worked. Lyon suddenly shouts, asking if she is truly all right. His loud voice startles her. She stammers that she is fine, but you and I can see Lyon is ready to take charge as he tells her to stay back. Fine by me. All right, stick with me, as we see Andre, wounded by Karen, struggling to stand while swearing he will get his revenge. But before he can act, a sharp blade is at his throat as Lyon demands his absolute surrender. Lord Lubena. Trapped and cornered, Andre suddenly bursts into a mad laughter, raising his hand that is missing a finger while screaming that he still has his ultimate trump card. As Lyon backs away to keep his distance, he suddenly spots something off about Andre's hand and freezes in shock. Damn it, that ring. Are you really sure about this? Andre quickly looks down at his hand and is horrified to find the ring is gone. Just then, Karen holds up the jewelry with a smirk, asking if this was the precious item he was looking for. She refuses to let a villain like him use such a powerful item, and having lost his ace, Andre howls like a wild beast, promising they will all pay. Suddenly, more shadows loom over him as cold voices tell him it is finally time to give up and surrender. Teeps and Roman arrive, with Teeps calling out Andre's name in a low, terrifying voice that sounds like it came from hell. The sight of Teps leaves Andre speechless, but before he can even utter a word, Teps makes the first move. Reaching out with a veiny hand, he gives one final, chilling command that echoes through the night air. Surrender, Andre Lubena. Under the glow of the round, full moon. Now watch this part carefully as Andre laughs like a demon. He pulls out a mysterious object that makes Lyan and Teps freeze, radiating a massive pressure. The item in his hand glows with an overwhelming power, making someone gasp in pure disbelief at the sight of it. Flashback to that day, when Anod visited Andre's palace and presented him with a mysterious, ornate wooden box. Inside was a gem containing unimaginable power, famously known across the lands as the Black Quartz Stone. In a desperate move, Andre swallows the stone whole, leaving Lyon pale and stuttering as he witnesses the madness. The moment he consumes it, Andre's energy explodes violently as a crazed, sinister smile spreads across his face. He begins to howl like a primal beast, a sound so piercing that everyone is forced to cover their ears. Karen cries out in pain while even Teep struggles to block out the horrifying, ear-splitting noise. After the sonic torture finally ends, a shocked Teeps whispers that such a transformation should be impossible. You saw that too, right? Teeps watches in horror as Andre's body begins to warp into a new form. He has become a Makazong vampire from one of the 3 great clans, sprouting wings and gaining the terrifying ability to control sound itself. The power of the Elizabeth clan awakens as Andre's transformation is finally complete. He now looks like a young man, arrogantly asking if they finally realize how well prepared he actually was. He reveals how he obtained this cursed strength, declaring his triumph over his enemies. I found the Nosferatu bloodline and made it mine, so now, you are all the ones who will die. Everyone's hands begin to tremble as they wonder what nightmare is unfolding, while even Leonic shakes in absolute fear, asking himself why his body won't stop shivering like this. Hamel is also terrified, but he still finds the strength to mock Leonic for his visible shaking. Leonic snaps back in anger, while Lyon tries to stay calm as he notices the enemy's aura rising, making it harder for everyone to breathe. In this moment, Andre proudly declares himself the new king. I was not ready yet, but you forced my hand, so now I shall become the true Lord of Darkness. He arrogantly screams that this entire world now belongs to him. Your final moments are here, and I will be the one to take them. I will drain the life from every one of you to fuel my path as a vampire, while Damien desperately grits his teeth against the crushing pressure. Suddenly, a scream rings out as they notice the moon has turned into a terrifying, deep shade of blood red. Teeps explains it is the blood moon, a phenomenon that dominates and controls everything within its reach. He then confirms the terrifying truth behind this legendary power. It is the signature power of the Makazong, used to rule over all other vampires. In the middle of the tension, Angela charges in and lands a heavy punch on Andre's face, making the crowd cheer that this is only the beginning. But Angela soon realizes her attacks no longer hurt him as Andre coldly laughs and suddenly grabs her by the head. Without any hesitation, he engulfs her entire body in a swarm of ghostly, cursed flames. Angela falls. As Damien screams, "Trust me, you and I are not ready for what's next. Alright, you and I are about to see everything go south as this final battle hits its peak. Andre is done with one, and now he is coming for the rest." The survivors scream in pure terror as their bodies begin to warp. Realizing the danger is beyond control, Damien turns and yells at the top of his lungs. "Everyone, run now!" Under the dark sky, the lingering spirit fires gather into burning red beams, forming a magical barrier that pierces the darkness. Suddenly, a violent pillar of red light crashes down from the heavens, shattering the earth into a million jagged pieces. As the thick dust and smoke clear, a lonely figure can be seen collapsed on the ground. A bloody hand reaches out in agony. Nearby, Gustav is in the same state, blood streaming down his face as he gasps for air, unable to make a single sound. Everyone has fallen. In the middle of this wreckage that reeks of iron and blood, their lifeless eyes stare blankly ahead, all sharing a tragic fate under a destructive power that no mortal could ever hope to resist. Miraculously, Karen is still breathing, but her body is covered in wounds as she stammers out a confused question. The ground is soaked in blood, but then a worried voice calls out, "Senior, are you okay?" Hearing that familiar tone, Karen turns and calls his name Lyon. The only reason Karen survived is because Lyon used his own body as a human shield to protect her. Seeing him covered in injuries and collapsing onto her shoulder, Karen lets out a heartbreaking scream. "You idiot, what am I supposed to do if you are hurt like this?" Using his last bit of strength, Lyon grabs her shoulder and whispers his plea. "There is something more important. I need you to help Teeps and Roman get out of here as fast as you can." But Karen refuses to leave him, shouting back, "What are you saying? No way. How can you handle this alone in your condition?" Lyon just responds with a calm, confident smile, and that look alone is enough to leave Karen completely stunned and speechless. She finally agrees to his plan, but only if he accepts one terrifying condition. "Fine. But Lyon," she says coldly, "if you die, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Understand?" To that, Lyon just gives her another smile. Then, he gives her a firm answer. "Yes." Andre slowly descends from the sky, radiating a dark, suffocating aura as he admires his own burning, monstrous veins. Andre finally speaks. "It is magnificent, is it not?" I have finally become a true vampire. With the black quartz energy and the life force gathered over decades, the power is finally all mine. He continues with arrogance, claiming that the vampire king who fell 300 years ago has finally returned within this very body. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the ruins. Andre turns in disbelief, shocked that someone is actually still able to move. Now, watch this. Even with his body torn apart, Lyon stubbornly grips his sword, ready to fight until his very last breath. With eyes full of fire and zero fear, Lyon makes his declaration, "I will be your opponent, Lord Lupena." Andre lets out a cold, mocking laugh. "Please, stop talking nonsense." He looks at the bloodstains behind Lyon and asks what he could possibly do next. Andre sneers with pure contempt, telling Lyon that there is absolutely nothing left for him to do. On the edge of the battlefield, Kloe has summoned her dark power to create a protective cocoon around their fallen comrades. In an instant, the energy pulls back, and everyone inside the cocoon vanishes. The old man realizes what happened, and his eyes widen. "Oh, I see now." Andre laughs with excitement, asking if Lyon was just buying time for that girl to help the others escape. But it is all pointless. Lupenia is mine now, and no matter what you try, there is no way you are leaving this place alive. As he finishes, Lyon suddenly coughs up a spray of fresh blood, his eyes filled with shock. Andre loves every second of it. "Yes, that is it. Suffer, feel the terror, and cry before me. I promise that as you die, you will regret ever crossing me." Wait for it, Lyon is about to do something you and I didn't expect. He sighs, wipes his mouth, and looks up with an annoyed expression. "Does using dark magic make you talk this much? I was only buying a little time, but your mouth just will not shut up." Andre did not expect that kind of talk and stares back with total confusion. After a beat, Andre wears a twisted, demonic grin and raises both hands to summon his full power. He roars in fury, "Buying time? You arrogant brat! To think you would test my patience right until the very end." Damien lies on the ground, struggling to watch the scene as he trembles at the sheer weight of the terrifying power being unleashed. Seeing the attack coming, Lyon thinks to himself, "My senior is far enough now. I cannot even track her aura anymore." Perfect! His eyes light up as he takes a battle stance, mocking Andre one last time for throwing away his humanity just to become a monster. In the middle of the pitch-black darkness, Lyon raises his sword high into the air. The blade begins to pulse with a brilliant, blinding light as golden sparks dance around him, and he lets out one final shout. "Get ready, Lupena." A flash of light blazes across the field, making everyone gasp at the intensity of the flames in Lyon's eyes. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are not ready for the explosion that comes next. Stick with me, this battle is reaching a blinding climax as golden light consumes everything in its path. Andre is terrified. Andre is engulfed in a terrifying moment as white flames burn through his entire body. On the other side, Hansen stares at the wound on his shoulder in pure shock. Hameo whispers in disbelief as the wound heals itself. He touches the blood, wondering how. He is stunned. It is impossible. That radiance has to be from the holy sword. Lyon stares ahead with determination. Andre is being consumed by the light, screaming in agony. After a desperate struggle, Andre finally collapses onto the floor in total defeat. His body disintegrates into black smoke, evaporating into the air as his screams echo everywhere. Elsie watches closely. He gave up his humanity for power, only to suffer like this. Beyond overwhelming power, experience, and the knowledge of how to instill terror are what truly matter. Standing nearby, Lyon asks if that means Lubina lacks those qualities as a leader. Suddenly, a dark mist rolls in, covering everything. Elsie nods, agreeing with his observation. Exactly. Becoming a Makazong so fast meant he could not control the energy. Now pay attention, because things are spiraling out of control. With a jet-black monstrous body and glowing red fangs that look absolutely terrifying, Andre lunges at Lyon from behind. Lyon has not noticed, turning his face in confusion. Sharp teeth sink into Lyon's shoulder. Elsie screams his name as the scene shifts to night. A crimson blood moon hangs in the sky, casting a ghostly glow as voices echo nearby. "Miss Karen, please have mercy and set us free from these restraints." Teeps and Roman are covered in wounds, but Karen simply refuses to let them go. "You want to die together?" she asks. "You vampires will only slow Lyon down. Stay here." Mystic energy swirls around Teeps. To be this helpless against his family's killer is humiliating. Through the entire exchange, Roman remains completely silent, just listening to what is being said. Suddenly, Tep's eyes spark with lightning. He stares at his hand, completely caught off guard. Roman speaks up. "Lord Teeps, your power is reacting." Teeps points toward the large door. "Someone behind that door is calling me." Roman realizes his master's power is reacting to it. They head for the exit. Roman concludes there is a Makazong waiting behind that door. Karen stops them. "Wait, Teeps, if you go in there, won't a whole swarm appear?" "We will find out soon," he replies coldly. The heavy doors slowly creak open as they enter. Karen looks around, feeling relieved. I do not think anyone is actually here, she says. But Teps interrupts, startling her. Were you the one calling me? Karen freezes in shock. Appearing before them is a mysterious, hidden figure standing in the darkness. He is gripping the iron bars, red eyes peering out with a ghostly, terrifying intensity. You and I both know something is wrong. Is this a vampire, or just a creepy walking corpse? He is moving, she stammers. The figure reaches a hand out through the bars for help. Without hesitation, Teeps walks over and grabs his hand. His pupils immediately flare with lightning. The stranger's eyes turn bright red, memories flash by, a warm handshake with someone very important. Outside, the rain begins to fall, pattering against the cold window frame. Inside the dark room, Andre holds a syringe filled with a glowing red liquid. He injects it straight into his wrist. A twisted, eerie smile spreads across his monstrous face. His hand transforms instantly. Red veins pop like spiderwebs as sharp claws begin to emerge. Back in the fight, right at the spot where Andre bit into his shoulder, a brilliant orange energy explodes like an electric shock. Andre screams as he is forced back. Lyon grits his teeth, realizing the holy light from earlier is reacting to the bite. Seizing the moment, he swings his blade down. This is my only chance to end this. Andre roars, firing a blinding beam. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Let's dive into a battle where every second counts. Caught in the dust and raw power, Lyon's body strains, his eyes bulging as he gasps for air. Dust clouds fill the air everywhere. Lyon stabs his sword into the ground to stay upright, his entire frame trembling from the pressure. Blood pours from Lyon's nose as he tries to shout, but his voice is nothing but a silent, strained rasp. After a moment, Lyon stabilizes himself and runs the numbers. If he hadn't focused his aura into a shield around his head and neck, that bite would have killed him instantly, or at the very least, made his head explode. Elxid suddenly appears by his side to check in. Nice work, Lyon, are you okay? He quietly responds that he is hanging in there. Elxid stares at the demonic, roaring form of Andre right in front of them. That surprise transformation was honestly enough to give anyone a heart attack. Right now, the man is in a total frenzy. He has nothing left but pure survival instinct. He is more dangerous than before. He cannot use magic now, but he can use Maka Dung skills, so stay sharp. Lyon's gaze remains firm, but Elxid cuts him off with a sharp warning. Do not underestimate him. He carries the power of the three clans, Nosferatu and Wallachia blood. Then there's the Elizabeth Sound and the Shaigu Phantoms. It continues sharing its thoughts. But the Wallachia clan cannot use their skills on you. We saw that clearly during your fight with Teeps. Since you blocked the Elizabeth skills with your aura, that just leaves the Shaigu clan you have yet to face. Lyon does not care. He grips his sword and points it forward. Either way, the Lord is already weakened. I only need to use 80% of my aura to finish him off. Dragging this out helps no one, so let's end this now. Elxid watches closely. If you attack now, he will realize that touching you means his certain death. He will not let you get close to him. Lyon calmly answers that he knows, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Still, I have to do it. Seeing that fire in Lyon's eyes, Elxid smiles and tells him to go for it. Watch closely because here is where it gets insane. Andre's demonic form erupts with pitch-black tentacles, lashing out at Lyon with terrifying speed. After a violent clash, Lyon is thrown back and starts to bleed, but nothing can stop him now as he grits his teeth and pushes forward. Lyon's eyes are full of determination, not wavering for a single second as he calculates his next move. Can he really control phantoms too? And why is my aura not damaging them? Damn it, I should have asked Senior Karen for some advice on this. With his sword erupting in brilliant flashes of lightning, Lyon charges forward like a bolt from the blue. He leaves a trail of fresh blood on the ground behind him. One small mistake here and it's all over. I am putting every bit of my physical strength into this final strike. I have to give it everything I've got. Lyon's exhausted face suddenly lights up, his eyes glowing like lightning as he lets out a furious roar. Andre refuses to back down, bearing pale fangs and glowing red eyes as he lets out a deafening roar in response to the challenge. Lyon unleashes a devastating slash. The blade cuts through the air with blinding lightning, striking directly into Andre's massive body. That single strike tears him apart like a scrap of paper as Andre screams in pure agony. Suddenly, a blood-red killing intent begins to radiate from him. Andre is still growling, desperate to launch a counterattack. Lyon pauses, his voice a low whisper of disbelief. He used the holy sword to slash him, yet this monster is somehow still standing. As he speaks, a massive surge of black and red energy explodes from Andre's horrific form after that near-fatal blow. You and I can see the horror starting. Blood splatters across Lyon's face as he screams in pure agony. Above them, a wicked blood moon glows, casting down massive, shadow-like tentacles that consume the entire horizon. The skin on Andre's body begins to swell, transforming into a glossy red sphere covered in strange black and red veins. His entire being is warping into a bloated, dark sphere that looks ready to pop at any second. It connects directly to the terrifying power radiating from the moon above. Lyon's face freezes as voices from the darkness begin to whisper. Why are you all out here? Look at the moon, it's a blood moon. Everyone turns to look. Someone mentions hearing a massive explosion coming from deep inside the castle. Behind a man watching the sky, a giant, pitch-black demonic shadow appears. It opens its mouth, showing blood-red fangs ready to swallow everything whole. What is happening? The scent of fresh blood fills the air, followed by a terrified scream. What the hell is that? Help me, please. A demonic tentacle sinks its sharp teeth into his shoulder, trying to eat him alive. He grinds his teeth in pain. It is drinking my blood and stealing our shadows to stop us from moving. Gustav is no exception. He is being swarmed and attacked by 2 or 3 of those black tentacles. Every single person at the scene is currently having their life force and blood drained away. Trust me, we are just getting started. Countless tentacles from that cursed moon pierce Andre's bloated body, pumping him full of terrifying energy. You and I definitely need to see what happens in the next chapter. Alright, you and I are about to witness an absolute monster of a finale as Lyon realizes something is horribly wrong. Seeing Andre's grotesque and bloated body, Lyon realizes the truth: he is literally drinking the blood of the entire city. Is he trying to become a vampire again? This recovery ritual was sealed away long ago because it was deemed too dangerous. For an incomplete vampire, the backlash from a stunt like this is going to be absolutely massive. After staying silent, Elsie finally speaks up, warning that this forbidden skill is fueled by his pure survival instinct. If he spreads this field any further, every single person in this city will vanish without leaving a single trace behind. Lyon's face hardens as he asks if the city is being swallowed whole. Suddenly, bloody maws from tentacles lunge straight for him. He rolls to dodge the first wave, but they keep coming. This time, Lyon stands his ground, gripping his sword for the impact. Elsie screams out Lyon's name in pure panic. Inside his bloated shell, Andre admires his own sharp, transformed claws. He grins with satisfaction, claiming his body is finally healing and that Lyon should be honored to die for his recovery. Now, watch closely. Lyon is trapped in a cocoon of wires with no escape, barely able to even twitch a single finger. Lyon grits his teeth, desperately calculating how to use his remaining aura just to keep himself alive. But that is just a temporary fix. He has lost way too much blood and can barely even move his own limbs. As he struggles, weak cries for help start echoing in his mind, snapping him back to reality. Soon, the air is filled with the agonizing screams of innocent people, begging for someone to save them from this nightmare. It hurts. Save me, please, I do not want to die. I just want to live. Lyon tightens his grip as lightning starts crackling from his blade. He decides this is exactly why he wanted to be a hero, to save the innocent from being preyed upon by monsters like this. Golden sparks begin to pierce through Lyon's cocoon. Inside, the light from his sword explodes with enough force to tear everything apart. With a massive blast, incredible power shatters the ground into pieces, accompanied by blinding flashes of golden lightning. Andre growls from within the chaos, declaring he will pour every ounce of his power into crushing the boy once and for all. More tentacles swarm forward as Andre tells him to just die already. Suddenly, Karen's face flashes in Lyon's mind. You saw that too, right? Her threat to hate him gives him the courage to smile through the pain. Lyon fills with determination, knowing dying would be a huge hassle. He coldly summons his ultimate move, 7 stars. Begin. Golden stars suddenly ignite in the sky, releasing a massive, blinding wave of energy that pushes everything back. Lyon moves like a gale, closing the gap to Andre's shell in an instant. Andre watches the silhouette of his doom approaching fast. This is the end for you, Archdevil Lubina. Lyon swings his blade with enough force to shatter Andre's ultimate defense. The power of Lyon's sword slices right through the bloated layers of skin. Blood sprays everywhere as Lyon's massive strike tears Andre's sphere in half, sending a pillar of light shooting into the clouds. Andre can only stare in total shock, completely unable to fight back against the overwhelming power. Memories flood his mind, a sweet, little girl's voice softly calling out for her father. Andre holds her gently, asking if Lai was waiting for him. She asks if they can finally play together today. He agrees instantly, promising they will. Then, Andre lifts Lai onto his shoulders, and they play all the way home. Lai cheers that she loves her father, and Andre happily tells her he loves her too. But the golden memories fade. Andre stands before a door, trembling in agony as he realizes the unthinkable has happened. Inside lies the cold body of his daughter, covered in blood. He screams her name in total despair. He rushes to her side, his heart screaming that he will save her, no matter what it takes. He holds her tight, promising he will help her as darkness and rain take over the world outside. Andre loses his mind, cursing the incurable disease that stole both his wife and his precious daughter. Even as a high-ranking mage, he found no cure. He tried every single method known to man, but all failed. He refused to let Lye go, even if it meant selling his very soul. A massive, complex red magic circle appears. Energy crackles around him as he chooses the only path left, the path of dark magic. Outside, soldiers follow orders, dragging crowds of innocent people toward a dark and terrible fate. They shout to grab the poor. A man is strapped to a bed as someone approaches with a needle of red liquid. And that is where we leave it, a tragic father who became the very monster you and I saw today. All right, you and I are about to witness the moment Andre finally finds his twisted answer. He found the method. Master. The black quartz is the ultimate key he was looking for. He amplified his vampire lineage using the stones to reach the godlike power he always dreamed of. With tears in his eyes, he realizes he can finally cure little Leah at last. Andre pauses, suddenly suspicious of the information. He whispers a name, Teps? He looks back, wondering if such a thing exists in this world, before we snap back to reality. Now watch closely. Andre's skin is literally melting like liquid as his body undergoes a horrific decomposition. His flesh is warping, melting away to reveal raw muscle in an expression of pure, agonizing pain. Suddenly, someone stops right in front of him. Andre slowly looks up through the stinging pain. An old, familiar teddy bear appears. A familiar voice whispers, "I will always wait for you, father." Teeps lowers the bear to reveal his face. He says, "That is what she told me when she gave me this." Andre remembers the moment he injected the serum into his own arm without a single second of hesitation. He was a beast chained in a dark corner, with only that teddy bear left by his side. Andre's mind races. Did he forget something important? Was he blinded by power? He remembers his original goal as an image of Leah appears, smiling and calling out to him. The truth hits him and hot tears fall. Andre realizes the horrific cost. I killed my own daughter. He screams her name, Leah. Night has fully fallen, blanketing the entire city in a deep blue shadow while Hansen, Leonid, and the others watch everything in total confusion. Damien looks at his hands, his expression filled with a sense of deep and growing uncertainty. Andre's body begins to evaporate. He cries out for Leah one last time before turning into ash and vanishing. Teep speaks calmly. Vampires are creatures where the physical body and the soul are one and the same. When we die, the soul does not leave, it vanishes with the flesh. This is your punishment for your crimes, Andre Lubena. The massive blood moon in the sky slowly begins to fade away. The red mist clears, leaving a perfect moon in the night sky. Gustav wipes the blood from his mouth and speaks. Is it over? You and I can finally breathe as the others rush to the scene. Leader, do not say things like that. Remember when that guy revived even after his head was cut off? Gustav freezes up. Why do you enjoy bringing back the dead so much? If you keep talking like that, they might actually revive. Just follow our lead and stay calm. Anyway, where is Lyon? Hamel points behind him and answers he is over there. Lyon is leaning against a wall, while Angela and Damien use their powers to heal him. Glowing energy surrounds Lyon. He whispers, "Thanks, I feel better now. I am fine, go take care of yourselves instead." But nobody listens. Lyon is confused, trying to signal them to stop. But they just keep going. Damien smiles, "We are fine, even if we die." Lyon realizes they simply do not care about their own safety. Elxid appears, noting that they are willing to sacrifice everything for a better life for us. He looks Lyon in the eyes. "You were great. I used to wonder why the seniors suggested saving you." "Oh, sorry I did not tell you sooner." Damien looks down. "We respect your choice to keep your identity a secret." His face turns serious as Damien makes a very sincere and heartfelt promise. "Angela and I will help keep your secret. Do not worry anymore." Lyon looks completely lost. "What?" He keeps going, saying nothing can stop him now, while a shadow suddenly appears behind them. Damien keeps rambling, unaware, talking about how they will avoid any conflict with the royal family. Karen interrupts, asking Lyon if he almost died. Then, she absolutely loses it and charges at him. "I trusted you and left, but look at you now. What is this?" Lyon stumbles back, trying to apologize. She snaps, "I was so stupid to believe you. You almost died." But then, Lyon leans forward and collapses right into her arms. Karen is stunned. She sighs, lets her anger go, and pulls him close. "You idiot." In her warm embrace, Lyon closes his eyes. By the next day, the royal family hears the news. Lords hold immense power in this kingdom. If one dies unexpectedly, it causes absolute chaos everywhere. Trust me, for high-ranking nobles like the Wallachia clan, you and I are about to see things change forever. Alright, you and I are diving into the trial of the century for those whose blood was stolen by the church. To prove the crimes of Lord Luberna, the priest stands tall on the podium to present the evidence to everyone. With a grave tone, he declares Lord Luberna a heretic, sentenced to death. He admits that while adventurers and mercenaries assisted, their actual contribution to this victory was minimal at best. The crowd below falls into deep thought as the priest continues his announcement to the people. He explains that the witnesses might not know enough if they are summoned individually. Now, the Iron Chain Knights lead the long line of transport carriages away from the city. Whispers fill the air about the long road ahead. The nobles are already watching, and they will likely use this scandal as an excuse to block the group's path using every political trick they have. Karen smiles, saying she used the church's authority to sneak away. She looks down and says, "You're finally awake." Lyon looks up at her and answers softly. He thinks to himself that he must have fallen asleep in her arms. He can't believe it's been 4 whole days. Meanwhile, Hazen, Hameo, and Leonic celebrate their survival with a loud cheer as they grab each other's shoulders. "Awesome, we're alive!" Lyon whispers that he's just glad everyone in the group managed to make it out safely. Suddenly, Lyon notices the bandages wrapped around Karen's stomach. He freezes, realizing how close they came to losing everything. Worried, Lyon asks if she's alright since she's clearly injured. She touches her wound and gives him a reassuring smile. "It's fine. It missed my vital organs," she says. "It was just a bit of bleeding, so it's healing pretty fast." Hearing her explanation, he finally lets out a sigh of relief. Karen goes silent for a moment before apologizing to him. Lyon is caught off guard and asks her why she is apologizing. She remembers the pain of being bound and wounded. Now pay attention to this moment. She asks if he was angry when she swapped places with her sister during the fight. Karen lowers her voice and admits she just wanted to surprise him. She promises to tell him her plans next time. Suddenly, Lyon just smiles. Seeing his expression, she turns to him, feeling a bit confused by his calm reaction. Lyon gently explains that he isn't mad at her. He only blames himself for not being prepared for the unexpected. With a gaze full of sincerity, Lyon tells her to just do whatever she wants from now on. He calls her senior and says he'll understand even if she doesn't speak. Karen stares at him as her face turns bright red. Flustered, Karen suddenly bolts away, shouting that she needs some fresh air while Lyon just stands there in total confusion. Elsie appears behind him and remarks that he truly has become a hero. Lyon looks back at his companion. She notes that Karen's strength comes from her unique tactics and quick thinking. By apologizing and seeking his understanding, she's actually showing him her only real weakness, turning her feelings into a liability. He nods, admitting that if his own ignorance limits his teammates, then he can't really call himself a hero yet. On the other side, Karen sits alone with a red face, her eyes squeezed shut as she processes her feelings. Elsie tells him he's matured quite a bit. Lyon falls into deep thought before finally giving her an answer. He mentions the place where King Roderick left his will, a land ruled by giants. Then he suddenly rushes over to Elsie, asking how they're even supposed to get there. She asks if he actually has a plan to find the king's will. She honestly replies with a simple no. Lyon freezes in shock. Elsie looks at him, wondering what's wrong. He leans against the carriage and speaks his mind. "You see that look?" He says they'll figure it out once they arrive, trusting in his skills, his allies, and the Holy Sword. She acts wise, saying his words remind her of something from a long, long time ago. Lyon reaches out his hand, thinking about the long road ahead. He realizes he can't even see the end of the stairs he's currently climbing, but he has to keep going. He clenches his fist with pure determination. He tells himself that as long as he doesn't give up on his path, then tomorrow he will be even stronger. With hope in his voice, he shouts for them to head toward the Titan Mountains. They arrive at Samark, the city of Chai Nuke, a lawless place with no lord, filled with criminals and illegal outcasts. A loud explosion erupts from inside a building, sending debris and stone fragments flying everywhere into the air. A man is thrown violently to the ground. A massive, muscular figure emerges from the door. Odin clenches his fist and roars, asking the fool how he dared to launch an attack. Odin, an A-rank fighter. He turns back inside, telling everyone the drinks are on him so they should enjoy themselves. The crowd cheers for his generosity, praising Odin for being such a legendary and big-hearted guy. Nearby, a group of people huddle together and whisper about how terrifying the situation really is. A man sneers, asking if she sees where she is now. He warns her that this is no place for an innocent girl. He places a hand on the girl's shoulder. Inside, Elahan's blade is ready as the man begins to speak. T excitedly tells the others that she's actually pretty cute, suggesting they should take her along with them. And trust me, things are about to get ugly as he reaches out to grab her. Will she survive? Let's find out next time. Alright, you and I are about to watch this villain threaten to sell her off at the red light district for a high price. Over here, T and Zeo suddenly freeze as the man asks his partner if he is alright while baring his yellow teeth. His hand, the one that touched Elahan, has been snapped completely backward, but Sisu still has not realized it yet. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupts as she reaches up to adjust the wide brim of her hat for everyone to see. All 3 of them huddle together, their faces tight with tension as they stare straight ahead at her. Elahan's eyes sparkle as she asks softly if they want to play while steady footsteps echo through the thick smoke. In the sky, a massive black thunder dragon soars majestically with its wings spread wide. Before Karen and Lyon stands a towering mountain peak topped with a mysterious red stone that makes her gasp. Karen turns to Lyon. It is crawling with B-rank wyverns and titan peaks. Just standing near them is terrifying, and he nods in silent agreement. She looks serious, noting that the demonic energy in this forest is so dense it is almost suffocating. One wrong move and that energy will consume us. That is why guilds always refuse requests involving the Titan Mountains. This place is rich with mana and rare resources, attracting many adventurers, but sadly, almost nobody ever makes it back alive. Karen's face turns cold as she realizes the truth, and Lyon agrees this place is beyond dangerous. Now watch this carefully. Even the dragons in this cursed world are terrified of the giant king who rules these mountains. Karen's instincts tell her to run, while Lyon listens closely as Elxid explains the dark reality of this massive mountain range. This is a realm for giants and monsters, not humans, making it the perfect place for you to begin your training. And of course, that is only if you can survive, the demon sword adds, noticing Lyon's suddenly serious expression. Are you scared? Lyon snaps back honestly. Are you joking? I came this far. I am not turning back now. He calls out to Karen, who is currently breaking out in a cold sweat as she answers. Lyon's sparkling gaze makes it impossible to refuse, so she sighs. Fine. I knew this would happen. Let's just go. The three of them look toward the horizon as he yells, in that case, let's head out together right now. A piercing scream echoes through the air. As divine punishment falls, a man gets his head smashed by an iron mace. He collapses as blood splatters everywhere. After clearing the chaos, Elong wipes her brow and whispers, just like this. Dozens of thugs lie defeated on the ground. Elong looks around and concludes that the job is finally finished. Khan watches from behind a wall, terrified, thinking, who is she? This woman is far more dangerous than she looks. Staring at her back, he remembers she's a former soldier turned criminal for blowing her boss's head clean off. Like a fired-a-rank knight, she wiped them all out. Did she really take down that entire crowd by herself? It is so strange. Who is her master? Suddenly, her mace smashes the wall right where Khan is hiding and he bolts. Elong chases him down and gets right in his face, whispering, I see you hiding there. He turns back and screams. She does not care, swinging her mace while declaring that his judgment has finally arrived. You saw that too, right? He is desperately trying to explain that he literally just arrived at the scene. Unfair? Elong asks coldly. How can a freak like you say that? She refuses to listen to his desperate excuses. Khan dodges quickly and shouts, Hey, you were sent here by the church, right? Then he yells that he's the boss of the slums and has been officially recognized by her side. Damn it. If you do not believe me, go ask Bishop. Bishop yourself. Her massive mace stops inches from his face as dust settles in the air. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracks as he holds his breath, staring at the terrifying woman in front of him. Finally, she asks, the slum boss? Elong crouches down and says, Ah, so you are Khan. He asks shakily if she knows him as Sisu wakes up. Khan points at the man, asking how on earth he could still be breathing right now. Is he still alive? I saw you snap his neck and use that massive mace to shatter his entire spine. Elong calmly explains that she applied holy magic at the exact moment she struck his body. Even with broken bones, they will heal and come back to life. Even if they cannot move and look like they are at death's door, they will recover and be just as they were before. The thugs wake up dazed. Khan thinks to himself that just killing these freaks would never be enough for her. Her holy power is strong enough to heal their wounds instantly. Watching her calm face, he wonders who she really is. And that leaves us wondering who exactly is the master behind this terrifyingly powerful saint. Stick with me, we're about to see if this girl is as dangerous as she looks. She interrupts her own deep thoughts. So, do you know someone named Lord Lyon? He was part of that conquest. Khan replies nonchalantly. Lord Lyon? You mean that little shrimp? She tilts her head, repeating the insult. A shrimp? Behind the ancient building, a furious, ear-piercing scream echoes. Punishment! After a quick struggle, she sits down and sets her conditions. If you see him, or hear anything about him, you report to me. With that, Elong's face turns bright red as she bashfully tries to explain herself. Wait, you don't need to tell me his likes or his sleeping habits. That's rude, even if I'm a bit curious. Khan looks confused by her expression. Then, she claps her hands, eyes shining as she makes a sharp request. All right then. Now, take me to the port. From start to finish, Khan hasn't even had a chance to speak. He's just stunned. Huh? Elong puts a hand on his shoulder, urging him. Let's move. Khan just stands there, dazed, thinking to himself. What is even happening right now? This is insane. Not wasting a second, she grabs his collar and drags him forward. Elong shouts with excitement, heading straight for the port. Khan doesn't even fight back. He just wonders if life is being a bit too cruel to him. Over at the Titan Mountains, a massive purple-gray drake has finally collapsed on the ground. A giant axe is buried deep in its neck, purple blood spraying everywhere. Zuru looks over and asks, Can you still go on? Uga grits his teeth. reporting his broken ribs and neck. Zuru pulls the axe onto his shoulder and admits that things look bad. Above them, the drake bares its razor-sharp fangs at the pair. Zuru continues, stating that in this situation, taking down this drake is going to be incredibly difficult. He raises his axe, deciding that if it doesn't leave, Uga roars and lunges forward. Right behind him, Zuru vows to kill the beast. Their powerful strike cuts through the air with red light and a massive boom. Karen and Lyon watch from the shadows. These giants are definitely from the Titan tribe. Lyon agrees, noting they're fighting a drake without any preparation at all. The furious drake roars, preparing for a devastating counterattack. Now watch this. You and I both know when a tail moves that fast, things are about to get ugly. Lyon realizes the drake is way stronger. It blows Zuru and Uga away effortlessly. It's playing with them like toys. Is this thing really just a monster? Elsie explains that its behavior proves it is. Its overwhelming power means it doesn't fear us at all. Lyon just silently understands. She adds that its perception is actually quite sharp. Within 3 kilometers, it knows we're here. We're the next targets. So, what's the plan? Help them or run for it? Karen holds her head in frustration. According to the records, this drake is the undisputed king of the Titan Mountains. It's only day 1 and we've already run into an S-rank drake with human-level intelligence. Is this a nightmare? Suddenly, she notices Lyon's determined expression. Wait, Lyon, what are you doing? She tries to stop him, regretting even asking. Zuru swings his axe, preparing for a massive finishing blow. He hurls the axe with everything he's got. It flies toward the drake like a purple streak of lightning, gashing deep into its body. He smirks confidently, asking how that felt. Before he can finish, the drake's tail is already inches from Zuru. His eyes widen as he mutters, "Oh no." Boom. The impact creates a massive shockwave that shatters the earth. Zuru is sent flying, his axe ripped from his hands. Uga gets hit just as hard. Both of them are falling through the white dust in total freefall. The drake uses its tail again, slamming Zuru and Uga down into the solid rock until it crumbles. Their eyes roll back in agony as they cough up blood. Having finished them, the beast roars toward the sky with glowing golden eyes. Uga mumbles that they're screwed. Zuru sighs, realizing this might actually be the end for them. Wait for it, you and I knew he'd step in. A familiar voice suddenly cuts through the gloom. 7 stars initiation. In the darkness, a constellation appears, firing a beam of pure power that strikes the drake like lightning. Divine battle art. Ambushed, the beast turns toward the sound. Lyon stands there, full of power, fearlessly facing its gaze as he shouts Karen's name. Amidst a rain of cold blades, her silhouette dives down, aiming directly for the drake. A spear of light pierces deep into its shoulder. The drake screams out in sheer agony. Its massive jaws hang open, revealing sharp teeth. Completely enraged, it lets out an earth-shattering roar to tear apart anything in its path. Sharp needles suddenly erupt from its dark red scales, firing off like a lethal rain of daggers. Trust me, you and I need to see this clash. The drake fixes its eyes on Karen and Lyon. Alright, you and I are about to see if our team survives this absolute nightmare of a boss fight. Lyon hands over a mysterious item, knowing this battle was never going to be easy. Zuru and Uga reach out to take it while Lyon warns them it might be small, but the power inside is incredible. The two of them just stand there, completely confused, about to ask how this tiny thing is supposed to help. Lyon doesn't want to waste a single second, cutting Uga off with a sharp glare. He tells them to deal with that lizard first, asking if they're actually ready to fight. Zuru repeats the words under his breath, wondering if Lyon really believes they can pull this off. He suddenly roars with determination while Uga screams right along with him. Lyon just watches them in silence, while Karen can't help but crack a small smile at their reaction. After that, the entire group pulls themselves together and begins their final advance toward the enemy. Uga and Zuru swear they'll take that dragon's head no matter what. They draw their weapons and charge at Draki as Lyon gives the final signal to move out. Sensing the sudden danger, Draki lets out a massive roar, showing off its overwhelming power to the group. Zuru swings his mace and tells everyone to move together. Lyon's eyes suddenly flash like a bolt of lightning as he whispers for the system to activate. Now pay attention, because Lyon is about to push his body way past its limits, his eyes piercing through the dark like needles. Ready for battle, the world in front of Lyon suddenly loses all its color. He freezes for a moment, wondering why everything just turned black and white. Elxid quickly speaks up to calm him down, telling Lyon not to be afraid. She explains that this strange phenomenon is only a temporary side effect. His brain simply can't keep up with his insane movement speed yet. That's why time looks like it's literally standing still for him right now. If he hadn't trained his vision, he wouldn't see anything at all. Elxid tells him to stop talking and focus entirely on the fight ahead. Lyon finally starts to understand what's happening. He gives a quick nod, realizing he needs to stay locked in. Right in front of him, the dragon is lunging with its massive jaws and razor-sharp claws. Elxid tells him to use this frozen time to find a weakness. He scans the beast's neck and legs, gritting his teeth while calculating. Its defense is way too high, meaning only a perfect critical hit from him or Karen will work. Damn it, where is it? He knows every monster has a weak point if he just looks close enough. Suddenly, a specific spot catches his eye. He mutters to himself that the most likely opening is the thin skin on its wings. Lyon keeps moving upward, his eyes searching for the final opening, just as the dragon swings its massive tail toward them with crushing force. Before the tail can connect, he shouts out a warning to the team, telling them they need to dodge the attack first. Everyone jumps out of the way just in time. Uga admits that was way too close, while Zuru agrees they'd be dead if the kid hadn't warned them. Karen catches her breath, admitting she couldn't even see the dragon's movement. She gives Lyon a quick shout of thanks for saving them. You saw that too, right? The dragon just went from annoyed to full-on bloodlust as the team creates some distance. Through the thick clouds of dust and smoke, the beast turns its head, its sharp eyes locking onto Lyon's group with murderous intent. Lyon senses the shift immediately, noting that the dragon isn't playing around anymore. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy explodes right next to him. Karen is radiating pure bloodlust, her entire body covered in violent sparks of electricity. She growls that the dragon has finally decided to get serious. Lyon breaks into a cold sweat, thinking that Karen has completely changed too. Amidst the purple lightning and white smoke, she charges straight at the beast. With a cold gaze, she summons a swarm of sharp blades around her body. With incredible force, she sends them flying straight toward the dragon's head. The beast opens its eyes wide, trying to track the source of the high-pitched sound screaming through the air. A second later, its eyes are pierced by countless energy needles. The dragon roars in pure agony as Uga watches the entire scene unfold in shock. He can't believe how powerful she actually is, and Zuru joins in, amazed that she's already gone on the offensive. The dragon shuts its eyes tight. Smoke continues to pour off the beast as it tries to recover from the devastating blow to its vision. Its eyes glow with a fierce light as it glares at them, looking like it wants to swallow the whole team alive. Karen just points her finger and scolds it. She tells the monster that even for an SD rank, it's being way too arrogant. Seeing her act so bold makes Zuru's cheeks turn bright red. He leans over and whispers that Lyon's girlfriend is actually pretty attractive. Uga just rubs his chin, looking impressed by the whole situation. His expression says it all. He's starting to realize that Lyon's team is capable of some pretty incredible things. Uga lets out a confident laugh, saying they finally know where to strike. Zuru nods, promising Lyon that they'll have his back no matter what. Seeing their renewed determination, Lyon simply nods in agreement. The dragon looks on, confused by the sudden change in the human's morale. Purple energy blades are now embedded all around its body, making the massive beast tremble as the power begins to take effect. Taking the opening, Uga and Zuru leap into the air with their weapons raised. They both target the beast's legs, slashing down with everything they've got. The dragon's massive body shakes violently as it screams in absolute pain, its mouth hanging wide open in a desperate roar. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of golden energy wraps around Lyon, forcing the dragon to turn its attention toward him. And trust me, that's where we leave it as Lyon grips his sword while golden lightning tears through space itself. The beast freezes, sensing its impending doom. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a battle that just went from bad to worse. This beast spits out a massive purple energy core, and the impact sends a devastating shockwave ripping across the entire field. Main character Lyon is swallowed by the darkness. Panic sets in as he realizes he is completely blind within this purple void. He screams out for his friends, desperate for a response. Elxid watches closely, wondering if this is a dark attribute attack. Things are looking grim. Lyon frantically looks around, calling out for Elxid to guide him. Elxid tells him to stay calm. In this absolute pitch-black abyss, the only thing still shining is the sword in his hand. His mentor gives the order use that light to carve a path through the shadows. Lyon catches on quick. He grits his teeth and activates his divine battle gear technique. Third form, 7 emotions. He prepares to strike, but suddenly the scene shifts. Sunlight streams through a window as Lyon wakes up in a warm, quiet room. The first thing his blurry eyes focus on is a beautiful domed ceiling. Sunlight pours through the vents, and a confused Lyon wonders exactly where he ended up. He feels something warm right next to him. Heart racing, he slowly glances down to see who it is. It is female lead Karen, fast asleep right beside him. Lyon can barely stutter out her name in total shock. He is shirtless on a massive bed, his torso wrapped in bandages that stand out against his skin. Karen is still dreaming, oblivious to his panic. Lyon groans, wondering how he got into this awkward situation. Waking up from the noise, she looks at him. "Oh, Lyon, you are finally awake?" He instantly jolts back, trying to cover himself up. He starts rambling, claiming he has no memory of what happened. Karen just stays calm and watches him. Now pay attention here, because things are about to get really awkward. Karen turns bright red, looking away as she asks if he really forgot how aggressive he was with her last night. Lyon freezes up. Aggressive? He starts panicking, wondering what on earth he did to her. Seeing his face, she cannot help but burst out laughing. She asks him what kind of perverted things he is imagining. She teases him, calling him an idiot. He had a fever of 40 degrees, and she spent the entire night nursing him back to health. She explains she cared for him alone all night. Then she gets annoyed. Did that idiot Drake really cause all this? Lyon still looks totally lost, so she begins to recount the end of their brutal fight. After the final blow, the monster Drake let out a bone-chilling roar. Gold lightning surged from its maw as a small figure was blasted into the sky. The beast glared at the group like it wanted to swallow them whole. Karen thinks its survival instincts must have kicked in during those final moments. It became way more aggressive than before. In a fit of pure rage, it unleashed a firestorm that scorched everything in sight. But after venting its fury, the creature finally retreated and flew off somewhere else. She leans in close, wrapping her arms around his neck and calling him their little hero. Then she starts nagging him. Does he have any idea how long he was unconscious after using that insane skill? He could have fallen from the sky and died. Lyon can only apologize while she continues to scold him for being so reckless. Now here is the part that hits deep. Lyon starts putting the pieces of his memory back together. In the middle of that raging inferno, Karen did not hesitate for a second. She charged straight into the flames despite Uga warnings. Uga told her it was suicide to jump into that heat. Lyon realizes she was the only one who did not give up on him. He remembers her face, twisted with worry, as she screamed his name and pulled him into a desperate hug. I remember now, Lyon whispers. He gives her a genuine, heartfelt smile and thanks her for saving him. Karen turns bright red and starts stuttering, saying it was just common sense. Suddenly, Juru bursts through the door. Juru thanks Karen for her hard work. Beside him, Uga notices that the kid is finally awake. They see Lyon and Karen tangled together on the bed. Uga looks away awkwardly, joking that they must be a couple. Juru just nods in agreement while the two of them scream that it is all a misunderstanding. High above the clouds, the sun shines bright on a new day. Karen introduces their new allies to Lyon. This is Uga. He gives Lyon a thumbs up, telling the kid he did an amazing job out there. And this is Juru. He reaches out a hand, saying it is a pleasure to meet the hero. Lyon shakes it, introducing himself. But Juru's grip is like a vice, nearly crushing Lyon's hand as the poor guy just laughs nervously. Later that day, after the monster was dealt with, Juru carried a sleeping Lyon back on his shoulder. So, you and I are leaving off with some powerful new allies. Karen says these guys are absolute beasts who even the giant wolves are terrified of, and thanks to them, the demons have vanished from the path. Lyon turns pale as Uga begins the story. Come along with me, we are about to meet some legends. So, according to Karen, you are looking for the Giant King? Uga asks. Lyon responds quietly, confirming that is the plan. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. If you want to know about the king, you will need to speak with our chief. Uga looks him dead in the eye. Are you actually okay? Juru grins, suggesting maybe he should take a little rest. Their expressions are strange, leaving Lyon confused. After a moment, he answers honestly, no. Really, I am doing fine. Are you sure about that? They shout together. Lyon flinches. What is this weird vibe he is picking up? Well then, shall we go? Lyon nods immediately. Yeah, let us get moving. Through the thick mist, Lyon and Karen stare at the massive sight ahead. An ancient town clings to a jagged cliffside, with houses stacked tightly under the fading sunlight. It is a majestic, unique view. Stick with me, this place is insane. As they head inside, gasps echo out. Uga spots a familiar face and waves a friendly greeting. Uga and Juru get a quick hello from a local. Lyon whispers that these people are absolutely massive. Karen agrees it is a Titan village, after all. Suddenly, Lyon freezes. Look at that. A giant black wolf lies on the ground, eyes white and tongue lolling out. Is that a giant wolf? Lyon wonders, before spotting another massive lizard creature. Monsters are scattered everywhere. Lyon notices even trolls are piled up in the corner. These monsters can easily destroy entire territories and steal hundreds of lives. But here in this village, they are just trophies lying in the dirt. I have fought one before. There are so many A-tier and S-tier monsters just lying here. Karen looks at Lyon as Elsie chimes in. Titans are powerful. Lyon did not realize they were this strong. She explains their bodies are like A+ rank goblins, but they have high intelligence and artistic talent too. They are all elite warriors and hunters who can handle themselves. They can easily hunt anything below S rank. They keep moving toward a dark cave glowing bloody red. A massive beast skull sits at the entrance with fire burning in its mouth. Welcome to the Titan Sanctuary Hell Hall. Here we are. Welcome to the spot where Titans hone their strength. Suddenly, a monster lets out an earth-shattering roar. Juru clenches his fist. The chief is waiting for us. Lyon stares blankly at Karen. Was that a scream? Yeah. This place does not look inviting at all. An explosion of fury erupts. People are suddenly sent flying through the air in a chaotic, tangled mess. They slam hard into the ground right in front of Lyon. Was that a rank S or A threat? A figure slowly emerges from the flames. A voice calls out, "So, you are the village guests?" Lyon and Karen wipe away sweat as the figure approaches. Vangkan puts her hands on her hips and confidently introduces herself as the village chief, Vangkan. Like everyone else here, Vangkan is towering. She leans down to get a closer look at her small visitors. Now, pay attention to Lyon's reaction here. He cannot even blink. Just by looking at her, he realizes one thing: he cannot beat her. Vangkan clenches her fist, showing off arms pulsing with muscle. "Check out these gains," she says. She flexes her other arm too. "And these?" Then she poses seriously. Lyon whispers, wondering what she wants. It feels like she is trying to communicate something important. What is she doing? Karen whispers back that she has no idea, maybe they should just ask. Suddenly, a massive commotion breaks out. Just as expected. "You are the best, Chief. Those muscles are incredible. Everyone wants to touch them." She leans in close to Lyon, offering him a feel. "Want a touch?" He waves his hands. "No thanks." Vangkan grinds her teeth, repeating his words. "No thanks?" Lyon just nods, totally oblivious. Her mood shifts instantly. Her gaze turns sharp. "So, you are here for Rodrig's legacy?" Lyon shares the truth. "Yeah, if you know anything," Vangkan cuts him off. "Listen, I do not do favors for free." Lyon stammers a bit, caught totally off guard. Suddenly, she flashes a wild, challenging smirk, showing off her razor-sharp teeth. Lyon flinches at her crazy expression. They move to a circular arena surrounded by a deep pit of boiling lava. The crowd is already roaring for muscles and blood. Vangkan throws her arms wide for a powerful introduction. "Everyone, meet Lyon. He is a guest, but he is a tough guy who survived a Draki fight." "A Draki?" The crowd gasps. Even the giants nearby are totally stunned. "For real? That little guy?" Vangkan continues, claiming Lyon is here specifically for a duel. The arena goes wild. Lyon is stunned. "Wait, me? Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see our hero find a worthy opponent, and honestly, the hype in this arena is real." Alistair sets the condition. If Lyon wants answers, he has to accept the duel. Elsie steps in with some solid advice, calling this a great opportunity. He tells him to learn as much as possible while sparring with them, since they probably won't kill him. Lyon's face hardens with pure determination. Lyon gives his answer. "Fine, damn it, I accept." The crowd in the stands goes wild. A human with guts? They are absolutely loving this. Karen stands with Uga, mentioning how much Titans love to fight. Uga just crosses his arms, explaining that it is actually just a personal preference for each school head. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes through the air. "I will be your first opponent, kid." On the stage, Lyon and Kloe face off. Vangkan announces the match against Kloe, who smirks with total confidence. Lyon's eyes are practically sparking with intensity. Lyon doesn't flinch, saying it is a real honor. Others watch with a hint of contempt. The kid's expression has shifted. Someone raises a hand, warning Lyon not to lose before it is even their turn. Vangkan leans in and asks Karen if she wants to bet on who wins. Without a second thought, she bets on Lyon. Vangkan just chuckles, clearly amused by her choice. Then, Vangkan flexes his massive arm and asks if she wants to touch it. Karen is visibly startled and flatly refuses. Now, pay attention here, because Kloe is already winding up a massive strike. He asks Lyon if he is ready to begin. A lethal blow crashes down from above, creating a massive explosion of dust that shatters the ground and sends debris flying everywhere. Lyon raises his sword to block. He is stunned, realizing the raw power behind that attack is absolutely terrifying. Caught in his own thoughts, Lyon suddenly realizes Kloe has somehow closed the distance and is right behind him. Kloe's muscular arm, wrapped in bandages, unleashes a punch with blinding speed. A surge of dark, jagged energy tears through the earth like thorns, slamming directly into the back wall with terrifying force. Overwhelmed by that sheer power, Lyon drops to the floor, completely breathless. He takes a long look at Kloe and reaches a conclusion. So this is the power of a Titan? Kloe brags about his impending victory, telling him to fight seriously. Karen is shocked, noting that Titans can actually use aura too. Uga calmly explains that if Zuru and he were novices who could use aura just like the Titans do. He remembers the battle with Drake and continues, saying they could have killed that Drake in a single strike. Juru cuts him off, sharing a different perspective. Aura is harder for Titans to control than humans. It took him 30 years just to reach this level. To learn it, you have to constantly fill your body with aura. But with their massive size, Titans need a huge amount just to feel full. Okay, let's pause. Training for them takes 10 years, making human methods useless. But look closely right now, someone just won the fight. In the middle of the cracked arena, thick white smoke rises to cover a kneeling figure, while the red glow of the arena lights flickers through the steel mesh. Lyon grips his sword tightly, while Kloe is the one knocked down to the floor. Ko grumbles that he lost. Outside the ring, Van Khan declares Lyan the winner. Ko jumps up and puts an arm around Lyan. He praises Lyan's skill, asking what that move was and how he did it. Even the audience can't stop cheering. That was amazing. He actually took Ko down. I guess he's small but carries a massive punch, right? Incredible. Ko asks if he needs a break because he is next. Lyan is confused, wondering what he means. A whole group of people stands before Lyan, cracking their knuckles. He realizes something bad is about to happen and starts sweating bullets. Lyan tries to stop them, but a piercing scream suddenly echoes from the cave and fills the air. Night falls, and a starry sky blankets the cliffside town. Faint lights from the massive dome and the houses glow bright, finally cutting through the cold and lonely darkness. Back in the room, Lyan lies in bed, his limbs completely bandaged up. Elsie is scolding him. 2 wins and 7 losses? That win rate is honestly pathetic. Titans aren't used to the distance you created, so don't bother doing that again, got it? He gets closer, clearly annoyed. Lyan shouts back that this cursed sword is just getting in his way. Elxid speaks up as they face off. Lyan yells that their body size is just cheating. Who is the one who got me into this mess anyway? Elxid stops and calmly asks if he hadn't mentioned it. Looking at his expression, Lyan gets curious. Elxid begins to explain that 300 years ago, someone taught the Titans. He puts a hand to his chin and proudly reveals that it was him. Lyan is stunned for a moment, completely speechless. Hundreds of years ago, among the many monsters, there was one who simply refused to accept being a beast. So, he begged the gods for help. If you grant this wish, I will offer my life and volunteer to subjugate all other monsters. The goddess agreed, granting them giant bodies and human intellect. And that's how the legendary Titans were born. You and I just discovered a massive piece of world-building lore, right? Stick with me, Elxid is about to spill some secrets. Lyon admits the legend was taught at the academy. But teaching them? That is a first for him. How did things end up like this? Intense sparks erupt as Elxid gets serious. It turns out that history is far darker than the books say. His gaze turns cold. He blames it all on that arrogant goddess and the foolish choices she made. Shocked by the insult, Lyon remembers Roderick. A memory of a desperate moment suddenly flashes through his mind. Roderick yells out in a panic, calling the goddess a coward. Why is she just walking away from this mess? He demands an answer for her negligence. But then, a massive, muscular leg steps directly into his field of vision. He whispers nervously as the giants surround him. One of them points at him, speaking a completely incomprehensible language. Another giant joins in the chatter. Roderick's heart sinks as he realizes he has to teach these monsters. Elxid explains that they actually did well, even though the language barrier was a nightmare, and the goddess abandoned him. Lyon grimaces, knowing all too well how much trouble a god's whim can cause for everyone involved. He sighs, knowing Elxid was forced into it. Still, he managed to train those giants into something incredible. Elxid is proud. Without human wisdom from the goddess, this titan became a pure, natural genius of combat. Pay attention here, Lyon's eyes sharpen as he realizes the true impact of the titan's birth on history. Elxid nods. His name was Kassam, and he became the first true king of all the titans. Under his guidance, Kassam's skills reached impossible heights. Within a few centuries, he actually surpassed the rank of swordsmaster. Lyon smirks at the sheer power of a titan swordsmaster. Elxid tells him to stay focused on the enemy. He reminds Lyon that experience is his biggest weakness. Lyon looks at his hands, silently acknowledging the truth. It is true. All he can do now is rely on the brutal training he did to push his limits. Roderick's testament is in the hands of the Titan King. Lyon must prove that he is worthy to inherit it. He clenches his fist with iron resolve. Worthiness in this world always comes down to raw physical strength. We shift to a dense forest where lightning flashes through the trees. A sharp, annoyed voice rings out. Elong grumbles about cutting trees for food. Why do this instead of just taking what they need from others? She stands over a pile of defeated thugs, scolding them for causing chaos at the busy city entrance. She suddenly turns to her companion, asking where they are. Is this the place they were looking for? He points toward the horizon, her eyes light up with pure joy. Finally, they have arrived at the gates. A massive stone city stands before them, glowing under the dawn. Its ancient walls are absolutely breathtaking in this light. Elong cheers. This is the free city of Bihen. They reach the main gate, guarded by a majestic golden eagle. The city inside is packed with people and energy. Elong thinks it's a good thing Lyon saved them, or this crowded city would have been completely destroyed. You and I both know Lyon's a hero, but seeing his impact on this city, truly impressive. She suggests visiting the slums first. Khan is confused. Why go there instead of meeting with Chazar right away? Elong rubs her hands together, her eyes sparkling with a desperate, pleading look. She can meet Chazar anytime, but she wants to see the exact place where Lyon saved the people. Khan eventually gives in. A brilliant light washes over the city as they head toward the old district. He looks down, sharing that this specific place brings back many deep, personal memories for him. He starts to say that even now, but then he stops, stunned by the red roofs and clean stone walls. He can't believe his eyes. The eagle flags are flying high. Is this really the old, broken slum? He remembers the dirty men and the hopelessness that once filled every corner of these dark streets. It used to be a den of criminals. Now, it's bright and vibrant. His old hiding spot has completely vanished. A grand building stands in its place. Devastated, he turns to leave while Elong chases after him. Sunlight dances through the air, illuminating the dust motes in this beautiful, transformed neighborhood. A majestic brick building with a golden wing emblem stands tall, tucked away among the lush, green trees. Inside, Cesare sits in peace, slowly lifting his teacup to enjoy a quiet afternoon break. Trust me, you're going to want to see what's about to ruin this peaceful tea time. Let's dive into a story where a legendary hero finally awakens. Cesare slowly heads toward the door to check the situation. Hello, Khan greets him with a cold face. Long time no see. Cesare remains expressionless, not letting his guard down for a second. Suddenly, Cesare rushes inside and slams the door shut, leaving the man outside. Khan points and screams at the closed wood. Hey, do you really have to be this incredibly rude? He bangs on the door, calling for her to open up. Cesare presses against the wood, whispering that his peaceful afternoon is ruined. Breaking the tension, a voice rings out that makes Cesare freeze in his tracks. Cesare. It is me. Elong. Without a moment of hesitation, he flings the door open, nearly knocking over Khan. She tilts her head and smiles. It has been a while. Cesare stares at Elong in shock for a moment. Khan tries to cut in, but Cesare just sighs and rubs his forehead. Finally, he explodes in anger, asking why she keeps wandering off. The Saintess is taken aback by his sudden, intense outburst. Cesare growls again. Saintess Elong, you left without permission. Do you have any idea what kind of chaos you have caused? He slams his hand on the table, shouting that the Holy Church and the Iron Chain Knights are scouring the world for her. After his lecture, Cesare suddenly stops as if a distant memory just hit him. He sighs as the past rushes back. Young Elong used to climb high walls, laughing while Cesare warned her it was dangerous. Back then, she never listened. She would just let herself fall from the heights, making Cesare scream out in absolute terror. There were also times she used crayons to scribble all over the walls, forcing Cesare to raise his voice once again. Elong always seemed so happy doing it. She would just look at him with blushing cheeks and a bright, innocent smile. Shaking off the memories, Cesare holds his head in despair. She has not changed. Khan suddenly asks about their relationship. She honestly explains that Cesare is from the main church and has been her primary caretaker since she was only 3. Pay attention here, because this is where the real mission begins. Elong asks if he knows why she has truly come. She gets serious, telling Cesare she needs to know more about the Day of Prophecy. Cesare frowns, deep in thought. The Day of Prophecy is the apocalypse that tells us what is about to happen to the world. It predicts the hero's arrival. Since the Golden City has revealed itself, that day is likely coming very soon. As the warm sunlight filters through the window, his voice remains steady and calm. Evil phenomena are appearing everywhere. These are disasters the people cannot handle. Only a hero can step in to solve them. The city-swallowing events and the exploitation of Magadung are signs. Khan nervously shares his own thoughts on the matter. Wait, you mean the city-swallowing phenomenon is actually part of all this? Though he does not fully understand, Cesare nods. Chaos is coming for us. You need to get ready to leave, Saintess. Immediately, Elong stands up. I am ready. She places a determined hand over her heart. For 300 years, 7 generations of Saintess have waited for the hero to continue their legacy. She clenches her fist. With pure resolve, she declares that as the 8th generation Saintess, she will save the world alongside the hero. Then she turns away, blushing. Oh, hero, please wait for me. Khan asks if she has seen his face. Cesare says no. Let's jump into the action. The crowd cheers as someone praises the fighter's great form. A powerful punch flies toward Lyon, but he swiftly ducks. The crowd screams that he just broke through Rugo's defense. Rugo misses and freezes for a split second. A fan in the stands shouts that Lyon looks way stronger than last week. Without wasting a moment, Lyon swings his blade with everything he has got. Rugo uses both hands to block, but his bracers shatter under the edge. He swings back wildly, cursing the young brat. Lyon's eyes lock on, sparking with a brilliant, intense flash of lightning. He grips his sword, power surging through the blade. He moves like a gale force arrow, swinging with terrifying strength. Sharp yellow electrical energy slashes through the air. Rugo slams his fists together, trying to crush Lyon where he stands. The spectators scream in pure excitement. They think he caught him. Great job, Rugo. After the massive impact, Rugo stops and looks down to see the result. His hands are touching, but there is nothing between them. Rugo panics, wondering where the boy went. From high above, Lyon drops down like a ghost wrapped in a cloak, ready to deliver the final blow. A punch like a thunderclap strikes right under Rugo's chin, making his eyes bulge in agony. Lyon slowly pulls his blade away. Lyon leaps back. Finally, Rugo collapses. Trust me, you and I just saw a legend born. All right, you and I are about to see a hero reach a whole new level as Lyon is declared the winner. Spectators are losing it, shouting that his speed was completely invisible. Every single person in the arena shares that same thought, screaming out in pure excitement. I could not see it either, Karen thinks to herself, completely stunned. She watches Lyon intently, her mind racing as she observes every detail of his stance. That speed is just unreal. Karen remembers their training sessions and realizes that even though she hates to admit it, a real fight between them would be a total toss-up. Up in the stands, another warrior jumps up, shouting that it is finally his turn to face the boy. She sits in the corner, deep in thought, while the man continues to scream. He challenges Lyon to a duel, promising to use his heavy trident in the fight. Pushing the negative thoughts aside, Karen tells herself she cannot fall behind. At this rate, she simply will not be able to keep up with his growth anymore. I have to work harder, she thinks. Becoming useless to Lyon would be a fate worse than death itself. Saz see a points see a plant or see a duel. Much to Lyon's shock. Seeing the intense expression on Karen's face, he nervously calls out her name. Rugo sits down and gives Lyon a wink, praising his performance. Lyon just smiles back, thanking his friend for all the help during the match. Rugo's face turns bright red from the compliment, and he playfully shoves Lyon. Are you trying to make me blush? He asks, acting all embarrassed. Everyone watches the funny scene and laughs. But then, Lyon ends up flat on the ground, leaving Rugo panicking and trying to explain himself to the crowd. I am so sorry, Rugo stammers, saying his hand just slipped. Lyon weakly tells him it is okay while the crowd gossips about Rugo's terrifying strength. A pair of powerful legs approach the chaotic scene. Lyon looks up to see the newcomer greeting him by name. Van Khan stands before Lyon and delivers the news. He tells the young hero that the king is looking for him right now. Now pay attention, because this meeting changes everything. Elxid clarifies that the one waiting is the king of the Titans, Kasem, and Lyon knows his time has come. Deep within the dangerous and lonely cliffs, two figures stand tall against the jagged landscape. Van Khan turns to Lyon and explains that they have reached a restricted area. From this point on, nobody is allowed to enter without special permission. This is as far as I go, he says. The Titan King only granted permission for you to enter alone. Lyon can only nod in understanding. He points toward the canyon, explaining that a space-time water spell is active there. Once he passes through, the waterfall will finally appear. Curious, Lyon asks about the space-time spell. Elxid confirms that he heard correctly. It is a powerful ancient magic guarding the path. That spell is the reason the Titans are here. Their mission from the goddess is to suppress the monsters that crawl out from the other world. Lyon realizes that only Titans can guard a path to hell filled with rank A and rank S monsters. Elxid agrees completely with his assessment. After walking for a bit, a massive, shimmering white waterfall appears before him, crashing down from the towering cliffs. Mist rises, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Lyon whispers to himself, wondering if this is truly where the Titan King lives. Suddenly, something catches his eye. Lyon looks out with curiosity, spotting someone standing on the other side of the water. A deep, heavy voice echoes through the crashing water, asking if he is the one. Lyon freezes when he sees the figure's intimidating appearance. The king steps out of the flow. Lyon is pale. Shocked by the man's incredible speed, he moved in a total blink of an eye. I was sure he was just standing by the waterfall, Lyon thinks. Kasem stands there like a mountain, his muscles looking like they were carved from stone. Standing before the king, Lyon looks tiny in comparison. Suddenly, his hand starts to shake uncontrollably from the pressure. You saw that too, right? Even Lyon is feeling the pressure as he stares at his trembling palm. Damn it, he mutters, clenching his fist tight. He pulls himself together and shouts out a greeting. Lyon places a hand over his heart and introduces himself with pride. I am the current hero, Lyon. I have come to claim the will left behind by the previous hero, Roderick. Kasem stays silent, lost in thought for a moment. He crosses his arms, calmly repeating the request. Then, Kasem suddenly leans in close, his gaze piercing through Lyon like a blade. You use the same energy, he growls. What is your connection to Roderick? Are the two of you related by blood? Lyon answers confidently, stating he is Roderick's disciple. Kasem just laughs, his eyes wide with disbelief at the claim. He looks Lyon over, noting that while the eyes and movements are similar, the boy is still far too green to be a master. Kasem tells the brutal truth, Roderick's disciples all died long ago. Even if he taught you some skills, you are far from being a true successor. Not even the geniuses of that era could handle Roderick's insane training methods. It was a cycle of failure. Eventually, Roderick just gave up on taking students. Do you have any idea how many people out there possess energy just like yours? He asks Lyon why he thinks he is qualified to inherit the will. Lyon sags, thinking to himself that the old man has a point. Suddenly, Elxid speaks up, declaring that Lyon is more than qualified to take on the mantle. Lyon's hand begins to glow with a brilliant light. Kasem recognizes the voice immediately, and the spirit confirms his identity. Every 3 months, that flood dragon crawls out and drags people from the nearby villages, taking them back as live sacrifices. If you can just help us wipe this beast out, we promise to worship you for the rest of our lives. Hearing the details, Yunxiao couldn't just stand by. Using living people as sacrifices, that's where he drew the line. What a disgusting creature. Even without knowing how strong this thing was, Yunxiao didn't blink. He dove headfirst into the river to hunt it down. Now, fighting underwater isn't exactly his home turf, and it definitely wasn't ideal, but he's a master for a reason. He handled the pressure easily, swinging his blade with enough force to split the current. Just die already. He'd only been underwater for a few minutes, but the commotion below was insane. The water literally exploded toward the sky. No one expected him to finish the job that fast. In the blink of an eye, Yunxiao was back on the shore, standing before their stunned and joyful faces. He raised his sword and announced the news they'd been waiting years to hear. The flood dragon is dead. The crowd lost it. They fell to the ground, crying with gratitude. A god has slain the beast. We're finally safe. He saved us all. Great Immortal, we'll join your Church of Light. We'll build statues in your honor, raise temples to your name. We'll burn incense every single day and pray for your protection. Please, look over us. It felt a little strange to him, but Yunxiao didn't push them away. After all, the City of Harvest needed faith energy if it was ever going to fully recover. So, he decided to just go with the flow. Once the monsters were dealt with, it was time for him to hit the road again. Since you've joined my church, I promise to spread the word to you all later. Protect this region, don't let me down. Our fate together ends here today. If it's meant to be, we'll meet again somewhere down the line. We humbly see the immortal off. We'll follow your orders, spread the faith, and protect the common people everywhere. We won't let you down, senior. Yunxiao's next destination? The capital of the Lyan Empire, Lyan City, and a place called the White Emperor Tavern. 600 years ago, when he gave the secret brewing recipe to a girl named Bai Lan, he never dreamed she'd turn it into a tavern famous across the 4 seas. As soon as he stepped inside, he started looking around for her. Excuse me, is the owner, Bai Lan, around? Bai Lan was busy cleaning behind the counter, but when she heard that voice, she froze. It sounded so familiar. The moment she realized who it was, she couldn't hold back. The emotions hit her like a wave, and she threw herself into his arms. Brother Yunxiao, I can't believe it's really you. I thought you were dead. Yunxiao was stunned. Bai Lan, I can't believe you recognized me instantly. Seizing this long-awaited reunion, Bai Lan let out everything she'd been holding inside. Every single day for 600 years, I've missed you. How could I ever forget your face? Brother, what on earth happened back then? That is a story for another time. I was just passing through and wanted to see you. Now that I see you're doing well, I can leave with a clear head. When she heard that, the joy in Bai Lan's eyes instantly turned to heavy sadness. Brother, you have to leave again? Yunxiao didn't sugarcoat it. I have to find someone. It's important. Bai Lan wasn't taking no for an answer. Then I'm coming with you. I don't care where I'm not losing you again. Of course, he had to refuse. He didn't want her in the line of fire. Look at you, all grown up now. Why are you still acting like a little girl? Suddenly, a guy named Zemo showed up, looking for Bai Lan. You could tell right away he was here to be a total pain. Lady Luo, I'm so sorry to bother you again, but I'm still waiting to hear what you think of my proposal, my lady. Zemo, stubborn as a leech and twice as annoying, just won't take the hint. Bai Lan's patience? Yeah, it's officially hit 0. Young Master Chu, I turned you down a long time ago, she snaps, her eyes cold. And more importantly, in front of the man I love. You should really show some respect. Hearing that, Zemo turns his venomous gaze toward Yunxiao, looking him up and down with pure disgust. Lanner, is this poor, weak, ugly-faced loser seriously the man in your heart? He sneers, his voice dripping with arrogance. I'd believe it if you told me he was just some pretty boy you were keeping for fun. Completely ignoring Yunxiao's dignity, Zemo points a finger directly at his face. Listen up, brat. Get away from Lanner right now, or Wanjian Mountain Villa will make sure you never see tomorrow. Yunxiao just smirks. Talk about a small world. Wanjian Mountain Villa? The same place Chu Yuchuan is from? Wow. Talk about a bad neighborhood meeting. Facing Zemo's blatant arrogance, Yunxiao decides to play along with a cheeky grin. Wanjian Mountain Villa, huh? Is it actually, impressive? Zemo scoffs, eager to look big in front of the girl. Wanjian Mountain Villa is an existence someone like you couldn't even fathom. Listen, you little brat, don't throw away the mercy I'm showing you. If you don't disappear right now, I have ways to make you wish you were dead. But before Yunxiao can even open his mouth to retaliate, Lyan steps forward, shielding him with a fierce look. Enough. Chi Zemo. Nobody bullies people from my Bidi wine house. The only one who needs to get lost here is you. Yun Xiao is loving every second of this. Seeing the guy get brutally rejected like a total loser, he can't help but stir the pot. Well, looks like I'm still the favorite, aren't I, little sister? Realizing he's just becoming a punchline for their jokes, Zemo's face turns a lovely shade of purple. He takes a deep breath, trying to stay composed. He came here to win over Lyan, no point in letting a nobody ruin his gentleman image. To keep up his act, he forces a smile and holds back his rage. Lanner, I'm only doing this because I care about you. I don't want to see you tricked by some boy toy fraud, but if you've got things under control, then fine. I won't say another word about him. Despite her constant rejections, this guy just doesn't know when to quit. Actually, I came here today to tell you that I want to marry you. Properly. In all of Lyan City, only you, the mistress of the Bidi wine house, is worthy of being the lady of Wanjian Mountain Villa. He's completely shameless, rambling on about power and status while she's clearly checked out of the conversation. Just think about it. Once we join forces, our power will be unmatched. In the entire Lyan Empire, who would dare challenge us? But Lyan isn't some naive girl. She sees exactly what he's after, a hostile takeover of her business and her life. Trying to catch a white wolf empty-handed, huh? You want my wine house and my hand in marriage? Chu Zemo. You sure have a big ego. She whispers to Yun Xiao. Big brother, just watch how I play this guy. I'll settle your score for you. Yun Xiao just gives Zemo a look that says you're doomed. Alright then, Yun Xiao replies, amused. I'm looking forward to the show. Lyan turns back to Zemo, ready to humiliate him. Young Master Chu, if you really want to propose to me, you should do it the right way. Where is the matchmaker to arrange the union? Where is the 8-man litter to carry me to your villa in style? You can't just open your mouth and expect me to say yes. Unbelievably, the guy actually thinks he's winning. You're right, I was too hasty. Lanner, if you agree, I'll go get a matchmaker right now. Lyan pauses. There's just one more thing. Zemo is desperate now. Anything. If you agree, I'll do whatever it takes. If you want me and the Bidi wine house as your dowry, a simple visit isn't enough. Young Master Chu. Don't forget to tell the matchmaker to bring the proper betrothal gifts. Yun Xiao is practically vibrating with suppressed laughter. This girl is savage. It's been 100 years, and Lyan has only gotten craftier. But even Yun Xiao didn't expect her next demand to be this insane. In those gifts, I expect the land deeds to your villa, and all the divine weapons of Wanjian Mountain Villa, of course. Whoops. Guess that was the breaking point. Zemo's eyes bug out as he points a finger at her. Lyan, you're playing me. But a strong, independent woman like her was never going to hand her life over to a snake like him. And what if I am? She challenges. Did you really think I'd just let you walk in here and take everything for free? Get real. You're too ugly to be dreaming this big. Zemo is fuming. Not only did he fail to get the girl, but he got played like a fiddle. He storms off in a blind rage. You just wait. You'll regret this, he shouts. Lyan just waves dismissively. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, young master. But Yun Xiao isn't laughing anymore. He knows the type. Little sister, that guy is petty. You need to be extremely careful. You humiliated him. A guy like that? He's definitely going to hold a grudge and look for revenge. He's gone for now, but trust me, he isn't letting this go. Once the jerk is finally out of sight, Yun Xiao turns his attention back to her. The spiritual treasure I gave you all those years ago. Do you still have it? She smiles instantly. The white orchid flower? Of course, I'd never lose something you gave me. Wait, why do you ask? Yun Xiao nods. Find me a quiet room. I'm going to re-refine it from scratch and boost its rank for you. Hearing that, Lyan's heart skips a beat. The old spark is definitely there. Having you here. I'm truly lucky. It's just a shame, she whispers, that you're still not my cultivation partner. No more wasting time, Yun Xiao says firmly. Let's go. I'll use every second to help you refine that treasure right now. Meanwhile, over at Wanjian Mountain Villa, Chu Zemo is absolutely fuming, taking his rage out on Xing. That Lyan has some nerve. I offered her marriage, and she plays me for some pretty boy loser? Xing slides onto his lap, whispering, Young master, don't let her get to you. If she doesn't know what's good for her, then you don't need to show her any mercy at all. Showing her true colors, Xing suggests a plan that's pure evil. Young master, we can team up with him to crush her. A wicked smirk spreads across her face. Once we cripple her cultivation, she'll be yours to play with however you want, right? We'll even drag that pretty boy back too. Imagine how great it'll be to make him watch while you handle Lyan. Hearing that, Chi Zemo is totally hooked. Xing, you really are my lucky star. We're doing exactly that. Lyan, you and your little boyfriend aren't escaping my grasp this time. Back to Yun Xiao. Keeping his promise, they head to a quiet room where he starts re-refining Lyan's treasure from scratch. In an instant, A flower glowing with a mysterious blue light appears. Brother, did you just turn my flower into a top-tier spiritual treasure? Once he's finished, he hands it over to her, a gift to keep her safe from the dangers ahead. Take it. I've boosted its defense and cranked up its attack power. Now, even if you run into a spirit emperor stronger than me, you can hold your own. Holding the flower, Yunxiao refined himself. Bailan is completely starstruck. Her brother's smithing skills are honestly on another level. Even the famous grandmasters couldn't pull this off. If this three-colored orchid got out, every spirit emperor in existence would kill to have it. But their quiet moment is shattered by a sudden knock at the door. She calls out, "What's so important that you're bothering me?" Then, her subordinate drops a bombshell. "Master, Great Emperor, Lyon has sent a messenger. He's inviting you to the Imperial Palace. Lady Bai, the Emperor requests your presence." Realizing she's been summoned by someone that powerful, she has to say goodbye to Yunxiao, even though she really doesn't want to. "Brother, Emperor Lyan is the one in charge of the Kingdom of Blazing Flames. If the Bai Emperor Tavern wants to do business here, we can't say no to his invitation." Yunxiao doesn't stop her. He just tells her, "If that's the case, then go. But remember, stay sharp. Be careful." Still, this sudden invitation feels off to him. Yunxiao starts to get suspicious. Bailan just offended the people from Wanjian Mountain Villa, and now the Emperor sends a sudden invite? Something smells like a trap. Soon, Bailan arrives at the Great Hall of the Liyang Palace. Spirit Emperor Bailan, it's been a long time. Bailan greets the Great Emperor. "May I ask why you've summoned me here?" Liyang doesn't beat around the bush. He goes straight for the kill. "I heard you have a spiritual treasure called the White Orchid. The one refined by Sect Master Bai Li Yunxiao himself, right?" She's caught off guard. Why is the Emperor suddenly bringing up something from so long ago? His eyes are practically dripping with greed. "I've taken a liking to that treasure. I hope you'll consider gifting it to me. In exchange, I'll guarantee the tavern's safety for 100 years. Faced with this arrogant demand, Bailan doesn't hesitate to shut him down. "The White Orchid is my life-bound treasure. How could I possibly just hand it over to you?" He keeps pushing her. "If you surrender the treasure, maybe I'll be in a good enough mood to let you go save your little boyfriend. But since you want to be difficult, don't blame me for being heartless." The second he mentions Yunxiao, Bailan loses her cool. "What do you mean? What did you do to him?" It turns out they've been working together all along. The moment you stepped into this palace, Chu Zemo headed straight for the tavern with his men. By now, your boy is probably already dead. At the tavern, Chu Zemo and Xing Er have already surrounded him. "Hey pretty boy, didn't see this coming, did you?" Xing Er sneers. "Master, is this the guy Bailan likes? He's ugly and weak, he doesn't even have half your charm." Just as Yunxiao predicted, he and Bailan were played by those two snakes. "So, you and Emperor Liyang teamed up to set a trap for Bailan?" Not a single shred of guilt. Instead, he just mocks him. "So what if we did? If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have had to trap my precious Lanner. You really thought you could just hide behind her forever, didn't you? Now that she's trapped in the palace, let's see who's coming to save you." He didn't come alone either. His thugs move in to corner Yunxiao, but honestly, they're the ones who are trapped in here with him. "Who told you that I needed Bailan to protect me? A pathetic little spirit king actually dares to act tough in front of me? Fine. Today, I'll teach you what it means when a spirit emperor takes charge. Chief of ghosts and gods." While Chu Zemo launches his attack, Yunxiao just stands there, looking completely relaxed. Seeing him stand there doing nothing, Xing Er starts talking trash. "Hey, Bailan's little pretty boy, you scared now? My master is a spirit emperor, you're not even in his league." Yunxiao isn't going to waste his breath on these losers. He just stands his ground. This is the moment he's been waiting for to finally strike back. Suddenly, Yunxiao summons a flaming sword that streaks through the air. A spirit emperor? You think that actually makes you special? When Chu Zemo sees that insane power, he realizes he just poked a sleeping dragon. How? How is your soul strength this terrifying? And honestly, give it another second, and he won't even have the breath left to talk smack anymore. Realizing there's zero chance of winning, the coward Chu Zemo grabs Xing Er and uses her as a human shield. "Xing Er, it's time you actually did something useful for me." As the flames consume her, Xing Er finally feels the weight of regret. I don't want to die." Yunxiao doesn't give them a second look, he's got a girl to save. "If anything happens to Bailan, I'll turn your entire myriad sword villa into a graveyard." He charges forward at absolute top speed, praying he's not too late. "Bailan, wait for me. I'm coming back for you." Meanwhile, Liyang is looming over Bailan as she climbs the steps. "If I give you the Bailan flower, will you really let me go and help me deal with the Chu family?" Liyang doesn't hesitate. "Of course I will. Look, the Bailan flower was refined by sect leader Bai Li himself. It's the ultimate treasure for a breakthrough. You can't find this for any amount of gold. I only want the flower to break past my current limits." He lies smoothly. "I have no reason to be your enemy." Bailan doesn't want to let it go. But for their survival, she has to. Fine. I'll. But just as she's about to hand it over, a massive boom echoes from outside. That sound. Could it be? Did he actually come back for me? Get ready, guys, because we're about to see a classic hero saves the beauty moment. You said I had to listen? Who do you think you are? The guards outside see an uninvited guest and lose their minds. An intruder! Kill him on sight. They all swarm Yun Xiao at once. You've got some nerve. If you want me dead, then come and get some. Heavenly net sword web. But these bottom-tier guards? Not even on his level. In the blink of an eye, the entire squad is wiped out. A bunch of idiots. One blood clone was enough to lead you all on a wild chase. Back inside, Lyon is panicking that Yun Xiao will get there first, so he demands the flower right now. Bailan, what are you waiting for? Hand over the flower now. And then, perfect timing. Yun Xiao bursts in and snatches Bailan away from that creep. Bailan, why even waste words on a fake, two-faced hypocrite like this guy? I'm here now. No one's touching you again. Now, come over here. Seeing Yun Xiao safe and standing right in front of her, Bailan looks like she just saw a miracle. Big brother, I knew it. I knew Chizimo couldn't stop you. But Lyan isn't letting them leave without that treasure. Bailan, it seems you've chosen the hard way. He glares at Yun Xiao. A lowly spirit king? You think you're worthy of being called big brother? Let's see if you have the guts to keep that treasure from me. He stops talking and launches a lethal strike at Bailan. But Yun Xiao, not a chance. He steps right in front of her, tanking the hit. A pathetic spirit emperor like you thinks he's worthy of this treasure? Give me a break. He doesn't flinch, not even a little. Is that all a spirit emperor can do? You can't even scratch the defense of a lowly spirit king like me. And just like that, Li Yang snaps. The monster inside him wakes up. You blocked one casual strike and now you think you're hot stuff? You've got a lot of nerve, kid. Today, I'm going to show you the absolute gap between a spirit emperor and a spirit king. He summons a massive fire beast that roars toward them. It looks impossible to stop. Bailan is shaking, but Yun Xiao just leans in close. Don't be scared. I've actually been waiting for him to use this move. He pulls her in tight and opens a mysterious book to neutralize the entire attack. Hold on tight, Bailan. The two massive forces collide, and the shockwave is absolutely insane. Both sides are pouring everything they've got into this. But the good guys win this round. Their power overwhelms Lyan, leaving him in the dust. Spirit Emperor Lyan, thanks for the boost out of here. You're actually a pretty decent guy. Yun Xiao mocks him one last time as they make their escape. Lyan is beyond furious. After them, don't let them leave Blazing Flame City alive. He's going all out now. Lock down the city, surround them. The guards don't dare hesitate, they move out instantly. Seeing them try to make a run for it, Chizimo is absolutely fuming. You think you can offend the Myriad Sword Villa and just walk away? They try to fly out, but suddenly, Chizimo blocks their path with a sword radiating pure killing intent. Chizimo in front, Lyan behind. They're caught in a pincer move, and things just got very, very difficult. Ignorant brat. Every inch of Blazing Flame City is under my control. You want to run? In your dreams. Just as things are reaching a breaking point, Bailan steps up with a suggestion. Big brother, this is the perfect time for me to test the new power of the orchid after its refinement. Without hesitating for even a second, she unleashes the full, blinding energy of the white orchid to teach those fools a lesson they'll never forget. And just like that, it works. The treasure completely stalls Zemo's sword strike. Seems like all that hard work Yun Xiao put into the refinement was worth every bit of effort. Seeing his opening, Yun Xiao doesn't miss the chance to throw some serious shade just to rub salt in the wound. I mean, you're supposed to be the master of Myriad Sword Villa, right? How can you not even break through one simple defensive treasure? Getting mocked for the umpteenth time sends Zemo into a blind rage, his teeth literally grinding in frustration. But while he's losing it, Li Yang is the only one staying dangerously calm. Young Master Chu, keep your head. Don't let him get to you, he says coolly. I've already summoned the 3 spirit emperors of Liyang City. With 5 of us working together, we're definitely taking them alive. I'll take the high-grade treasure, and this brat and Bailan, they're all yours to deal with. So, these 2 lowlifes team up to corner our duo. Then I'll leave it to you, Great Emperor, Zymo sneers. No matter what it takes, dead or alive, Li Yang is obsessed with getting his hands on that white orchid. Spirit Emperors of Liyang City, heed my command. Come forth and seize that treasure for your emperor. Seeing them act like the treasure is already theirs, Bailan can't help but feel pure disgust. The tricolor orchid was refined by my brother specifically for me. Since when did it become your property, you greedy old man? Yun Xiao just shrugs. Let this shameless guy act tough for a little longer. Then, he leans in and whispers an absolutely wild plan directly into her ear. Once those 3 spirit emperors show up, But before they can finish, a few more sellouts decide to join Li Yang's side just to get a piece of the action. Great Emperor Li Yang, we're here to back you up. Young Master Chu, let's finish this. Zemo is itching for a real fight now, swinging his blade forward with a massive heaven-shattering strike. Seeing the overwhelming pressure, Lyan starts to get a little nervous. Wait for it, little Bai, just a bit longer. Suddenly, boom! A raging flame dragon erupts as the villains throw every ultimate move they have at Yun Xiao. He tracks the timing perfectly. Right when the tension hits its peak, he shouts, "Now, little Bai, do it." That's when the White Orchid truly takes center stage. That massive fire dragon they were so proud of? Suddenly, it's completely useless, just flickering sparks against her power. In the blink of an eye, Lyan takes total control of the battlefield, absolutely wrecking their formation and leaving them in total shambles. Even Zemo can't hold his ground anymore. One by one, the villains fall back, completely drained and gasping for air. Lyan played dirty first, but now that the tables have turned, he's absolutely livid. Lyan, you actually dared to plot against me? Yun Xiao just scoops her up in his arms and gives a blunt, cold response. I mean, isn't it obvious? We're just playing your game better than you. If Liyang City is led by a moron like you, I'd say its downfall is pretty much guaranteed. He looks at the girl in his arms and continues. See this high-grade treasure? It's ours. You want it? Keep dreaming. Hearing this, Liyang's face goes from pale to purple before he literally coughs up a mouthful of blood from pure rage. They finally cleared a path to safety, but Lyan looks like she has something urgent to say. Her lips are trembling, and Yun Xiao immediately notices. What is it? What's wrong? It turns out, the girl is far from okay. It's bad. Using my current strength to force out the full power of the tricolor orchid was way too much for my body to handle. Yun Xiao knows they can't stay a second longer. We're leaving. We'll find these guys and settle the score properly another day. They manage to make a clean escape, leaving their enemies drowning in their own failure. A while later, they find themselves in the middle of a massive, endless desert, but Lyan is still fuming. Big brother, the Chu family and that great emperor plotted to kill us and steal my treasure. If we just walk away like this, I just can't accept it. Yun Xiao gets it. He's not the type to let things slide either. I know. If we just leave, wouldn't all that hard work you put into building the White Emperor Purple Pavilion just go to waste? She hesitates, looking back. So, should we go back and fight them now? But Yun Xiao shakes his head. Going back isn't the move. The truth is, we haven't actually escaped yet. We're still right inside Li Yang's perception range. Lyan's eyes go wide. How is that possible? How can a spirit emperor's perception reach this far? Looking at her confused expression, he starts to explain. On his own? Of course Lyan couldn't do it. He's not that impressive. But when he teams up with the semi-saint artifact right in front of us, the 10,000-mile sand sea, that's a completely different story. Finally, the realization hits Lyan like a ton of bricks. Wait, so this entire desert is actually a semi-saint artifact? No wonder the Lai family has lasted for 1,000 years. They've been hiding under the protection of this massive sea of sand the whole time. But then, a thought occurs to her. If it's been here all these years, how has no one ever tried to steal a semi-saint treasure like this? Yun Xiao picks up a handful of sand, letting it slip through his fingers. You can't just force a primordial spirit treasure to obey you, especially a semi-saint one. Its power is technically higher than a spirit saint. Rumor has it these artifacts would rather self-destruct than be forced into submission by some power-hungry tyrant. Suddenly, Yun Xiao's tone changes, as if he's speaking to someone hidden in the wind. Isn't that right, little Sandy? Silence falls over the desert. The air goes deathly still, and not a single soul answers him. Just when it looked like Yun Xiao was caught in a lonely monologue, the desert itself began to shift, a massive dune rising up like a living mountain. A voice boomed from the sand. I am a semi-saint weapon. You think a lowly ant like you can just call me whatever you want? And there he was. The very entity Yun Xiao had been hunting for since he first stepped into this scorching wasteland. Yun Xiao didn't even flinch. Little Sand, it's been 100 years. Have your skills actually improved, or are you still just playing in the dirt? Stop hiding and show your true form, or do you really not recognize Baili Yun Xiao? Then, right before their eyes, the massive dune collapsed and reshaped itself into the form of a young boy. Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow, genuinely caught off guard. Wait, weren't you the palace lord of the Jade Flute Palace? How on earth did you end up looking like a kid? The boy glared back, his voice dripping with ancient spite. Hundreds of years ago, you came here to practice your swordplay, and nearly destroyed my physical body. Now you're back? What do you want this time? Seeing them bicker like old friends, Lyan realized that her brother and this Wanli Shahai entity were actually old acquaintances. Yun Xiao just gave a small nod. Yeah, they definitely had some history. But man, the moment they reunited, they were already at each other's throats like cats and dogs. The boy crossed his arms defiantly. Look, Li Yang is already planning to use my energy to stop you. Centuries ago, I made a pact with the Lai ancestors to protect their bloodline for 10,000 years. Yun Xiao just smirked, seeing right through the bravado. So, let me get this straight. You've never actually had a true master, have you? The boy scoffed, his pride as a semi-saint weapon flaring up. Please, a tiny, insignificant clan like the Lai family? They aren't even worthy of being my master. That was all Yun Xiao needed to hear the perfect opening. He leaned in with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Tell you what, why don't you just follow me instead? Accept me as your master, and I'll spare the Lai family. That way, you're not actually breaking your pact to protect them, he added with a grin. Besides, didn't you regret not being able to serve me all those years ago? The boy hesitated, his resolve visibly wavering. You truly are worthy of me. But suddenly, Bailan felt a surge of doubt. This whole situation was getting absolutely wild. Was her brother really trying to scam a semi-saint weapon into submission? Meanwhile, Xiao Sa, the sand boy, was deep in thought, weighing the massive offer. He thought to himself, if this monster goes all out against the Lai family, can I even stop him? And honestly, if I follow someone this powerful, maybe. The boy's voice softened as he looked up, his tone turning quiet. Is this really the only way? The only way you'll spare the Lai clan? Yun Xiao didn't blink. It's the only path. He made it sound like a choice, but his cold, killing intent said otherwise. This was an offer Xiao Sa couldn't refuse. If you say no, I won't force you. But as for the Lai family, I'll wipe them off the face of the earth sooner or later, and you know you can't stop me. Hearing that, Xiao Sa realized he had no choice left. He finally nodded. I don't want to break my oath. I'll do it. I'll follow you. And just like that, the contract was sealed, master and servant, bound together right then and there. Meanwhile, over at the antagonist's camp, Zemo was busy bragging to his family about his genius plans. Father, Bailan has fled. Now that she's gone, we should send our men to seize the White Emperor Inn in Lyan City immediately. These guys were snakes through and through. They weren't just stopping there, they planned to slowly swallow up every single branch the inn had. That way, even without the secret recipe for that legendary wine, all the profits will be ours. Zemo grinned, practically tasting the gold already. Exactly, by then will be. But before he could finish that sentence, Karma came knocking on his door once again. Following the new agreement between Yun Xiao and Xiao Sa, the desert began to move. Sand started pouring in from every direction, and Zemo's jaw dropped at the absolute madness unfolding before him. What's happening? Is this golden sand trying to swallow the entire city of Lyon whole? Panic erupted instantly throughout the streets. The Wanli Shahai, the vast desert outside the walls, was literally eating the fortress. How is this possible? People screamed. Didn't the Wanli Shahai swear a 10,000-year pact to protect the Lai ancestors? But as the disaster loomed over them, the father and son duo didn't give a damn about Emperor Li Yang. It was every man for himself now. Son, forget the pact. If the desert is betraying us, that's Li Yang's problem to solve. We need to move, now. They knew if they hesitated for even a second, they'd be buried alive. At this rate, we'll be trapped in Lyan City forever. Word of this absolute catastrophe reached the Emperor's ears in no time. The Wanli Shahai is breaking the pact. Stop this instant. Do you not fear the soul backlash of the ancestral oath? Lai Yang stood before the encroaching sand, screaming at the desert and demanding to know why it was being so treacherous. But Xiao Sa was just a pawn in a much bigger game now, and his hands were tied. He replied coldly, Li Yang, believe it or not, I'm actually saving you. You have no idea who you've actually offended. Li Yang's face went pale, his heart sinking into his stomach. Lord Wanli Shahai, please, tell me. Which senior are you talking about? The boy was about to spill the beans but stopped himself, remembering Yun Xiao's terrifying warning. Just before the action started, Yun Xiao had pulled him aside. Little Sand, since you've accepted me as your master, I won't force you to technically break your oath to the Lai family. I'll spare them under one condition. You must trap Lyan City within your spirit treasure space, so Emperor Lai Yang has nowhere to run. And then came the killer line. But remember one thing. You must not reveal my true identity under any circumstances. After a long moment of hesitation, Xiao Sa took a deep breath and chose the only safe option: complete silence. I can't explain it. Not yet. Just understand this, everything I'm doing today is for the survival of the Lai family. Hearing those words, Li Yang's heart sank, replaced by a cold, suffocating wave of dread. But Lyan City is our base. It's the very foundation of the Lai clan. If you besiege us like this, where are we supposed to go? Wanli Shahai didn't answer with words. Instead, he simply reached out, revealing a small, shimmering crystal orb. Your destination? I've already prepared it for you. In an instant, a brilliant teal portal surged into existence right before Lai Yang's eyes. Step into this spiritual treasure space. Inside, I can guarantee your absolute safety. Seeing the portal, Li Yang felt a surge of desperate hope and chose to trust him blindly. I understand. I'll leave everything in your hands then, Lord Wanli Shahai. Poor guy. Little did he know. Once he stepped through that threshold, There was a very real chance he'd never see the outside world again. Waiting inside the void were two figures who had been expecting him all afternoon. Once Shahai confirmed everything was in place, Yunxiao finally stepped out from the shadows. Great Emperor Liyang, we meet again. Beside him, the once mighty Wanli Shahai bowed low. Greetings, master. The sound of that voice hit Liyang like a physical blow. He spun around, eyes widening as the realization of the trap finally set in. That voice. It's you. You soft-faced brat. You're the one Shahai was talking about? He lied to me. He actually dared to play me for a fool. But before he could vent his rage, Shahai cut him off with a chilling tone. Liyang, watch your mouth. How dare a piece of trash like you insult my master? Apologize this instant. If you provoke his anger, even I won't be able to save your miserable life. Seeing Shahai's absolute loyalty, Yunxiao reached out and calmly patted his head. It's fine. Since I gave you my word, I'll give him one chance to stay alive. Thank you, master. Shahai turned back to the trembling emperor, his gaze cold. You heard the master. Well, what's it going to be? 2 against 1. It was like throwing an egg against a mountain. Liyang had no choice but to swallow his pride. I understand. I asked the Great Lord for his guidance. Yunxiao didn't waste time making things difficult. He got straight to the point with a simple offer. Agree to my 3 conditions, and I'll let you live. Without pausing, he laid out the terms of his surrender. First, acting as the representative of your ancestors, you will dissolve the contract with Wanli Shahai and grant him his total freedom. Second, you will lead a siege against the 10,000 Sword Villa. Liyang winced. These were bitter pills to swallow, but he could survive them. And the last one? Now came the real kicker. Third, you will abdicate your throne. Lyon City will be handed over to Bailan. The first 2 conditions were painful, but that third one? It completely snuffed out the last bit of light in Liyang's world. No matter how hard it was to stomach, Liyang was forced to follow Yunxiao back to the Imperial Palace. Give the Imperial Seal to Bailan. Then, you can go gather your men. Wait for my command to attack the 10,000 Sword Villa. I assume I don't need to teach you how to hand over a throne, right? Yunxiao's voice was cold. Liyang didn't dare resist. No, I understand. Dropping to one knee, the broken emperor presented his most precious treasure to the girl. Empress Bailan, this is the Imperial Seal that controls the entire Lyon Empire. Please, accept it. Bailan stood there, completely baffled by the emperor's sudden self-destruction. She turned to Yunxiao, confused. Big brother, what is all this? While Liyang was drowning in despair, Yunxiao was busy preparing an even bigger surprise for her. Take it. From this day forward, you are the great empress of this land. That emperor conspired with the 10,000 Sword Villa to hurt you. This is simply the compensation you deserve. Hearing that, Bailan's eyes lit up like she'd just won the lottery. Thank you. Thank you so much, big brother, for looking out for me. But wait, Yunxiao wasn't done yet. No need to be polite. I've got one more massive gift for you. After a moment of thought, he decided to completely transform the landscape. Using the power of the Wanli Shahai as a foundation, he began to manifest his will. And just like that, Bailan was given the chance to rule a city unlike any other. Yunxiao literally built her a city in the clouds, floating high above the world. Overwhelmed by everything he had done for her, Bailan's voice trembled with emotion. Big brother, you're too good to me. Meanwhile, Liyang was having a total existential crisis. In the entire history of the Nine Heavens continent, only the legendary mysterious lady had ever built a floating city. This kid. He did all that with just a wave of his hand? How did I ever think I could stand against a monster like him? Of course, Yunxiao hadn't forgotten about Zemo. His next target was already locked in. Now, it's time for the 10,000 Sword Villa to pay the price. Liyang, get your troops in order. We move to crush the Sword Villa immediately. As you command. Meanwhile, over at the Jade Flute Palace, the cowardly Huang Yang was already busy snitching to Mu Rong. Huang Yang of the 10,000 Sword Villa greets the sect leader. Please, you must seek justice for us and the Lyan Empire. Seeing him show up in such a state piqued her curiosity. What on earth could happen to make a villa master run all the way here to beg for my help? Huang Yang started spinning his tail, making sure to add plenty of extra flavor to make himself look like the victim. Empress, Bailan, and some soft-faced brat used dark schemes to enslave Wanli Shahai. They used that power to force the great emperor to give up his throne. And now, that brat has surrounded my villa, intending to slaughter every last one of us. Who will answer for this tragedy? Mu Shui wasn't just refusing to back him up, she was tearing him a new one, calling out his absolute nonsense. You and Liyang teamed up to ambush Bailan and our very own Xiao Yun to steal their treasures, she barked. Why haven't you mentioned a single word about that? Without another word, she slapped a letter right into Huang Yang's face, letting the cold, hard proof do the talking. Now that his little scheme failed, he actually expected her to protect him. Terrified and shaking, he finally unfolded the paper to see his crimes laid bare. The letter detailed how Xiao Yun and the Empress Bailan were hunted down, only for them to survive by binding with the legendary semi-saint artifact, the 10,000-mile sand sea. Seeing his dirty laundry exposed like that, Huang Yang didn't dare utter another word. He just collapsed onto his knees. The head of the Chu family finally admitted his sins, begging for mercy while desperately clinging to the family's years of loyalty to the Jade Firmament Palace. But Mu Shui just shook her head, sighing at his pathetic display. "You're begging the wrong person," she told him flatly. "Xiao Yun is the disciple of the semi-saint Qing Cheng, and I can't touch her business. She's at Sword Bamboo Peak right now. Go beg her, and maybe you'll survive." "Thank you, Sectmaster, for showing me a way out," he cried. But as he left, a nagging suspicion began to grow within Mu Shui. According to Huang Yang, the bond between Bailan and Xiao Yun was incredibly deep, and since Bailan was the soulmate of the late Yun Xiao, could this kid actually be the reincarnation of Baili Yun Xiao himself? Meanwhile, following the tip, Huang Yang rushed to Sword Bamboo Peak to face Qing Cheng. She looked down at him coldly. "Speak. Why have you come here?" This humble one was blind, Huang Yang stammered, bowing low. "I offended your disciple, Xiao Yun. I'm willing to die for my crimes. I only ask that you speak to him on my behalf. Please, ask him to spare the Chu family and the 10,000 sword villa." But her answer was just as chilling as Mu Shui's. "I can't influence his decision." Suddenly, she placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. It looked like Qing Cheng wasn't going to completely ignore him, though. She was giving him one final, slim chance to make things right. "If you want mercy, go beg him yourself." And so, they headed to the 10,000 sword villa, where Xiao Yun was already waiting. "Why are you here? Someone's looking for you," she said, leading the trembling man directly to Xiao Yun. "Weren't you here to admit your mistakes?" Qing Cheng demanded. "Then get on your knees." Xiao Yun didn't even look up. "If you want to live, you're begging the wrong guy. If you won't repent, then just wait for death," Xiao Yun said coldly. Then, he turned to his teacher. "Master, if he refuses, there's no need to force him." Even though he looked calm on the surface, Xiao Yun's eyes were screaming murder. If it weren't for Qing Cheng being there, this guy would have been a corpse the second he showed up. Huang Yang felt that killing intent and immediately lost his mind. "Wait, please." He threw his pride into the trash and wailed, slamming his head against the floor. "Lord Xiao Yun, I was wrong. I'll give you everything, every single asset the Chu family owns. Just please, spare the villa, spare my family." He was at the end of his rope, and money meant nothing compared to his life. He handed over a storage ring containing his entire life's work, and Xiao Yun took it, scanning the contents with a neutral expression. Xiao Yun never actually intended to massacre them, but he couldn't let them off scot-tangent-free either. A lesson had to be learned. "Your family plotted against Bailan, and you tried to end me," he reminded him. "If we weren't strong enough, we'd be buried by now. But since you've offered everything and confessed, I'll spare your life." Suddenly, his eyes flared with a savage light. "However, you don't get away unpunished." With a swift motion, he shattered the man's core. "I'm crippling your cultivation. Let this be a warning to anyone else who thinks of crossing me." Qing Cheng stood by, fully supporting the move. "Well done. As for the rest of the Chu family, don't worry, I'll personally see to it that their powers are stripped too." She wanted the world to know one thing. On the Jade Firmament continent, absolutely no one bullies her disciple. Xiao Yun looked at her, clearly moved by her protection. After the mess was settled, Qing Cheng prepared to take her leave. "I'll go deal with the rest of the people at the villa. You stay here and wait for me," she commanded. Xiao Yun watched her go, whispering to himself that he had to work even harder. He wouldn't let her kindness go to waste. As for Huang Yang, he struggled to stand, his body trembling from the loss of power. He never realized a semi-saint would value a mere disciple this much. "If only I'd known sooner," he muttered, relieved that at the very least he wasn't Xiao Yun's enemy anymore. Meanwhile, the mountain of resources Xiao Yun just inherited was exactly what he needed to refine the 10,000-mile sand sea. That tiny ring, it was hiding a literal treasure trove that could make a king jealous. Xiao Yun wasted no time. He slammed his palms together and began the high-level refinement process immediately. As his hands parted, a glowing gourd emerged, surrounded by swirling, precious gemstones. Watching his family's wealth evaporate like this, Huang Yang couldn't help but feel a stab of regret. "This kid is something else," he thought bitterly. Xiao Yun was literally using his family's fortune to power up right in front of his face. Both he and Lyan could only stand there, eyes wide, watching Xiao Yun's next move with bated breath. This is the treasure the Chu family worked so hard to amass. If someone took these spirit stones to a master blacksmith, they could probably trade them for a genuine spirit treasure. Leaving them here? What a total waste. But after waiting for a while, the scene that unfolded before their eyes was simply beyond words. Wait, look at that. Yun Xiao is moving with such speed and grace, it's like a dance. He's already carving intricate patterns onto the gourd, transforming it into a high-level spirit treasure right before their eyes. In just a few breaths, using his god-tier crafting skills, he's managed to produce an entirely different, high-powered treasure. And done. Both of them are staring, unable to believe this absolute glitch in the Matrix. It's finished? Just like that? It's not just finished, it's a masterpiece. Huang Yang and Li Yang finally feel a wave of relief, realizing they were smart to surrender when they did. It's a miracle we aren't his enemies anymore. If we were, our lives wouldn't be worth a cent. Honestly, I still can't wrap my head around his power. For a powerhouse like him, having this gourd means navigating the myriad-mile sand sea will be a walk in the park. Talk about an easy win. Meanwhile, Lyon tracks down Yun Xiao to share some massive news. She's officially taken the throne. The Liang Empire is no more. It's now been rebranded as the Bailan Empire. How are things on your end? She sounds genuinely concerned, and seeing her care like that puts a big smile on his face. Things are going great, he says. He gives her the full rundown of the situation here, explaining that the Chu family is finally dealt with. Sister Lan, it's all handled. But before he can even finish his sentence, something makes Yun Xiao freeze. That sensation. Is the demon-slaying sword actually trying to contact me right now? Realizing it's finally time to take care of business, Yun Xiao prepares to head out. Sister Lan, I'm afraid this is where we part ways for now. It's time to go reclaim the demon-slaying sword. Plus, it's high time his strength reached a completely new level. 3 days later, he arrives at Tianyun City. He never expected the demon-slaying sword to be tossed all the way to the edge of the continent by that space-time turbulence. It looks like if he wants to find the sword, he'll have to cut right through a city filled with beast shifters. Right then and there, Yun Xiao makes a new plan. If an old friend is still in the area, it wouldn't hurt to pay them a quick visit. It might even help him out on the long road ahead. And so, a new journey to find his blade begins. Did you hear? The city lord reached the spirit sovereign realm. Yeah, it's only because of her protection that we can live in peace here in Tianyun City. Now that the city lord has leveled up again, it's a time for massive celebration. Walking through the crowd, Yun Xiao catches bits and pieces of the local gossip. Apparently, beast shifters from all over are coming to pay their respects to the city lord. Let's head to the mansion and wait. Even a glimpse of the city lord from a distance would be amazing. Yun Xiao wonders if this current city lord is actually the old friend he remembers. Since he's passing through anyway, might as well go check it out. Right now, a massive crowd is gathered in front of Tian Huang's mansion, everyone trying to outdo each other with sweet talk and praise. Congratulations to City Lord Tian Huang on reaching the Spirit Sovereign Realm. We've come specifically to pay our respects. Please, we'd love to meet you. After squeezing through the mob, Yun Xiao taps a guy nearby to ask a question. Excuse me, is the Tian Huang you're talking about the flower demon from 6 years ago? But out of nowhere, the guy snaps at him, offended by Yun Xiao's disrespectful tone. Her true form? Her real name? How dare a mere human like you even speak of them so casually? But Yun Xiao knows exactly who she is and what she's like. So obviously he doesn't care about all this fake formality. If she's the same Tian Huang I know, she probably wouldn't mind. At the very least, she wouldn't care that I'm calling her by name. The guy still looks at Yun Xiao like he's some kind of uneducated brat. You're just a human who recently broke into the Spirit Emperor realm, yet you dare act so arrogant toward our city lord? No one even touched him, but this guy is already making up crimes to pin on Yun Xiao. Do you really think acting like this will get the city lord's attention? Talk about delusional, human. You've been reading way too much manga if you think that works. Seriously, what a bunch of clowns to run into first thing in the morning. Now beat it. City Lord Tian Huang isn't someone you can even dream about. If you don't leave right now, I might just have to eat you myself. Yun Xiao isn't about to waste his time arguing with a low-level thug, so he ignores him and walks straight to the mansion gate to request an audience. I am Xiao Yun. I've come specifically to see Empress Tian Huang. Please, tell those inside that I'm here. Moments later, the gate creaks open. A girl steps out with an extremely annoyed look on her face, clearly having zero interest in welcoming him. The city lord has ordered that all visitors wait at the Lingxiao Tower. The guy from before stands in the distance, laughing his head off at the failed attempt. Stupid human. Looks like City Lord Tian Huang doesn't have a clue who you are. Even after being brushed off, Yun Xiao doesn't give up. He tries one more time. Miss, please, just tell Tian Huang one thing. Tell her that an old friend from the past, Master Xiao Yun, has come to visit. But instead of listening, the girl raises her hand, swinging for a slap right across his face. How dare you? Who gave you permission to call the city lord by her name? Guess she didn't feel like taking the polite route. Seeing that words aren't working anymore, Yun Xiao decides it's time for action. He tried being a gentleman, but now he's officially lost his patience. In an instant, the maid is completely restrained by Yun Xiao's grip. Now then, do you think you can deliver my message properly this time? Check this out, this is a semi-saint weapon. I'm only using something this valuable just so you'll pass a message along for me. Yun Xiao explains he's not there to cause trouble. He just needs a word with her boss. Even though she's clearly annoyed, the maid finally agrees to help him out. Fine, I'll do it. Just let go of me first. She huffs and heads inside, but not before throwing one last jab at him. If you end up disturbing the city lord, you'd better be ready to handle the consequences. I'm watching you. Just you wait right there. But Yun Xiao isn't worried at all. He knows exactly how this is going to play out. Looks like another win for him. Oh, I'll be waiting. Don't you worry. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Tianxiang suddenly feels a strange tug at her heart. Why is her chest tightening all of a sudden? At that moment, Tianxiang is actually catching up with her friend Chu Long. They're just chatting away when he brings something up. Tianxiang, now that you've reached the Demon Master realm, remember what I told you? The Golden Cicada Immortal is about to give a sermon at Sunset Mountain. If we travel together, it'll be a lot safer for both of us. And honestly, she was already thinking the exact same thing. Right then, the maid rushes in to give her report. City Lord, I followed your orders and moved the visitors to the Lingxiao Pavilion to wait, but there's this one guy who refuses to listen. He calls himself Young Master Yun Xiao and insists on seeing you personally. The second she hears that name, Tianxiang shoots up like a bolt of lightning. Yun Xiao? Could it really be him? It's been ages since they last met, so the moment she realizes it might be him, she takes off running. Yun Xiao, if that's really you, please, just wait for me. Chu Long is left standing there completely stunned. He's never seen her this emotional before. Who on earth is this guy? Back outside, things are getting ugly. A mob has surrounded Yun Xiao, and they are not holding back with the insults. The city lord is a legendary demon master. You really think she'd have anything to do with a lowly human like you? Get lost already. Stop trying to cling to her reputation. Humans aren't welcome here in Tianyun City. Beat it. But no matter how much they yell, Yun Xiao isn't moving an inch. He's basically planted himself there. I'm staying right here. What are you guys going to do about it? His smug face absolutely triggers them, and they start reaching for their weapons. You've got a lot of nerve ruining the city lord's honor. We're going to skin you alive for this. We'll tear you apart piece by piece until there's nothing left. Oh? And who exactly is going to die? Surprise, surprise, the boss is here. Tianxiang arrives just in time to give these loudmouths a lesson they'll never forget. After taking a devastating hit from her, the guy is completely lost. City. City Lord? Why? See, Yun Xiao is basically the most important person in her life, and she's not letting anyone touch him. You think trash like you can lay a finger on my person? That's when the realization hits the mob like a freight train, but it's way too late now. You actually know the City Lord? After being apart for so long, the second Tianxiang sees him, she drops everything and pulls him into a massive hug. Tianxiang, if you hadn't shown up, I think they would have branded me a fraud. Who dared call you that? I'll cut their tongues out right now. She wants to make sure everyone knows exactly who he is. Listen up, this man is my most honored guest. Anyone who shows him disrespect is an enemy of mine. Do I make myself clear? The mob instantly drops to their knees, begging for mercy. We're sorry, we were blind. We didn't recognize a true master when we saw one. It was all a huge misunderstanding. Please, we know we messed up. But they messed with the wrong guy, and Tianxiang isn't letting it slide. Yun Xiao, they said you weren't worthy of this city. I'm kicking them all out. Honestly, Yun Xiao is fine with it. A little lesson in manners never hurt. They head inside to finally have a real talk. As they walk, Tianxiang starts opening up, sounding a lot like Bailan did back in the day. I'll handle the staff later. Let's just talk. Where have you been all these years? The rumors said you were gone. I cried for so long. Yun Xiao sighs. The rumors were actually true. I'll tell you everything that happened. Meanwhile, the guys outside are desperate. They're kneeling in the dirt, pleading not to be exiled. Young master, please, have mercy, don't let her kick us out. But our main characters don't even look back, they've got 600 years of catching up to do. So that's the story. I really did die back then. But I was lucky enough to be reborn into this life, so that explains it. No wonder I haven't heard a single word about you in over 600 years. Now that she knows the truth, she's curious about what he's doing next. Yun Xiao, what's your plan from here? I'm heading to the frontier continent. I need to find my natal soul sword, the demon-slaying sword. Tianxiang's eyes light up at that. Wait, that's perfect. Chu Long just invited me to Sunset Mountain to hear the Golden Cicada Immortal speak. Sunset Mountain is right on the border of the continent. Why don't we go together? She doesn't waste a second making the offer. So, Yun Xiao, what do you say? Will you travel with me? And of course, he says yes. This road is insanely dangerous. Are you sure I can travel with Lady Tianxiang? Honestly, I couldn't say no to that even if I wanted to. The deal was sealed, so they decided to move while the iron was hot. No time to waste, go find Chu Long immediately and get everyone ready to move out. Early the next morning, just as the sun was peeking over the horizon, Tianxiang finally brought the two men together for an introduction. Chu Long, this is the Master Yun Xiao I mentioned to you. He'll be joining us on our journey to the Sunset Mountains. True to his cold personality, Chu Long didn't say a word, he just gave him a quick, icy glance. He couldn't believe Tianxiang actually respected this guy. But since she was the one asking, He decided to keep his mouth shut and roll with it. A brief, polite exchange followed. I look forward to your guidance on the road ahead, Master Yunxiao. Likewise. Let's help each other out. The auspicious hour arrived. Side by side, they stepped onto the path ahead. Destination: the sun. Set mountains. After trekking for a while, they reached a place that felt wrong. Totally desolate. Yunxiao, take a look. These are the ruins of an ancient battlefield. Feeling the heavy atmosphere, Tianxiang decided to fill him in on the dark history of this land. Legend has it that years ago, alien races invaded the Nine Heavens continent. The human elites made their final stand right here to push them back. Peace was bought with blood that day. But now, toxic fog chokes the land every year, and they say some of those alien remnants are still lurking in the shadows. Yunxiao had been here before. He knew better than anyone you don't take a single step here without being extra careful. I've passed through the borders of this place before, but this time we're flying straight over the heart of it. We need to be on high alert. But as their ship hovered in the air, something happened. A massive, pale white hand shot up from the depths below, reaching for them. Yunxiao saw it first and shouted a warning. Heads up, something's coming right for us. Instantly, everyone was on high alert. Weapons ready, souls focused. They were bracing themselves for the absolute worst. I'll control the ship. Turn it around. I'm trying, but it's too late. Crunch. Before they could react, the giant skeletal hand clamped down on their ship. These guys were just passing through, but someone or something had other plans. With one massive throw, the bone hand sent them crashing. Just like that. They were grounded and left with nothing. The ship's gone. I'm going to see what exactly is blocking our path. But before he could move, the giant skeleton rose from the earth itself. I don't think you need to bother, Brother Chu. It's already here. One look told the story. This bone titan wasn't going down easy. It opened its massive maw and let out a roar that felt like it was going to tear their souls apart. Fighting a monster this size? You'd have to be just as much of a monster yourself. Chu Long stepped up with a desperate plan. This thing has spirit ancestor level strength. And look at the size of it. We aren't its match. Look, I'll transform into my original form and get us out of here. Yunxiao, let Chu Long protect us while we escape. But Yunxiao? He wasn't feeling the whole running away thing. No need to make it that complicated. He was about to show this pile of bones what real power looked like. Let me see what this monster is actually made of. Seeing him charge in solo, Tianxiang panicked. She ran forward, desperate to pull him back. Yunxiao, stop. You'll get yourself killed. Tianxiang, if he wants to die, let him. Don't throw your life away for a fool. But Yunxiao was cool as ice. Trust me, dying, not on my schedule today. On one side, the power of heavenly fire. On the other, dark, twisted ghost magic. The clash was on, and only one was walking away. They held their breath, watching Yunxiao's every move. He was actually trying to outmuscle this thing with pure martial skill. That fire dragon won't last a second against the bone giant's strike, Chu Long muttered, fully expecting disaster. Yunxiao, you were never this reckless before. But then, in the blink of an eye, a miracle happened right in front of her. She gasped and pointed. Chu Long, look. The entire skeleton was suddenly engulfed in a massive sea of fire. Yunxiao was absolutely dominating. Just as expected, he crushed it. A total, landslide victory. He walked back toward them like he'd just finished a light stroll. Tianxiang, you're safe now. Both of them were stunned tears of pure relief hitting the ground. I had no idea you were this powerful. Master Yunxiao, I seriously misjudged you. You nearly gave me a heart attack. How did you even do that? Honestly, when Yunxiao gets serious, it's a masterclass in destruction. My heavenly fire is the ultimate bane of these dark creatures. Once they're infected by my flames, they're finished. No escape. It's over. Let's get out of this place while we still can. But the nightmare wasn't over. A new voice echoed out the Yin Gui sect. You destroyed my bone demon, and you think you're just leaving? All three of them froze. This new player felt dangerous. Way more dangerous than the skeleton. You're from the Yin Gui sect. I knew that monster didn't just appear out of nowhere. You're the one who ordered it to stop us, aren't you? This guy looks anything but friendly. And his response? Short, cold, and straight to the point. So what if I am? To be honest, I've been waiting for you lot for a long time. Then, the Yin Ghost sect drops a reason that sounds pretty epic on paper. But honestly, who's actually going to buy this? Orders from the sect. We're here to wait and invite every human and demon passing through this area to join the Yin Ghost sect. But after seeing that brutal attack from Baigu earlier, Yunxiao is getting some seriously bad vibes. This isn't an invite, it's a kidnapping. Why even bother with the sugar-coated words? They aren't kids who can be easily tricked anymore. Yet this guy just keeps trying to sweet-talk them into following him back. Just come with me quietly, and I won't have to get rough. Seeing him act so boldly on his own, Yunxiao starts to wonder what his game is. Isn't the Yin Ghost sect afraid of the Jade Flute Palace retaliating? But for a guy who fears neither heaven nor earth, He couldn't care less about the palace. Besides the Nine Heavens' mysterious lady, Ye Qingyu herself, who else could possibly stand against our sex ghost immortals? Who would have thought he'd bring her up right here and now? Besides, Ye Qingyu can barely save herself these days. She's not invincible. Soon, the Yin Ghost sect will rule the entire Jade Flute continent. If you're smart, you'll just come with us. Hearing this, Yun Xiao becomes even more certain of one thing. If something really happened to Ye Qingyu, this whole continent is about to descend into absolute chaos. But for now, the threat in front of him is what matters. No need for the empty threats. I'm not joining your damn sect. Neither of them could stand listening to his psychological mind games anymore. So they immediately launched a strike at him. You think a bunch of sewer rats hiding in the shadows can rule the continent? Don't make me laugh. I'm never joining the Yin Ghost sect. Realizing he couldn't lure any of them in, the Yin Ghost sect representative decides to switch things up. Fine. Since you won't take the easy way, we'll do this the hard way. Look around you. Before they knew it, they were completely surrounded by a sinister ghost-type array. Now, taste the power of my 10,000 demon soul-devouring array. Everyone panicked, desperately trying to find a way out of the trap. We're in trouble, it's a trap. Yun Xiao, this soul array. The power is off the charts. I'll protect you. Everyone, get behind me. Yun Xiao realized it wasn't just one guy setting this up. His gourd hadn't seen any action yet. But now, it's finally showtime. Time to go. You think the 10,000-mile sand sea is that easy to break through? Think again. The gourd shielded them instantly, leaving the Yin Ghost sect guy absolutely stunned. His jaw literally hit the floor like everyone else's. A defensive-type semi-saint artifact? Unbelievable. But if one trick fails, he's got another. He shifts his offensive strategy immediately. Fine. I'll just let the 10,000 demons slowly devour your sand sea instead. Damn it. Just wait until you fall into my hands. I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Seeing how Yun Xiao always has a countermove ready, the two girls were both shocked and relieved. You actually had a plan all along? Yun Xiao, did you predict this would happen? But right now, something feels off to him. This old guy is clearly stronger than us, yet he's just stalling for time. I bet he's got backup coming and he's just trying to keep us pinned down here. Chu Long glared at Yun Xiao, his eyes burning with pure envy. I'm nothing compared to him. No wonder Tianxiang likes him so much. But the 10,000-mile sand sea can only protect them for so long. It won't actually help them escape this old monster's grasp. If we want to get out of here, we're going to have to rely on Brother Chu. Rely on. Chu Long? He was caught completely off guard when he heard his name mentioned. Wait, you actually think I can help? And yeah, it wasn't just possible, it was the only way. I have a saint artifact called the Holy Book. This script can turn me into the faceless god. As long as Brother Chu puts his faith in me, the Holy Book can help him temporarily break through to the soul venerable realm. Then, we can definitely shatter this array. If it means getting out of here alive, then fine. I'll put my faith in you. This guy's clearly got some serious skills, and following him might actually be an honor. Suddenly, a streak of blue light shot straight into Chu Long. Tianxiang stood there, covering her mouth in pure disbelief. He really broke through to Soul Venerable. In an instant, Chu Long's aura shifted completely. Yun Xiao, Tianxiang, just wait here. I'm gonna go have a little chat with that Yin Ghost sect geezer. This time, Yun Xiao stepped back to let him have his moment in the spotlight. All that effort wasn't for nothing. By using the 10,000-mile sand sea and making Chu Long a believer, the power of the Holy Book just leveled up another notch. Alright then, Brother Chu, the rest is up to you. Chu Long wasn't just standing around feeling useless anymore today. He was going to teach this guy a lesson he'd never forget. Old man from the Yin Ghost sect. Die. The sect elder was probably praying to whatever gods he had left. You reached Soul Venerable? How is that even possible? With a temper like a ticking time bomb, Chu Long charged straight at the Yin Ghost sect leader. How I broke through is none of your damn business. All you need to know is that your time is up. Universe's ultimate strike. This guy was acting so tough and arrogant just a second ago, but now, he's absolutely terrified. No. And then, a high-stakes game of cat and mouse begins between them. Chu Long is hunting the Yin Ghost sect, and the guy is scurrying from place to place like a cornered rat. But wait, victory isn't the priority right now. Escape is. Yun Xiao and Tianxiang shout out, give it a rest. Stop the chase. Their faith power is running low, and the Yin Ghost sect is no joke. They need to hustle to Sunset Mountain, and fast. Yun Xiao agrees, but there's a tiny problem. Fine, but the airship is total junk now. How are we even supposed to travel? Don't worry, Yun Xiao has it all figured out. He pulls a classic move out of his sleeve, something totally brilliant. I'll fly us out on my sword. Tianxiang, you lead the way. So, Yun Xiao and Tianxiang share a sword, while poor Chu Long, he's left in the dust to travel solo. Seeing that blatant discrimination, Chu Long doesn't know whether to laugh or cry at his own luck. Like, 3 people started this trip together, but apparently, There's no room for him on the Sword Express. Talk about being a third wheel. Fast forward 3 days. They finally arrive at the Golden Cicada Palace on Sunset Mountain. As they touch down, Tianxiang points it out, this is the home of the Golden Cicada Demon Immortal. The 3 of them slowly head inside. According to the invite, the palace already arranged their rooms. Let's just head straight in, she says. But as they walk, Yun Xiao's internal radar goes haywire. Something he's been desperately hunting for is right here, the demon-slaying sword. Talk about a plot twist. Who would have thought the demon-slaying sword was hiding right inside the Golden Cicada Palace? He has to track it down. Tianxiang, my soul sword is close. You guys go to the rooms first, I'm going hunting. But they're a squad, and squads stick together. No way, Yun Xiao. We're coming with you. The trio follows the trail to a specific room, and Yun Xiao doesn't hesitate, he gives the door a firm knock. A massive bear demon swings the door open, and the girl beside him snaps. What do you want? Yun Xiao keeps it straight. I can feel it. My soul sword is in your hands. Give it back, and I'll trade you a rare treasure for it. These two? Not exactly the friendly types. They sneer at him. Your sword? Where did a random human like you even come from? We don't want your junk. This is a gift from the demon immortal himself. Scram, before I lose my temper and crush you. Yeah, who do you think you are? Seeing they won't play nice, Yun Xiao decides it's time for the hard way. If you won't hand it over, I'll just have to take it. What belongs to me stays with me. He calls out, his voice commanding. Demon-slaying sword, return to your master. The demons look totally panicked. They're definitely hiding something. You've got some nerve. The bear demon can't take it anymore and lunges at him. You brat, I'll tear you limb from limb. Tianxiang can tell this guy is bad news immediately. This bear demon is at the spirit venerable stage. Yun Xiao might be outmatched here, so Chulong decides to jump in. I've got your back, brother. After a tense moment, the demon-slaying sword finally flies back into Yun Xiao's grip. The bear demon's hand is inches from Yun Xiao's face when he suddenly freezes, dead in his tracks. Why? Because the demon-slaying sword is pressed right against his throat. Wait, let's talk this out. Big brother bear. With the bear demon shaking in his boots, Yun Xiao asks one more time. Now, can I take my sword and go? No way, he's arguing now. He nods like a madman. Yes, take it, just go. But the journey isn't over yet. Yun Xiao has one more stop to make. Follow me. There's one more place. As they walk, Yun Xiao's mind is racing. Master. I can't believe Tian He Huanzi used our master-servant contract to call for help. Is she in the 9 heavens too? I have to find her and fast. By now, Tianxiang and Chulong are basically Yun Xiao's biggest fans. Seriously, this guy surprises us every single time. Our young master is just on another level. Incredible. Following him was the best choice I ever made. Meanwhile, the 2 demons are fuming. He just stole our sword. We're just letting him walk away? Think he can just take our stuff and run? Call your sisters. We're going to kill every last one of them. Right now, Chulong, Tianxiang, and Yun Xiao are flying at breakneck speeds. Yun Xiao turns to her, looking dead serious. Tianxiang, what's 20,000 miles north of here? She struggles to keep up, totally confused. Probably Yingjiang City. It's mostly demons there, barely any humans. Why the sudden interest? Are we going to Yingjiang City? Yun Xiao doesn't blink. My maid from the lower world, Tian He Huanzi, is there. And things aren't looking good. She's using the contract to signal me. Tianxiang's brow furrows, she's definitely a little jealous. Oh, so we're rushing off to save another pretty face? No wonder you're in such a hurry. He looks back at her, making his point clear. She's bound to me by contract. How could I just ignore her? If I were that kind of guy, would you have waited 600 years for me? Hearing his sweet talk, she blushes hard and quickly looks away, unable to handle his smooth lines anymore. Poor Chulong, he's suddenly the ultimate third wheel in their little romantic drama. Who even am I? And why am I still here? Just then, 5 streaks of light blast past them, revealing the grisly demon king flanked by 4 beautiful subordinates. One of them snarls. Think you can steal from us and just run? Tianxiang's eyes widen in pure shock. It's the Nanning sect. Without a word, Yun Xiao summons his weapon, his gaze freezing over. You think trash like you can actually take me down? Tianxiang quickly grabs his arm to stop him. Don't be reckless. Tian He Huanzi is still waiting for you to save her. Let Chulong and me handle these demon cultivators. Chulong catches on instantly, pointing to himself with a confident grin. Young master, leave this to us. Ever since I started following the Heavenly Emperor, the spiritual energy in my body has been overflowing like crazy. These small fry demons aren't even on my level. Seeing their resolve, Yun Xiao nods and takes a detour, shouting back as he disappears. Then I'll leave them to you. The Grizzly Demon King isn't about to let him slip away and lunges forward, screaming for him to stop. But Tianxiang and Chulong move faster, blocking his path with icy glares that could kill. Your fight is with us now. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao grips his sword and activates his ground-shrinking technique to blitz through the terrain. He scans the unfamiliar landscape, realizing he's completely lost in this unknown territory. But the pull of the master-servant contract is tightening a clear warning. Tianxiang and the others are stalling the Nanning sect, and that won't be easy. I have to make this quick. Suddenly, his eyes catch two figures sitting together in the distance below. Yun Xiao watches Jiang Shanyu and Han Shui mid-chess match, his mind racing. That's Jiang Shanyu, the direct descendant of the Zhixiao Palace. She's resting her chin on her hand, looking deep in thought over the board, but she's already sensed him. Friend, since you're already here, why not show yourself? Han Shui lifts a chess piece, her voice cold and indifferent. Just some petty thief passing by. We should just kill him, and get it over with. Shan Yu glances over with a sharp, piercing look. If he really is just passing through, let him go. Yun Xiao descends, bowing deeply with forced respect. Greetings to both seniors. But internally, he's a mess of nostalgia and regret. Years ago, Jiang Shanyu was dead set on becoming his cultivation partner, but he'd rejected her for Ye Qingyu. He never imagined they'd meet again like this. Please, just don't recognize me. She looks at him like a total stranger and asks, Who are you? What's your business here? Feeling completely helpless, he keeps his head bowed low. This junior is a disciple of the Jade Sky Palace. I accidentally stumbled into this area during my training and will leave immediately. Shan Yu's face sours instantly. Jade Sky Palace? If you've trespassed, then get lost. Seriously, a Jade Sky disciple? What bad luck. Taking the hint, Yun Xiao cups his hands, ready to make a run for it. Then I shall take my leave. But the moment he speaks, she freezes. That voice, it's too familiar. Shan Yu bolts upright and grabs his arm, her voice booming. Stay right there. This is the Jade Sky Divine Sword. That blade belongs to him. Why is it in your hands? Yun Xiao's heart skips a beat, his pupils shrink, and cold sweat beads on his forehead. I'm cooked, he thinks. Shan Yu grits her teeth, her grip tightening like a vice as she glares into his soul. Who are you, really? He stiffens, forced to give a dry, awkward laugh as he stammers. I am. Suddenly, the ring on Yun Xiao's finger erupts with a blinding, brilliant light. Spiritual energy spirals around him like a violent hurricane. Yun Xiao instantly forms a hand seal, his expression turning cold. Just a common disciple of the Jade Sky Palace. Shan Yu gasps, her voice trembling with shock. The lost 4 images divine relic of the Jade Sky Palace. Han Shui, who had been silent, finally stands up and grabs Shan Yu's hand to steady her. Sister Yu, do you want me to just kill him? But Shan Yu responds calmly, her eyes never leaving him. He has the recognition of the Jade Sky Divine Sword, carries a treasure from the Elixir Sky Palace, and actually escaped my grip in the blink of an eye. A faint, mysterious smirk plays on her lips. Killing someone this interesting would be such a waste. Standing in the center of the energy vortex, Yun Xiao is lost in thought. I didn't expect the 4 images divine relic to be connected to the Elixir Sky Palace. It seems the link between the 9 skies continent and Earth is much deeper than I ever imagined. Shan Yu stands with her hands on her hips, her cold gaze sweeping over him. Kid, what's your name? The defense of that 4 images shield is strong, but it won't hold me off forever. You better start talking. Yun Xiao tilts his head slightly, watching her. She hasn't realized it's me yet. Makes sense I look nothing like I did back then. In that case, Yun Xiao finally speaks up, his voice steady and deep. My name is Xiao Yun. Her eyes widen in surprise. Xiao Yun? And who is your master? He lets out a long, heavy sigh, realizing there's no point in hiding it anymore. You'd find out eventually anyway. My teacher is half Saint Qing Cheng. Hearing that name, Shan Yu is visibly shaken. It's her. That name, Xiao Yun. It's so similar to his. And he's Qing Cheng's disciple? Could he be his reincarnation? Han Shui leans in close to Shan Yu's ear, whispering urgently. Sister Yu, this kid's potential is absolutely insane. Shan Yu's eyes narrow as she calculates the risks. If she doesn't take out Qing Cheng's disciple now, he'll definitely grow into a massive problem later. Between her and Han Shui, the grudge with Jade Flute Palace is already set in stone. Letting this guy walk away? Yeah, that's not happening. Yun Xiao catches them whispering and gives a helpless little laugh. But don't let that fool you inside. He's already sensing the danger. Hey seniors, I'm still standing right here. You wouldn't really have the heart to kill a handsome guy like me, would you? Man, this woman's bloodlust is off the charts. She swings her hand with terrifying force, her eyes locking onto Yun Xiao like a predator. You heard what Han Shui said. But I hate to see talent go to waste. So, I'll give you one way to stay alive. Become my disciple, my man, otherwise. Suddenly, her power explodes, sending the chess pieces on the board flying in every direction. Her eyes are like daggers. She strikes out, her palms moving like a blur through the floating pieces as she growls with pure killing intent. Die! Seeing the attack coming, Yun Xiao casually places a hand on his chest. Okay, this really isn't looking good. Look, I'm a disciple of Jade Flute Palace. As long as they're still around, I can't exactly go switching sex, can I? That's the act he's putting on, but behind the scenes, he's already prepping a secret trick. Looks like it's time for his ace in the hole. Shan Yu isn't buying it. She narrows her eyes in a cold warning. Don't play games. Last chance. Join me, or die. Yun Xiao just gives a playful smile. He throws his hands up, looking totally innocent, and lets out a long sigh. Well, if you think that highly of me, senior. Seeing him give in so easily, she's actually satisfied. Smart move. But the second she relaxes, he's already mid-air, bolting away at top speed. I'm out. But Shan Yu? She no amateur. The moment she realizes he's running, she launches the hidden weapons she'd been holding back straight at him. You want to die that badly? But all she hits is a red afterimage. The real Yun Xiao has completely vanished. Shan Yu scans the area, her face twisted in pure rage. Damn it, the kid played me. I can't believe he pulled off a Blood Essence clone right under my nose. Han Shui rushes to her side to calm her down. Don't worry, Sister Yu. He won't get far. The scene shifts. Yun Xiao lands on a distant mountain peak where lightning is tearing through the sky. Oh, come on, you've got to be kidding me. All he did was absorb some energy from the sacred book to escape. He didn't think it would trigger this. Suddenly, a bolt of divine lightning rips through the air, aiming straight for his head. One escape attempt, and now he's facing a tribulation? He looks up at the sky, totally stunned. Clear blue 1 second. Lightning the next. He's literally level-upping into a tribulation. As the heavens roar, Yun Xiao glares back. Helpless but stubborn, he lets out a tired sigh. Fine then. What's meant to be will be. No point in trying to hide. At the same time, someone down below is watching the thunder rumble across the horizon. With her hair blowing in the wind, she senses the massive surge of spiritual energy. Someone is actually facing the Spirit Emperor tribulation here? Could it be him? I have to check. Meanwhile, Han Shui and Shan Yu are still on the hunt. There you are. Surrounded by 10,000 bolts of lightning, Yun Xiao stands perfectly still. Hair flying, expression cold, he looks like a jade statue amidst the chaos. He thinks to himself, thankfully, it's just one wave. If he leaves now, Shan Yu might not be able to track his location. A moment later, the dark clouds finally begin to fade, leaving the sky as clear as it was before. He turns to see Han Sha landing right next to him. Wait, why is she here? She's actually Bailey Yun Xiao's third disciple, Han Sha. Right then, Shan Yu and Han Shui arrive as well. Han Shui is shocked to see her sister there. Sister? Why are you here? Shan Yu drops down behind Han Shui, her mind racing as she assesses the situation. Han Sha was supposed to be negotiating with the Golden Heaven demon Immortal. Why show up here? She ignores Han Shui, her eyes glued to Yun Xiao. Is it you? It's really you, right? Yun Xiao looks at Han Sha, looking at the expression on her face. He realizes that if he doesn't come clean now, she's never going to let it go. He bows his head slightly, finally ready to admit the truth. You're right, Han Sha. I am the man you're thinking of. Bailey, before he can finish, she rushes forward and covers his mouth. Don't say it, not here. Han Sha quickly signals Shan Yu, who catches the drift immediately and nods. Understood. With a sharp wave of Shan Yu's hand, a massive barrier erupts, sealing the four of them off from the outside world. Okay, now we can talk. Yun Xiao is a little confused, his brow furrowing. What kind of game are they playing now? But at this point, there's no reason to hide. He sweeps his hand over his body as a thin mist rises, and his entire appearance begins to shift and change. Yuer, little Sha. It's been a long time. Both Han Sha and Shan Yu are paralyzed, tears welling up in their eyes as they look at their old friend. It really is him. But Han Shui? She isn't crying, she's furious. So this is the Bailey Yun Xiao they've been obsessed with? Where the hell have you been? She points right in his face, her voice trembling with anger. Do you have any idea what they've had to sacrifice for you all these years? If you're still alive, why haven't you come to see them? Shan Yu gripped Han Shui's shoulder, her voice tight. That's enough out of you. Shuer, haven't you learned that words bring trouble? As for the question, Yun Xiao didn't seem to care much about it. What actually caught his eye was their behavior. What was the deal here? There wasn't a soul around, so why were they being so paranoid? Han Sha let out a long, heavy sigh. Master, there's a lot you don't know. We're living in an era where the gods are watching our every move. Your status in the 9 heavens is legendary. The fact that you've returned. It's a massive secret. One slip-up, and both our souls could be wiped from existence. Yun Xiao frowned, the gravity of the situation sinking in. He'd revealed his identity to Qingcheng and Tianxiang before, but they never mentioned this. Suddenly, a blinding aura erupted from both Shan Yu and Han Sha. It's because we've reached the saint realm. There are forbidden secrets that only a saint is allowed to know, and only saints draw the attention of certain entities. Yun Xiao rubbed his chin, his mind already racing with possibilities. I see. It looks like the nine heavens changed a lot while I was gone. Hansha blinked in total shock. Master, you weren't here all those years? Yunshao's gaze turned cold as ice as memories of Earth flashed through his mind. I didn't just reincarnate, I was reborn. I originally came from Earth, and after I died here, I woke up back there. The girls looked at each other, completely lost. Earth? You mean the legendary ninth underworld? Xianyu didn't know what to think. Wasn't that supposed to be the realm where the dead were sent to be reborn? Hearing this, Yunxiao himself was stunned, shouting out in shock. What? Hansha's expression turned dead serious. According to the secret records of the saints, the place where souls migrate is called the ninth underworld holy star, or Earth. Images of people scattered across the distant blue planet appeared, while Hansha's voice continued the explanation. Legend says those who perish in the nine heavens are born again in the ninth underworld. Hansha looked straight ahead, her voice dropping to a whisper. But word is, the ninth underworld is a low-level dimension, where time and space are completely broken. Yunxiao crossed his arms and leaned back, a look of pure frustration on his face. No wonder. I was just a teenager back on Earth, but 6 million years have passed here since the day I died. She nodded. Time dilation. Hansha hesitated, then finally asked, Master, what really happened back then? Yunxiao let out a soft sigh. It was clear she already knew Ye Qingyu was the one behind it all. I knew it! That heartless woman! Shanyu gritted her teeth, her blood boiling with rage. You rejected me for Ye Qingyu back then, and look where it got you. Don't you dare think about leaving me behind again in this life. He held up his hands, trying to de-escalate the fire from the two girls. Now. Hansha stepped in, patting Shanyu's hand. Bauer, now's not the time for this. Don't forget, we have actual business to take care of. A few steps away, Han Shui raised her hand to finally get their attention. After being ignored for so long, she finally spoke up about their meeting with the Golden Cicada Demon Immortal, which was today. Shan Yu and Hansha froze. Oh right, they shouted together. Yunxiao's voice turned deep and serious. Wait, what's going on? And why is a demon immortal involved? Hansha's eyes filled with a sudden bitter grief. After you died, I hated Ye Qingyu with every fiber of my being. But her power just kept growing every single day. We couldn't touch her, so we were forced to leave the Jade Palace. Hansha's gaze turned rock solid. I spent 100 years tempering my soul to become a saint. Now, I finally have the power to avenge you. Shanyu's eyes softened as she told the rest. Hansha had personally traveled across the nine heavens. She convinced a group of us, including myself, to team up and take down Ye Qingyu. We were just about to finalize the plan with the demon immortal. Yunxiao's eyes sharpened with doubt. I heard from the dark ghost sect that Ye Qingyu is in deep trouble. Was that your doing? Hansha shook her head. No. She's currently guarding a major spatial rift. I heard the space there is fluctuating. The portal is about to collapse. Yunxiao's face went pale. If that's true, you can't touch her. Yunxiao stood tall, his commanding gaze sweeping over the three of them. If the aliens invade, the nine heavens will fall into chaos. The safety of the people always comes first. Did you forget everything I taught you? Hansha pouted, looking like a scolded child. But master, I only wanted to get revenge for you. Shanyu huffed in annoyance. We're trying to help you and we don't even get a thank you. Han Shui just looked away. I'm not even your disciple. Why am I getting lectured too? Yunxiao coughed into his hand to hide his awkwardness. Just, cancel the whole thing immediately. Hansha tilted her head. Fine. We'll go find the demon immortal right now. Master, are you coming with me? She asks. But Yunxiao gently turns her down. He's got a mission of his own. He needs to find his missing maid. And just like that, Yunxiao heads out, his mind racing with worry about her. Before long, he's standing before a massive, shimmering blue river, the gateway to Yingjiang. Yunxiao knows the deal. Cross this river, and he's finally inside Yingjiang City. Suddenly, the water starts churning into a violent whirlpool. Then boom! A massive serpentine water monster lunges straight out of the depths. It catches him off guard for a second. He frowns, sensing its power a winding dragon in the spirit sect realm. This is going to be a massive pain. But then, the ring on Yunxiao's finger begins to glow, wrapping him in a brilliant light as if it's standing guard. Within that intense green radiance, a majestic jade dragon erupts with a deafening roar. Its body twists through the sky, looking like it's literally tearing through space with heaven-shaking power. Slowly, the roar fades into nothingness. Yunxiao stands there, jaw dropped in pure shock. Did the four symbols divine furnace just protect him on its own? It looks like the white dragon-diting soul inside the seal has finally awakened. Suddenly, from that sphere of divine light, a lion-like beast lets out a ferocious roar. With fire blazing in its eyes, it charges toward the city, leaving a massive trail of light across the sky. Yunxiao hovers in mid-air, back straight as an arrow, staring at the city in the distance. He's putting the pieces together. The diting soul can sense the vibrations of everything in existence. Right now, it's being drawn toward the master-servant contract. Could it be? Has it finally tracked down where Tianhe Huanzi is being held? At that exact moment, a streak of golden light smashes through the window of a high-end brothel known as the Yingjiang Pavilion. Inside, the Diting Beast stands protectively next to a girl in tattered clothes, her hands bound and hanging from the ceiling. The beast glares out the window, growling low in its throat. Yun Xiao arrives a split second later, and the sight before him is absolutely devastating. He grits his teeth, his voice a low growl of pure rage. Who the hell did this to her? Poor Huanzi is completely broken, gagged so she can't even scream. She looks over at him, her eyes welling up with tears and a silent plea for help. Yun Xiao gently scooped Princess Xuanzi Qiao into his arms, his heart breaking as he looked at her battered state. Huanzi, I'm sorry, he whispered, his voice thick with regret. I'm late. Her eyes fluttered open, looking up at him with a fragile smile. Not late, she breathed. As long as you came for me. I'm happy. But master, what about the others? Are my sisters safe? We got separated the moment we hit that spatial tunnel, Yun Xiao muttered, his eyes sharpening with a cold, focused intensity. You're the first one I've located. Since I haven't received any distress signals from the others, I have to believe they're still safe. Don't worry. A wave of relief washed over her face as she gave a faint, tired nod. That's good then. Yun Xiao tightened his grip, his mind made up. I'm getting you out of here first. Rest, heal up, and once you're back on your feet, I'll make sure every single person who touched you pays in blood. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the room. Lord City Master, the girl you brought in, she's right here. I'm giving her a little lesson, just like you asked. The heavy doors creaked open as two figures stepped inside. The city lord of Yingjiang walked in with his hands tucked behind his back, a twisted, satisfied smirk plastered across his face. He turned to the old hag. Dung Ma, I know I can count on you, but tell me, how's the training going? Is she broken yet? Dung Ma bowed low, her voice dripping with oily respect. Oh, you'll love this. I've had that girl bound and gagged for 3 straight days. The state she's in now? It's exactly the kind of sight you enjoy. But the moment they looked up, their smiles vanished. Their eyes nearly popped out of their heads as they saw Yun Xiao standing there, holding Xuanzi Qiao in his arms. Who the hell are you? The city lord roared, his face darkening with instant rage. You arrogant brat! Drop my beauty right now! Yun Xiao's gaze turned ice cold. Your beauty? You dared to treat my people like this, and you think you're the one who gets to ask questions? We have a debt to settle, and it starts now. Fuming with rage, the city lord of Yingjiang didn't wait. He swung his hand, unleashing a blinding wave of spiritual energy that tore through the room as he screamed. A pathetic little spirit emperor dares to talk back to me. Die. But his attack? It hit nothing but empty air. His jaw dropped complete and utter disbelief. Where did he go? High above, Yun Xiao was already soaring through the clouds, still clutching the unconscious Xuanzi Qiao tightly to his chest. City lord of Yingjiang, you imprisoned my maid and plotted my death. Yun Xiao's voice boomed from the heavens. Consider us enemies until the day one of us stops breathing. His voice thundered across the landscape, forcing every citizen in the city to stop and stare at the sky. People of Yingjiang, listen carefully. I am Yun Xiao, the true disciple of the Jade Flute Palace. My master is the half-saint, Qing Cheng. In the name of the Jade Flute Palace, I am issuing a grand decree. Yun Xiao's eyes glowed with a terrifying blood-red light as he made his move. Whoever kills the city lord of Yingjiang will be rewarded by the Jade Flute Palace with 3 spatial rings packed to the brim with legendary treasures and heavenly artifacts. Down below, the city lord's face went pale. His jaw hit the floor, and cold sweat drenched his forehead as he realized. He was no longer the hunter. He was the prey. Everyone froze, paralyzed by pure terror. The city lord of Yingjiang slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the wood into splinters, his eyes burning with a mix of pure rage and bitter jealousy. That kid. He's actually a core disciple of the Yuxiao Palace? She's just a nobody, a common girl. How the hell did she manage to call in a heavy hitter like him? Next to him, Rongma was losing it. Her face turned paper white as her hands trembled in fear. My lord, what the heck are we supposed to do? His face was deathly pale, sweat soaking through his clothes as he turned to make a run for it. I've got to move. I need to get back to the city mansion right now. If he didn't, the vultures looking to suck up to the Yuxiao Palace would definitely use his head as a stepping stone. Behind him, she scrambled to follow, screaming out for the city lord to wait up. Madame Dung barely had a chance to finish her sentence before the heavy doors slammed shut right in her face. She collapsed, clutching her head as pure terror washed over her features. It's over. Everything is ruined. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao gently supports the unconscious girl on the wooden bench, his eyes heavy with concern. I used that bounty to bait the city lord, he thinks to himself. That should keep him distracted for a while. I need to use this window to heal Huanzi. Her injuries are way too deep to wait any longer. Yun Xiao focuses, channeling his core energy for the healing process. A vibrant green light erupts from his palms, gently enveloping the unconscious girl's chest. Suddenly, Huanzi's hand shoots up, grabbing his arm. "Master, don't waste your energy on me," she whispers. "I'm not worth it." Yun Xiao's brow furrows instantly, his gaze turning sharp and uncompromising. "Don't be ridiculous. If I don't treat you now, you'll be crippled for life. And I have absolutely no use for a useless subordinate." Suddenly, a mocking voice ripples through the air. "Or maybe you just don't want a crippled lover, huh?" He turns to see Tianxiang and Chulong stepping toward him. Tianxiang, Chulong. Tianxiang crosses her arms, a playful but tired smirk on her face. "Chulong and I nearly ran ourselves to death trying to distract the enemy for you. We covered thousands of miles overnight just to shake them off and rush back here. And what do we find? You, playing the hero and flirting with a beauty." Yun Xiao's gaze remains icy, his voice dropping into a serious, heavy tone. Her internal organs are shredded. If she doesn't recover now, her path as a cultivator will be severed forever. Tianxiang's eyes go wide with genuine shock. "What? Who could be that heartless?" At those words, Yun Xiao's expression turns lethal. His voice grows raspy with rage. "The city lord of Yingjiang. I've already put a price on his head. Since you two are finally back, go check on the situation for me." Tianxiang nods immediately. On it, in no time, she and Chulong arrive at the Yingjiang city mansion. They aren't alone. A massive, restless crowd is already gathered at the gates, waiting for something to break. Inside the mansion, the lord of Yingjiang is a total wreck, bowing his head in a fit of trembling fear. "Father, mother, people are already trying to storm the mansion for that bounty. If this keeps up, I'm a dead man." He clenches his hands, eyes squeezed shut as sweat pours down his face like rain. "You have to save me, please." His parents turn around, their faces twisted with sheer fury. "That brat from Yuxiao Palace thinks he can push you this far over some woman? He's got a lot of nerve. These two aren't just anyone, they are City Lord Lan Yue and Hai Wuya. In my Yingjiang city, no one from Yuxiao Palace makes the rules." Wuya's eyes burn with killing intent, veins bulging on his neck as he barks out a command. His powerful voice booms, echoing through every hall of the Yingjiang mansion. "Attention, citizens of Yingjiang. Anyone who provides information on that Yu Xiao legacy disciple, Yun Xiao, will receive 10 million spirit stones. And the one who brings me his head? You'll get a mansion here in the city, and access to our secret cultivation arts." The crowd outside gasps in awe. This is bold. The city mansion is actually declaring open war against Yuxiao Palace. "Man, I don't know. I'm not sure I want to cross Yuxiao Palace. Besides, that legacy disciple doesn't look like an easy kill." A man sitting by the roadside hears this, and lets out a dark, intrigued chuckle. "Challenging Yuxiao Palace? So, you're Yun Xiao? Well, since you've set foot in Yingjiang City, don't think you're ever leaving." He bites his finger, blood dripping as he draws a bizarre, eerie seal. "Once this tracking talisman is set, I don't care who you are, there's nowhere you can hide." Tianxiang turns to Chulong, her face pale with worry. "Things just got a lot more dangerous. We have to get back and warn him. Fast." Meanwhile, under the fading sunlight, Yun Xiao stands guard as Huanzi meditates. He rubs his chin, deep in thought as he recalls her story. "Huanzi told me earlier that after she escaped the space rift, she ended up in front of a ruined temple. Suddenly, two shadows flicker under the trees nearby. Tianxiang and Chulong have finally returned, their expressions grimmer than ever. Yun Xiao, the city lord put a massive hit on you, 10 million spirit stones. Yuxiao Palace has endless enemies, and they're all going to be coming for you." Suddenly, a glowing red sigil appears right next to Yun Xiao. The three of them watch in stunned silence as it slowly evaporates into the air. Yun Xiao's face darkens. He realizes exactly what just happened. Going now is useless. It's already too late. Outside, Old Zhang looks up toward their location, a predator's smile creeping across his lips. "Found you." Sitting in a dark corner, he eyes the distant mansion. He knows a Yuxiao disciple will have plenty of tricks up his sleeve. "I'll leak the location to the city mansion first. Let them do the fighting, and I'll just wait to catch the fish in muddy waters." Old Zhang stands up and starts walking. A kid like that is definitely carrying a fortune in treasures. "I'm about to be a very rich man." Back at the hideout, red particles fall onto Tianxiang's palm. She holds them up to the light and shouts, "It's a tracking talisman." Yun Xiao doesn't even flinch. "I know." He stands firm before the four-imagery god furnace, shielding the vulnerable Huanzi. His voice is low, cold, and heavy with intent as he says, "I'll use the four-image divine cauldron to shield Huanzi so she can recover in peace," Yun Xiao says firmly. Then, a cocky grin spreads across his face, his eyes flashing with lethal confidence. "This little game of cat and mouse?" He sneers. Time to flip the script. Under the clear blue sky, he steps forward with a cold, commanding gaze. "Follow me. We're finding the perfect spot for an ambush." Tianxiang and Chulong don't hesitate, their eyes burning with resolve. As you command, young master. It doesn't take long before Lao Zhang arrives, leading Lan Yue and Wu Ya right into the trap. He leans on his staff, fuming with rage as he barks, "You said Yun Xiao was here. Where is he?" His scout drops to one knee, looking dead serious. "My tracking charms are never wrong. They're definitely here, City Lord. Just give me a second to find them." Suddenly, Yun Xiao's voice cuts through the air, sending a chill down their spines. "No need to look. I'm right here." He steps out from the shadows, his expression dark and menacing. "Seems like you guys just won't let this go. Good. I've been waiting for you." He shakes his head mockingly as Tianxiang and Chulong flank him. It's a real shame the city lord didn't show up himself. Seeing this, Lao Zhang's face pales as cold sweat pours down his neck. He found my tracking charm? This is bad. He thinks frantically. I need to disappear before things get ugly. However, the others aren't backing down just yet. Unlike the panicked Zhang, Wu Ya steps up, acting all tough and fearless. "Kid, you really think setting a trap for the sake of one woman is worth it?" He points a finger at Lan Yue, his voice dripping with pure intimidation. "My wife and I are at the peak of the late spirit sex stage. Even with your formations, you can't touch us. Why don't we all just take a step back?" Yun Xiao just ignores the talk and pulls out a mysterious book. Instantly, a massive wave of spiritual energy erupts. Enough trash talk. You lot humiliated Huanzi and almost destroyed her path to immortality. His gaze turns murderous. Today, you're paying that debt in full. The book flies into the air, glowing brilliantly as it creates a massive dome, locking everyone inside. On Yun Xiao's command, Chulong lets out a roar as he transforms into a terrifying half-man, half-pig beast. He hoists a massive weapon, a wicked grin plastered on his face. "Young master, leave these three old fools to me," Chulong barks. Seeing the threat, Lan Yue doesn't wait. She transforms and lunges forward. "Old man, I'll take care of this pig," she screams. Wu Ya shouts back a desperate warning. "Careful, that beast's power is at least on par with ours." Meanwhile, Lao Zhang is trying to sneak away like a coward. "Every man for himself," he mutters. "I'm out of here." He takes a few steps and smack. He runs straight into Yun Xiao's barrier, letting out a pathetic wail. Damn it, this kid actually locked the entire area down. Wu Ya realizes they're cornered. With no choice left, he decides to go all in. He conjures a massive, towering wave of water, soaring into the air with a primal scream. "You arrogant brat. Die. Gale, great wave," he bellows, unleashing the full force of his attack. Tianxiang's eyes widen. "He's using a secret art to boost his cultivation," she shouts. Multiple tails erupt from her back as she leaps in front of Yun Xiao. "Don't you dare touch him." "But wait," Tianxiang gasps. Wu Ya has vanished into thin air, leaving nothing but a fading illusion behind. She realizes the trick instantly and spins around, screaming a warning. "Yun Xiao, watch out." Wu Ya is already behind him, closing in for the kill. "Drop dead," he snarls. But Yun Xiao doesn't even blink. He just calmly utters two words. "Di Ting." Suddenly, the massive beast Di Ting lunges out, pinning Wu Ya instantly. Yun Xiao looks down at him coldly. "You really thought I'd just lock you in here without a plan?" Wu Ya hits the dirt hard, staring up at the gargantuan Di Ting in absolute terror. "With the power of the holy book, Di Ting's soul is more than enough to end you," Yun Xiao says. Wu Ya's world crumbles. This is impossible." Yun Xiao plants a foot firmly on his chest, his face shadowed with a terrifying intensity. "If you're so eager to die, I'll be happy to oblige." Utterly broken, Wu Ya clings to Yun Xiao's leg, begging for his life. "No, please, don't kill me." Finally, he screams out a desperate bargain. I'll tell you the secrets of the 9 Serenity Sacred Land, just let me live." Lan Yue screams out in shock, trying to rush to her husband's side, but Chulong isn't letting her go anywhere. Yun Xiao leans down, his voice a low, dangerous growl that chills the air. "If you lie to me, you and that woman are both dead." Wu Ya can only nod frantically, completely humbled. "I wouldn't dare. I swear." "The Hai family once produced a saint," he stammers, describing a legendary, colossal turtle. According to the records, when the ancestor reached sainthood, he learned a secret about the souls of all great beings. Eventually, they all return to the 9 Serenity Sacred Land for reincarnation until their memories awaken. He looks genuinely terrified. That's how they live forever. Yun Xiao finally pulls his foot back, his mind racing. This matches what Han Sha said, he thinks. But this isn't enough. Seeing a chance, Wu Ya scrambles up and drops to one knee in a sign of total submission. "My life is almost at its end, and I only wanted the secret to immortality." In my search, I stumbled upon a map of the ancient 9 Skies continent. It shows how the Great Seas were split into different, hidden landmasses. The 9 Skies continent we see today is split into 9 parts by the vast ocean. But back in the day, it was one single, massive world. Wu Ya looked up, his face becoming dead serious as he spoke. The hidden path leading to the Nine Serenities Holy Land is located right at the very heart of the continent. And as it turns out, the center of that legendary region is exactly where the current Yingjiang city stands today. Hearing this, Yunjiao finally let out a breath, his expression softening just a bit. He figured if he could pinpoint that passage, finding Yunjiao and the others would be a whole lot easier. He looked down at the man and pushed for more info, asking where the other passages were hidden. Wu Ya stayed in his humble, submissive position, and replied that only a grand formation master or a spatial-type blacksmith could ever hope to track them down. He admitted that if he actually knew their locations, he wouldn't be stuck here in Yingjiang City, just barely scraping by. Yun Xiao turned away, rubbing his chin as he carefully weighed the old man's words. According to this old fossil, finding those spatial tunnels won't be a problem for me, he thought. Meanwhile, Wu Ya slowly stood up, his mind racing with schemes on how to make a run for it. He noticed old Zhang had been slacking off on the sidelines, not even lifting a finger during the entire fight. Wu Ya figured the guy was already planning his own exit, so he had to keep a close eye on him. And he was right, old Zhang was currently fumbling with some kind of charm, his entire body shaking with pure terror. "Hurry up, damn it, move faster," he hissed. He was kicking himself for not bringing enough charms this time, forcing him to try and draw a void-breaking seal from scratch. With a casual wave of his hand, Yun Xiao pulled back his barrier, and the mystical book flew right back to him. "Place your faith in me, and I'll lead you to the spatial tunnels." Wu Ya narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning sharp as a blade. This was it, his one and only shot at survival. He thrust his hand out, gathering a massive surge of energy before roaring at the top of his lungs, "Old Zhang! What the hell are you waiting for?" On cue, the man instantly activated the charm he'd just finished. Boom! A hole ripped right through the barrier. Wu Ya didn't waste a second, turning back to shout for his wife, Lan Yue, to move. Yun Xiao reacted instantly to the breakout, shouting out orders to Chulong and Tianxiang. Chulong didn't hesitate, landing a devastating, fatal blow right on Lan Yue. She didn't even have time to scream, only managing to gasp out two final words. "Old Master." Seeing his wife fall, Wu Ya's eyes welled up with tears as he let out a heartbroken cry. "My love!" Yun Xiao leaped into the air, raising his hand to manifest a massive orb of energy to send Wu Ya to the grave right alongside her. But the old man chose survival over sentiment, turning tail and sprinting for his life. He knew running was his only option now. He built up speed and shot through the hole in the barrier, soaring high into the sky. Tianxiang and Chulong stepped forward, offering to hunt them down. But Yun Xiao just stood there by the breach and said softly, "Don't bother." By now, his face had gone completely dark, his eyes turning cold as ice. "Get ready. We're going to raid his nest and flip Yingjiang City upside down." Suddenly, a frantic shout echoed from deep inside the Yingjiang City Lord's mansion. "Father!" City Lord Haiwentian's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw Wu Ya stumble back, coughing up blood all over the floor. "Father! Weren't you and Mother supposed to be hunting down that Yun Xiao kid from Jade Sky's palace?" He rushed over to support the trembling man, who was clutching his chest in pain. "How did you get hurt like this? And where's Mother?" Wenqian asked, panic rising. Wu Ya could barely get the words out through his gasps. "Your mother. She's gone. She's dead." Gripping his chest with one hand, he placed the other on his son's shoulder, warning him with a shaky voice. "That brat is way too cunning. And his methods, they're terrifying. You need to lay low for a while. Let me heal my wounds, and then I'll take our people to get revenge for your mother." Before he could even finish his sentence, a strange, swirling mass of clouds rolled in across the sky. Both of them looked up, completely stunned. What was happening? Could Yun Xiao have actually followed them here? How would he even dare? High above, Yun Xiao was floating in the sky, surrounded by violent ripples of golden energy. He used the 10,000-mile golden sand to trap Yingjiang City first, then set the sand as the core of his formation. He was laying down a grand killing array. Every single life within the walls of Yingjiang City was now officially in his hands. He snapped his eyes open, his gaze filled with nothing but cold, sharp fury. "I'm taking full control of everything here." Yun Xiao's eyes were stern as he pointed into the distance, barked out sharp orders. 300 miles past the east gate, 20 miles past the west gate, and 200 miles past the south gate. Bowling stones now. Tianxiang, Chulong, and Huanzi stood behind him, cupping their hands in unison as they shouted, "As you command." In an instant, the three of them vanished like a gust of wind, leaving him alone. And finally, it's my turn. Yun Xiao raised his gourd high, manifesting a massive barrier that completely swallowed the entire city. The grand killing array was complete. He looked down from above with an air of absolute authority and crushing pressure. "People of Yingjiang City, listen up," his voice boomed, and everyone below stopped in their tracks, looking up at the sky in shock. "I am Yun Xiao, the true successor of the Jade Sky's palace. Your city lord, Haiwentian, dared to humiliate my maid and tried to take my life. Today, I've set this grand killing array to collect that debt." His voice echoed through every corner of the city like a formal declaration of war. Anyone who resists will be cut down without mercy. The city lord looked up, his jaw dropping in pure terror as he started sweating bullets. Wu Ya could only pat his shoulder to try and steady him. "Father, what do we do?" Wentian stammered. The old man's eyes were filled with grim determination and a look of total defeat. He grabbed his panicking son and shouted, "Things have gone too far. There's no way out now. Come with me and confess your crimes." As he was dragged along, the city lord could only let out a terrified cry. "Father!" The two of them landed right in front of Yun Xiao, and Wu Ya immediately barked at his son to get down. He forced him to kowtow and hit his head on the ground while he placed a hand over his own heart, bowing low to show his absolute submission and regret. Legacy disciple Yun Xiao stood cold as the Yingjiang city lord trembled, desperately crying out, "This old monk was wrong. I admit my sins. I'll accept any punishment," he pleaded, his voice cracking with terror. "Just please, spare the rest of the High Clan. They're innocent." The city lord kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead hitting the ground in a frantic display of regret. At that exact moment, the three companions who had left earlier finally made their return. Yun Xiao turned his gaze toward Huanzi, his voice soft but heavy with meaning. "It's time. You can take your revenge now." Her eyes lit up as she cheered. "Thank you, master." The gratitude in Huanzi's heart was overwhelming. This was the moment she had been waiting for. She stepped toward the trembling city lord, looking down at him like he was nothing more than a bug. "You're the one who tried to ruin my purity," she hissed. "You're the reason I nearly lost my path to cultivation forever. Tell me," she continued, "did you ever stop to think about the consequences? Or did you think you were untouchable?" The man couldn't even answer. He just kept kowtowing, sobbing, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Huanzi didn't let him utter another word. With a decisive flick of her wrist, she unleashed a surge of raw power that tore straight through his head. Instant death. Nearby, Hai Wuya stood frozen, forced to watch his own son be executed right in front of his eyes, completely helpless to stop it. Trembling, Wuya bowed low toward Yun Xiao, cold sweat drenching his face. "My son has paid the price," he choked out. "I beg you, legacy disciple, please spare the rest of the High Clan." Yun Xiao didn't answer immediately. His silence was heavy, dripping with a terrifying hidden intent. "I can spare you," Yun Xiao finally said, his lips curling into a dangerous, razor-sharp smirk. He reached out a hand, his eyes burning with an intimidating light. "But here's the deal. You either name me your master, or you can choose to die right here." Seeing no other way out, Wuya bowed his head and submissively lifted Yun Xiao's hand. "I am willing to serve you as my lord," he whispered, his pride shattered. "I only ask for a path to survive." A brilliant light, erupted as a soul seal, was etched into his forehead. Wuya trembled, his expression a mix of forced submission and pure, agonizing despair. Yun Xiao remained cold, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he finalized the contract without a shred of pity. Wuya dropped to one knee, his hands clasped in total reverence. "Hai Wuya greets the master," he declared. Yun Xiao stood tall, radiating the aura of a true sovereign. "The citizens of Yingjiang City are still trapped in the formation," Yun Xiao ordered. "Go and calm them down." He then turned to Huanzi with a sharp instruction. "Huanzi, do you remember that ruined temple where you first appeared?" She frowned slightly, then nodded. "I remember, master. Follow me." The three of them arrived at a desolate, crumbling temple. Dust covered everything, and the statues of forgotten gods stood silent in the ruins. Yun Xiao began scanning the area with surgical precision as Huanzi started to explain what she knew. "Master, I heard that this temple existed long before Yingjiang City was even founded. No one knows which god was once worshipped here." They walked toward the old kneeling mats scattered across the floor. She pointed toward them, adding, "This is exactly where I was when I woke up." Yun Xiao followed her gaze. Suddenly, a strange, azure spiritual energy flared up from a yellow mat, catching his eye. "That's the power of faith." He let out a shout and unleashed a powerful blast, striking the mat with enough force to shatter the ground beneath it. "Back up, both of you," he commanded. A massive hole now gaped in the floor, and without hesitation, Yun Xiao leapt down into the darkness. Upon landing in the hidden chamber below, he was greeted by glowing golden symbols, vibrating with the same mysterious energy as the mat above. "These are characters from the era of the 5 emperors," he whispered. "This is an ancient altar dedicated to them." Tian Xiang and Huanzi jumped down after him. Tian Xiang recognized the carvings immediately. Was this really a sacred site from that legendary era? Huanzi, confused, asked for clarification. Tian Xiang folded her arms and began to break down the lore for her. Legend says that ancient Nine Heavens continent was ruled by 5 supreme beings. They were the Flame Emperor, the Black Emperor, the Green Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, and the Heaven Emperor. Each of them left behind god-tier cultivation techniques that still shake the world today, collectively known as the 5 Emperors. Suddenly, Yun Xiao raised his hand, unleashing a pillar of crimson flame. The fire surged forward, acting like a cleansing wave that completely obliterated the lingering azure energy. Heavy water cannot extinguish this flame, he muttered. He dropped to one knee, carefully inspecting the carvings on the floor. This was definitely set up by the saints of the Five Emperors era. This altar fragment is a gateway to the Holy Land of the 9 provinces. It must have been damaged during the Great Ancient War to end up like this. Yunxiao reached out, his fingers hovering over the ancient text. He wondered if these massive, powerful fragments could actually be moved. Back in the city, City Lord Wuya stood by a window, hands clasped behind his back as he stared into the distance. The master should have found the altar fragment by now, right? But that slab of rock is literally immovable, he muttered to himself. I wonder what the master will. He didn't finish his sentence. His eyes nearly popped out of his head as a brilliant pillar of light suddenly pierced the sky in the distance. The others saw it too and cried out in shock, "Master! Yunxiao, my lord!" Down in the chamber, Yunxiao was completely enveloped in a blinding, radiant energy. A massive, golden stone appeared before him, pulsing with a light so bright it was almost unbearable. He placed a hand on the stone to test it, just as I thought. Ordinary spiritual energy won't work on an altar fragment. Only power infused with spatial laws can trigger a reaction. He frowned, thinking deeply. It's too big. Carrying this around is going to be a huge pain. I wonder if it can get smaller? As if responding to his thoughts, the stone erupted in one last flash of light before it began to shrink rapidly. Yunxiao stared at the tiny stone, now sitting in the palm of his hand, a look of genuine surprise on his face. Well, what do you know? It actually listens. Tianxiang and Huanzi huddled close, eyes glued to the glowing golden stone in his hand. They couldn't help but wonder, Yunxiao, how on earth are you controlling a fragment of the ancient sacrificial altar? Yunxiao didn't look up, his gaze locked onto the artifact as he analyzed its every vibration. Luck was on their side while this fragment still refused to fit inside a storage ring. At least he could change its size whenever he wanted, making it easy to carry. Tianxiang looked at him, curious about their next move. So, where to now? Yunxiao reached out, gently stroking Huanzi's face, sending a deep blush straight to her cheeks. I came out here to find the demon-slaying sword and Huanzi. Now that we've got both, it's time to head back. But then his expression shifted. With my current status, it's not exactly convenient to bring Huanzi back with me just yet. Tianxiang sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead in pure exasperation. Fine, I get it. I'll take good care of your little lady friend for you. Yunxiao gave her a playful, slightly moody smirk, before turning away with his arms crossed. While poor Huanzi was still standing there, completely flustered from his touch, Yunxiao announced, "Let's move. We're heading to Yuxiao Palace, but first, we've got to stop to make it Tianyun City." Moments later, the 4 of them were streaks of light across the clear blue sky. As they approached the outskirts, Tianxiang turned to Huanzi with a proud smile. "Look there, Huanzi, that's my city, Tianyun." She looked at the rising towers with absolute confidence. "I'm the city lord here. You'll be safe with me, and I promise, nobody will dare lay a finger on you. Under my rule, Tianyun City has always known peace." But she didn't finish the sentence. Her heart dropped. Something was dead wrong. What? What happened here? The massive city gates were torn wide open, and 2 guards lay motionless on the ground. Panic flared as she sprinted toward them. "Dahu! Erhu!" She desperately tried to help the heavily wounded Dahu, but he could barely gasp out the words. "City Lord, you're back. Don't waste your energy on me. I'm done for. Check on Erhu," he wheezed. Tianxiang roared in anger, her eyes filled with terror for her men. "Shut up! You're not dying on me, not today." But it was too late. The injuries were fatal. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth as his face turned a ghostly, fragile pale. "Dahu!" Yunxiao was instantly by her side, pulling her into a firm embrace to steady her. "Tianxiang, I'm so sorry, but we need to know exactly what happened here. That's the only way we get justice for them." She could only give a weak, trembling nod. "Right." She crawled over to Erhu, who was still alive but shaking violently. "Erhu, tell me, who did this?" His voice was a broken stutter. "It was the Yin Ghost sect. They're cultivators. They unleashed ghosts to enslave the entire city." Before he could say another word, his body gave out just like his brother's. "City Lord, forget me. Save the city." And just like that, he was gone. Tianxiang's entire aura changed. The grief turned into a cold, sharp fury. The Yin Ghost sect. Yunxiao stood tall, his gaze piercing through the distance toward the ancient battlefield ruins where the Yin Ghost sect lurked. A thick, eerie mist began to swallow the empty streets as Yunxiao marched toward a dark, hooded figure floating in midair. From beneath the shadows of his cloak, a cold, rasping voice mocked them. "Kid, I've been waiting. See this? This is what happens when you dare to defy my Yin Ghost sect." Yunxiao glared up, his voice dripping with venom. "Using ghosts to slaughter the innocent? You're dead meat." Suddenly, Tianxiang's body began to shimmer and fade. "Yunxiao, use me. Let's end this monster together." In a flash of light, she transformed into a powerful blade, landing perfectly in Yunxiao's grip. Tianxiang's true form, the Peachwood Sword. Yunxiao's eyes blazed. Fine. Today, we fight as one. Time to purge some evil. He lunged forward, his face a mask of pure determination. Your time is up. The villain didn't flinch. Instead, he let out a chilling, manic laugh. The Yin Ghost Sect Master was actually enjoying this. You really think a piece of wooden trash can stop me? He threw his arms wide, conjuring a massive, swirling orb of purple energy. I'll show you the true power of the Yin Ghost Evil God. Come, you pathetic mortals will offer your souls to— Below them, the nightmare began. The citizens felt their very souls being ripped from their bodies by the sect's dark magic. Behind the villain, a terrifying monster materialized, a three-headed horse, evil god, looking like something straight out of a nightmare. Behold, the defying heaven evil god! The villain screamed. But Yunxiao didn't hesitate for a second, charging ahead with his blade ready. To think the Yin Ghost sect would practice such a vile art. If I don't kill you today, I'm not fit to be human. He swung the sword in a blinding arc of light, clashing directly against the evil god's massive weapon. The monster snarled, swinging again with earth-shattering force, but Yunxiao was like lightning, jumping and weaving through the attacks with ease. Yunxiao slid his hand down the length of the blade, igniting it with a brilliant golden radiance. Golden light reinforcement, 100 forbidden arts strike. He unleashed a flurry of devastating slashes that left the Yin Ghost Master completely speechless. No, Lord Evil God. The monster's massive body shattered into a million pieces, getting sucked back into that dark energy orb. The chaotic black mist exploded, and the stolen souls finally broke free, flying back to the people lying in the streets. The backlash hit the villain like a freight train. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees, his eyes red with pure hatred. Yunxiao, I'm taking you to hell with me. He lets out a primal roar that echoes through the screaming heavens. With his very life on the line, he commands the heavenly tribulation thunderfire to descend upon the world. A heartbeat later, the sky shatters as a furious bolt of lightning tears downward. Surrounded by a blinding aura of golden spiritual energy, Tianxiang screams out in pure terror. Yunxiao, there's no dodging this, the heavenly tribulation is unavoidable. But Yunxiao doesn't flinch. He just grips his sword tighter, his voice eerily calm amidst the chaos. It's right on time. I was actually wondering how to temper your body properly. Tianxiang, do you trust me? Her answer is written in her eyes, unwavering determination and absolute faith. Of course I trust you. Yunxiao calmly slides 2 fingers along the edge of his blade. Good, then let's welcome this lightning together. In an instant, a massive strike of heavenly thunder crashes directly onto his head with a bone-shaking boom. Standing just outside the blast zone, Chu Long and Huanzi are frozen, their hearts dropping as they witness the sheer scale of the destruction. Master, they scream. They stand paralyzed before a gargantuan pillar of purple lightning that seems to tear the world apart, the violet light reflecting off their shocked, pale faces. As the smoke and debris finally settle, Yunxiao is still standing there. Not a single scratch, not one drop of blood, he's completely unscathed. He raises his sword, which has been completely transformed, and examines the blade, a look of genuine admiration crossing his face. Not bad at all. With the power of that lightning, you've evolved into the Purple Cloud Divine Sword. Tianxiang slowly manifests from the blade, looking at her new form with pure excitement. I can feel it. Power is surging through me like never before. Yunxiao looks up at her, his expression turning serious as he notes the Yingui sect cultivator is finally dead. Tianyun City still needs someone to hold the line, and that person is you, Tianxiang. Nearby, the cold, lifeless body of the Yingui sect member lies in total silence. Yunxiao turns to Huanzi, making sure to give her clear instructions. Huanzi, you're staying here too. Tianxiang's upgrade will be a massive help for your own training. Huanzi places a hand over her heart, bowing deeply to show her loyalty. I understand, Master. Tianxiang steps up, offering a reassuring nod to put his mind at ease. Don't you worry. I'll make sure she's well taken care of. With his business settled, Yunxiao heads back to his true home, the Yunxiao Palace. He pushes the heavy doors open, his eyes scanning the familiar room. I'm back. Suddenly, Qing Cheng rushes toward him from out of nowhere, her face pale and a trace of blood still staining her lips as she calls out his name. Yunxiao. She's frowning, her face a mask of frantic urgency as she grabs him. You have to save Nianyun. Hansha took her, our third junior sister kidnapped her. Yunxiao grabs Qing Cheng's arms, his face twisting in confusion. What? Hansha did this? His eyes widen as a dark realization flashes through his mind. Could it be that even after everything, she never actually planned to give up on her twisted scheme? Qing Cheng lowers her head, her fingers trembling as she clutches his sleeve. Master, Nian Yun has never had to suffer a day in her life, but the third junior sister, she holds a deep grudge against the master's wife. I'm terrified. Yunxiao quickly pulls her close to calm her down. Stay steady. Do you have any idea what Hansha is actually after? Her eyes shimmer with a mix of tears and fury as she grits her teeth, her voice shaking with pure indignation. She wants to use Neon Yun as a pawn to threaten sect leader Ye Qingyu. Yunxiao knits his brows, his gaze growing dark and complicated. That girl, Hansha. Qing Cheng, tell me where she is right now. I'm going after her. Ye Qingyu is carrying the safety of the entire Jushao continent on her shoulders. I can't let Hansha use Nianyun to break her. Qing Cheng's head hangs low as she continues. Hansha has already reached sainthood. With only my half-saint cultivation, I couldn't even track her movements. Yunxiao rubs his chin, sinking into deep thought. Let me think. Suddenly, a sound erupts from Yunxiao's chest, followed by a brilliant, blinding golden light that makes Qing Cheng's eyes go wide with shock. What is that sound? He looks up as a book, glowing with a divine golden radiance, begins to float slowly into the air. It's the sacred book. It's absorbing the power of faith being sent from the Juyu sacred star and channeling it directly back into me. Seeing this, Qing Cheng is instantly reminded of the legendary heavenly emperor from the 5 emperors of old, her breath catching in her throat. A sacred book? Could this be the fabled wordless holy scripture, the divine artifact that belonged to the heavenly emperor himself? Yunxiao's gaze shifts downward, almost as if he's trying to shield a secret that's been hidden for eons. Yeah. During my training in Juyu, I received the heavenly emperor's inheritance. Qing Cheng's eyes light up as she stares at the book, dying to reach out and touch it. The legends say that when a saint dies, their soul and treasures return to the Juyu sacred star. I guess the rumors were true after all. A sudden realization hits Qing Cheng. No wonder Ye Qingyu sent word that so many alien races are hunting for the path to the Juyu sacred star. They're all after these treasures and legacies. Yunxiao rubs his chin again, his eyes locked on the floating scripture as he nods slowly. It all makes sense now. It looks like once I officially reach sainthood, I'll have to make another trip back to Juyu. To protect the safety of Juyu, Qing Cheng asks with a hint of hesitation, Master, I've heard the heavenly emperor reached sainthood through the power of faith. Is that a path I could study too? He looks at her, his sharp eyes filled with calculation as he strokes his chin, weighing her potential. With Qing Cheng's talent, relying on the arts of the Yungxiao Palace will only get you to the half-saint level at most. Without some kind of miraculous encounter, becoming a true saint would be almost impossible for you. But, if you choose the path of faith. He looks at her with an intense, commanding gaze, his voice booming with absolute authority. As of today, I am the new heavenly emperor. If you place your faith in me, I can appoint you as my saintess and your ascension to sainthood will finally be within reach. Look, if we do this, we're not just teacher and student anymore. Your very life, it'll belong to me decided by a single thought. Qing Cheng didn't hesitate for a second. I'm willing, she cried out, dropping to her knees in a desperate plea. Master, please, I beg you, show me the path to sainthood. He looked down at her, presenting a sacred scripture that radiated a blinding golden light right before her eyes. Then so be it, he declared. By my authority as the heavenly emperor, I hereby appoint you as my saintess. The moment he spoke, black ink materialized on the blank page. Heavenly Emperor Bai Li Yunxiao hereby appoints Qing Cheng as saintess. Instantly, a massive red and gold orb erupted around them, swirling with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Waves of pure power began flowing into Qing Cheng's body. You could see the shock on her face. She'd never felt anything like this before. Even Yunxiao was a bit taken aback, his brow furrowing as he watched. This was the power of faith drawn straight from Juyu, you creating its own unique space right there. Inside that mystical void, Qing Cheng stared at the wall in front of her. It looked like a giant screen, and her eyes went wide with pure amazement. Master, is that the Juyu Holy Star? She whispered. Yunxiao stood beside her, giving a firm nod as his deep, calm voice filled the air. That's it. But internally, he was thinking about the weird time dilation. A long time had passed on the Nine Heavens continent, yet back on Earth, it had only been 6 months. Years of history had unfolded in one world, while barely half a year had ticked by in the other. She watched the spiritual energy dancing around her, a huge smile breaking across her face. Having absorbed the faith of the Holy Star's followers, she looked up to observe the connection. The followers of the Holy Star. They're praying to the Heavenly Emperor and the Saintess. They're hoping we can protect them. Yunxiao followed her gaze. Earth was invaded by alien races just a few months ago. That's why I need a sacred artifact as a catalyst. I need to build a channel between Earth and the Nine Heavens continent so we can send reinforcements fast. He gave her a small smile and reached out to pat her head. When you were absorbing that faith earlier, you had a weak link to Earth. I actually forgot to have you ask how everyone is doing for me. Qing Cheng looked down, feeling a bit shy, as she softly replied to Yunxiao. This disciple will definitely remember to ask for you next time, Master. They both stood before the virtual spatial gate, watching as it began to slowly crumble away. All right. I've got to head to the spirit realm soon. Do me a favor and let Tianmu know, okay? Qing Cheng's head snapped toward him, clearly shocked. Master, why the spirit realm? That place is incredibly dangerous. If you're really going, you have to take me with you. Yunxiao frowned slightly, adjusting his glove with a calm, indifferent expression. I'm just looking for a few things, don't worry. Besides, you need to stay here and gather the power of faith. The sooner you become a saint, the better. But she wasn't backing down. With determination burning in her eyes, she raised her sharp silver blade right toward her master. If you won't agree, then please excuse my insolence. Yunxiao just gave a faint smile and caught the incoming blade with his bare hands. Suddenly, a brilliant golden sword erupted from his palm, glowing with intense spiritual energy. His gaze was effortless but deep as he spoke in that steady voice of his. A little master-student sparring? Ching Cheng, have you forgotten just how strong I really am? Something moved fast. A blur flashed past Ching Cheng before she could even blink. To her credit, she reacted quickly, spinning around to launch a counterattack. Master, forgive me, but a powerful hand shot out, decisively grabbing her arm mid-swing. In a flash, her own sword was turned around, pointed right back at her. Her eyes widened in total shock. Yunxiao smiled, steady and firm as he held the blade to her throat. Ching Cheng couldn't help it. Her voice trembled as she whispered, "Ma, Master." He chuckled softly, a gentle reminder of the gap between them. No one can take control of the Jade Dawn Palace. And while you're only a half-saint, your power isn't something to overlook. Those people won't dare make a move. He gently helped her back onto her feet. What you need to do now is reach sainthood as fast as possible. Only then can I leave with peace of mind. His touch made her blush furiously, and she quickly looked away, stammering. Yes, Master, I understand. Yunxiao turned, patting her head one more time. Good girl, now lead me to the channel. Ching Cheng bowed her head and replied, yes. A moment later, they stood before a swirling, fiery gateway leading straight to the spirit realm. Ching Cheng turned serious. This is the spatial channel between the spirit realm and the Nine Heavens continent. It'll get you to the entrance fast, but there's no coming back this way. Master, please, you must be extremely careful. But Yunxiao was as cool as ever. Don't worry. If anything urgent happens, just use the power of faith to reach out to me. With that, he took off, vanishing into the portal in a flash. Ching Cheng watched him go, the worry still gnawing at her. Master, you have to come back safely. By now, Yunxiao was already at the gate. But someone was there waiting. A man stepped forward, blocking his path. And who might you be? Yunxiao's gaze instantly turned razor-sharp as he silently sized up the situation. A spirit emperor. Just to guard the entrance, he thought. If the Jade Dawn Palace was willing to spend that kind of power, then the spirit realm was even more dangerous than he imagined. The guard frowned, his face dead serious as he delivered a warning. You look like a disciple of the Jade Dawn Palace. It's dangerous ahead. Do yourself a favor and turn back. Seeing that Yunxiao wasn't moving, the guard reached out to stop him. Take one more step, he warned, and don't blame me for being ruthless. Yunxiao didn't say a word, he just reached into his robe and pulled out a mysterious token. Yunxiao flashed his token to the inner disciple on guard. I have urgent business in the spirit realm, hoping you'll let me through, senior brother. The guard took the jade slip, inspecting it closely before his eyes widened. Wait, it's really you? You're that new inner disciple who just got promoted, right? He let out a nervous laugh, handing the token back. My bad for almost causing a scene, honestly. I didn't recognize you. Sorry for the trouble, junior brother. Yunxiao didn't miss a beat, his voice steady and respectful. Don't mention it, senior brother. You were just doing your job, keeping this place secure. The guard's expression suddenly turned grave. Just a heads up, the spirit realm is a death trap. Once you step through this gate, there's no coming back this way. Watch your back. Yunxiao gave a quick nod of thanks before stepping directly into the swirling, mystical light of the space portal. He emerged into a world of pure gloom. Above him, the sky was a suffocating layer of leaden gray, with dark clouds rolling like cold, silent waves that choked out every scrap of sunlight. Yunxiao started trekking through a forest filled with bizarre, twisted creatures. They weren't kidding about this place, he thought. This land of exile was a chaotic mess of spiritual and demonic energy. It was even suppressing his own power. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something bright. In the middle of the rot, a single flower was glowing with the intensity of a living flame. This place was a gold mine. High-level alchemical ingredients that were impossible to find in the outside world were just sitting here, waiting to be picked. Since he was here anyway, Yunxiao decided to let his companion out. He called for Ting to transform. It was time to let the four-image divine cauldron have a massive feast. But first, a quick warning. Your spiritual aura is way too loud here. Change your shape, look like something a bit more subtle. In a flash of light, the massive beast Ting shrank down into a small, fluffy dog. It started wagging its tail frantically, barking with excitement while gnawing on a piece of fruit. It didn't take long for Yunxiao to notice the pairs of glowing eyes watching him from the tall grass. He spun around, his gaze sharp enough to cut. So, you finally decided to show yourselves? Back off, he growled. Unless you're looking for a one-way ticket to the afterlife. A pack of underworld wolves emerged from the shadows, their eyes burning with a terrifying light as they bared their fangs and closed in on him. One wolf lost its patience and lunged, claws out, but Yunxiao moved like a blur, sending the beast flying back into the dirt with a single, effortless strike. Seeing the threat, Diting didn't stay small for long. It surged forward, its size ballooning as it slammed another wolf into the ground to protect its master. Diting snarled, its teeth dripping with fresh wolf blood. The sheer pressure coming off the beast was enough to make the rest of the pack whimper and back away in terror. Yunxiao just stood there with his arms crossed, watching Diting shrink back down. Actually, underworld wolves make for great pill ingredients. Why waste them? But before he could act, he felt a massive presence approaching. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the path ahead. The Wolf Emperor arrived, riding atop a massive beast. He let out a roar that shook the trees. Who dared to lay a finger on my subordinates? Yunxiao didn't even flinch. If anything, he was excited. A Wolf Emperor's monster core was a top-tier prize. The Emperor glared at him with piercing blue eyes and barked out a command. You, human, you trespass on my land and slaughter my kin? Hand over your golden core right now, and I might just let you live. Yunxiao just raised an eyebrow, completely unimpressed by the Emperor's posturing. You want my core? That's funny, because I was just thinking how much I want yours. Let's see who gets what first. The Wolf Emperor's mount let out a world-tearing roar, its eyes bulging with rage. It opened its massive maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth dripping with bloodlust. The air was thick with the scent of a coming slaughter. Under the suffocating gray sky, the Wolf Emperor wreathed himself in eerie green energy. Arrogant brat, today, you breathe your last. Yunxiao didn't hesitate. He unleashed his sword in a streak of silver light. Talk is cheap. Let's see if you've got the bite to match that bark. His blade pierced straight through the Emperor's mount with a sickening crunch. The beast shrieked in agony as the Emperor barely managed to leap off its back in time. The Wolf Emperor landed gracefully, but his face twisted into a mask of fury when he saw his mount collapsing in a pool of blood. I'll rip your heart out, he screamed, lunging at Yunxiao with claws extended. But Yunxiao just tilted his head. The attack missed him by an inch. Yunxiao brought his fingers to his lips, chanting a quick mantra as a brilliant golden light erupted around him. Return. The sword he'd embedded in the mount ripped itself free, whistling through the air as it homed in on the Emperor. The Wolf Emperor barely dodged, the blade grazing his skin. The sword slammed into the earth, vibrating with power. Diting suddenly hopped in front of the Emperor, barking like a madman. Annoyed, the Emperor just kicked it away. What is this? Even a common mutt thinks it can challenge a king. Diting tumbled across the ground, and Yunxiao couldn't help but smirk. Oh, that's no ordinary mutt, buddy. In fact, your entire race would probably call him Great Ancestor if they knew what was good for them. As he spoke, Diting's body began to swell, growing larger and more terrifying by the second. The transformation was complete. The divine beast, Diting, towered behind Yunxiao. It let out a roar that literally shook the heavens and earth. The Wolf Emperor froze, his jaw dropping as he trembled. The divine beast, Diting? Before he could even think of running, Diting pounced. It hovered over him, teeth bared, while the Emperor could only whimper from the ground. Wait a second. Diting didn't wait. It snapped its jaws shut, ending the conversation and the Wolf Emperor in a single bite. Yunxiao just gave a casual shrug, looking completely innocent. Sorry about that, my buddy's hungry, and you were the only thing on the menu. Blood and fur flying everywhere. The Wolf Emperor is getting absolutely shredded, barely clinging to life. Damn it, he wheezes. Not like this. But Yunxiao isn't having it. With a cold, commanding glare, he slams his hand down to suppress the chaos. You really think I'll let you self-destruct that monster core? Diting, spit him out now. Yunxiao channels a strange, shimmering golden energy, spinning it into a massive, glowing orb. Diting gets the memo immediately and hurls the Wolf Emperor straight into the golden cage. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rips through the air. But Diting is a total bro, instantly shielding his master from the lethal shockwave. Yunxiao's brow furrows as he looks at the devastation. Good thing we moved this 1,000 miles into the wasteland, he mutters. If that went off in the spirit realm, there wouldn't even be bones left to bury. Such a waste of a high-grade monster core. He sighs, then shifts his gaze to the surrounding wolf pack, who are still circling him like vultures. What? Your king is dead. You really think you can stop me? But these beasts aren't backing down. They're baring their fangs, growling with pure, stubborn malice. Yunxiao's eyes narrow, radiating a terrifying killing intent as he gives them one final warning. Losing that one core already put me in a bad mood. If you don't know when to quit, well, don't blame me for what happens next. Facing an entire pack alone, Yunxiao doesn't even blink. He whips out his cultivation gourd and goes on the offensive. His eyes are cold, pure bloodlust. He's not just looking to win, He's looking to wipe every single one of them off the face of the earth. The wolves are too dumb to realize they're outmatched and charge right in. Big mistake. Yun Xiao and Sahai team up, and in the blink of an eye, total annihilation. Once the dust settles and the job is done, the companion reverts back into his human form. Sahai opens his hand, revealing a pile of glowing cores. Master, every single netherwolf core is right here. Yun Xiao nods, telling him to throw them into the 4-deity statue for refining. Then, he turns to Ting for a little heart-to-heart. We've wasted way too much time here. We need to find that altar fragment in this spirit realm, and we need to find it fast. Pedro's eyes shift, landing on the badge hanging from Galen's neck. So, you are Ryan's investigators? Pedro crosses his arms and tells them to beat it. He absolutely loathes Ryan's people. Wait, please, Galan cries out, desperately trying to get the man to listen. You and I both know the stakes are high, as Galen desperately begs for a chance to find Lombard, the mysterious man who sold him that cursed, demonic sword. All right, you and I are diving back into the forge where Pedro is already squinting and refusing to help them once again. No way, get lost. Galen steps forward demanding to know why, but Pedro just kicks them out without a single reason. Get out. Even when Galen mentions that this is a request from Ryu, Pedro simply does not care what they want. Inside Lyon's mind, Elxid grinds his teeth. Those dwarves are just as stubborn and hard-headed as they were back then. Suddenly, the spirit calls out to his host. Lyon? The boy tilts his head, wondering what is going on with him. Elxid looks like he is holding back a smirk as he asks to borrow Lyon's body. Lyon just blinks in total shock. Bright flashes of light erupt from the boy. Meanwhile, Karen is losing her cool, ready to start screaming at the old man. She calls him a rude geezer, but a hand suddenly lands on her shoulder. Wait a second, young lady. Karen freezes at the polite address and the sudden change in vibe. She mutters to herself, did he just call me that? Elxid, now controlling Lyon's body, gives her a gentle, charming smile and offers a sincere apology for the trouble. Karen stares at his back as he walks past. Her cheeks turn bright red. Is that really the same Lyon she knows? Lyon walks right up to Pedro, showing zero fear as he stares the chief smith directly in the eye. He drops to one knee to bring their faces level while Karen and Galen watch from the side in total confusion. Now watch closely, Lyon whispers something into Pedro's ear that makes the old man's eyes go dark with shock. A second later, Pedro turns around and tells them to follow him inside. Galen and Karen are completely stunned. Wait, really? Elxid quickly exits the boy's body. Galen, dying of curiosity, rushes over to ask what he actually said. What did you do, Lyon? The boy just blinks, saying it was a proposal or maybe it was more of a challenge. Karen is shocked. A challenge? They follow the sound of heavy boots. Come on, get inside the workshop. This is Makina, the #1 forge in the entire district. Lyon shields his face because the heat is absolutely intense. A voice booms through the workshop, and all the blacksmiths stop their work to look up at the newcomers. Hammers stop mid-air. Pedro announces to the room that these kids are here to take on the ultimate challenge. The forge erupts in whispers. Who are these brats? But Pedro ignores them and tells the group to step inside. He cracks his knuckles with a grin. I, Pedro, chief smith of Makina, accept this challenge right here and now. The crowd cheers. Crush them, Pedro. Don't let these kids leave this place in one piece. Lyon, Karen, and Galen freeze. Galen starts sweating, asking if Lyon really just suggested that specific legendary challenge. He panics, asking Lyon how he even knew about it. You have no idea what kind of trouble you caused. Karen looks back and forth between them. Someone please explain to me what is going on right now. Galen explains that 300 years ago, Saint King Roderick shattered the strongest metal with a single blow. Ever since that day, a legendary tradition has been passed down within the dwarf kingdom of Eugen. Stick with me, the rules of this challenge are simple but absolutely terrifying for anyone who fails to win. If you break the weapon, you get a wish. If not, you become a forge slave for 10 whole years. Lyon and Karen gasp as they imagine themselves as slaves, scrubbing floors while being yelled at to work harder. Lyon is absolutely terrified. In a low voice only Elxid can hear. He asks why the sword demon didn't warn him about the risks first. Elxid just smiles, telling him not to worry. Meanwhile, Pedro pulls out a shining axe, the handback Eugen Stin 007. He laughs arrogantly, telling the kid to bring it on and show him what he can do. Lyon grips his sword, settling into a fighting stance. Karen cheers him on, screaming for him to win at all costs. Galen has already lost all hope, muttering that it is impossible for a human to win this bet. He is going to fail, I know it. Does this mean we are really stuck here as slaves for 15 years? Elxid starts the lesson, telling Lyon it is time to master the next level of secret sword techniques. He whispers to focus his aura. Don't just look with your eyes, sense the flow of power through the air. Suddenly, bright weak points begin to glow on the body of Pedro's legendary masterpiece axe. Elxid explains the composition: 7 parts steel, 2 parts hard steel, and 1 part of pure mithril. They used an ancient method to forge it thin. Do you see the flaws in the metal, Lyon? Trust me. You and I just watched Lyon unlock a god-tier ability as he sees every single crack in that axe. Alright, you and I are watching Pedro lunge for an aerial strike as Elxid calls this a special service. Roderick appears as a phantom beside Lyon, offering to show him personally, and Lyon simply agrees to the demonstration. Pedro's eyes glow as he leaps, but Lyon stands perfectly still, murmuring that he has already seen everything. A blinding flash of light erupts through the air as fragments of the massive axe blade begin to rain down. As the shards fly past Pedro's face, Lyon whispers the 2 words that end it all, weak point. Pedro stares in shock as his weapon is pulverized, and Lyon asks him to bring something tougher next time. The blacksmiths nearby can only gape in pure disbelief at the impossible sight unfolding before their eyes. Everyone is frozen, Karen is stunned, and Galen looks like his jaw might actually hit the floor in shock. Pedro's hands tremble as he realizes his masterpiece, Frost Edge, has been completely destroyed with a single blow. Suddenly, the chief of Area 13, Lombard, steps out from the Machina Forge to settle the loud commotion. He wants to complain about whoever dared to break Jurgenstein 007. Trust me, things are about to get way more complicated. A group of blacksmiths breaks down in tears over the shards, questioning 300 years of their hard work. But the mood shifts as Karen and Lyon give a stern warning about a potential demonic sword in their midst. Lombard looks completely baffled by the news, repeating the words back in total confusion. A demonic sword? He panics, asking if it reacted to blood, before waving his hands and denying he could ever make that thing. Lyon agrees, stating he didn't think Lombard was actually capable of forging a weapon that powerful. The real issue might be the minerals used as raw materials, so Lyon asks for their original mining source. Lombard admits that even the master smiths do not know where the supply truly begins. Since the shipment volume is massive, he tells Lyon to check the records at the Transport Management Office. At the records office, a defensive voice rings out from within the room, sounding incredibly sharp and questioning. Galen shouts back, frustrated that even guild investigators are being denied access to simple shipping logs for the mine. Even level 3 clearance is not enough, as the female clerk patiently explains the new security protocol. It turns out access to that mine is restricted to level 1, meaning only the highest officials can enter. Lyon asks who that person might be, only for a mysterious voice to answer that would be me. Lyon's eyes narrow as he reels from the sound of a voice appearing out of thin air behind him. Karen and Galen are just as shocked, frantically looking around to find the owner of that mysterious voice. An old man's eyes glow as he watches them, and Karen instinctively reaches for her hidden dagger. She can't believe someone sneaked up on 3A rank warriors without any of them noticing his presence. Lyon prepares to draw his blade, realizing too late that this man is on a completely different level. The man standing before them finally introduces himself to the group with a calm and steady voice. He is Alexander, the Grand Master of Yugen, and a High Cardinal of the Holy Order's Sacred Church. Karen and Galen can barely process those titles, sweat pouring down their faces in pure, unfiltered intimidation. Lyon just mumbles the name to himself, recognizing the massive threat standing in front of him right now. Now here's where it gets crazy. A system screen reveals Alexander is actually an unranked dimensional invader with a danger level that is impossible to calculate. This high-level monster escaped from the Mirror Canyon and has been hiding deep within the mines ever since. It uses its power to corrupt minerals, turning forged weapons into demonic tools that rot their users' souls. The worst part is that these weapons do not show their true form until they finally taste human blood. Lyon finally understands that this man is the true target he was sent here to find and eliminate. Elsie notes that this is likely the strongest being currently residing in all of Hugin at this moment. The title of Grandmaster is not just for show, it represents the absolute peak of ancient blacksmithing. Beyond that, he seems to possess the combined strengths of both humans, the Vatwaf and the Bandwaf. Lyon whispers to Elsie, but Alexander suddenly interrupts, asking about the mysterious sword at Lyon's side. He is specifically interested in the weapon that managed to shatter Pedro's legendary axe in the forge earlier. Lyon catches the man's intense, predatory gaze fixed entirely on the blade hanging from his own waist. You and I have to wonder, why is Lyon offering him the sword? This could end very badly for everyone. Alright, stick with me because Lyon is about to pull a move that shocks even the highest authorities. He gives a friendly smile. Even Elxid is pumped. After all, seeing is believing, isn't it? Finally, Alexander reaches out his hand. Lyon stands opposite him and places the sword directly into the old man's grip. Alexander grabs the hilt, slowly unsheathing the blade. As he holds it with both hands, a blast of pure power hits him. He stares at the sword, his eyes wide with realization. This is. The blade has transformed. He raises the shimmering, glowing sword, standing completely frozen in place as he witnesses its true form. After what feels like an eternity, he finally speaks, his voice trembling and panting from the sheer pressure. Please follow me. They head to an office hidden deep within the mountain rock with soldiers standing guard as the bright sun shines through the windows. Alexander leans on his desk, letting out a deep sigh of pure amazement at the situation. He never expected this. Lyon asks why the Archbishop restricted access to the very place they need to investigate. Alexana rolls up his sleeve, revealing a glowing crest on his arm. He has already sensed the danger. Lyon gasps at the sight. Alexana nods, confirming that it is exactly what it looks like. It is the mark of the guide. Whenever something evil or unnatural appears, the mark on his left arm begins to glow. He uses this mark to watch over the kingdom of Yugen, and it reacted strongly to that specific mine. Karen asks if something is hiding there. Alexana explains that he blocked access immediately after sensing the anomaly. He knits his brows together, his expression turning incredibly dark and serious. Now pay attention, because enough mineral to forge hundreds of demon swords at blacksmiths across the entire kingdom has already leaked out. Lyon is frozen in shock. Hundreds of swords? Outside, the sun blazes while Alexander's grave voice echoes throughout the entire office building. According to Lyon, they might already be too late if the materials for demon swords have reached Sector 13. He begins analyzing the blacksmith shops across the entire kingdom to see how far it spread. Sitting at the center of the table, Alexana delivers a heavy conclusion. We need a fundamental solution to this. Lyon looks confused, but Karen just smiles. She already knows exactly what the Archbishop is going to suggest. Alexana's lips move, uttering 3 simple but powerful words. Yes, that is. He is forming an investigation team to find the contaminated mine and asks if Lyon will join them. Lyon does not hesitate for a single second. Count me in. That is exactly what I wanted. Alexana explains the plan. He will order every blacksmith in the kingdom to test all newly forged weapons by dropping blood on them to check for corruption. Lyon nods in approval. That is a brilliant idea to find the tainted steel. The Yugen mine is the world's largest. The current mining area alone is bigger than most territories, with hundreds of different tunnels and entrances. Furthermore, there is even more to consider. They need an army. He orders a total mobilization of every guild in the kingdom under his name. Alexander looks over to Galen, who immediately understands the weight of the order and what he must do. I will spread the word immediately. After finishing their talk, Alexander says goodbye, promising to meet again in 5 days. Lyon thanks them for their hard work. Galen waves 2 fingers as he rushes off to deliver the urgent message. See you later, Galen, Lyon calls out as the young man disappears into the distance. Wait, you and I need to see this. As Lyon and Karen turn to leave, a voice calls out. Suddenly, the great Alexana is humbly kneeling on the ground. Servant of the goddess, Alexana, greets the hero. He sincerely thanks the Guide of Light for this visit. Lyon panics, trying to help him up. Archbishop, please stand. I still haven't even done anything yet. A small, knowing smile plays across Alexana's lips as he looks up at the boy. He confirms that Lyon is the true hero he has always dreamed of, and he looks forward to working together. Lyon is stunned for a long moment before finally smiling back. Yes, I look forward to working with you too. 3 days later, under a scorching sun, a puzzled voice rings out near the mountain entrance. Are we in the right spot? The other replies. Sector 13, Tunnel number 2. Galen, Karen, and Lyon all stare at the entrance. So, we are really supposed to go in there? They stand before the gate marked 13-2. Karen asks if they are still missing one more person. You and I will have to wait and see who shows up to finish this legendary team. Earlier, Alexana reported that all personnel have already departed for their designated zones. Following the layout of the tunnels, we have split into 4-man squads, deploying at least 3 to 5 groups per mine. Lyon is assigned to Group 8, while Karen is feeling pretty curious about their final member. Wait, if it is supposed to be 4 people per squad, who exactly is the last person joining us? Stick with me because a mysterious voice from behind is about to reveal our 4th team member right now. A woman with long black hair and a unique beauty mark on her nose approaches, apologizing for being a little late. She smiles and introduces herself as Hazel, an A-rank adventurer famously known as the Witch. Glowing flowers seem to bloom around her, as she politely says she looks forward to working together. Lyon greets her politely, but Karen just scowls silently, thinking Hazel is way too much of a mature woman for her taste. Galen's face turns bright red as he shyly introduces himself as an A-rank mercenary. Known as Stormrain, he is totally smitten, while Karen just waves her hand dismissively, introducing herself without a nickname. Hazel completely ignores her, stepping straight toward Lyon to ask for his name instead. He introduces himself as Lyon, a B-rank adventurer, making Karen grow even more annoyed at Hazel's blatant attitude. Now watch this. Hazel leans in close, her eyes wide with shock that he is only B-rank. She knows it is impossible. He is clearly stronger than her and Galen combined, so why is he still B-rank? Lyon starts stuttering, trying to find a decent answer for her. He looks into her sharp eyes and realizes that trying to play dumb will only make her more suspicious. He nervously makes up an excuse, saying he has only been a registered adventurer for a short time. Hazel backs off, agreeing that it is only a matter of time before he rises through the ranks. With Lyon's skills, she is sure he will hit gold rank soon, promising to treat him as an equal teammate regardless. With that settled, she turns and leads the way, telling everyone it is time to head out. Karen watches her walk away, realizing she definitely does not like this new woman. Suddenly, a voice echoes directly in Lyon's ear, telling him to just listen without responding out loud. Elxid appears, impressed that someone can use telepathy from such a massive distance. Lyon's eyes shift, whispering that the voice belongs to none other than Bishop Alexander himself. Alexander reports that 5 days ago, he ordered every blacksmith in the kingdom to test weapons with blood. But there is bad news. It seems someone else has already been doing the same to track them down first. This intel points to one terrifying truth that Lyon listens to with wide eyes. The monster invasion and the spread of demonic swords were all planned by a secret shadow organization behind the scenes. You and I are finally uncovering the real threat, the shadow group that Alexander identifies as Chaos. Lyon repeats the name under his breath, wondering what exactly Chaos is supposed to be. He notices Elxid smiling and asks if the spirit knows them. It simply replies that they are. Well, him. Lyon is stunned. Is Chaos really just a group of evil religious fanatics? Elxid explains that they are the primary enemies of the hero, the ones who tried to devour the city. The evil sect is split into 3 factions: destruction, despair, and confusion, each one crazier than the last. Destruction is simple, they just want to ruin the world and were the ones behind the city's collapse. Despair is even more cruel, preferring torture over death. While the Chaos faction consists of pure lunatics, Lyon feels a wave of confusion. Is that really all there is to them? Elxid flies ahead, explaining that their unpredictability is what makes them a threat. We just have to keep moving. It says they will just keep doing what they have always done, keeping a calm expression. Lyon nods with determination as they overlook a massive canyon shrouded in thick, white mountain mist. A soldier rushes over to report that Berger and Squad 14 are ready for battle. Teams 8 and 11 will meet at the tactical center. Berger observes the area before giving orders. Captain Berger commands Squad 14 to begin their descent into the 13th mine immediately. He asks about Alexander, and a soldier reports the bishop has entered the massive A5 mine alone. And trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next in that S+ rank danger zone. Alright, you and I are about to see why sending a whole team isn't enough when this guy is on the move. Even a top squad wouldn't guarantee victory. Yet here he is, choosing to fight alone. He just keeps walking forward, accepting the challenge. That's exactly the kind of man Alexana is. On this side, Alexana speaks out. It's not just about monsters escaping the rift, but the production and distribution of demon swords through ley line contamination. A monster drops from above, jaws wide open as if to swallow the elder whole, but Alexana doesn't even flinch while sharing his thoughts. He believes Chaos is doing this systematically. Suddenly, the beast's body explodes with a loud bang, but he just strokes his chin, lost in thought. The metallic scent of blood begins to drift through the stagnant air. Alexana calmly continues. They don't always work alone, but even with different goals, they're all just scattered piles of trash in the end. Now pay attention to this confrontation. He looks directly at the person across from him and asks, "Right, Bishop?" In the corner, Cardia releases a heavy, dark aura. Cardia tilts his head with a smirk and continues, calling him the Hound of God. Scene change. Lyon grips his sword tight as stone fragments fly everywhere. A petrified monster collapses and shatters into pieces right before everyone's eyes. Heise runs over to praise him, saying he's truly impressive. Lyon just gives a polite, humble thank you. While walking, she suddenly trips on a rock. Heise keeps talking about contacting Rank A quickly. Hearing her scream, Galen looks back in surprise. Karen is also distracted by the noise. Heise leans forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Lyon's neck. She says weakly that she fell. Karen freezes for a few seconds, her body literally shaking with pure rage. Lyon still doesn't get what's happening and asks if she's okay. She trembles, claiming she might have sprained her ankle. She says moving is too hard, but they have to hurry. Then Heise leans in close and asks, "Lyon, if you don't mind, could you carry me?" Without any hesitation, he agrees immediately. Of course he does. A moment later, she's sitting stiffly with a forced smile. Heise is actually perched on a spirit beast summoned by Karen. She says thanks. And below her, Karen just crosses her arms and responds indifferently. Suddenly, something catches Heise's eye. A rope-like energy surge blasts toward them. She screams a warning for everyone to get out of the way. Lyon and Karen both leap aside to dodge the strike. The jagged rock behind them starts smoking, cut perfectly in a straight line. Karen is tense, noting the rock was sliced like butter. She spots the new creatures and identifies them as mithril slimes. Heise grits her teeth, calling them very annoying monsters. Even if they look weak on the outside, they're no joke. When she hears they are S-class monsters, Karen is shocked and tells her to wait a second. Karen's face tightens as she asks if this is a joke. Heise calmly explains they are creatures fueled by precious mithril minerals. Their tentacles are sharper than any blade. You have to break the core inside their bodies, but since it's protected by mithril, it's difficult. Lyon has been silent this whole time. Hayes looks at his back and calls out his name. Wait for it, you and I are about to see Lyon show off his true specialty. He interrupts her, asking to handle this himself. Remembering the past, Elxid says his experience comes from some very bloody history. Lyon mutters that he's used to this, then confidently tells everyone to just wait for him. Hayes worries that even if he's a rank, he can't take them all on alone. Suddenly she stops, her purple eyes widening. Countless fragments of mithril slimes explode into the air. They shatter under Lyon's sharp blade as he moves with determination. The cleanup ends, leaving debris scattered everywhere as silence returns to the area. Lyon turns back and suggests they head to the meeting point. Galen clenches his fist in excitement, praising his incredible skills. He mentions he knew Lyon was capable since their time at Seringen. Seeing his expression, Karen thinks proudly to herself. See that? Hai said it was impossible, but for Lyon, this was just a walk in the park. Suddenly, she puts her hands to her face and shyly tells Lyon that she actually likes him now. Behind them, Karen is already holding a blade. She remembers her past, releasing a dark aura as she reminds herself she used to be an assassin. Alexana continues walking, mentioning that in the cult, the leader is known as the ninth demon. He explains there are only 9 leaders, and compared to the Holy Church, they are equivalent to the rank of cardinal. But regardless, he considers these 9th demons to be nothing more than trash living in a sewer. He smirks and asks Cardia, the Cardinal of Despair, for his opinion. Across from him, Cardia sits coldly in the shadows, calculating his move. Then, he turns around with a savage smile, mocking the fact that he's been found again while still carrying that wound. Cardia insults Alexana, calling him Jurgen's half-breed cardinal. He removes his hat and tells him to stop following him already. And that's where we leave it, with a reveal that'll have you and I waiting for the next chapter. He asks if Alexana isn't tired of being the goddess's dog, and Alexana simply agrees. All right, you and I are about to dive into a battle where nothing is as it seems. These hunting dogs will bite those pests to death. He swings a massive axe, declaring himself the hunter. Veins bulge in Alexander's hand as he grips tight. I am Alexander, 3rd Cardinal of the Holy Church. I will crush every single bone in your body. His opponent smirks, completely unfazed. Just try it. Alexander leaps with insane force, slamming his giant axe down right where she stands. Meanwhile, Hayes lowers her hands and conjures a scorching ball of fire. Fireball, she blasts it forward. The spider monsters are incinerated instantly, letting out a high-pitched, ear-piercing shriek. Galen watches the whole thing in awe. Truly incredible, he says after the blast clears. The monsters crumble into ash and vanish. Hazy sighs, it is strange seeing these spiders here. Lyon walks up, asking if something is wrong. She explains, spider types rarely appear in the Hormer area. Without insects for prey, there should be no source for them to weave their webs here. Pay attention here. Elsie suspects something is wrong, and though thinking is useless, Karen grips her blade and makes a decision. There is no choice. High mages are irreplaceable assets and must be the team's top priority for protection. Her sharp eyes sweep the area. Karen tells herself she will endure this girl just for the mission. Suddenly, Hazy stumbles. She clutches her forehead and weakly complains about a lack of blood. She collapses right into Lyon's arms. He asks with genuine worry, Lady Hayes, are you okay? Her cheeks turn bright red as she whispers that she just needs a little rest. Seeing this, Karen activates her power. No, I have made up my mind. I am killing her now. A massive boom echoes through the cave, grabbing everyone's attention. Karen frowns, what is this shaking? Galen notes a massive battle must be happening nearby. Lyon starts sweating, could it be Lord Alexander? A bright, blinding light erupts from a rift right in front of them. He shouts, we need to move. We have reached the midpoint. Lyon's group stops, realizing nobody else is there yet. You saw that coming, right? Suddenly, a loud voice booms out, what? Are we not the first? Team 14 was supposed to be the earliest. From the shadows, Berger and his crew slowly emerge. Galen recognizes him immediately. Berger? The man looks back and realizes who it is. Berger clicks his tongue. Damn, it is Galan. We lost. Lyon watches them closely, sensing something is off. He asks if everyone has arrived yet, looking around at the gathered groups. Galen mentions Team 11 still has not shown up. Berger nods, they will probably be here soon. He asks the group if they ran into anything unusual on their way to the center. Berger waves it off. Do not ask. We hit a steep slope, and I lost my expensive shield. Slash. His arm is sliced, clean off by the razor-sharp edge of Lyon's sword. Berger looks at his severed limb and lets out a horrific scream. Karen stands there, completely confused. Hazy is just as stunned. She yells, Lyon, what are you doing? Berger is our ally. Lyon pushes Galen behind him. An ally? He says coldly, get back and look closer. Suddenly, thick webs erupt from Berger's mouth and nose. He laughs that really hurt. The webs pull the severed arm back onto his body. He asks, "Why would you do that?" Burger's true form is revealed. Galen turns pale as he stares at the monster in front of him. Is that a spider web? He realizes the terrifying truth. The entirety of Team 14 has been taken. In the mysterious, shimmering darkness, shadows begin to move within the webs. Hayes explains that they all seem to be connected to something at the end of the line. High above, a mirror spider bloated with webs appears. Someone screams in terror, "What is that thing?" It glares down with a low growl. Karen looks up in disgust. "I really hate gross things like this." Meanwhile, Lyon remains silent, calculating the best way to handle this massive threat. The system displays Mine Invader, Mirror Spider. Difficulty, Hard. Scale, 1. Target, the intruders. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I need to see what Lyon does next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into the Mirror Alley, where predators called Kalidar use internal mirrors to trap prey and create deadly clones with their silk, using victims as live bait and reinforcements. They can slip through any reflective surface, freely manipulating light and glass to cast lethal illusions and move between worlds. Lyon focuses on the target, the mirror spider Kalidar. Galan realizes the problem and turns to ask if they are dealing with clones, and Lyon nods. Galen explains everything he knows about the beast. So that demon is a magic beast from the Mirror Alley. It traps prey and crafts duplicates inside its belly, right? Lyon agrees. Yes, that is exactly it. Hazer turns serious, and Karen finishes her thought. If they are duplicates, the real ones are still inside its stomach. Burger is wrapped in silk like a cocoon. Karen wonders if he and the other members are still alive in there. Galen makes his decision, declaring that everything caught in those webs is just a copy that needs to be cut down immediately. He draws his blade and shouts his technique, Stormblade, Great Wind Dance. A spiraling vortex clears the path as light flashes through the space. Galen charges, calling them mere puppets that cannot win this fight. Elxid shouts a warning to stop him. It is foolish to rush in because this silk is an incredibly tough material. At this thickness, it is 3 times stronger than steel. Imagine how powerful the silk of a magic beast truly is. Galen ignores the warning and summons his power. His eyes glow as he strikes with the red dragon strike, but suddenly, his body freezes up. The resilient threads stretch and absorb his blow. He panics, realizing he cannot cut through the webbing at all. Now pay attention, because a clone of Burger suddenly appears out of nowhere beside him. A sickening, metallic scent of fresh blood begins to spread everywhere. Lyon screams for Galen as he is sent flying. Galen clutches his wound in agonizing pain as he hits the ground. Zunze notes that the monster didn't just copy the appearance, it copied the movements and skills of the original as well. Galen grinds his teeth as the Burger clone approaches. It raises its sword with a wicked grin, ready for the final killing blow. Karen speaks her mind. Distractions held her back before, but now her body is ready and sending the right signals for battle. She decides to take over the fight. The clone is distracted by her sudden presence and turns to face her. Karen closes the distance. Sharp claws of purple energy grip the Burger clone as she declares that if she cannot cut it through, she will simply shred it to pieces instead. She unleashes a mysterious, graceful storm of violet power to finish him. The mirror spider lets out a deafening screech. Lyon sheathes his sword, announcing that his side of the fight is finished too. Karen rushes back to him. Lyon praises her, amazed she reached Galan so quickly in that short moment. Her cheeks flush as she dismisses the praise. She turns away from Hazer, leaving the mage looking a bit confused. Lyon turns back to the boss. Kalidar opens its mouth, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as Lyon points his blade at the mirror spider. Hazer warns him to back up. Lyon is confused, wondering what is happening. She points toward the distance as heavy footsteps grow louder. Lyon tenses up, asking what is going on. You and I both know one clone is bad. But dozens? No, hundreds of Burger clones are marching toward them right now. Lyon's team is completely surrounded by an entire army of clones. Hazer summons her water mist, a thick cloud that blankets the battlefield. She explains this will blind the enemy and hide them for a moment. She tells Lyon that she will handle the giant spider herself while he and Karen deal with the puppet army. Karen freezes in place. Did Hazer just call her by a nickname? Elxid agrees with the plan. They cannot stay on the defensive forever if they want to survive this. Lyon nods and leaps into action. He tells them both to be careful as he heads into the fray. He leaves the rear to Karen. Hazer smiles and asks Karen if they should get started with their part. Karen is stunned again. Is she really calling her Karen now? Unable to hide her annoyance, Karen calls Hazer the curly-haired lady. Hazer is genuinely surprised by the insult. With veins popping on her forehead, Karen challenges her to see who can kill the most. Hazer accepts the bet. They stand face to face, calm on the outside, but a competitive fire is exploding between them. Burger clones are sent flying through the air. Hazer grins, revealing her sharp fangs in pure excitement. Hazer stands amidst a swirling vortex of red flames, looking like she is summoning a demon. On the other side, Karen pierces through every defense like a drill. The mirror spider watches in horror as they devastate its army. While the monster is distracted, Lyon creeps closer. Elxid notes the girls are doing well and haven't been spotted. And trust me, Lyon is ready to strike with every ounce of his power to end this nightmare once and for all. Alright, you and I are about to see Lyon go absolutely God mode. He shouts as a storm of white lightning and overwhelming power engulfs his entire body. The mirror spider is still crazily spinning webs, oblivious as Lyon prepares his 7th transformation skill. Lyon vanishes in an instant, leaving nothing but a lingering trail of light behind him. Nearby, the earth tears open into deep, jagged chasms that look like bleeding wounds. The mirror spider finally turns, staring blankly as if it cannot understand what just happened. "Where are you looking?" Lyon asks calmly, standing perfectly balanced as the monster's body begins to tremble. A massive tear rips through its glossy skin, exposing a chaotic mess of tangled webs inside. Elsewhere, Karen and Hazer lean against each other, gasping for breath after the fight. The burger army keeps closing in. "Seriously?" Karen screams, "This is never going to end. We must kill the main body," Hazer pants. Suddenly, the spider silk around them dissolves. Cheers erupt through the cave. "Lyon, you did it." He turns to check on his friends. "We made it," they sigh, as an awkward silence suddenly settles between the two of them. She sighs deeply, and he does the same. Without looking, they both reach out. "Not bad," she says first. "You neither," Hazer replies, acknowledging her strength. "Group 14 is safe, thank goodness. If that thing escaped, it would have infiltrated Juge." Galen wipes his sweat, thinking about the hundreds of warriors that could have been slaughtered. Now pay attention here because this is where the real horror begins. Above them, the cavern ceiling begins to crack. "I tried my best," Lyon mutters grimly. As expected, a blood-covered figure falls freely from above as everyone watches in pure shock. Karen and Galen look up, stunned. Lyon grits his teeth. "That is, Lord Alexander," he shouts as the old man crashes hard. "Cardino, are you all right?" "Lord Lyon," Alexander groans. "I wanted to end this, but I have been utterly humiliated." From the hole above, Cordia peers down to admire the destruction he just caused. "You cruel bastard up there," Alexander roars, his voice full of rage. Cordia sneers back. Even with one arm severed, he is a devil of malice, the apostle of despair. Lyon can feel his disgusting energy. This guy is a high-ranking bishop of malice. After the previous battle, the entire area is a chaotic mess of rubble and dust. Cordia lands lightly on the mirror spider's head, scanning the survivors through the thick smoke. "You and I both know he's serious. He's literally promising to kill them all." Out of nowhere, Karen is right behind him. "That line should be mine," she smiles. Her power wraps around Cordia like a glowing rope, catching him completely off guard. Alexander stands up, his fist crackling with lightning as he aims a devastating blow. "Damn it!" Cordia hisses, lashing out with his razor-sharp claws to defend himself. Alexander's bloody arm clashes directly with Cordia, sending a massive shockwave through the battlefield. Suddenly, his bloody bandages unravel. Cordia freezes, unable to believe what just happened. Lyon's blade points straight at Cordia's throat. "My turn," he declares with cold eyes. "You think a brat like you can take my head?" Lyon simply replies, "I am Lyon. I am the hero," Lyon says confidently. "The hero?" Cordia repeats in total shock. A brilliant light explodes as Lyon's blade slices through Cordia's shoulder and neck. Cordia grits his teeth against the agony. "This cannot be happening," he screams out. His head is severed completely, flying through the air in a spray of blood. One golden eye wide in shock. The head bounces off the ground like a ball. "He did it!" Galen cheers. Hazer cries out, "He actually cut that monster's head off." "Trust me, you and I need to stay ready because something still feels very wrong." "Alright. Stick with me, Lyon is facing a nightmare." Sinister dark energy fills the air as Lyon warns the girls below. Is he actually merging with the Demon King? Alexina realizes the terrifying truth: it is a deadly death curse. Bloodstains and crimson energy spread across the ground below. Alexana explains this is forbidden dark magic that uses the soul of the caster as a sacrifice. It looks like he used his own life and Khalid's body as a final offering. Lyon asks if killing him right now would stop this. It is too late, the self-destruct ritual is already active. A brain-like object wrapped in red light and black smoke pulsates with lightning. Once activated, there is absolutely no way to stop the countdown. Lyon is sweating as he wonders what to do next. Cordia transforms into a nightmare, his mouth full of sharp fangs while his eyes glow like a demon from hell. A glowing cross-shaped beam fires straight from the red eye. A massive red target symbol appears on the dark ground. Now watch closely, because this massive explosion is absolutely insane. The blast throws everyone back as Hazer cries out in confusion. Karen screams for Lyon as he jumps in to block the hit. Blood sprays everywhere as the metallic smell of death fills the air. Wounded, but smiling, Lyon checks if everyone is okay. Karen yells that he almost died as a wing symbol glows on his arm. He touches the protection seal. Don't worry, I have this protection. He is just glad he could keep her safe from harm. She blushes but quickly points out something terrifying nearby. Countless ghostly hands reach out to grab everything in sight. Alexana realizes the truth. Kodia used his own death to trade for a ritual that opens a massive dimensional gate. You and I both know this portal spells doom for everyone. Countless eyes and long arms writhe inside the dark gateway. The exit from the mirror alley has opened somewhere else. It is not fully formed yet, but it is growing fast. If they do not stop this, hell will literally arrive on Earth. Lyon asks Elxid if his current power is enough. Elxid says no, being brutally honest with the hero. The sword is strong, but it cannot grow physically larger. Even using all 7-star skills might not be enough. He needs to cut through space in one single swing. If his breathing falters, those hands will crush him instantly. Lyon growls in frustration, hating that he is powerless. Alexana interrupts them, claiming there is still one way. He holds up a bladeless hilt. Jurgen weapon number 114. It is called Grave, a sword made specifically for a hero. This masterpiece was created by a master 2 generations ago. That master was Alec II, who is actually Alexana's father. Elxid recognizes the name, while Lyon realizes the connection. Karen and Heiser notice the sword has no actual blade. Alexana explains the blade's length is not fixed. It actually depends on the skill of the one wielding it. Lyon takes the hilt as time finally runs out. He warns Lyon that he only gets one single shot. Grave holds massive power and will explode upon impact. You only get one swing before it shatters completely. Trust me, you and I are about to see a legendary finish. Lyon is tense. He has only one shot left. Let's dive in together as Lyon clenches his teeth and leaps into the center of the massive gate, risking it all for everyone. Lyon pushes himself, refusing to fail. He grips the hilt tight as a blinding white radiance and intense lightning surge from the center of the weapon with earth-shaking power. Suddenly, a sharp beam of energy extends outward, forming the sword's missing edge. Lyon grins at the length. Nearby, Elxid cheers him on, shouting for him to finish it. He takes his stance and yells out, "Let's do this." Now watch this. A massive beam of light and lightning fires off as Lyon lunges at the gate and its nightmare of white hands. Karen screams out in terror while Galen and Alexander roar their support, cheering at the top of their lungs for Lyon to succeed. He grinds his teeth and bellows a battle cry, holding the weapon high as it radiates a blinding and intense electric glow. Then, the blade plunges through space. The impact is massive, sending powerful shockwaves that make everything in the vicinity tremble and shake. Ghostly hands reach out, swarming the blade and gripping it tight as if trying to pull it away. But Lyon stands his ground, his eyes burning with an unshakable fire of pure resolve. He tells himself he can do this. As his hidden power finally explodes, he screams out as a small crack appears on the gate's surface. The fracture spreads wildly across the entire surface. Lyon's eyes glow a brilliant white as bolts of lightning course down the sides of his face. The razor-sharp energy slices the gate right in two, causing it to shatter into a million glowing shards in an instant. Lyon finally relaxes, gasping for air after the struggle. Everyone watches in awe as the glowing shards fall like magic snow. The mirror gate has been completely destroyed at last. The tension finally fades, and Lyon takes a deep breath. He clenches his fist and shouts with pure joy, realizing he actually pulled it off. Heiser and Galen rush over, calling out his name in pure relief. Galen claps his shoulder, praising his skill, while Heiser tells him he did great. Karen is different. She reaches out and grabs his face, looking a little annoyed at him. She brushes his hair back to check his wounds, looking frustrated. He tries to tell her he is fine, but suddenly Heiser gives his hip a mischievous little nudge from behind. You and I saw that coming. Lyon stumbles forward, his lips accidentally brushing against Karen's in a total freeze-frame moment. Karen's face turns bright red as Lyon panics, quickly jumping back and letting go of her in shock. He stammers an apology, worried he hit her too hard, but Karen can only mumble that she is okay, looking completely dazed. Lyon is still frantic and confused, while Heiser hides a devious smirk, whispering a fake apology for her supposed little accident. Heiser winks at a stunned Karen, teasing her that the kiss was just a little bonus gift. Lyon is totally clueless, while Karen trembles with pure embarrassment. Suddenly, the sword in his hand begins to vibrate and crack apart. The weapon shatters into pieces. Alexander steps forward to explain what is happening. The dark magic fueled by the demon's death back in autumn has finally been completely broken. He praises Lyon's skill, but the boy insists it was all the sword's power, not his own talent. He hands the hilt back to Alexander. This sword literally saved the world. It is the legendary blade that brings eternal glory to the Jugan family name. Alexander admires the hilt with a satisfied smile, saying his late father would be incredibly happy to hear an actual hero say those words. Elsewhere, Burger suddenly bolts awake, wondering if he had just blacked out. He panics about sleeping on the job and insists on going to the assembly area, but Galen tells him to relax because it is all over. Burger is stunned. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, a deep voice echoes through the silence. The mastermind behind the mineral pollution used dark magic to open that terrifying mirror gate, as you can clearly see. In the middle of the chaos, they created demon swords and handed them out to unsuspecting people everywhere. This was a carefully planned plot involving both religious cults. Alexander frowns in deep thought. Since we realized it too late, the cults had plenty of time to cooperate on their scheme. We cleared the evil here, but I fear the chaos has already spread. The disaster might cross the Dugan borders. Galen curses under his breath at the thought. Damn it. Those demon swords are incredibly lethal. Even if we chase the buyers, they will be long gone across the world before we can ever hope to stop the spread. Lyon gives a calm answer that makes everyone turn their heads in surprise. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what Lyon has up his sleeve next. Alright. You and I are diving into a world where a simple carriage travels a lonely dirt road under the night sky while the driver whips a screaming, red-eyed horse, shouting for it to move even faster. Then, he glances back toward the shadows to report his progress. Success just as expected, an ancient sword with a glowing red eye and intricate fire patterns. Behind it sits a cold figure radiating killing intent, guarded by several soldiers. The driver continues, saying they are heading toward the far reaches of the western desert. Inside, a voice echoes, asking about the desert heat. He explains that the heat is actually an advantage for them and their plans. Let us take these playthings there to finally ignite the flames of war. Right now, the western continent is in total chaos, with native nomads, beastmen, and various groups clashing in constant, bloody conflict. If we distribute these weapons there, imagine how fun it will be. Someone replies, asking if the Empire's mad emperor is still doing well. But we have an ally in that region. He agrees, saying they should move out. Suddenly, a familiar figure appears, catching their attention as they wonder who it is. Wait, what is that? The man beside him whispers in doubt, asking who could possibly be out here. A figure stands hidden in the shadows, cloak fluttering, aiming straight for them. Elong grips her mace, her brow furrowed in sheer annoyance. The men on the carriage shout that she is actually coming for them. They seem strangely excited for a fight. Blinding sparks of lightning envelop Elong as she growls that because of them, she missed her chance to meet the hero. Then, she raises her mace, ready to strike. Watch closely now, this is the kind of speed that leaves regular fighters in the dust. Their eyes widen in pure panic. Without wasting a second, Elong roars and unleashes her devastating attack. A massive round moon illuminates the dark night sky and the cliffs below, where a blood-stained mask lies discarded in a corner. As dust and smoke drift through the air, Elong and Khan stand over the ruins of the battlefield. She holds a sword horizontally and snaps it with ease. After it shatters into pieces on the ground, Elong speaks about the weapon. The hilt remaining in her hand turns black like ash and slowly vanishes into nothingness. She continues, "It is done. These guys were all from Acton. I was told to stay in Samark Paran and wait for the signal." Khan asks if they should finish them off. She nods, saying it was God's prophecy. He looks at the single strand of hair standing up on Elong's head, wondering what it is. "That is my antenna." She shares that since her mission is complete, she can finally go see Sir Lyon. We move to the Jugan season area of the church. Inside, Burger stares coldly, asking Lyon if he's the one who cut off his hand. Lyon waves his hands, trying to explain. Bach joins in, calling him a traitor. Gua adds that he even cut off their limbs. All three lean in toward Lyon with a cold snort before shouting in unison, "Good job." Beck, Gua, and Burger cheer, raising their hands in celebration of the outcome. Praise echoes through the air as the crowd thanks Lyon for killing those damn giants. Bake puts an arm around him, saying they would be dead without him. He tells the hero to eat up since the church is paying for everything. Karen watches them talk, her cheeks turning a bright shade of crimson. She stares at Lyon's profile as he lets out a small, gentle smile. "You and I can see exactly what is happening here. She is falling hard, is she not?" She remembers the moment his lips touched her forehead. Before she knows it, she is drooling until she finally snaps back to reality. She covers her face with her hands, scolding herself for having such wild thoughts. After the introductions, they all gather for a massive feast. Karen and Lyon sit together in a corner. Elsewhere, Elora watches them, commenting on how beautiful Karen is. Faye agrees, saying Karen is exactly her type and a rank A to boot. She notes that the clumsy guy next to her is only a rank B. That is right. In this entire expedition, he is the only one who is just a rank B adventurer. Faye watches them talk happily, feeling curious. She wonders why a rank A stays by his side and suggests they try to recruit her. Elora responds with excitement, thinking it's a great idea. Alexander suddenly leans in, interrupting their conversation. "Think you can actually pull that off?" They turn around in shock, shouting his name. Faye breaks into a cold sweat while Alara freezes, asking if it is impossible. The old man explains that Alexander is a rank S assassin. The two girls scream in terror at the mention of rank S. While they are chatting, a voice catches Lyon's attention. "Sir Lyon!" Alexander walks over and raises a hand to greet him. The scene shifts as faint light leaks through a simple wooden door, casting a long reflection across a patterned green rug. Inside the room, Karen and Lyon huddle together, observing a mysterious object. "And trust me, you and I need to see what these Hugin weapons are really capable of. Alright, you and I are about to see Lyon get a power-up that changes the game." Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, making Lyon and Karen's eyes sparkle. Alexander just winks. "You bet I'm gifting these. These Hugin weapons are worth a whole castle. Every warrior dreams of owning just one made in Area 1. The old man holds up 2 fingers and keeps talking. "There's 2 for you, Karen." Then he fits a bracer onto Lyon's arm, knowing it would be a perfect fit. He calls it the Sun Shield. Hugin number 100. Lyon holds it up, admiring the incredible craft. Alexander tells him to channel his aura. A powerful, sturdy barrier instantly forms, leaving Lyon totally speechless. He explains that this shield is exclusive to those with a Sun-type aura classification. It uses mithril plates as a base, fused together with orichalcum ore. It reacts to aura intensity. The more you push, the brighter it glows or even burns your enemies. Lyon thanks him sincerely. He really needed a solid defense for the upcoming battles. Alexander admits he almost gave him the hero sword, Grave, instead. While they chat peacefully, the old man smiles and turns toward Karen, who is practically drooling. He presents her with Hugin number 139, Waning Moon, and number 212, Dark Moon. Karen holds them both up, comparing the 2 different blades in her hands. Alexander explains that channeling aura into Waning Moon will increase its size and lethal sharpness. Now pay attention. A sudden knock at the door stops the old man mid-sentence. He tells them to enter. The door slowly creaks open, revealing a mysterious figure standing there. The old man looks shocked, while Karen watches with a confused expression on her face. The girl, Elong, calls out to the hero. She introduces herself with a gentle, focused gaze. Alexander is stunned. She's the Saintess. Karen is sweating, wondering who this girl really is. She's the Saintess? Silence fills the room as every eye turns to the Saintess. She clasps her hands, staring at Lyon with pure admiration. Lyon steps forward and offers a hand, saying it's an honor to finally meet her. Her cheeks turn bright red. He looks even better than the man from her dreams. Like a small sun, his light might seem weak, but it burns with an unquenchable fire. Even in the deepest darkness, that self-sustaining light will always find a way to shine through. She realizes right then this is the true hero she was destined to serve. She asks if he wants to shake hands, then immediately reaches out to grab his with both of hers. She says thank you, and Lyon just laughs awkwardly at her sudden, intense reaction. She gently rubs his hand, noticing the rough texture and old scars on his skin. She realizes these rough hands come from endless training and wounds that have healed repeatedly. She's in total awe. Lyon, feeling embarrassed, tries to remind her she's a Saintess. You and I can see Karen's blood boiling. She's totally furious and immediately jumps in to split them up. Suddenly, Elong reaches out and grabs Karen's wrist with surprising strength. Karen asks who she thinks she is, but Elong just tightens her grip even more. The tension is electric as they glare at each other. Lyon steps between them, desperate to keep the peace. Karen doesn't hesitate and introduces herself with total confidence. She claims she's Lyon's very first teammate. Elong repeats the words softly to herself. Karen smirks, thinking she's won because being a Saintess doesn't beat being the first ally. But then, tears start streaming down Elong's face, catching Karen completely off guard. Karen yells, asking why on earth she's crying over something like that. Instead of an answer, Elong pulls Karen into a tight, sobbing hug. "It must have been so hard," Elong whispers. "Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what's next. Alright, you and I are about to see a girl bring light into the deepest darkness where every dead end finally finds a way out." She gently comforts Karen as old memories resurface of a lonely little girl trapped in a void, surrounded by shadows reaching out for her. Elong's words cut through the negative thoughts, and she thanks her for the much-needed help. Elong reassures her with a calm voice that the goddess is always watching and protecting us. Moved by her kindness, Karen calms down and thanks her for the first kind words she's ever heard. She gently touches Elong's shoulder. The Saintess is truly something else. After that moment, Karen firmly declares she doesn't want anyone compensating for her life or her wounds. If there's a way out, she'll find it herself. Elong's eyes widen in shock. Karen leans in and whispers that she's already halfway to finding her answer. Elong repeats, "Half?" She turns away and asks what she could possibly mean by that. Suddenly, the center of attention, Lyon gets flustered as Karen jokes that maybe half was a bit of an overstatement. Elong smiles back at the provocation, saying they'll get along well. She calls her big sister, and Karen shares the same expression. Karen agrees, but then realizes something. Wait a second. She interrogates Elahan. Why am I the big sister? Elahan confidently explains her reasoning. Because I'm definitely younger. Karen's eyes flare up as she demands to know exactly how old she is. Without hesitation, Elahan reveals she's having her coming-of-age ceremony this year. Karen gets right in her face. Oh man, really? I almost called you my senior since you look way older than you are. Nice to meet you, little sister. Elahan just goes with it, calling her big sister. Lyon sighs in relief, seeing them become friends so fast. Now pay attention, even though the old man calls them fools, this journey is about to get way more exciting. Under the scorching sun, Elahan shields her eyes and calls out to Lord Lyon. He's sitting right next to Karen when he hears her and turns around. Karen complains about the heat, but Elahan is thrilled. This is the Great Western Desert. She looks around in awe, saying that flying over the desert in a hot air balloon feels like a dream. Elahan mentions she's only seen this in books, having lived where it only snows at the main cathedral. Lyon asks if she's really that happy to see the desert since she looks so overjoyed. Of course. But the best part is being your teammate, Lord Lyon. Flashback to Alexander handing Lyon a small gold object. He identifies it as an A-rank medal. Lyon holds it, whispering that he's finally reached A rank. Alexander feels a bit awkward and quickly interrupts to apologize for the situation. He says giving an A rank to a hero is a technical error, but Lyon just waves it off with a smile. A rank is perfect for me, Lyon says, looking at the medal and telling himself it's enough. Elxid mocks him immediately. A loser who never made master level is suddenly a rank? I know what you're thinking. Why hide his true power? Well, Elahan is already asking the same thing. She asks why he's staying undercover when she could just escort him openly. Lyon scratches his head, explaining that it's just not the right time to reveal his hero identity. With Octom lurking in the shadows, he wants to stay disguised so things don't get messy. She agrees, calling his plan thoughtful and deciding to call him Lord Lyon instead of hero. Alexander then turns his attention to the Saintess, calling out to Elahan. She holds a similar medal, except this one has a B engraved on the corner. She's now a B-rank adventurer. Alexander explains he'll use the alias Ella to protect her secret identity. According to the system information, she's listed as a B rank. He asks if that's okay, and she happily agrees that it's wonderful. Elahan realizes the hero is intentionally hiding his power, and she thinks it's incredibly cool. Clutching the medal, she thinks it'll be fun to play along with the disguise. She asks where they are headed next, her eyes sparkling with excitement. They all stare at each other in an awkward silence until Lyon finally speaks up. Karen asks if another quest will pop up like before. Guess you and I are about to find out. Alright, you and I are jumping into a mystery where even our heroes are completely in the dark. Seeing their confusion, Alexana slams her hand down and reveals she has already prepared everything for them. While the trio breaks a nervous sweat, Alexana starts flipping through a massive stack of classified mission documents. Peacekeeping for the Empire, hunting pirates in the East Sea, or settling disputes in the Great Western Desert. Lyon picks up one file to study. It's a request from the Kloe Empire, a place he knows well. A memory flashes in his mind, but Alexana warns him that she doesn't actually recommend taking that specific job. Lyon shouts in surprise as Alexana explains that while the location is nearby, the situation is extremely volatile. Since the current emperor took the throne, the economy has tanked and aggressive nobles are fueling constant border wars. With private armies clashing non-stop, a full-scale civil war could break out at any given moment. Karen interrupts, pointing out that this is too political, while also flatly rejecting the East Sea mission altogether. Her reason is simple. It is way too far, requiring them to cross over half the entire continent. Pay attention here, because with two options gone, they're heading straight into the Great Western Desert dispute instead. A voice snaps Lyon out of his memories as the airship pilot announces they have finally reached their destination. Lyon waves goodbye to the pilot, thanking him as they prepare to jump while receiving a lucky thumbs up. The three land softly in the scorching sand. Karen notes that the harsh climate makes flying here incredibly dangerous. You never know when a sandstorm will hit, so from here on out, they have to travel on foot. Suddenly, Elahan lets out a loud shout, forcing Lyon and Karen to spin around in a total panic. Elahan is just happily playing in the sand, amazed by the fine texture and stamping her feet like a child. Karen sighs at her innocence, grumbling about how the desert is nothing but exhausting heat and endless misery. Lyon stays silent, looking out over the horizon and wondering exactly where Karen plans to lead them next. Seeing their hesitation, Elahan points a finger while Karen admits she has no idea which way to go. Karen summons her heavy mace to the surface, and Lyon calls out to the Saintess to see her plan. Elahan thrusts her staff into the sand, calling for guidance, while a shocked Lyon asks if she sensed something. Karen watches silently as the mace stands upright, sparking with lightning while Elahan stares with wide, curious eyes. Time keeps ticking by in the heat, but you and I can see that absolutely nothing is happening. Eventually, the mace starts to wobble unsteadily back and forth before just falling flat into the desert sand. Elahan confidently points in one direction and tells them to move, leaving the others completely speechless and confused. Lyon asks if this is actually a prophecy, but Elahan insists it is a divine blessing from the spirits. Karen calls it pure luck, but she quickly corrects herself before she accidentally disrespects the divine spirits again. Despite the weird method, the group decides to follow Elahan's lead and sets off into the dunes. They sprint across the sand at high speed until Elahan spots something very unusual happening in the distance. A massive cloud of dust is kicking up. Lyon wonders if they've run into a natural sandstorm. Something massive and round emerges from the dust. Karen's eyes go wide as she realizes what is coming. 3 giant creatures are tunneling toward their position. They are legendary, flesh-eating sandworms. Far away, a massive rock formation stands tall over the dry, orange landscape under the soft evening sunlight. Suddenly, a violent black cyclone swallows a soldier whole, leaving only a flash of a cold, steel blade. It looks as if the man's very soul is being dragged down into an abyss by some dark force. He reaches out one last time as his skin shrivels up, his eyes bulging before life leaves him forever. The mysterious figure tosses the corpse aside like trash, his demonic face demanding even more lives and souls. From above, a group of watchers observes the carnage, calling the creature a living death god. The summoning of the Dark Pharaoh was a success, and they know its presence will attract the goddess's priestess. This chaos will cause the nomads and beasts to turn on each other in a fit of paranoia. Once they start tearing each other apart, war is inevitable. It is a truly perfect, evil plan. One of them realizes the goddess's warriors are close, but another says it is too early for that fight. They decide to split up and leave the rest to the beast. Trust me, you won't want to miss this. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when a monster made of pure malice decides to level an entire region. Brother, I wish you luck. Keep your word and let us split up now. Scatter in different directions and disappear. Back with Lyon and Karen, the two of them look up as a massive shadow passes directly over their heads. Elahan grips her mace, showing zero fear as she prepares to strike. 3 giant sandworms charge toward them, tearing through the earth. With one swing of her massive spiked mace, she delivers a fatal blow. A burst of white energy shatters the creature into pieces. Sandworm blood sprays everywhere, but Lyon and Karen did not have to lift a single finger to stop the threat. Countless purple and black fragments continue to rain down across the scorched, barren wasteland. Stunned by the sight, they can only watch in silence. Elxid whistles, noting that after 100 years, this power is still terrifying. If their current position is ever exposed, the enemy forces will likely retreat instantly without a second thought. She took down those monsters in a single hit. Noticing the dirt on their clothes, Elahan calls out to the two of them. Feeling guilty, she apologizes for failing her duty. She insists on making it up to them by washing all of their clothes. She even offers to wash their underwear, leaving Karen shocked. Elahan, what on earth are you talking about? Lyon tries to play it off, saying they are fine, but suddenly the mark on his hand begins to glow with power. Now watch closely, because this is where Lyon reveals a legendary weapon that changes the entire dynamic of the group. She gasps, recognizing the holy sword. Lyon holds the blade out toward her and confirms that it is indeed the real deal. While Ella admires it, Elxid is fuming inside the blade. Wait a minute. This is getting incredibly irritating. Hey Brad, is that really how you introduce me? Elxid scolds him as Lyon summons the brilliant power of purification. A dazzling light envelops the sword in an instant. Lyon flashes a grin and asks her what she thinks of it now. Karen admits it looks incredibly cool. Elahan clutches her chest, her cheeks turning red as she feels the purification light. It feels as warm as a blessing from the goddess herself. She asks if he can show her that power just one more time. Lyon nods without hesitation, but Elxid suddenly lunges forward and grabs his hair. What do you mean, sure? You little brat. Karen senses something is wrong. Elahan is confused, but Karen narrows her eyes, analyzing the strange behavior of the monsters. Sandworms do not travel in packs like this. These massive creatures usually stay apart to ensure their food supply does not drop. Let us pause here because if giant sandworms are running away, you and I know something terrifying is coming. Are the sandworms actually fleeing? Is there something in this desert strong enough to scare them? Ella suggests it might be humans. Karen disagrees, noting that humans do not hunt sandworms because there is no profit in it. She decides they must investigate. They all agree to follow the trail where the worms came from to uncover the truth behind this strange migration. Elsewhere, Khan growls in frustration, realizing she is already gone. Alexandra asks if he is a follower of the saintess. A man approaches the cardinal, reporting that a very suspicious guy has been standing outside the door since yesterday. They look down to see Khan sitting alone by the gate, looking like a man waiting for a miracle to happen. He clenches his fists, seething with rage. How could she just leave without saying a single word to him? I have not eaten in days. And now this? Damn it. Khan eventually calms down and wonders where she could have gone. Alexandra flatly refuses his request for information. I am sorry, but I cannot reveal her location. He then slams the door shut. Khan stands there in disbelief before screaming into the sky. Saintess, just you wait, I am going to find you. On the other side of the desert, Elahan reaches up to scratch her ear. She mutters about how itchy it feels. Lyon immediately asks if she is all right. She nods and reassures him that it is nothing for him to worry about. They reach the destination, but find only silence. Karen drops down to examine the ground, but the trail has gone cold. She is certain something was here. Whatever it was, it left about 2 hours ago, and it was absolutely massive. Lyon cuts her off and suggests they stop the chase here. They are not going to find answers by just running. They decide to check nearby villages for info. Suddenly, a massive cloud of sand comes rushing toward them at high speed. Lyon and Karen turn toward the noise. As the dust clears, they see a group of people emerging from the storm. Are they desert natives? Karen wonders if they are alone. Since they have come this far, we should greet them properly. The mysterious cloaked figures continue their steady march forward, heading straight for Lyon and the others. Meanwhile, at Barren Red Moon Estate, buildings are engulfed in flames. People scream in terror as they flee from the Mobach. Trust me, you and I are about to witness a total massacre. No survivors. Don't let anyone report this. Burn every single field to the ground. Panicked screams fill the air as people beg for their lives, unable to even breathe. These nobles treat the commoners like nothing more than dogs. All right, you and I are about to see just how cruel these villains can be. An old man gathers his courage to stand against the slaughter, pleading for his people's lives. Wait, what did we do to deserve this? This is the first successful harvest we have had in over 10 years. We could have harvested 3 times more than before, but you destroyed everything. He continues his desperate plea. Our lord even lowered our taxes compared to the neighbors. The soldiers agree. Yeah, what did we do wrong? A sharp blade cuts through the air, silencing any more words. A man wearing a bamboo half-mask looks down with cold eyes. He speaks with a freezing voice. How dare idiots like you think you have a right to the noble's grain? With those words, he swings his sword to end it all. Kill them! The old man closes his eyes, accepting his fate. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the smoke. The enemies collapse as a golden-haired hero appears, standing tall against the backdrop of the burning flames. He speaks with a voice of command. Where is your leader? The masked man groans in agonizing pain. His eyes turn red with pure hatred as he looks at Lyon. Even if you knew, it would be useless. Before he can finish, the man loses consciousness, muttering something about it being too late. Lyon notices a white object tucked in his clothes and reaches for it. Now pay attention here, because this discovery changes the game. He sighs, confirming his suspicions. Just as I thought, a blood-stained mask. Lyon observes it carefully. It is definitely him. Dubert approaches from the shadows. Do the Actom always use these masks? He turns and calls out. Dubert, have we captured all the criminals yet? The old man nods. Yes, we finished off the ones in the city. Now we just need to deal with the 100 soldiers at the gates. A familiar voice cuts in. No need to worry. Kloe smiles, having already cleared the city gates. Together they shout her name. She walks closer. I am back after completing the mission. Crown Prince. He looks a bit helpless. If you keep talking like that, it feels like you are just teasing me. Kloe keeps the joke going with a playful tone. What are you saying, Prince? Lyon decides to move on and gives an order. Put out the fire. High above, a massive moon dominates the sky, casting a pale golden light through the drifting white clouds. Redmond kneels down sincerely. Thank you, Your Highness Lyon. If you had not come to save us tonight, my territory and my people would have been completely destroyed by those raiders. Lyon remains calm. No need for thanks, Lord Redmond, he explains. As a member of the royal family, protecting the Empire's vassals is simply my duty and responsibility. We have no desire to show off for simply doing what we are supposed to do. You and I both know Lyon never does anything for free. Redmond bows his head, praising Lyon's kindness. But then, Lyon drops a proposal that leaves him confused. Lyon reaches out his hand, making his intentions clear. Would you like to become my subordinate? High above, the sky is clear and peaceful. But down below, the atmosphere is the exact opposite, tense and dangerous. Horses kick up clouds of thick dust as they gallop. A group of riders circles Karen and Ilahan, trapping them in the center. The two look for a way out, while a sharp sword is pointed directly at them. The lead rider speaks. Strangers. Karen looks disappointed. I heard the Backwind tribe treats guests well, but I did not expect to be greeted with cold steel. One of the riders shouts angrily. You brat. Do you have any idea who you are talking to right now? The man raises a hand to silence him. Shut up. Whether they are guests or enemies depends on how they answer my questions. Lyon, or rather, the traveler speaks confidently. Ask away. The man is surprised by their bravery. He observes them, dismissing the small talk. It does not matter. The mysterious man continues to exert his authority. I would love to chat, but we are short on time. State your names and your purpose for coming here. Elong puts a hand on her chest, quickly calculating her response. Identity. She remembers the instructions. From now on, your name is Explorer Enla, from the Kingdom of Jugan. Elong nods to herself. She is slightly disappointed, wishing she could have played a villain role instead. I can do this. I am from Hugan. Elong grips her hand and answers. She pulls out a badge. We come from the Holy Church. Atlas takes off his hat, looking curious. The Holy Church? The others murmur the name in surprise. Seeing their confused faces, Elong starts to panic. Oh no, did I say something wrong? Karen sighs, but the man opposite them responds calmly. If what you say is true, then excuse our rudeness. Things are quite serious here. Ramong reveals himself. I am Ramong of the Backwind tribe. What brings people from the Holy Church to this place? Elong leans into Karen, whispering in a panic. Karen, what should I do? I revealed my real identity. So, what do you and I take from this? Sometimes a mistake is exactly what's needed. Karen reassures her. It is fine. They hold the church in high regard. Lyon shares their mission. We are here to investigate on behalf of the church. But what exactly do you mean when you say the situation here is getting serious? Raman looks around and asks if they noticed any shops. They are quite big, after all. Stick with me here. He is actually the very first person we have seen since we arrived, he notes. I get it now. For some reason, people are just vanishing. Raman explains that while disappearances are common in the desert, this is something entirely different. How does a veteran sandstorm fighter vanish in a single night without leaving even a single trace behind? It is not just people. The monster seeds we use for our food supplies are dropping fast too. Since humans and monsters are both vanishing without a sign, we are certain something invisible is stalking the sands. Lyon realizes the gravity of the situation. Raman gives a final warning before they part ways. Pay attention to this part. He tells them to be extremely careful if they head toward the sun. There is an Oasis Guild branch nearby for more info. Safe travels. The group thanks him for the help. Once they leave, someone lets out a sigh. Man, this is really bad. Karen thinks this is a situation the Backwing tribe cannot handle on their own. Even the sandworms are fleeing in terror. The Backwing leader is a rank A fighter, but he cannot stop an invisible threat. At this rate, Samurk will fall into war. War? She explains the situation. The Wuhuman tribe lives in the north while the nomads take the south. Their relationship is terrible, and the desert grows larger every single year. That is why nomads often invade human territory. If both tribes run out of food and water while already hating each other, an all-out war is the only solution. Lyon thinks for a moment. Well then, we have work to do. Let's stop this war. To Oasis Village, everyone. Under the scorching sun, a voice suddenly rings out. Look over there. Lyon points toward a lush oasis appearing out of nowhere. Shimmering silver water is surrounded by thick palm trees and massive jagged rock formations. We reach the village. The three of them walk across a stone bridge, amazed by the hidden town. Karen wonders why the streets are so empty. Suddenly, a massive noise erupts, making her jump back. Lyon figures they must be busy with something important. They go to investigate as the palm leaves create a cool shadow. You and I should see what is happening as Lyon looks at the crowd. It is packed. Elong tries to lead them through the dense crowd. Excuse me, sorry, let us through. The three of them get squashed together into a pile. Lyon's eyes lock on the stage. Right in the water, a massive white structure has been built. Two figures stand facing each other, ready for combat. Lyon wonders if this is an official duel. He notices something very familiar about one of the fighters. That is definitely Backwing tribe gear. The man asks if his opponent is ready. Then Lyon spots a long tail. The other person is a beastman. Hati is confident. Jaha roars that it has been a long time since he last saw the wolf girl. He is the legendary blade of the Backwing tribe and the third strongest warrior among the Birik. Whoever wins this fight gains total control over the border grasslands. Even though she is shorter, Hati does not flinch. You look absolutely pathetic, you know that? Jaha's temper snaps as he draws his blade. I will end you with a single blow. Lyon breaks into a cold sweat. Just as he thought, their relationship is not good at all. Elong realizes they are fighting for the rights to use the grazing land. Negotiations would have been better, but some people use their fists first. Elxid has been silent, but now he wonders. That beast girl looks so familiar. Do I know her? Don't tell me you know her too. Elxid recalls a massive sandstorm from his past in the desert. Elxid trails off. Lyon's eyes widen as he realizes the truth. You are the legendary demon sword, so what did you do wrong this time? Elxid avoids the question, noting that if the girl he knew is still alive, she must be some ancient ancestor. A massive explosion of sound draws everyone's attention back to the center of the ring. Jaha swings a heavy punch, but Hati easily dodges. The crowd roars as she leaps into a flip. Next, Hati strikes back, her sharp claws aiming straight for Jaha's head. The ground shatters as she lands. Trust me, you and I are about to see a real fight. He uses his strength to push her back, while Hati digs her claws into the ground to stay steady. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a battle so fast the crowd can barely keep up with the action. She is determined, reminding him that 5 years have passed and she has no intention of losing to him again. Jaha steps closer, cold as ice, correcting her that it has only been 4 years and 8 months since that defeat. Jaha accepts the necessity of the result, vowing he will take that land this time because his pride is already gone. Jaha lunges forward with a shout as Hati matches his energy, warning him that she is coming for him too. Facing that massive and powerful impact, Hati remains calm with an incredible level of composure. Jaha draws his blade for a counterstrike, but in the shadows, a long rifle barrel is aiming at the arena. Without hesitation, the sniper pulls the trigger as Lyon's sharp instincts immediately pick up on the hidden danger. Inside the ring, Jaha feels himself losing ground, realizing the pressure is at a whole new level for him. Seeing his expression of struggle, Hati grows even more confident and declares that it is finally over for Jaha. Suddenly, a needle pierces her arm just as she reaches out, and sweat breaks across her face from the tension. Her sharp claws tremble and refuse to move. As she wonders what happened, Jaha immediately seizes the opening to strike. Now watch closely, because this is where a fair fight turns into something much darker and more dangerous. He coldly apologizes before swinging his blade, a strike powerful enough to feel like it is tearing through the air. The crowd wonders if the match is decided. But Lyon can tell things are not as simple as they look. He asks Karen if she noticed the foul play, and she nods while staying alert to the suspicious situation. Jaha grinds his teeth in rage, while blood starts dripping from the deep gash opened on Hati's injured arm. The scent of blood fills the air as Hati glares at him, calling him a coward for using dirty tactics. Jaha does not care about the insult, simply stating that a win is a win regardless of the method used. He claims it was a precaution since he has people to protect, noting her arm is now completely useless. He tells her to surrender now, threatening that his next strike will be aimed directly at her head. But then his expression shifts completely as he looks toward the stands, sweat pouring down his face in panic. You and I saw that coming, right? He realized his secret helper just got busted by Lyon's group. Looking closer, there is a fourth person with a bruised face being held captive right in front of them. Hati realizes he has been cheating this whole time, and Jaha immediately jumps back to put distance between them. She stomps the ground, erupting with blinding energy and sparks as she vows to absolutely kill him for this. Hati summons the heavenly wolf style, but Jaha just scoffs, mocking her for trying to fight while paralyzed. He wonders what she can possibly do when her other arm is already completely out of commission. In a flash, she flips over and appears right in his face, sending him stumbling back in pure terror. Jaha cannot believe the sheer speed she is displaying, wondering when she even managed to move like that. Her legs are wrapped in a powerful glowing aura as she unleashes a chain of kicks that smashes Jaha head first. With the fight settled, she quietly mentions that people usually call her four-legged for a reason. Lyon is stunned by her finishing move, while his companions can only stare with their mouths wide open. The sniper that Lyon's group dealt with is now dragging an unconscious Jaha away under the blazing sun. Back in the office, Hati slams a document onto the desk, her victory finally being made official. She proudly shows off the paper with the red seal, declaring the grassland grazing rights belong to her. She watches as Lyon's group prepares to leave, with Karen stretching out and wondering where they should go next. Lyon suggests heading back to the guild, but Hati rushes over to stop them in their tracks. She stares Lyon down, and he is still thinking about how insanely fast she was during the fight. As Lyon struggles to find the right words to explain themselves, she suddenly leans her body toward him. Hati places a hand on him and leans in close, closing her eyes to sniff Lyon while he blushes. Without any warning at all, Hati sticks her tongue out and gives Lyon a big lick. Karen and Elong freeze in shock before Karen screams, while Hati tells the weak woman to move aside. She just keeps smirking at Lyon. Trust me, you and I need to see the fallout. Alright, you and I are about to see if this kid called Red Boy is actually stronger than he looks. Never underestimate humans. Hati puts her hands on her hips and admits she actually loves his scent while Elxid suddenly calls out for Lyon. He tells Lyon to gather sun aura in his hands and clap, but Lyon is confused and asks clap now? Elxid doesn't explain and just tells him to do it, so Lyon thrusts his hands forward and forms an energy sphere. Suddenly, Lyon claps his hands hard while Karen and Elong lean in close to watch every detail of the action. Hati just tilts her head in silence and then boom! A massive sound echoes through the air as he claps. Hati goes completely stiff and falls flat on the ground, leaving Elong wondering if she just collapsed for no reason. Both her cheeks turn a bright shade of red as Hati lies there motionless, leaving everyone in a state of total confusion. You see, in the animal world, there are certain positions that mean a lot between different species. If a beast shows its belly to someone else, It is the ultimate sign of respect and trust. Now pay attention, because Elxid explains that exposing the most vulnerable part means she totally trusts him, or it could be a mating signal to attract a partner, making Lyon scream "what" in pure shock. Lyon starts panicking over the mating ritual thing while Karen breaks out into a cold sweat from the sheer awkwardness. Elong is just as shocked as Hati bites her lip with watery eyes and lets out a piercing scream that hurts. Hati covers her mouth and tells them to forget everything they just saw because absolutely nothing happened here. She jumps up and grabs Lyon by the collar, threatening him to forget it or they are going to settle this in the arena. Lyon can barely breathe and desperately apologizes, swearing he did not mean for any of that to happen. Elxid just smirks and reveals that this is a special martial art he created specifically for a beast folk child. It has been 300 years since he captured a werewolf who hunted slave traders. He forced the beast to serve him, and that clap was a secret command he programmed into the warrior's training. He assumed the beast would only pass it down to his family. He figured the werewolf would only pass that secret technique down to his own descendants. Elxid concludes Hati must be his relative, while she continues to chase Lyon down, screaming that she will kill him. Elxid just laughs, realizing his old trick still works after 3 centuries, that werewolf was a great teacher who passed it on well. Lyon glares at him, knowing he did this on purpose, and calls him a truly cruel and heartless sword. In the shimmering light of the Samark oasis, palm trees sway under the shadows of the majestic mountains. As the water sparkles through the rocks, Lyon bows his head deeply and offers a sincere apology for everything that just happened. Hati tries to calm down and says she will forget it too, or at least, she will try. She mentions his sweet scent was always a red flag, and asks if he is really the adventurer named Lyon. After he confirms it, she realizes she was played, and asks if he is actually a true warrior. Lyon is frozen by her sharp intuition, while Karen's eyes go wide with total disbelief at what she heard. Elong looks just as confused, but Hati knows she is right just by looking at the expression on Lyon's face. She brings up her ancestor Hakabo, a name that carries some serious weight in their ancient history. The Beast King said only Roderick, the heir of the Wise King, could ever make their wolf tribe obey like that. Lyon recognizes the names, while Elong realizes she has heard this legendary story about the Beast King before. Karen remembers him as the hero who saved the beast folk from slavery and led them to the vast plains. Hati must be his descendant, but her next words make all 3 of them choke on their water in shock. You and I saw this coming, right? After hearing the truth, she says she won't resist anymore, and having 11 kids with him actually sounds like a great idea. Hati looks shy and tells him she will allow him to marry her warrior Lyon. Lyon turns pale and freezes like a statue. He has no idea what is happening in this conversation anymore. Elong has finally reached her limit and summons her power, asking Hati if she has no shame at all. Her bloodlust is so thick Lyon can feel it as she warns Hati not to insult their warrior like that. Lyon tries to stop Elong, but Hati just points and shouts that weaklings have no right to speak here. She argues that she clearly couldn't escape his dominance, so Elong should just back off and stay quiet. Elong gets right in her face and coldly asks if she will still talk while buried 6 feet deep in the dirt. Sensing the danger, Hati flinches while Lyon looks around for Karen to help stop the fight. But Karen has vanished, leaving Lyon calling out her name in total confusion as the tension rises. Suddenly, Karen appears right behind Hati, moving so fast she didn't even notice her presence. And that's where we leave it. Karen holds a blade to her neck and asks who the weakling is now. Alright, you and I are diving back into the chaos as Karen suggests they find a private spot to talk. Realizing she is in over her head, Hati turns pale and covers her mouth, looking toward Lyon with teary eyes. Help me, Lyon, it is too scary. As the sunset paints the sky orange and gold, a piercing scream echoes through the air. Night falls over the camp, and a flickering fire is lit in the very center. Her hands tremble while holding the food bowl as someone asks if she is Hati. She just sobs, muttering about wanting to go home. These people are terrifying. Are they really supposed to be older than me? She wonders. While Elong and Karen feast, only Lyon notices Hati's distress. He mentions he did not realize Elong was actually older. Breaking into a cold sweat, she tries to play along. Out here, strength is everything, and age is just a number. Suddenly, a shadow approaches and cuts her off. Oh, trust me, age matters quite a lot here. Elong turns cold, reminding Hati that seniority is vital. Terrified, the girl instantly submits, begging her not to be angry. Karen stays silent and keeps eating. Elong continues, warning that she might just lose her temper if Hati mentions age again. Watch this part closely. Elong is laying down the law about who is really in charge here. Veins pop on Karen's face as she turns around. Elong, we really need to talk. Hati shouts at the top of her lungs, promising she will not forgive him for this. You are actually going to inflict pain on innocent people just to target enemies hiding in the shadows? Lyon pauses, then calmly tells her she is right. Lyon explains, before things get even worse, We have to uncover the mastermind and figure out their true motive for doing this. I am not sure about backwind traditions, but I believe they will listen. Hati nods, asking if Lyon wants her help. Lyon does not hesitate to accept. Hati thanks him, but then reminds him of one very important detail to keep in mind. He listens silently as she explains she is only a candidate for the position of tribe leader. Because of that, she has no right to give orders to her own people, let alone anyone else. Now, you and I need to pay attention to this twist. Hati's twin brother is a rival tribe leader. Everyone gasps in shock. Your twin brother? Lyon mutters the words, processing this brand new information. We shift scenes to dark, beastly hands holding a diamond. The figure smiles, calling the gem truly beautiful. He grabs an expensive bottle of red wine from the table and takes a massive, greedy gulp. A twisted grin forms on his face. Wine this good? On these ancient plains? A voice asks if he is satisfied. Lord Skan, since you allowed us passage through your territory, the merchants prepared this gift to show their gratitude. I am glad you enjoy it. Folix keeps flattering him, promising even greater rewards if they continue their secret business together. That is Folix, the cat tribe leader. Skan pauses to think before telling the old man he is worrying way too much. Why refuse such a good deal? Do you think drinking some fine wine is going to turn me corrupt? Then what about these diamonds? Skan, the ambitious candidate, hints at what will happen once he officially takes power. You understand what I am saying, right? The old cat catches the hint immediately. Do not worry, my lord. I have already calculated every single detail. Under the blazing sun, the heat becomes unbearable. Hati stands there and screams out her pure frustration. I hate this disgusting desert. I came here for a fight, but there is sand everywhere. Am I a wolf or a worm? Lyon watches Hati with curiosity, wondering if crossing the desert is really that difficult for the Beastmen tribes. She is gasping for air, barely able to move. Elong approaches her to see if the plan is okay. Hati flinches back. Big sister, I mean. Elong, we have to keep moving. If we cross that valley, we will make it before the sun goes down. The group continues their journey as Lyon nods. Suddenly, a dark, ominous shadow swirls beneath Hati's feet. A ghostly hand reaches out from the darkness. It grips her ankle tight while she is walking, sending Hati crashing face first into the desert sand. Trembling with fear, she looks back to see what just happened. Shadows. It has been a while, Lady Hati. A mysterious voice echoes as she sees cat-like shadows grinning. Why are they here? Breaking into a cold sweat, Hati screams for everyone to be careful. These shadows are extremely dangerous, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I need to see how they handle this ambush. Stick with me, because we are diving into a moment where a rescue turns into a slaughter. Lyon asks, Hati, you okay? But she is just stunned she got caught alone. Do not be afraid, we will not harm you, the cat says. But until Skan becomes the temporary chief, you are staying with us. Hati grinds her teeth in pure disgust. Skan, that dirty, backstabbing coward. Then, the cat glares at Lyon's group. Humans, stay out of this if you want to live. But Karen, Lyon, and Elong do not even flinch as a dark aura begins to rise. The beast snaps. Try anything funny, and we will kill you all. Hati screams a warning, there are way too many of them. But Karen stays icy calm, sparks flying. That, she whispers, is not how you use shadows. The group is totally baffled. Wait, what? Karen just looks up with a sharp smile. Time for a lesson, you little kittens. Suddenly, Karen's purple lightning explodes in a violent storm, absolutely shredding the pack of cat phantoms. They are paralyzed, forced to eat her pure rage. One of them just gasps out in shock. Karen mocks them as blood sprays through the air. Those cats were so confident a second ago, but now they are just falling like flies under her blade. Hati watches the whole thing, wide-eyed. In her vision, bodies are literally flying through the air before slamming down right next to where she is lying. She shudders. Karen, you are terrifying. Felix is panting, wondering what she is even talking about. He shifts his gaze to Elong and decides, fine, I will just take out the weak-looking girl instead. Now watch this, he thinks he has found an easy target. He lunges at her, claws out, shouting that she is his new hostage. Back off and give us Hati, or this girl dies right now. Hati's face goes pale, but probably not for the reason you think. Lyon just bites his lip, waiting for the inevitable. Felix smirks, thinking he has won. Looking at their shocked faces, he is convinced he has made the right move. Elong's voice cuts through his thoughts. She glares up, growling. Do I really look that weak to you? Cold sweat starts pouring down Felix's face. He finally sees it. His eyes bulge as he realizes he is already tied up, surrounded by his unconscious teammates. He lets out a pathetic, ear-piercing scream. Shaking, Felix looks at his hands in total confusion. What happened? I was sure that A flash of memory hits him. In the middle of the chaos, a hand wreathed in lightning slammed right into him. One hit was all it took to knock him out cold. He clutches his face, groaning. Is my head actually about to explode? Finally figured it out? A voice asks. Elong is standing there, looking down at him with zero pity. The shock is too much, and Felix just blacks out again. Lyon sighs. Great, he is out. I actually had questions for him. Hati is still shaking as she grabs Lyon's arm. Yeah, I do not blame him for passing out. You and I can see Karen is just disappointed she did not get to hit him harder. Meanwhile, the group discusses what happens if they actually pull this mission off. If we finish this and go back, they will have to stop doubting our loyalty to the tribe. Hati's eyes fill with pure rage as she grinds her teeth. Skan, you absolute bastard. I am never going to forgive you for this. Back at the wolf tribe, Skan casually scratches his ear. Is someone bad-mouthing me? I feel a chill. He does not seem to care, though. Either way, I am still going to be the chief. Do you not agree, Folas? He lets out a loud laugh. Hey, over there. Bring me some more wine. Folas just bows. As you wish. The old man grins. To make sure, I sent my own son. No need to worry. Suddenly, a shout echoes through the air. Skan! The traitor jumps, spitting out a mouthful of red wine in shock. He is sweating bullets as a powerful kick sends the door flying off its hinges. Hati points a finger right at him. You bastard, today is the day you die. Skan jumps up, pointing right back at her. Did I not tell you to knock before coming in? Hati's voice is cold. Knocking? That is useless. He starts shaking with rage. What did you just say to me? Is that any way to talk to your brother? She demands. Watch your mouth. Hati is not backing down at all. Stop acting like the big brother, she snaps. I was born first, meaning I am your big sister. Get that through your head. My claws came out first, he argues back. She bites her lip. It is a disgrace to be related to you. You were born a wolf, but you went and teamed up with those pathetic cats? You have zero pride. Skan cannot even look her in the eye. What are you talking about? Where is your proof? Without a word, she tosses Felix's body onto the floor. Here is your proof. Felix lies there, tied up and totally out of it. Folas freezes as he recognizes the face. Skan stays silent, he knows the game is up. Folas panics, rushing to Felix. My son, what have they done to you? Hati smirks, he said, his son. And that is all the proof you and I will ever need. All right, stick with me, you and I are jumping into a family feud that is about to get out of hand. Skan is fuming. But Hati? She is staying perfectly calm. Skan demands to know how she could beat up the cat tribe's benefactor like that, no matter how much he annoyed her. Hati just scowls, excuse me? Felix seizes the moment to jump in, crying out about how Hati turned his son into such a pathetic, miserable mess. He asks if this is how the wolf tribe repays their debt? Hati looks stunned, whispering that the guy was the one who attacked her first, but Felix is not buying it. He tells Hati to stop making excuses immediately. Skan cuts her off, demanding to know how she will take responsibility. Outside, Karen leans against the wall, listening to the drama and sighing deeply. Karen turns to the others, it looks like Hati is in trouble again. So should we go in and do something? Elong just asks what to do. A mysterious shadow suggests they handle it, and before anyone notices, a massive figure appears. Karen realizes the obvious answer instantly. Elong looks toward the voice as Karen concludes that this newcomer is definitely Hati's father. Lyon observes the man's massive, powerful frame and confirms he is the wolf tribe chief. Inside the tent, Skan is roaring about a fight, and Hati is not backing down, she is ready to throw hands right then and there. Felix watches them bicker and smirks. He sees a golden opportunity to slip away while everyone is distracted. Now watch this, here's the part where he tries something sneaky. Felix starts using a shadow teleportation spell to hide himself and his son. He thinks if he gets his son out now, there will not be any evidence left. Suddenly, a heavy wolf's paw drops onto his shoulder. A booming voice tells Skan and Hati to shut their mouths. The siblings instantly freeze up out of pure instinct. The two of them slowly turn toward the voice, stuttering out father as Chief Va finally steps into the light. Va grunts, his mood unreadable, as Felix looks up at the man holding his shoulder and trembles the tribe chief himself. Va gives a gentle smile. Admitting it was a mistake to let the kids handle things themselves, it is honestly a bit embarrassing. But his eyes are glowing with intensity, showing he knows exactly what really happened here. That look sends Felix into a panic. He starts sinking into the shadows, claiming he has urgent business to attend to. He dives into the black portal and vanishes. Hati wants to stop him, but her father just lets the man escape. Before she can explain, Skan starts mocking her for needing to bring their dad along to help. Hati's blood boils, who is the one being pathetic here? As they start brawling again, Va has seen quite enough. He delivers a sharp bop to both their heads, telling them to shut up. Rubbing their bruises, they both submit instantly. Va sighs, wondering when his kids will finally grow up and show him even a little bit of respect. The two siblings are practically in tears, holding their heads and apologizing. With the family business settled, Va turns his attention elsewhere. He narrows his eyes at the group by the door, asking who Lyon, Karen, and Elahan are supposed to be. Hati's eyes light up, eager to introduce them, but her father raises a hand to stop her. He does not need words. Those bright red cloaks feel strangely familiar, sparking a memory from long ago. Now here is a moment you and I should pay attention to. Va sees an old friend's shadow reflected in Lyon. Va gets serious, giving them a chance to speak. He wants to hear a proper introduction from these strangers. Lyon immediately draws his sword with his left hand, introducing himself as the disciple of King Roderick. The blade glows as he declares himself the heir to the scales of fate, greeting Chief Va with a special request. Roderick? Scan freezes. Hati watches as Va squats down to look Lyon in the eye, chuckling as he realizes this boy is the chosen one. Intrigued, Va asks the young warrior if he can actually convince him. Meanwhile, out on the scorching desert sands, Rahim stammers in shock as Ramong freezes, sensing a presence nearby. He trembles. It is watching us. A massive wall of sand is towering over them in the distance. Ramong tries to order a retreat, but it is too late. The sandstorm swallows them whole, blinding everyone instantly. Through the chaos, his followers scream for Ramong as he desperately searches for them in the grit. He cannot hear them anymore, only a deep, ominous voice whispering that this sacrifice is necessary. Nefren appears right behind Ramong, staring at his eyes, his blood, and his very heart. The terrifying sensation makes Ramong's brain go completely numb with fear. But where can he run? Before he moves, a hand grips his head, and trust me, you and I are about to see things get dark. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch a dark ritual where Nefren grabs Ramong to begin his feast. Nefren begins to feast, draining every ounce of energy and life force from Ramong's helpless and broken body. Amidst a swirling storm of energy and green light, the ritual finally completes, leaving only a lingering trail of power floating in the air. Now pay attention, Nefren just achieved the impossible by standing unharmed under the scorching sun. He has officially returned to reclaim his power. Suddenly, the enemy lunges forward with razor-sharp claws, aiming a lethal strike directly at Lyon's position. With hands bulging with thick veins, he triggers a massive explosion that buries the entire area in a cloud of dust. Lyon quickly turns back, but the enemy uses the distraction to strike again with a face twisted in pure, unbridled rage. Luckily, Lyon manages to block the blow, sliding back before instantly charging forward to continue his fierce assault. Panting heavily from exhaustion, Lyon stares at the man who claims to be his master. This is far from over. Above them, the others watch the duel. Elxid asks Lyon why he is not using his special defensive arts or secret spells. Lyon refuses, stating he wants to be recognized for his own natural talent, instead of relying on any borrowed power. Va laughs as if watching a comedy, calling Lyon a fool before getting excited to start the next round of battle. He decides to set a simple rule for their fight. If his feet touch the ground even once, he will admit defeat. Before he can even finish his sentence, Lyon and Elxid rush in, striking before the opponent can even attempt to react. Using that momentum, Lyon leaps high into the air as Va barely dodges the sharp, lethal tip of his blade. Lyon mocks Va's stunned expression, asking if he heard correctly about that confident rule regarding his feet touching the ground. Va smiles, apologizing for his massive arrogance and for underestimating Lyon's true potential as a formidable warrior. His face instantly turns terrifying. He promises to fight Lyon with every ounce of strength he has got from now on. Channeling his power, electricity surges through his legs, turning the entire battlefield into a chaotic blur of smoke and dust. While Lyon is still dazed, Va has already moved behind him for a kick. He seemed to have simply vanished. Lyon narrowly dodges the kick, but Va immediately swipes with his claws, tearing up the earth with immense force. Watching from the side, his daughter marvels at how long it has been since her father fought with this much power. Hati clings to her, worried that Lyon might actually die if this fight gets any more serious than it already is. She wants to stop it, but Elahan touches her hand and tells her there is absolutely no need to worry. Hati looks stunned by those words, so Elahan turns to Karen to confirm if his intuition about the match is correct. Karen nods confidently as the two fighters below continue their intense, high-speed pursuit across the open field. Lyon stops as Va prepares a finishing blow with his claws. Lyon just stares back, showing no fear or emotion. Instead of attacking, both men back away. The observers cannot believe that Va actually stopped his final strike. You and I both know the Beast King's instincts are elite. He clearly sensed something dangerous coming, which is why he stopped. She explains the terrifying reality. If he had used that move, he might have actually died. The battle finally ends with a loud, hearty laugh that fills the air. Va admits it has been years since he had a fight this satisfying, looking at Lyon with deep, genuine respect. He gazes affectionately at Lyon and suddenly grants him his permission to marry his daughter. Hati turns beet red while the others stand there in absolute shock. What on earth did he just say? Lyon is frozen as Va continues, claiming he can clearly feel the depth of Hati's love for the young boy. He tells Lyon to start preparing for the wedding immediately, but Lyon desperately tries to refuse the offer. Trapped by Va's overwhelming strength and stubbornness, Lyon realizes he has only one way to escape this situation. Lyon claps his hands together, and suddenly Va starts sweating profusely before collapsing onto the ground and finally letting the boy go. Wind howls as Va lies on the floor, confused about why his body suddenly gave out on him like that. While he lies there dazed, she stares at him until he blushes, right before a loud, piercing scream echoes through the air. Night falls at the base, where Hati is panic-stricken and Karen laments the absolute chaos of their current situation. Skan points at her, asking if she just called him brother, but Hati just snaps back at him in anger. Va clears his throat to stop the bickering before kneeling down to apologize to every person present. He introduces his tribe and then looks at his two children, wondering why they are still standing there doing absolutely nothing. And that's where we leave it. The siblings finally show some respect by kneeling together. You and I just witnessed a wild ending. Stick with me, because Lyon is about to pull off the ultimate undercover move to hide his legendary identity. He greets them as a friend of Hati, asking to be treated like any other member of the tribe. The leader respects his choice. As night falls, they discuss the shadowy forces secretly stirring up a new war. The enemy's goal remains a mystery. Both the desert nomads and the plains elites are small but highly skilled. If an all-out war breaks out, there will be no winner, only a massive, never-ending bloodbath for everyone. Lyon realizes this chaos is exactly what the enemy wants. They are truly evil to the core, he says. The leader rubs his chin. It is not about winning or losing, just starting the conflict is their true objective. Karen and Elong listen intently as the leader vows to destroy every last one of them before the war begins. Lyon agrees. Immediately, the leader orders Hati and Skan to summon every tribal chief for an urgent meeting. They obey their father. Out in the vast desert, Lyon stares ahead, remembering the grave warning he was given. 4 days remain to prepare for the Great Desert War. The plan is to wipe out the trash in time. No tribal chief would dare to oppose the leader's command now. But they need unity. Moving without the Samark nomads would be seen as a direct declaration of war by everyone. Lyon nods, hoping for a peaceful negotiation as the team travels across the shifting sands, wondering if they are lost. At this speed, they could arrive by morning, but it is much safer to set up camp for tonight. Karen sets up the fire pit while Lyon gathers a large pile of wood to light up the dark. Everyone is hungry. Elong grabs some radishes and volunteers to cook his special signature radish soup for the group. As Lyon starts the fire, Elong asks if they are out of jerky. Karen just sighs and tries to hide. Now pay attention here, because things are about to take a very dark turn right behind Lyon's back. He spins around in total panic. What on earth is that strange energy? Lyon shouts a warning to Karen and Elong to watch out for the toxic miasma rising up. They are totally confused. Karen asks why he is acting so strange since they do not see any gas. I know what you are thinking. How can his allies be so blind to the danger he sees? The glowing eye releases a blinding light, forcing Lyon to shield his face as the pressure builds up. Out of the mist, Nefren appears. Can you see me? He asks creepily. Lyon senses an immediate, deadly threat. Lyon does not hesitate. He draws his sword and slices Nefren clean in half. Nefren vanishes into thin air, his eyes filled with shock. The blade was too fast for him to react. The others run over, asking what happened. Lyon tells them he was trapped in an illusion space. Elxid speaks up, confirming the enemy was caught. Now they examine the ancient carvings telling the story of Nefren. The statue of the High Sun describes the rise and fall of the one called Nefren. He became consumed by his own pride, eventually believing he was equal in power to the sun itself. You and I both know arrogance is a killer, and even as a demigod, Nefren paid the ultimate price. His blessings turned into curses, his body rotted away to the very bone, leaving nothing but a dark legacy. Now, a dangerous cult wants to repeat that history. The cost to summon this horror is surprisingly low for them. However, the thing they summoned is not yet at its full, terrifying power. It is currently in an incomplete state. To regain its original form, it is predicted that Nefren will eventually swallow the entire desert and this whole dimension. Karen and Elong are stunned by the story of this supposedly supreme and divine being. After hearing about the power-hungry pharaoh, Lyon finally understands the dark truth behind the situation. Now I see why this desert war was actually being pushed forward. Nefren needs flesh and blood to grow. The cult knows we are here, so they will definitely rush the war. Days later, at Amma village, a figure emerges from a massive sandstorm. The locals cheer as they recognize him. It is Lord Ramang, but they wonder why he has returned all alone without his usual guard. He wears a bright red cloak that covers his entire body from head to toe. As he enters, a servant offers him water. Suddenly, Ramang turns and opens his mouth wide with a monstrous hunger. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to witness a nightmare literally rising from the desert sand. On the wall, A soldier is distracted by the noise below while his friend stands frozen in shock. Hey, what is happening down there? Across the vast empty desert, a terrified scream echoes through the air once again. Look over there. An army of the living dead crawls from the depths, snarling as they rush Amma village. Meanwhile, up on the battlements, Ramong prepares to strike a soldier until a comrade screams out a desperate warning. Behind you, look out. The soldier spins around just in time to block the blade, gasping in disbelief. Lord Ramong, how could you do this? Ramong retreats after his strike misses. The two soldiers know something is wrong. Jahar panics and tells his friend to run. That is not the real Lord Ramong. But his confused comrade can only stammer back in doubt. They cannot tell if the attacker is truly their leader because both are wearing the exact same piece of jewelry. Regardless, Jahar orders an immediate evacuation. Get the women and children to safety while I handle this monster myself. Now watch closely, because as a strange storm rolls in, the people of Amma village are facing a total slaughter. Mummies are everywhere, and the soldiers are desperately trying to hold the line. Hold your ground and defend our home. They keep pushing back against the relentless undead. Even with the wounded falling, they know they must protect this place at any cost. Brave blood stains the soil as the battle rages on. Suddenly, a mother's voice rings out from inside the city. Aman! The terrified woman calls to her young son. Oh my God, get inside the house right now. But little Aman is staring off into the distance. Hey, look! He points a finger and asks what that thing is. In the shadows, a single mummy is slowly marching toward them, chanting strange and cryptic words under its breath. Da, Fies. The mother freezes in pure terror the moment she realizes she is looking at a mummy. That one monster lures in an entire pack, surrounding the mother and son with no way to escape. A horrific scream pierces the air. Moments later, the woman makes it inside, panting heavily as she frantically tries to barricade the door. Aman! She looks at her son trembling in the corner and orders him to hide, but the boy is too paralyzed with fear to move. Right then, a sharp axe blade smashes through their wooden door. The mummy outside is hacking its way into the house, while the mother watches in absolute horror. With the next swing, the axe shatters the wood and catches the mother, leaving her wounded on the floor. Aman rushes to her side, crying out for his mother. Now, the terrifying undead are standing right in front of them. Without hesitating, Aman grabs a piece of wood from the floor. He charges the monsters, screaming for them to leave his mother alone. Aman no! Aman swings with all his might, but the mummy is unfazed. It swats him away like a fly, leaving the boy coughing up blood. Aman! His mother wails in agony as her son falls motionless into the corner of the room. Now, she faces the mummy's death blow. Aman is in too much pain to even crawl toward her. The boy can only pray for a miracle. Please, someone, save us. Save my mother, please. You feel that too, right? Aman can only watch in tears as his mother is targeted, finally screaming for someone to save them. Suddenly, a figure appears. Lyon looks down at Aman and gives him a calm, reassuring smile. Aman is stunned by his sudden arrival as Lyon immediately drops into a low combat stance. He is ready to unleash his full power. 7 stars start, Morak. A powerful sword light erupts instantly. With a single devastating swing of his blade, Lyon wipes out every single mummy inside the entire house. Lyon shows no mercy to these monsters. After taking his strike, the undead quickly crumble away into nothing but dust. Once they are finished, Lyon looks toward the door and calls for Karen, who casually responds while standing guard outside. Aman and his mother huddle together. It is okay now, she whispers, trying to calm her son. Seeing them safe, both Lyon and Karen feel a sense of relief that they arrived in time to kill the monsters. That was close. I am just glad we survived that. Then, Lyon remembers their other friend. How is Elahan doing? Back at the wall, the fighting is still intense. Why do more of them keep appearing? Damn it! The soldiers are horrified by the sight before them. Look over there. It cannot be. Another massive army of mummies is approaching from afar. Suddenly, a soldier spots someone moving below the city walls. Trust me. You and I need to see this. Elahan is walking right into that massive undead horde alone. Alright, you and I are diving back in as Elahan faces a swarm of undead, ignoring the soldiers' screams to run away. She does not care about their warnings. Elahan slowly pulls out her massive mace and mumbles a single word, dare. The moment she drops that mace, it is game over. A massive shockwave rips through the air, sending a powerful tremor that shatters the entire undead army into a million pieces. Watching from the shadows, Nefren is absolutely fuming. Lyon and his crew just ruined his masterpiece, and he is not taking it well at all. Back with Elahan, Lyon rushes over to her side and calls out her name. The second she sees him, her warrior mask slips into total fangirl mode as she greets Lyon and Karen. She figures the monsters are done for now. Karen agrees, saying the area is finally clear. The inside is cleaned out. The villagers can handle the few remaining mummies while our heroes catch their breath. Even though the village is safe, Lyon is not taking any chances. He suggests a full perimeter check, and both Karen and Elahan agree to move out immediately. Now, watch this. Nefren has his eyes locked on Lyon, pure hatred burning in his soul. He knows now is not the time for revenge, so he slips away. Meanwhile, back at the wall, the battle is brutal as another soldier falls to Ramong's blade. Ramong is totally unstoppable. Jaha screams in pure desperation, telling everyone to stay back, even if their former leader has truly become a mindless mummy. He is furious, but he cannot let his men die. Ramong's skills are just on a whole different level right now. They cannot win this alone. Just as Jaha loses all hope, a confident hand lands on his shoulder with a simple and powerful message, "Leave this to me." Jaha looks up in total shock, recognizing the face immediately. It is Lyon, greeting the confused commander with a bright and completely fearless smile. He remembers Lyon as the guy who trashed Jabba's group before. They have definitely crossed paths. Wasting no time, Lyon activates his all-seeing eyes to scan the situation. He sees exactly why Ramong is going crazy, a sealing curse. Lyon immediately barks out a command for Karen. Knowing the drill, Karen vanishes and reappears right behind Ramong, pinning him down before he can even react. Lyon steps up, using his cleansing mark skill. His blade flashes, cutting right through Ramong's defensive aura. He strikes the glowing mark on his forehead, shattering the curse instantly. At last, Ramong regains full control over his own mind and body. And yeah, you and I saw this coming. Elahan steps in and delivers a massive wake-up punch right to Ramong's face. After being knocked out cold by that punch, Ramong finally wakes up to people shouting his name. Jaha is right there, worried sick about his commander's health. He asks if he is okay as Ramong slowly sits up. The warrior looks around, completely dazed by the strangers standing before him. Then it hits him. These are the people he met back in the desert. But when he looks at Elahan, his body starts trembling instinctively. He wonders why he is shaking so hard just by looking at her. Suddenly, his face goes pale as a dark memory returns. He remembers getting lost in that massive sandstorm. Nefren had appeared out of nowhere, ambushing him and turning him into a puppet from that very moment. Ramong grabs Lyon, screaming that every single valley in the desert is in grave danger right now. Lyon is stunned. He means all of them at once? He knows because he was connected to Hanta while he was under their control. Nefren is planning a massive simultaneous strike on 4 different valleys, specifically Senyu, Amazu, and Nugwas. They intend to use every single resident there as a twisted blood sacrifice to fulfill their goal. Nefren only wants one thing. Hanta is trying to become a god, and they have to stop him now. Karen grit her teeth in anger. Attacking 4 places at the same time? It is pure madness. Elahan agrees. They cannot afford to waste another second sitting around talking. Ramong offers to lead them to Senyu. They quickly split the duties, with Karen promising the hero that she will handle the Senyu defense. Elahan takes the next one, while Lyon volunteers for the front lines at Nugwas. But Ramong warns him. Nugwas is special. It has double the population of any other valley. It is the most dangerous spot, meaning the enemy leader will definitely show up there. He tells Lyon to be extremely careful out on the front lines. Lyon just smiles and nods. With that, the team prepares to head their separate ways. Everyone, stay safe out there. They exchange final warnings before charging into battle. Elsewhere, a villain slams his hand down in a total rage. The High Priest cannot believe his perfect plan just fell apart completely. He is shaking with pure fury as he screams. His subordinates report that every single undead soldier sent to that location was wiped out instantly by one person. The news catches him off guard. Just one person? This is impossible. A thought crosses his mind. If it is only one person, could it be the Saintess herself? His minions think it is too early to tell, but honestly, you and I know this villain is in for a world of absolute pain very soon. Alright, stick with me, because this insane summoning plot just took a massive, chaotic turn, and the heroes are in way over their heads. The plan hit a snag, slowing things down and irritating the summoner, but bad luck turned good. Since Nefren hasn't fully reverted, his main body is still a mess. The summoners are fully aware that Nefren is weak right now. Yeah, he is still far from being perfect. With his body still incomplete, Nefren K can't even tap into his true power while out under the sun. His strength is flickering and unstable, and moving via spirit form has its limits. The piece of his soul sent to scout can't stay out for too long, but the summoners are convinced that once he is whole, even a Saintess won't stand a chance against him. One summoner figures if they can't grab the mana, then sacrificing the entire village of Nuwas will be more than enough. He immediately barks out an order to gather every force at Nuwas. They need to seize the land for a massive blood ritual. Night falls over the desert with stars thick as sand. A voice whispers that the chief is in Nuwas, so they can feel somewhat at ease. Now, pay attention here. Ramon and Lyon are racing through the darkness, knowing that being prepared is their only hope for survival. After riding for a while, Ramon announces they have finally arrived. Hearing this, Lyon simply nods, eyes fixed on the path ahead. Lyon starts to say something as they crest the hill, but his words die in his throat when he sees the horror below. It is late, isn't it? A hellish red glow fills his vision, leaving him completely confused. Why is everything over there burning so brightly? Lyon reacts first, his face pale as he realizes the nightmare is actually happening. No, this can't be real. They both freeze, seeing Nuwas as a sea of fire. Inside, mummies are literally burning alive but still sprinting like nothing is wrong. Then, out of nowhere, another massive explosion rips through the air. The villagers are in total shock, unable to understand the madness. Is it self-destruction? Where did they even come from? They scramble to dump sand on the flames to protect the entrance. Meanwhile, Lamu stares at the carnage with eyes full of pure panic. He begs for help, unable to wrap his head around the madness unfolding in front of him. What is going on? I know what you're thinking, but a sudden shout snaps him back to reality. Lamu, pull yourself together and start fighting. His friend warns him to look ahead. Lamu quickly spots another mummy preparing to scale the village walls. Seeing one is bad enough, but two of them crawling up makes him curse under his breath. Damn it. Looking at the endless swarm below, Lamu screams in pure, helpless rage. There is just no end to them. Just as hope fades, a blade of aura slices through the air. The mummy drops, and Lamu cheers for the arrival of the chief. The chief turns to Lamu and shouts that if this wall falls, then everything they love is finished. This is the great chief of the Bedouin tribe, Andraja himself. He mobilizes every soldier, demanding they hold the wall at any cost. The men roar in response, drawing their swords to fight. But even he is stunned by the mummy army hitting his borders. It is too fast and relentless. Why won't they stop coming? Damn it. Just when it looks like Nuwas is finished, a strange light glimmers in the distance. Suddenly, rows of mummies start disintegrating. Explosion after explosion rocks the mummy ranks, tearing through their lines in a series of blasts. Andraja is stunned. Someone is moving like a blur through the monsters. It is Lyon, and he's taking them all on alone. The swarm rushes him like moths to a flame. But Lyon doesn't give them an inch, immediately activating his moon eclipse skill. Before the strike can land, someone catches his blade with their bare hand. Lyon spins around, his eyes wide with shock. It's him, Nefren. Meanwhile, across the shifting sands, another figure is sprinting toward the next village at top speed. Elahan prays she isn't too late as she races toward the town. At Samakshu City, Rotor stands on the wall, looking confused. He asks if Atlas sees that. Atlas nods, sensing something massive approaching through the sand dunes. They spot someone moving at an impossible speed toward their gates. It is none other than Elahan. Her insane pace leaves them both breathless. As she reaches the gates, she skids to a sharp, sudden halt. Once she stops, Rotor and Atlas stammer out a question, asking her who she is. Elahan just gives a bright smile, glad she made it to Kipsur. Her beauty has both men instantly blushing and losing their cool. Rotor mumbles that he doesn't know what's happening, but he's not complaining. Suddenly, something huge erupts from the ground. Mummies start appearing all around Elahan. The two guards watch in horror, wondering what these creatures are. The undead surge up in massive numbers, clutching rusted, sharp weapons in their rotting hands. Elahan just laughs at the timing. Trust me, you and I are about to see what a real warrior looks like when she stops holding back. Alright, you and I are back at the S-rank suppression where Lyon's power leaves, Raja stunned. What on earth is happening? Right then, someone scales the wall and yells out for the chief at the top of their lungs. Realizing it is Ramong, Raja calls out in relief. Ramong rushes over, apologizing profusely for his late arrival to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lyon's strike is blocked. Nefren shows zero fear against the holy sword, actually stopping the blade with his bare hands. He mocks Lyon, wondering if this is the blade that severed his soul. It is impressive that a mortal could even touch it. Nefren's eerie calm starts to rattle Lyon. Even so, the young hero refuses to let his questions distract him from the fight. The villain coldly declares that in the end, Lyon will simply die and fade into nothingness. Nefren stabs Lyon straight through the chest. It is a brutal sneak attack that he cannot process in time, as Elsa screams his name. Before Lyon can even process the pain, Nefren reaches out and grabs him by the head. He throws Lyon like a sack of sand, calmly observing his reaction. After taking a heavy hit, Lyon is in pain and coughs up blood. Seeing him fall, Elxid rushes forward, desperately calling out his name. Lyon, are you okay? He cannot believe Nefren is this powerful, even while his physical form is still incomplete. Stick with me, despite his careful planning. Lyon could not defend himself. He saw it coming, but his body just would not react. He realizes that if an incomplete version is this strong, the full power of this monster is unimaginable. Suddenly, Nefren charges again. Elsa shifts into a defensive stance, warning Lyon as he grips his sword and nods. Nefren suddenly veers upward, disappearing from sight. Lyon frantically scans the sky, realizing the threat is coming from above. Sure enough, Nefren is hovering directly over Lyon, preparing to unleash another world-shattering strike on the exhausted hero. A violent slash tears through the air. Lyon stares up in shock at the sheer scale of the attack. He recovers quickly, blocking the strike and splitting the energy. But in that split second, Nefren is already standing right in front of him. Luckily, Lyon's instincts kick in. He prepares to swing his blade for what he hopes will be a lethal counterattack. Their massive powers collide, creating a shockwave that rattles the entire area. Lyon realizes just how dangerous this situation is. While Lyon is stressed to the limit, Nefren remains perfectly composed. Lyon realizes he needs to create some distance and quickly retreats. But before he can even think of a new strategy, the villain is already closing the gap again. Nefren swings for Lyon's head, but the young warrior narrowly avoids the blade by a fraction of an inch. In the heat of the moment, Nefren suddenly switches his sword grip from his left hand to his right. And here is the part we all feared. He plunges the blade into Lyon's leg, leaving him unable to react as Nefren growls for him to die. Without another word, he delivers a punch so powerful that it makes Lyon spit out blood. After taking that hit, Lyon collapses. He lies motionless on the dirt, seemingly unable to fight back or even move. Nefren looks down with cold eyes, mocking Lyon. He finds it amusing that the boy is still breathing. Looking at Lyon's battered face, Nefren raises his weapon for the final blow, declaring that the journey ends here. Far off in the distance, the sun rises, casting a harsh, brilliant light over the battlefield. Nefren flinches as it hits him. Smoke rises from his skin. He looks at his reddened, burning hand and grinds his teeth, cursing the intensity of that harsh sun. Realizing he cannot stay, Nefren leaves Lyon with a warning. He tells him to enjoy his final day, because his life ends tomorrow. With his face scorched red, Nefren dissolves into a cloud of ash and vanishes, leaving Lyon alone in the empty desert wasteland. On the other side of the field, Raja and the others are frantically searching the area. Someone mutters that everyone has vanished. Suddenly, a piercing scream rings out, echoing through the desolate ruins. Ramong spots a familiar figure lying still in the corner. It is Lyon. Nearby, Karen slashes through mummies, her movements a blur of speed. Karen leaps gracefully through the air. Surrounded by mummies, she summons countless sharp blades and rains them down. An earth-shattering explosion rocks the ground, shaking the very air and echoing through the space. Karen lands on a high wall, looking down to assess the chaos unfolding in the streets. Mummies armed with crescent scythes continue to swarm toward her. Karen groans, frustrated that no matter how many she kills, more appear. She grits her teeth, veins bulging. Defeating them is not the problem, but the area is too wide and they are spread too thin. A cry for help rings out. Karen jumps down immediately, crushing a monster to save a civilian. She tells her she is safe now. The girl whispers her thanks, but the moment is cut short. A mummy strikes from behind, grabbing Karen's waist. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoes from ahead. Alright, stick with me because this rescue is about to get absolutely intense. Karen is trapped and helpless. With a thunderous roar, Scan arrives like a bolt of lightning, moving at incredible speed. He kicks the mummy's head clean off, shouting at them to get their filthy hands off his lover. Scan isn't letting this slide, and he's making sure they know it right now. I will not let this go, he declares with pure confidence. Karen can only blink in confusion. Lover? Since when? Scan blushes and gives her a wink, while Hati pops her head out to say hello. Karen's face lights up as she realizes her friend finally found her. Hati, you're here. She's curious though. How did they find this place? Are they all alone? Hati explains they aren't alone. Others are outside thanks to the intel they got from Amma. The wolf and bear tribes are already here, with tiger and cat tribes close behind. Her father is leading elite warriors to the evil mountain. But then, Hati's expression suddenly turns cold. Karen's still trapped. Hati asks if she needs help clearing the trash away. Lightning begins to crackle everywhere. Karen snaps back with a cold, terrifying command. Get lost. The mummy won't budge. Karen screams at it to finally disappear. Sharp purple spears impale the monster, pinning it in the void as silence finally returns to the area. She smiles. Time to go find Lyon right now. Hati agrees. Now pay attention here, because Lyon is at his limit. Rahman and Raja watch as his world goes dark. Lyon barely opens his eyes to see Elahan sobbing. She's desperately using her magic to keep him alive. He can only whisper her name. Morning light fills a wooden room. Lyon slowly wakes up, covered in bandages. He scans the room. Suddenly, he hears a door creak open. Elahan is crying tears of joy. Lyon asks why she's so upset. She lunges for a hug, squeezing him so hard he almost passes out. Lyon groans in pain as she shakes him. Once she calms down, she explains the bleeding just wouldn't stop. That weapon was cursed. Even her strongest healing spells were completely useless against it. She's just relieved he's awake. Then she asks if he actually fought Nefrenka. He was a mess when they found him. Luckily, Ananangwaz is safe. She calls him a hero, regretting that she couldn't help more in that fight. But her words trail off. Lyon cuts her off. That wasn't a battle. She's stunned. He remembers Nefren stabbing his chest and throwing him like a rag doll. Nefren was a maniac, trying to end him right there. The monster eventually vanished. Lyon sighs, glad he managed to stop the worst of it. He forces himself up. There's no time to sit around like this. She begs him to rest, but he's serious. Those bastards will be back, damn it. Let's pivot for a second. Deep in a dark cave, a sinister meeting begins. Bodies are scattered across the desert. Nefren stands inside a magic circle pulsing with red lightning. Is the desert war over? A voice claims resurrection is currently impossible. Shadowy figures whisper. Does this mean the desert war is finally over? A masked man argues back, but Nefren raises a hand to silence them. He calls them all fools. They instantly bow, shouting his name. They apologize for failing, blaming unexpected intruders for messing up their plans. Nefren just stays silent, deep in thought. Nefren thinks of Lyon. Someone was brave enough to interfere, but those insects really don't matter to him. He realizes his incomplete body can't handle these pests yet. It's truly annoying. The masked subordinate offers to take care of things personally this time. Nefren's eyes glow a demonic red. The man tries to stop him. He warns Nefren his body isn't ready. They just need more sacrifices. Trust me, you and I won't forget this. He wants their souls. Alright, you and I are about to witness the moment a monster is truly born, as Nefren emerges from the shadows with bone exposed, ignoring the horrific screams echoing through the dark cavern. Masks and robes litter the ground around him. Not quite perfect yet, he mutters to himself. But I can finally move. On the horizon, the sun is sinking fast, staining the entire sky with a deep, bloody shade of crimson. Only the final dying rays of light pierce through the narrow gaps of the massive stone wall. Night is coming to swallow the waste. Raja reports that the citizens have all been moved to safety, leaving only their most elite warriors behind to face the coming darkness. Lyon knows tonight is do or die the moment Nefrenka finally completes his physical form. If he succeeds, the whole world will be swallowed by darkness. Raymond and his teammates listen in grim silence. We must stop him and protect our home. They shout in unison as Lyon calls out for Elong. I failed miserably yesterday, he admits to her, reaching out his hand in a moment of total honesty. Lyon grips his fist with new determination. Today is different, we won't lose. Elong nods, her faith in him absolute. Suddenly, the wasteland trembles. Raman grips the wall, wondering if an earthquake is about to tear the world apart. Now, watch this, pay attention as a massive pyramid slowly begins to rise from the center of the empty sand. Everyone freezes in shock. What is that? A gargantuan triangle of stone now looms over the horizon, blocking their view. No way. Lyon glares at the structure and shouts, "It is the pyramid." Raja watches in horror. He grits his teeth. Up there, at the very peak, a golden capstone shines with a blinding, polished light. Elong looks up. Lord Lyon. Is he really waiting for us at the very top? Lyon nods. That is the Pharaoh of Darkness, Nefrenka. Kneel before me, he bellows, as lightning-like power erupts from the peak, spreading across the space with terrifying force. The warriors collapse, foaming at the mouth in agony before they all hit the ground. Raja struggles to breathe. This pressure alone is enough to knock everyone out. It is terrifying. Is this really the overwhelming power of a demigod? Lyon lunges forward. 7 stars, activate. A brilliant, blinding light explodes from his position. A massive surge of energy rockets toward the pyramid top. He fires blinding white bolts from his silver gauntlets, eyes glowing red like a vengeful god. Nefren blocks the attack with a simple dagger, leaving Lyon frozen in total shock. Is that all you have? He mocks. He sneers at the solar energy. But then, boom! Elong strikes with a force that catches him completely off guard. Nefren raises a hand casually. You really are a disappointment, utterly useless. You cannot harm me. From the tower's peak in the pitch-black night, a massive explosion tears the space apart. You saw that confidence, right? Well, watch what happens when the scent of blood hits. His hand reaches out to stop the bleeding. Nefren's arm is shredded, blood spinning wildly in the air around him. Elong is serious now. Every wound you gave Lord Lyon, I am going to pay you back 10 times over. He stares at the wound in silence as his arm hangs limp. Then, his muscles begin to move again. He snaps it back into place. You really think these weak skills can actually hurt me? He laughs. He launches a sudden, vicious strike. Lyon is caught off guard and sent flying backward. Lyon slams his blade into the earth to stay upright. How dare you? Lyon roars, but Nefren is faster, driving a blade straight through Elong's chest. Lyon watches in horror. Elong! Nefren's hand grips the dagger, now slick with her blood. She doesn't back down, grabbing the blade with bare hands and glaring straight into the monster's eyes. Lyon charges like a red lightning bolt, his cloak becoming wings of fire that pierce the night with blinding white light. He swings his blade from behind, but Nefren just looks back coldly. I am a god. he roars, swinging his arm. Lyon slams into Elong as they both plummet. They hit the sand with a heavy, sickening thud. Nefren mocks them. How dare you insignificant ants even attempt to insult a god? He watches them from above. To him, they look like tiny insects broken upon the desert floor. They lie there, unmoving, as the shifting sands begin to bury them. His own arm still stings. A mere human managed to actually damage the physical body of a deity. And trust me, you and I are going to see exactly how this god pays for his arrogance. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch a god-level showdown unfold. People are scrambling and shouting orders. Nefren listens closely, mocking them as worms desperately trying to escape their inevitable fate. Nefren unleashes his power with a cold decision. It is finally time to end these pathetic lives once and for all. The sacrifices gather near the pyramid. He shouts in excitement, sensing his divine body is almost complete as a golden gate slowly creaks open. A massive wave of energy erupts. Heavy, powerful footsteps stomp down onto the burning desert sand. From the light, Anubis slowly emerges, letting out an earth-shaking roar. The beast readies its weapon. Nefren points a finger, ordering it to bring him the sacrifices immediately. Anubis howls and charges forward. Two figures jump out to block the path. Raja raises his blade, warning the beast that it goes no further. Nefren just sneers. He calls them fools for thinking useless swords could ever strike down a god. Now watch this part carefully. The scale of this thing is absolutely insane as Anubis towers over them. But they don't back down. Rahman and Raja declare they won't let him reach his goal, no matter the cost. The beast bares its razor-sharp fangs. With its massive frame, it swings a blow at Raymond that is 5 times his size. Rahman grips his sword, barely blocking the scythe in the darkness. But the sheer force sends him flying back. Blood spills from Rahman's mouth. Raja screams his name in a rage, calling the beast a monster. Raja doesn't hesitate. He draws his shining blade and strikes hard, slashing deep and forcing Anubis to close one injured eye. He knows the wound isn't deep enough. Sensing an opening, the beast counters with a vicious claw attack. Raja is slammed into the ground. Rahman cries out for his chief as Anubis prepares to stomp them into the dust. They stare up, refusing to look away as Anubis raises its weapon for the final execution. Suddenly, slash! A spray of blood hits the air as the beast's arm is severed, falling limp to the ground. Karen is sitting right on the beast's shoulder, waving. She asks if she's a bit late, and Rahman can barely believe his eyes. She didn't come alone. 3 powerful beastmen descend, gathering their strength for a massive combined strike. Var and his sons soar through the sky. In an instant, Anubis is shredded under their legendary sharp claws. The beast is torn apart, its head and limbs scattered. Raja and Rahman watch in total shock, wondering if these people are allies. Rahman recognizes them, Hati and Skull. He realizes they are facing the legendary beastmen. A hand reaches out in peace. Beast King Var introduces himself, and Raja realizes he's standing before royalty. Raja takes the hand, a firm grip and a smile serving as his silent answer. Karen looks at the massive pyramid and Nefren. Suddenly, panic hits her as she remembers Lyon and Elong. Rahman's expression darkens. He tells her they are trapped somewhere deep beneath that massive structure. The tension in the air is suffocating. Karen starts to tremble, realizing the danger her friends are in. You and I both saw that coming, right? Nefren is definitely sweating now that his champion has fallen. Suddenly, 7 light spears ignite the sky. They streak through the air like guided missiles aimed straight for the villain. In the dead of night, the white pyramid explodes with a blinding golden light from every side. Energy tears through the sky like an ancient summoning. A hole is blasted right through Nefren, but he doesn't even flinch. The symbol on Lyon's hand begins to glow. From the light, he draws his legendary blade. Lyon and Elong are back in the fight. They tell Nefren to focus, because they are his real opponents now. A voice cuts through the chaos. Karen screams Lyon's name from the distance. She's relieved, but furious that he scared her. Lyon just smiles, happy to see his friend is safe. Time to get serious. Var and Karen take the offensive while the others stay back to protect the innocent. Nefren raises his hands, channeling emerald energy. Suddenly, an entire army of Anubis clones steps through the portal. The pack of monsters turns as one, swarming toward Karen with murderous intent. She wipes away a bead of sweat with a smirk. It looks like it's going to be a very busy night. Nefren vows that after they die, he'll turn their eyes into a necklace. Lyon reminds him that pyramids are just graves for the dead. The villain glares in silence. Then, Nefren shifts his weight, bracing for a high-speed impact. He blurs into motion, leaving a trail of energy behind. Lyon shouts for everyone to charge. And trust me, you and I just witnessed the start of an epic clash as Lyon and Elong meet him head-on. Alright, you and I are about to witness a battle of the gods. Elong swings her mace with everything she's got, but Nefren just sneers. He calls her foolish, claiming the result won't change as sparkling holy lights manifest around him. From the pitch-black night sky, a blinding white light forms a massive cross, slamming down beside the pyramid like a divine sword sent to deliver ultimate judgment. A long gash rips across Nefren's face, drawing blood as the spiked mace stops inches from his head. He follows the sound, glancing sideways just as Lyon makes his move. Lyon closes in fast, swinging his blade as Nefren's massive frame is swallowed by a surge of pure power. Stunned, the villain freezes for a split second. Elong doesn't give him a moment to breathe, launching a relentless follow-up attack. She screams, her eyes full of fury as lightning strikes the desert floor, erupting into a violent forest of jagged, glowing spikes. He collapses to his knees, blood pouring from his wounds. He snarls in disbelief, screaming, "How dare you? How dare you?" With a hole torn into his jaw, Nefren's rage explodes. Now watch this part closely as Lyon and Elong charge. Nefren unleashes a shockwave of power, forcing our hero to a dead stop. Lyon grips his sword, panting. He's used the 7 stars technique 4 times already. He glares at the monster, shocked that Nefren survived Elong's divine punishment. His speed and defense are on another level. Elong feels the pressure too, her mood sinking as the reality of the fight hits. Even worse, this monster is only a semi-god. Lyon realizes a direct hit from the holy sword could be fatal, but getting that opening seems impossible. The gap in power is just too wide right now. Lightning flickers around Nefren. Even as a semi-god, he's still divine. Lyon grits his teeth, cursing his current strength. Can he really not defeat this guy in his current state? Suddenly, a voice echoes, startling Lyon. "You idiot!" Elxid appears, telling him that if there's no way, he has to create one. Elxid pours energy into him, asking if he'll let everyone die just because he lacks a plan. And who says there isn't a way? Lyon has a realization. Nefren accidentally exposed his own weakness. Elxid pushes him, shouting for him to remember the moment. He flashes back to the moment he was struck down. Lyon's eyes flutter open, his hands beginning to dissolve into a strange mist. Back in reality, he remembers seeing Nefren's finger burn when it touched the sunlight. In that instant, Lyon finally sees it. Think about this. His weakness? The sun. Elxid confirms it, yes, the sun. Elxid urges him to awaken. Become the sun, Lyon. He hesitates for a second, wondering how he can possibly become the sun. Elxid explains the transformation. An incomplete body existing for centuries has one fatal fear, the very energy that gives light to all things. That pure light is impossible for a semi-god to control. Elxid continues, explaining that only after gaining the Mata mark could he control aura into ultimate power. Right now, Lyon is only touching a faint glow of that true solar light. He turns away, telling the kid to listen well. Suddenly, thunder crashes across the battlefield. "Lyon, your brutal training has forged a body and spirit so strong they're overflowing. It's time to fully awaken your spiritual form." Elxid reminds him of the past. He's honed his skills through the Holy Sword and countless battles against nightmare opponents. Even those deadly clashes with giant dragons, Elxid fuels Lyon's fading will. He's carved out his own divine path. He's finally gained enough skill to become the sun, the Mata. Lyon actually smiles, asking a student to reach the Mata state in the middle of a death match. That's cold, but looking ahead, he knows he has no other choice. Elxid grins with satisfaction. Lyon calls out to Elong, and she immediately responds. He looks at her with total seriousness, asking for her help. Her eyes sparkle as she gazes back at him. Over at Nefren's side, the villain spits out blood. The wound on his cheek begins to knit back together. He sneers at these lowly humans. Nefren spots a glowing light in the distance, his veins bulging in fury. It's Lyon and Elxid, radiating the power of the sun. Nefren stands frozen in disbelief. It's impossible. How could a mere mortal transform themselves into the power of the sun? He roars and charges. Elong lunges forward with a punch, invoking divine judgment. He tries to block her, but Elong's strength sends Nefren flying miles away. He struggles to stand, screaming in pure rage. "You damn brat!" She approaches, radiating killing intent. As the 8th successor of the goddess, the 8th saint, Elong declares he'll never lay a finger on Lyon. Lyon charges forward, his sword overflowing with power. He's pushing his limits, asking Elong to hold the line just a bit longer. Nefren rises from the rubble, cursing them. He's completely fed up, calling the duo nothing but a massive headache. His words push Elong to the edge. He insults them, calling them the church's pathetic lapdogs. Nefren moves with blinding speed, vowing to kill her before she can even blink. His power is surging. She won't back down. Fists clash against the desert sand as an all-out war between raw strength and lightning explodes. Elong lands a massive blow right to his face, leaving a permanent mark. Nefren goes insane, raining down a barrage of punches that Elong barely manages to block. Wounded but relentless, she drills a heavy punch straight into his ribs. Nefren howls in agony, gasping out a desperate threat. The tables have turned, but then, he grabs her, sneering as she reaches her limit. "And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, You and I are about to watch Nefren absolutely dismantle Elahan. He stands over her, defiant, before delivering a brutal kick straight to her chest. She is sent flying, leaving a trail of blood in the sand. Lyon is losing his mind. Watching Elahan suffer like this while he is stuck in place is pure torture. He cannot wait another second. He has to save her before it is too late. Suddenly, Elahan reaches out, stopping him. Her eyes are filled with a strange hope as she stares Lyon down, silencing his panic. It triggers a memory of her promise. Lord Lyon, no matter what happens, do not stop. You must finish this. I believe in you. Nefren just laughs from the sidelines. Your comrade is dying, and all you can do is stand there and watch. He mocks Lyon for being a failed sun god, and it works. Lyon's sanity is snapping. He is absolutely done being calm. Nefren clenches his fist, ready to end it. But suddenly, Anubis appears out of thin air right behind Lyon, lunging for a surprise attack. Elahan's heart sinks. Lord Lyon. But just in time, a massive, powerful hand catches the monster's blade mid-air. With a single squeeze, Anubis is crushed into dust. As the mysterious figure lands in the sand, Lyon lets out a cry of pure relief. The man turns around, asking if Lyon is okay. It is the chief. He has finally made it to the battlefield. He is furious, shouting, "Who dared lay a hand on my son-in-law?" Nefren is stunned. How are they even here? Where is Anubis? Karen's voice cuts through the air. Hey, honey, which one of these trash heaps touched my little brother? Nefren attacks her instantly. Watch this part closely. Karen is not playing around. She summons her dance of the night, and shadow spikes erupt, impaling Nefren's shoulder. She lightly touches her lips and blows Nefren a mocking kiss of death. His shoulder is shredded. Nefren clutches the wound, his eyes turning blood red with rage. How dare you insignificant ants touch me? The whole crew surrounds Elahan now. Faces she knows Karen, Annie appear by her side, and for the first time, her face lights up. Hati is there too. Hold on just a little longer, Elahan. Everyone is here now, so do not give up. Elahan looks at the chief, whose face is dead serious. This is a direct order from your leader. We finish this now. She gives a wicked smile. No choice then, is there? Hati is radiating confidence as the energy begins to swell. Karen gets into position. We have got your back. Nefren just stands there, spitting out insults at the group. Then, the absolute chaos begins. They all charge together. Lyon yells, Nefren, you are not allowed to move an inch. He delivers a crushing blow. Celestial Wolf. It hits like a freight train. Nefren's arm is still paralyzed from the previous strike. Suddenly, Hati and Skull's legs are engulfed in blinding lightning, ready to strike. They both slam their kicks into Nefren's back, followed immediately by Elahan's closing fist. Her heavenly judgment punch connects with his ribs, sending blood spraying from his mouth and nose. He is getting absolutely pummeled. Before he can breathe, Karen ambushes him from above, triggering a massive explosion that rocks the entire pyramid. Everyone watches the smoke clear. You saw that too, right? Hati cannot believe it. That monster is getting beaten to a pulp, yet he is still standing. Even with a sword through his chest, Nefren just stands back up like it is nothing. He glares at them, his wounds closing. Wait, his regeneration is slowing down. He is finally reaching his limit. Over at Lyon's side, he is pushing for the final breakthrough. His blade ignites with a roaring fire. Nefren sees it. The sun's power is intensifying. The sword glows with a blinding light. He has to stop this before it is too late. He realizes if this continues, Lyon will truly become the sun god. You trash think you can become divine? He lunges at the chief with everything he has. Stop dreaming. But the chief manages to dodge the initial strike. Nefren's eyes flash with worry. He teleports behind the old man and delivers a blow that knocks him down. Hati and Skull cannot just stand there. You bastard. They attack from behind, but Nefren is too fast. Hati is screaming in rage. Nefren spins around and catches both of them by their legs mid-air. He slams them into the pyramid walls with bone-crushing force. They both scream out in agony. Nefren reaches into a void beneath his feet and drags Karen out by the throat, choking the life out of her. Elahan tries one last ambush. She will not stop. But Nefren senses her coming, his instincts sharper than ever. Suddenly, a tiny spark in the distance explodes into a massive pillar of light. He is livid. You brat. Only I deserve the throne. But shadow spikes burst from the sand, pinning him in place. He looks over, shocked. Karen is floating there, smirking. Where do you think you are going? I told you not to move. Nefren snarls, you absolute bitch. A blinding light erupts behind him. Nefren turns, looking straight into the heart of the sun. And trust me, you and I are about to see Lyon's true form. The sun god has arrived. Next time, it is all-out war. Alright, you and I are about to witness the ultimate showdown for the sun's power. Nefren lunges and grabs Karen, choking her until she can barely breathe. Elahan screams out, watching as Nefren lifts her friend up like a helpless toy. Despite the pain, she grips his hand tightly. Suddenly, a guardian of the coffin appears right behind the monster. With just a few quick movements, Nefren makes the guardian vanish. It disappears into nothingness, as if it never existed. He squeezes even harder, mocking her puny traps. Die, he snarls, preparing to finish Karen once and for all. Lyon tells him to take his filthy hands off her. He stands there with a sword wreathed in roaring flames, appearing out of nowhere. Karen and Elong look up in relief. Lyon is here, and hope finally returns to their eyes. He's finally done it, and hope returns to them all. Lyon thanks everyone for holding on as his blade begins to glow with an intense golden aura. His entire body ignites with solar fire. The Sun Sword. Now watch this part closely. This is where the tide finally turns. Lyon slashes, tearing Nefren's arm clean off. The monster stares at his severed limb, unable to heal. He staggers back, completely shaken by Lyon's sudden power. Lyon strikes again, taking the other arm. Nefren loses his mind, staring at his useless mangled limbs. Nefren retreats, trembling in confusion. "Why am I not regenerating?" he screams, looking at his bloody stumps in horror. He explodes in rage. "How dare you?" he bellows, his body beginning to warp and transform hideously. "How dare a mortal possess the sun's power? I am the Pharaoh, the one true sun that rules this world." Lightning and blue sparks erupt around him. The pressure is so intense that Elong has to shield her eyes. Hati watches in total shock as Lyon catches the unconscious Karen before she hits the ground. A massive blue moon rises over the pyramid. Nefren's arms grow back instantly as his body evolves into something even more terrifying. He looks like a demon. Die! Eyes open on the blue moon as he screams. "I am death itself." The curse begins to take hold of everyone. Karen and Hati are both consumed by the same fate. They cannot escape the dark power of the moon. You see that? Lyon is the only one left standing against this nightmare. Elxid calls out to him with gravity. It fuels his spirit. If he stops now, everyone who believed in him will die right here in the sand. "I know," he whispers. Lyon gently sets Karen down. "Wait for me, just for a little while." He walks forward heroically. "I will come back." Karen can only whisper his name as he faces the monster. He grips his blade with everything he has. "In the name of the goddess, I will finish this fight." Both Lyon and Elxid erupt in flames. It's time to become the sun itself. His hair and armor turn to brilliant gold. Nefren's face twists in pure shock at the transformation. He stands before a massive, burning star. The Sunday Nefren grits his teeth in a desperate fury. Lyon charges forward with murderous intent, moving at the speed of light. The villain screams out in total madness. "Only I can be the sun," Nefren yells. Fire and lightning clash as the two of them collide in the sky. This is a battle for their very souls. Nefren manages to block the flaming blade with his bare hands. He glares at Lyon, trying to intimidate him. Lyon dodges a punch, but his face is sliced, drawing blood. Suddenly, Lyon roars, veins bulging across his face. Nefren laughs maniacally. "You cannot cut me anymore. The sun within me will burn you to ashes, boy." Then, another arm falls off. Nefren stands frozen, watching his limb vanish into the sharp, golden flames of Lyon's attack. Nefren's rage is written all over his face. But Lyon's eyes only burn brighter with a deep, vengeful fire. He drives the sword into the monster's side. Nefren catches the blade, cold sweat pouring down his distorted face. "This is impossible. How can a mere mortal like you take me down?" He has completely lost his composure. "How dare you?" he stammers, his hands trembling as he grips the blade. "I am the eternal sun." Elxid tells him the sun was born to be worshipped and respected, not stolen by a monster like him. Elong cries out Lyon's name in agonizing pain. Hati bites her lip. Everyone present is being controlled by that massive, horrifying eye in the sky. "Trust me, you and I are seeing a true hero being born." Karen smiles because the more they believe, the stronger Lyon's sun becomes. Lyon roars with absolute power. "All right, you and I are about to see Nefren get torn in two." The pyramid nearby shatters instantly, consumed by a massive, raging inferno that burns everything to ash. Nefren shows no signs of life. As the sun rises over the desert, we see the true power of the sun god returning to the land. He turns to stone. "Are you really abandoning us again? Once more, you have left us all behind to face this world alone." His upper body remains stiff like a statue until his arm finally drops into the sand. Honestly, that was an insanely close call for our heroes. Elong smiles at death's door before vanishing. Watch closely now, Lyon stands alone in the desert. Does this mean it is finally over? He grips his sword, gasping for air. Lyon looks around at his friends, making sure that everyone is finally safe and sound. Karen places a hand on his shoulder. "You have worked hard," she says softly. "You can just lean on me for a while now." Lyon's voice trembles as Karen pulls him into a deep hug. You and I can finally see their relief as Elong watches them. The other three are overjoyed for them. Elxid praises his student for a job well done. You and I just witnessed a legend in the making.